Once thought fallen, the prodigious young genius suddenly returns, not only bereft of all cultivation but also bearing a sinister black coffin. No one knows how he walked out alive from the forbidden demon burial abyss of the desolate valley, especially since he was ambushed and buried alive there a year ago, unexpectedly merging with the legendary god of destruction. Your appearance now stirs astonishment and shock among countless onlookers. Damn! Come look! Isn't that Chun Chang'an? My god! It really is him. He vanished suddenly a year ago, and then his soul lamp went out. The Chen family was in chaos, everyone thought he was dead. Yes, I heard he might have mistakenly entered the demon burial abyss. That place is a deadly trap with no return. How did he come back? Are we seeing ghosts in broad daylight? No, that's not a ghost. And did you notice, there's no trace of spiritual power on him? Could it be his cultivation is gone? Whether it's been a year or 100, you chant softly, ignoring the clamor and shock, walking steadily onward. Ahead, a tall, graceful girl appears. Seeing her, you walk straight towards her. Chen Chang'an, you actually didn't die. Her clear, stunning face shows a complex expression, then sensing your lack of cultivation, a hint of disappointment and disdain flashes in her eyes. It's good you're back, even though you have no cultivation. Given the Chen family's regard for you, you'll be taken care of. Just don't come looking for me anymore, we have no future. Who would have thought, the unmatched genius of a year ago has now become a nobody, truly a sigh-inducing sight, says another equally striking woman standing next to Gu Qingcheng, her voice soft but filled with scorn and mockery. My Qingcheng has now reached the 5th realm first level of cultivation, you're no longer worthy of her. CC, stop, Gu Qingcheng glances at her, then at you, her face carrying an air of superiority, as if looking down on an ant. Chun Chang'an, our marriage contract should have been dissolved when your soul lamp shattered a year ago. Now that you're back, find a time to come to my house to officially end it. The crowd around instantly buzzes. I never thought, back then, Chen was completely devoted to Gu Qingcheng, providing her with spiritual medicines, elixirs, spirit stones, weapons, all to help her advance quickly in the academy. Is this what they call ditching a lover once successful? Amidst the murmuring crowd, Gu Qingcheng's face turns slightly uneasy, then settles into indifference. In this world, power is respected. A man without power is of no value. You speak indifferently, 3 days from now, I will visit to dissolve the marriage contract. But please return the spatial ring I gave you, including the heavenly Tier Shui Ji sword, earthly Tier Shui Ling clothes, Qian Kuan jade bracelet, and Ice Soul heavenly heart necklace. As you list these items, the surroundings fall deathly silent, everyone's pupils dilate in disbelief. These are priceless treasures. You speak for several moments, pause, then continue. Also, the 3 million spirit stones I gave your father, I hope he can return them in full. After finishing, you calmly extend your hand. First, return the spiritual treasures on you and the spatial ring my mother gave me. Gu Qingcheng's chest heaves dramatically, she stares at you, a wave of inexplicable rage spreading through her body. Chen Chang'an, what do you mean? Before Gu Qingcheng can speak, her companion Lu Cc bursts out angrily, are you still a man? Asking back for things you've given away, you really are despicable. You glance at her, speaking indifferently, this has nothing to do with you, speak another word, and I'll break your mouth. The fierce light in your eyes makes her tremble, instinctively hiding behind Gu Qingcheng. Even though you're only the once celebrated genius, your reputation still intimidates her. Gu Qingcheng's face is extremely ugly, she grips the sword emitting blue light tightly. Chen Chang'an, how can you be so shameless? Asking back for the things you gave? What did you say back then? You said you'd love me for a lifetime, that you wouldn't let me suffer a bit. Look what you're doing now. Gu Qingcheng roars with a face full of grievance. She is reluctant to return the gifts you gave, especially the spatial ring and the Shui Ji sword. These are critical for the upcoming Snow Peak conference in half a month, the only path to the Holy Lands. She can't lose the help of the heavenly Tier Shui Ji sword. Your voice is cold, I'm not joking with you, nor am I negotiating. If you don't return them, from now on, your Gu family will be the sworn enemy of the Chun family, never to rest until death. These words cause an uproar among the surrounding people. My god, is this the same Chen Chang'an who used to be so docile? Today's Chen is so domineering. Not resting until death. Let's see if the Gu family dares to confront the Chen family head-on. But then again, since the marriage contract is to be dissolved, returning the gifts is only fair. Who would have thought Gu Qingcheng only wanted to take without giving? As the crowd jeers, Gu Qingcheng's face grows even more unsightly. Her pupils tremble rapidly, her hands holding the Shui Ji sword turning slightly pale. Ha, Chen Chang'an, you're now a man without cultivation, probably you can't even protect yourself. Do you think you can still be the Chen family's young master? Do you still represent the Chen family? The young master's words are the attitude of our Chen family. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly cuts through, making Gu Qingcheng's body tremble. Everyone looks toward the source of the voice, seeing a tall, imposing middle-aged man striding forward. Behind him follow dozens of excited young men and women. They arrive in front of you, bowing respectfully, greetings to the young master. Their voices echo between heaven and earth. Countless onlookers show astonishment, stepping back repeatedly. You smile slightly, greeting the leading middle-aged man respectfully, greetings to ninth uncle. Ha ha ha. Chang'an, you finally come back. That's great. I knew you, you little rascal, wouldn't die so easily. Ninth uncle grips his fists, his expression excited. What happened during the year you disappeared? What exactly happened? Ninth uncle, it's a long story, let's go home and talk. Alright. Ninth master continuously spoke 3 good words, then turned to look at the pale-faced Gu Qingcheng, his gaze sharp and somber. Little girl, since you want to break the engagement with our young master, you must return all the spiritual treasures he gave you. This is also what I, Qinzhou, say. What? You don't agree? Ninth master's aura was extremely intimidating, his fierce eyes making Gu Qingqing stumble, her face as white as a sheet. Humph, a dignified elder of the Chun family, a strong man of the Heaven King realm, are you only here to bully little girls? At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked over with big strides, her phoenix eyes slightly slanted, her face filled with coldness. Master. Seeing this person, Gu Qingqing seemed to find her backbone, immediately stepping forward and bowing respectfully. Mother. Lu Sisi also walked over, the pressure imposed by Qinzhou suddenly lessening. The newcomer was Lu Rumeng, Lu Sisi's mother, and also Gu Qingqing's master. Seeing her, Ninth Master did not hold back, sneering, no wonder Gu Qingcheng has that shameless face, wanting to gain without giving, turns out someone is teaching her, tsk, really opening my eyes. Watch your mouth. Lu Rumeng glared at Qinzhou, her face filled with fury. Get lost, this matter doesn't concern you. Qinzhou spoke angrily, without politeness, then turned to Gu Qingcheng, his eyes menacing, are you returning my young master's things or not? If you still keep that shameless face and don't return them, I will go back immediately, bringing the entire Qin family to declare war on your Gu family. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap, causing everyone present to feel as if their minds were ringing, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Chen Chang'an said he wouldn't stop until death, and if his words lacked power, then Qinzhou, the 9th master of the Chen family, was definitely someone not to be ignored. Oh my god, truly the 9th master of the Chen family, such a fiery temper. TSK, his explosive temper and killing intent are well known. Even the national lord must give him some measure. Moreover, he seems to be a knife king as well. Hiss, I really didn't expect this #1 beauty of the great Zhou kingdom to be so thick-skinned. Wanting to break an engagement, yet not wanting to return all the gifts that were given with the intention of marriage. Yes, she is beautiful, but her heart seems a bit too dark. Certainly, now she is disgusted with Qin Shao's lost cultivation, perhaps wishing to cling to that so-called holy place young master? But she can't part with the gifts that Qin Shao gave her. TSK, what kind of mentality is this? So disappointing. Around them, people pointed and discussed in whispers. Gu Qingqing's face grew increasingly ugly, as if she had swallowed a big lump of flies. This completely exceeded her expectations. If it were a year ago, Chen Chang'an would have begged her not to leave and would have continuously gifted her, trying to win her favor. Who would have thought he had changed? Humph, indeed, no man is a good thing, they are all so damn fickle. At first, they would speak so nicely, and now they have become like this. Gu Qingqing thought angrily, her face showing a weak, pitiful, helpless look, tears welling up in her eyes. But this expression not only failed to evoke sympathy from those around her, it only brought forth more ridicule. Oh my god, did you see that? She still looks aggrieved? Wow, although her about-to-cry look is indeed heart-wrenching, her previous cold attitude makes me feel sick just thinking about it. Damn, so dramatic, acting all wrong as if Qin Shao bullied her. Right, Qin Shao also said breaking the engagement is fine, just return all the spiritual treasures, what a simple matter. Maybe she wants to sit on the fence. The words of those around pierced Gu Qingqing's heart, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. She gritted her teeth, and had to throw the spatial ring and the Snow Princess sword to Chen Chang'an. Chapter 3, You will forever be our young master. As the black ring and Snow Princess sword were thrown out, Gu Qingqing felt a pang of heartache. But in front of so many people, she couldn't stop. Especially with 9th Master Chen watching her like a hawk beside her. It felt like he owed her millions, which made Gu Qingqing extremely upset. Moreover, under the threat of the 9th Master, even her master dared not utter a word. Gu Qingqing stomped her foot in anger, her body restless, and under the gaze of Chen Chang'an, she reluctantly started to take off her ornaments and spiritual treasures, one by one, tossing them to Chen Chang'an. Each time she threw one, it felt like cutting off a piece of her flesh, making her heart ache terribly. Even Lu Rumo, who stood beside her, couldn't help but feel the pain. The resources that Chen Chang'an gave to Gu Qingcheng would also benefit her master. After all, Gu Qingcheng would still show some filial respect towards her. I've already returned everything to you. Is that enough? Gu Qingcheng said, her face dark with displeasure. Chen Chang'an looked at the clothes she was wearing. Chen Chang'an, are you shameless? Do you want me to take off this treasure robe now? Gu Qingcheng shouted in anger. The people around them immediately widened their eyes in shock. Chen Chang'an's eyes were indifferent. 3 days later, have your father prepare the spirit stones. Also, the treasures I gave you must be ready. I will personally come to annul the engagement. After he finished speaking, Chen Chang'an didn't want to look at her any longer. "Oof, Cece, let's go." Gu Qingcheng, her eyes red from grievance, snorted coldly, took Lu Cece's hand, and with Lu Rumo, the three of them left in fury. Chen Chang'an glanced at their retreating figures, then turned and, with Ninth Master and the others from the Chun family, left the academy. The turmoil subsided, and people couldn't help but sigh. As Gu Qingcheng walked away, her heart was a chaotic mess. "Ha, men, he really has changed. If it were before, he would never have spoken to me like this." The more Gu Qingcheng thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, her eyes reddening. "Qingcheng, that Chen Chang'an is no good. He's taken back things sent out for a year, I've really seen it all today." Lu Cece said indignantly, "Don't be sad, Qingcheng. Even though he still has his cultivation, he's not worthy of you. Only the young master of the Taitsong sword domain, Jun Wujian, from the Holy Land, is a match for you." Lu Rumo beside them also coldly spoke, "Cece is right. You're so beautiful, and your talent is not bad. It's rare for Jun Wujian to fancy you. That's your fortune and your blessing. What is that Chen Chang'an compared to that?" Lu Cece nodded slightly. At first, when she heard that Chen Chang'an's soul lamp had gone out, she was a little sad. Later, she realized it was just that she was used to someone giving her gifts and flattering her, so she felt uncomfortable without it. A month ago, the young master of the Jun family, one of the four great families of the Holy Land, Jun Wujian, arrived in the Great Zhou royal city, looking to select a group of young disciples to enter the Holy Land for cultivation. This news shook the entire Great Zhou kingdom. So, all the talents from the Great Zhou Academy had to compete in a grand competition to win the favor of the Holy Land. And Jun Wujian had taken a liking to her and started pursuing her. Thinking about the possibility of entering the Holy Land, Gu Qingcheng felt a little better. Moreover, the resources Jun Wujian would give her would surely be better than what Chen Chang'an had given. "Let's go, Qingcheng. We'll ask young Master Jun to support us. We can't return the spirit stones Chen Chang'an gave us. Also, we want him to return the treasure sword and the items you gave back to him today." Lu Cece's eyes twinkled as she thought of a brilliant idea. Gu Qingcheng's eyes gradually brightened, and the gloom in her heart was swept away. "Cece, you're really my best friend. I'm so glad I have you by my side," Gu Qingcheng said seriously, giving Lu Rumo a quick greeting before hurrying off to find Jun Wujian. Chen family. As the largest family in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Chen family's estate was massive. In the main hall of the Chen family, all the clan elders and family members were gathered here. The return of Chen Chang'an made everyone incredibly excited. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Ha ha ha. My Chen family's young master, someone with the bearing of a holy emperor, how could he fall so easily?" Chen Xiantong, the head of the Chen family, laughed heartily, his face full of relief. The weight in his heart had finally been lifted. All around, the people were filled with smiles and a sense of great relief. For the past year, they had neither eaten well nor slept peacefully, all for the sake of finding Chen Chang'an. And in the process, many had lost their lives. Yet, the 9 great elders had different thoughts in their minds, their eyes flickering with deep and unreadable meaning. The subtle meanings in the eyes of the elders went unnoticed by Chen Chang'an. Such warmth and enthusiasm in this moment touched his heart. He never expected the Chen family treated him so well. With a solemn expression, he said, "Family head, I have lost all my cultivation and am no longer fit to be the young master of the Chen family. You should choose another from among my cousins." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. Before Chen Xiantong could respond, a woman in a black long dress took 2 steps forward and looked at Chen Chang'an. Her face was stunning, yet as cold as an icy mountain, her phoenix eyes carrying an indifference that overlooked all living beings. Chen Chang'an looked at her with respect and bowed, "Greetings, grandfather." She was the highest-ranked elder in the family, a woman who appeared youthful. Although she was a woman, she was still called grandfather. Everyone addressed her as grandfather. Behind her, a sword floated in the air, pitch black like ink, as if it contained destruction and death itself. Every time Chen Chang'an looked at it, he felt an uncontrollable fear. "Shaoan, what are you saying? The position of young master is yours, and it will always be yours. No one else is qualified to take it." The Chen family had 9 grandfathers, grandfather 1, grandfather 2, all the way to grandfather 9. 6 men and 3 women, each possessing earth-shattering power and unmatched strength. "That's right. You've lost your cultivation, but you can train again. I refuse to believe that with the full strength of the Chen family, we can't help you regain your former power." Grandfather 9, the one who had brought Chen Chang'an back, spoke boldly. "Yes. The honor and resources that Chang'an has earned for our Chen family are unmatched by anyone in his generation. That is undeniable." Grandfather 6, ranked 6th among the elders, also spoke with a smile. He was an elegant middle-aged man, yet his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, capable of seeing through all things. At times, a mysterious gleam in his gaze made everyone shudder uncontrollably. "Old 6 is right. I, old too, also agree. Grandfather too, who was gentle and refined, spoke up. He wore a scholar's robe, his long beard reaching his chest. His face was rosy, his gaze deep, as if it contained the very laws of the universe. His hair was neatly combed and secured with a wooden hairpin, while his robe was embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, each stitch exuding an aura of transcendence. Big brother Chang'an, don't belittle us. None of us are capable of replacing you. Even without your cultivation, you are still our young master. That's right. You will always be our young master, and we will follow you for life. Dozens of young disciples spoke one after another. Their words all carried the same meaning. None of them wished to covet the position of young master. Looking at the unity of those gathered in the grand hall, Chen Chang'an was deeply moved. Just as he was about to speak, an elderly man interrupted him. Shaoan, there's no need to bring up the young master position again. Instead, tell us, where have you been this past year? Chen Chang'an looked at the white-haired elder, whose body carried the scent of medicinal herbs and whose face was kind. With respect, he bowed and said, yes, Grandfather 5. Then, sweeping his gaze over the eager faces of everyone present, Chen Chang'an took a deep breath and said, I entered the abyss of buried demons. The abyss of buried demons. As expected. The moment these 3 words were spoken, the hall fell into silence. The expressions on everyone's faces showed no surprise, yet there was still shock in their eyes. The abyss of buried demons contains tens of millions of ancient bronze coffins, countless decayed sarcophagi. It is shrouded in black mist, filled with boundless demonic energy, a land of absolute death. Shaoan, how did you enter? How did you come out? The head of the family, Chen Xiantong, was shocked, his heart suddenly tightened. Master, I don't know who put me in there. When I woke up, I found myself lying inside a coffin, and then... Chen Chang'an's eyes were complex. I never thought that when I came out, it would already be a year later. Everyone was stunned, exchanging confused glances. All of them found it bizarre. A coffin in the abyss of the devil's burial, to stay there for a year and not die? This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 4, The Coffin of the God's Burial. Damn! Chen Xiantong tightly clenched his fists, a surge of fury erupting in his eyes. Investigate, we must find out who the thief was who threw Chang'an into the abyss of the devil's burial. My Chen family will never let him go, we will crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Yes. In the great hall, everyone united in their hatred, a killing intent filling the air. All right, the young master has returned after a long time, he should rest well. At this moment, a woman with a stunning appearance spoke gently. Her face had an ethereal, otherworldly beauty, her hair flowing like a waterfall, her eyes often shimmering with waves of light. But now, even in her eyes, there was an icy cold glint. Yes, third master is right. Let the young master return to his room to rest. Several clan elders quickly nodded, their faces full of concern. Thus, under the concerned gazes of everyone, Chen Chang'an returned to his room and locked the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed and pulled up the sleeve of his right arm. On it was a red Dian character. Burial. God. Coffin. Chen Chang'an softly spoke, pronouncing these 3 words. As his words fell, an ancient bronze coffin with a bloodthirsty aura, as if from ancient times, floated in front of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an stared at the ancient coffin, lost in deep thought. A year ago, he was attacked, his bloodline was stolen, and then he was thrown into the abyss of the devil's burial. Inside the abyss of the devil's burial, there were countless decaying coffins or bronze coffins. But he survived, and when he awoke, he found countless evil spirits and strange skeletons. He fought against those evil spirits and skeletons for several days and nights, eventually exhausted, taking refuge in a bronze coffin. Unexpectedly. Inside the coffin was an endless starry sky. He spent a century inside, but when he came out, only a year had passed outside. Moreover, his body was smelted and reforged inside, so naturally, his cultivation was lost. Now, he had to start cultivating again. This place is called the Saint Martial Continent, and cultivation is divided into Huanwu Realm, Xuanwu Realm, Diwu Realm, Tianwu Realm, Tianhuang Realm, Shenghuang Realm, Shengjun Realm, Xingzuan Realm, Xingdi Realm, and Xin Realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, then glanced at several spatial rings nearby. Inside them were most of the Chen family's resources. They had sent them to help Chen Chang'an cultivate and restore his strength as quickly as possible. There was also one, which Chen Chang'an had obtained from Gu Qingcheng. This spatial ring was pitch black, exuding an ancient charm, and the space inside was vast enough to hold living beings. However, some living beings couldn't stay inside for long and died. But this was the only item left to him by his mother. At this moment, it contained hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which he had previously given to Gu Qingcheng. However, there was a barrier inside, and it could only open automatically at intervals. A year had passed, and there were still quite a few left inside. Chen Chang'an had spent a century inside the coffin of the god's burial, and had been lonely for a century. His temperament had already been tempered to be clear and resolute. Looking back a century ago, he thought his actions were incredibly childish. Moreover, during this time, he had slowly seen through the true nature of Gu Qingcheng. After coming out, he heard that the Chen family had spent most of its wealth searching for him. So he decided to ask Gu Qingcheng for the spirit stones to compensate the family. Unexpectedly, the first thing Gu Qingcheng said was to break off the engagement. This made him even more certain of that woman's true nature. "Coffin master, I hope you won't deceive me." Chen Chang'an spokely. In these 100 years, this coffin master will dissolve your flesh, weaken your cultivation. Then, using chaotic energy, I will condense your flesh. Primordial energy will become your essence and true spirit. Blood of ancient evil gods will be forged into your bloodline. An eternal, endless black hole will become your dantian. Billions of stars will become your veins and bones. All of this is to help you forge a body of a creator god. Don't be unsatisfied, kid. As Coffin Master spoke, the coffin lid slowly opened, revealing a scene inside that resembled the cosmic starry sky. Chen Chang'an remained silent. He did not understand what the spirit of the coffin was saying, but now he had no choice but to believe. After all, the Chen family had treated him this way, he did not want to disappoint them. So, he poured hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and all the resources given by the Chen family into the coffin. God burial coffin, devouring the 4 seas, stabilizing the 8 wastelands, forming a cosmic river inside, able to melt living beings, burn ancient times, and refine the heavens. From the coffin, the spirit's voice thundered, shaking countless beings. This made Chen Chang'an's heart tremble wildly. Such an arrogant declaration. Buzz. At this moment, a rumble came from inside the coffin, and powerful waves of energy radiated out, causing Chen Chang'an's expression to change slightly. Quickly, all the resources that Chen Chang'an had placed inside the god burial coffin, whether pills, weapons, or magical treasures, were rapidly melted. Then, they transformed into the most original elemental energy, forming wisps of white smoke that floated out, entering Chen Chang'an's mouth, being devoured, and sinking into his dantian, nourishing his whole body. Buzz. Chen Chang'an's aura skyrocketed. From mortal body to martial path. Yellow martial realm level 1. Yellow martial realm level 2. Yellow martial realm level 3. Yellow martial realm level 10. Xian martial realm level 1. Xian martial realm level 10. When reaching Xian martial realm level 10, Chen Chang'an's advancement stopped. He opened his eyes, chaotic energy flashed, bringing forth a terrifying light. He had risen by 20 small levels. This is too unbelievable. Chen Chang'an exclaimed in shock. 100 years in the god burial coffin had already tempered his strong will, but he was also deeply moved at this moment. TSK just Xian martial realm and you're this happy, what an inexperienced kid. A mocking old voice came from inside the god burial coffin. Kid, if you want to level up quickly, you can kill more people. Put their corpses inside to refine. Or toss in more heavenly materials and earthly treasures, anything with spirit will do. I'll refine them for you, and their energy will be converted for you, allowing you to grow rapidly. The voice of the god burial coffin made Chen Chang'an's heart leap with joy, then he turned puzzled. Coffin master, why did you choose me? What do you want from me? Chen Chang'an asked in confusion. TSK among tens of millions of coffins, you can lie in my embrace, perhaps, this is destiny. Or you could say, you are the chosen one. Listening to Coffin Master's voice, Chen Chang'an fell silent. Then he thought no more. Currently, he was still too weak. Perhaps only after reaching a certain level could he uncover more secrets of this world. In this 100 years, the god burial coffin had described a vast world to him, broadening his horizons immensely. So next, Chen Chang'an sat cross-legged, beginning to consolidate his cultivation. Meanwhile, as Chen Chang'an returned to his room to cultivate, in the core chamber of the Chen family, 9 clan elders and the family head, Chen Xianton, gathered together. Everyone stared at each other, but all felt relieved in their hearts. Old 10th, after going through such a great reincarnation technique, it seems that everything has perfectly succeeded, and that thing seems to have completed the task we hidden in our minds and the plan to shape the body of the Creator God. The second elder spokely, revealing a meaningful smile. If there were outsiders present, they would be shocked to discover that the second young master of the Chen family, the head of the family, was actually called Old 10th. Yet Chen Xianton didn't mind at all. With a smile, he said, the guy above the starry sky sent us a message, saying that this is the fate of Chang'an, and also his own destiny. He told us to wait slowly, or else we will all go mad this year. But I don't have that much patience. Everyone nodded slightly, with a hint of satisfaction. But soon, the space twisted and blurred, as if someone was intervening, causing the gazes of the clan elders to turn into confusion once again. It seemed as if some memories had been sealed away, and from the overwhelming pressure, they once again became the role of the Chen family elders. Chen Shenton looked at everyone again, sneering. It seems we have been too low-key, which made someone look down on our Chen family. From today on, anyone who dares to strike against us or bully the younger generation, or challenge our family's young master, will be killed without mercy. No matter who they are. Yes. The 9 elders nodded slightly, their aura rising, causing the space to distort. This was not the so-called king realm that others knew, but... By the way, master, the young master is going to the Gu family in 3 days to break off the engagement. But according to the news we received, Jun Wujian is at the Gu family. How should we approach that guy? At this moment, 9th master spoke, a mocking smile on his lips. What attitude can we have? The young master says what to do, then we do it. Anyone who is dissatisfied, we will beat them until they submit. Chen Xiantong said coldly. Understood. Everyone nodded. At this moment, 9th master stepped forward, then let me and 8th master go along, and we'll meet those 2 old guys from the Taizong sword domain. Sure. 8th master stepped forward and nodded slightly. He was an elegant middle-aged man. He carried a sword wrapped in cloth, his whole demeanor steady and heavy. But as he spoke, his eyes were filled with a sharp sword light. Master, I didn't expect the young master to come back after a year, and be so mature. He knows our family is in difficulty, so he went directly to reclaim the resources he gave to Gu Qingcheng, something I never expected. At this moment, 2nd master spoke with a gratified expression. Not bad. Chen Xiantong nodded in approval, but we still need to make it seem a little more difficult, so he understands that challenges can help him grow stronger, and we can't let him become a spoiled young master. All the clan elders exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. At the same time, at the Gu family. Everyone at the Gu family was desperately trying to please a young man, and that was Jun Wujian. In the hall, Jun Wujian sat at the head of the table, his gaze full of arrogance, looking down on everything. Listening to Gu Qingcheng's cries, he spoke disdainfully. Qingcheng, don't worry, if that Chen Chang'an dares to come in 3 days, I will make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Hearing Jun Wujian's words, everyone in the hall immediately let out a sigh of relief. The head of the Gu family, Gu Qingshan, flattered with a smile. Qingcheng, why aren't you quickly thanking young Master Jun? Without him, we might have been bullied by the Chen family. Okay, father. Gu Qingcheng smiled gracefully, and bowed to Jun Wujian. Thank you, young Master Jun, for your great kindness. I will never forget it. Qingcheng, you are too polite. Your matter is my matter. Jun Wujian narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, gently taking Gu Qingcheng's jade hand and saying softly. That's right, Qingcheng, do you not understand young Master Jun's feelings? You can't disappoint his good intentions. Beside them, Lu Sisi chimed in with a face full of ambiguous expression. As her words fell, Gu Qingcheng lowered her head shyly. This made Jun Wujian feel an itch in his heart, wanting to kiss her, but there were too many people around. Cough. Sisi is right. Seeing the intimate atmosphere between the two, Gu Qingshan was overjoyed. If young Master Jun truly has feelings for my Qingcheng, once she breaks off the engagement with that Chen family boy, I will personally give her to young Master Jun. Upon hearing this, everyone around them beamed with smiles. Gu Qingcheng lowered her head even further. Oh dear, Dad, why are you suddenly saying these things? After saying that, she shyly pulled Lu Sisi and ran away. As they left, Lu Sisi's gaze intertwined meaningfully with Jun Xiao's gaze in the air. Watching Gu Qingcheng shyly leave, everyone burst into laughter. But Jun Wujian smiled on the outside while feeling cold inside, snorting, still thinking of marrying into my Jun family? Fool's dream. But well, having some fun is fine, after all, it looks like her original Ian is still there. Chen Shan'an, you are so good to her, not even taking a drop of blood, truly ridiculous. Thinking this in his heart, but what Jun Wujian actually said was another thing. To marry Miss Qingcheng is my greatest honor in life. But I still need to cultivate feelings with Miss Qingcheng first, don't want to startle the beauty. That's right, young people like some little tricks, this old man understands. Gu Qingshan laughed, feeling very pleased. Back then, with the Chen family supporting their Gu family, it allowed them to establish themselves quickly in the great Zhou royal city. Now, being able to find an even bigger thigh to grab onto, he feels grateful, he has given birth to a good daughter. Then I will go find Qingcheng first. Jun Wujian smiled. Young Master Jun, please feel free. Gu Qingshan said with a big smile, flattering him. Then Jun Wujian brought a follower and 2 elderly men, walking out of the Gu family hall, heading toward the back courtyard. Young master, do you really want to marry this Gu Qingcheng? I'm afraid the old master won't agree. Along the way, one of the elderly men beside him whispered, moreover, this Gu Qingcheng seems to keep hinting to you to send her various spiritual treasures. Young master, this woman is quite scheming. Of course, I'm not marrying her, just sleeping with her first. Jun Wujian said dismissively, his eyes slightly slanted. As for sending her spiritual treasures, I won't give her anything.
While walking, Jun Wujian casually said, "Money is for women to see, not for women to spend, got it? Young master is wise."
The elderly man behind him was stunned for a moment and slowly nodded. But, this Gu Qingcheng is quite interesting, shy and hesitant, wanting to refuse yet welcoming, wanting to capture, and then let go.
She wants to gain my offerings, wanting to keep me hanging? Don't even think about it. If I don't get a bite, she shouldn't expect to gain any benefits.
Jun Wujian said disdainfully. He has been in the Holy Land seducing countless women. As long as Gu Qingcheng makes a move, he'll know what position she wants.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
In these 3 days, the news of Chen Shannon's return spread to every corner of the royal city, causing a huge stir. After all, he was once the most brilliant genius, but now his cultivation was completely lost, inevitably making countless people feel many thoughts. Today, everyone's gaze was on the Gu family.
Chapter 6, The Evil Blood God Technique. Chen Mansion. At Chen Chahan's residence. Strange, I can't sense that kid Channon's aura at all. Could it be that he's not in his room? Impossible, Channon hasn't shown up in these 3 days, and he even instructed us not to disturb him. Outside Chen Channon's room, the 8th master with the sword on his back and the 9th master holding a big knife spoke in confusion. Their eyes held deep astonishment. With their strength, they couldn't detect Chen Channon's aura, which was indeed puzzling.
Meanwhile, deep in the starry sky, amidst infinite chaos, a colorful bridge spanned millions of miles of starry sky. In the depths of the bridge floated an ancient oval mirror, radiating immense divine power, as if suppressing everything in heaven and earth. Inside the mirror, a shadow sensed everything in the Chen family, emitting a cold snort of voice. The ancient gods of the eternal life divine mansion are so playful, just a mere clone, yet still want to seal their own memories, playing some little family games here, TSK, truly boring.
The voice of the intelligence from within the mirror. No one had heard.
At the same time, in the Chen family's house in Chang'an City of the Great Zhou Kingdom, after Chen Chang'an entered the god-burying coffin, it seemed as though he had completely vanished from this world. At this moment, he found himself in a vast and boundless cosmic starry sky. Sitting cross-legged, his breath steadily rose, and within him, there was also a violent energy, as if it were contained inside his body, making him exude a terrifying aura, like an ancient ferocious beast.
Who?
After an unknown amount of time, Chen Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air.
Evil demon, bloodline.
He murmured, his eyes full of excitement.
This was the bloodline left to him by the god-burying coffin.
In addition to that, there was also a cultivation method and sword techniques.
Evil demon blood god art. And the god-burying sword technique.
Kid, now that you have received the inheritance of the evil demon god, his bloodline, his cultivation method, and his sword techniques. In these 3 years, you have successfully cultivated the first 3 moves as I expected.
Not bad, not bad.
In the vast starry sky, the comforting voice of Coffin Lord echoed.
Thank you, Coffin Lord.
Chen Chang'an stood up, his expression respectful, and he bowed to the empty space. At this moment, he was inside the god-burying coffin. Outside, only 3 days had passed, but here, 3 years had already gone by. In these 3 years, not only had he received the inheritance from Coffin Lord, but he had also mastered the Chen family's cultivation methods, gaining immense benefits.
Coffin Lord had no physical form, nor any shape, only a light laugh that responded, seeming both near and far. To open the time thousandfold realm, the wheel of time is needed.
This time, the energy from the past wheel of time has been fully consumed. From now on, you will need to find the wheel of time to continue opening the time thousandfold realm for cultivation.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an showed signs of disappointment.
After all, he had been cultivating here for 3 years, while only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Soon, he realized something was off.
Coffin Lord, if I cultivate here for 100 years, wouldn't only 100 days have passed outside? Why was it a year last time? The wheel of time has different purity levels of the time god's authority.
The time discrepancy between the inner and outer worlds varies depending on the purity of the wheel of time used, Coffin Lord explained.
Chen Chang'an fell silent, feeling a bit regretful.
If he could cultivate here for another 100 years, then when he went outside, only a year would have passed.
Wouldn't he have become even stronger?
But unfortunately, during the previous 100 years, Coffin Lord had been reconstructing his body. The recent 3 years had helped him restore his cultivation and inheritance. But soon, he became invigorated again. He firmly engraved the words Wheel of Time into his heart. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an's breath became hurried again, and he quickly bowed respectfully, Coffin Lord, I will remember.
Then go outside.
At this moment, the space distorted, and a vortex appeared. Chen Chang'an stepped out, and when the scene in front of him cleared, he was already in his own room.
Evil demon. God? This name was unfamiliar to Chen Chang'an.
But he knew that it might refer to a powerful existence from a higher realm.
Coffin Lord had not fully explained these matters to him. Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Chang'an felt an overwhelming explosive power. He had reached the heavenly martial realm, level 5. Inside the god-burying coffin, he had not only broken through to the heavenly martial realm, but he had also recovered to the state he was in a year ago. And now, the difference between him and a year ago was like heaven and earth. The person who dug out my bloodline and threw me into the abyss of the demon burial. Once I find out who you are, I will slowly drain your blood. Chen Chang'an said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Who? Taking a deep breath, Chen Chang'an adjusted his emotions, sensing two people outside the door. He immediately got up and walked out. Opening the door, he saw 8th Master and 9th Master. Chen Chang'an bowed respectfully. Greetings, 8th Master, 9th Master. 8th Master and 9th Master were both stunned. Chang'an, you've restored your cultivation. The two exclaimed in shock. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly, it's all thanks to the resources from the family. The boy will definitely not disappoint the family's cultivation. Ha ha ha, good. Good. Wonderful. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Chen family. 9th Master laughed heartily. 8th Master also wore a satisfied expression, nodding repeatedly at Chen Chang'an. 8th Master, 9th Master, let's go to the Gu family now. Chen Chang'an said. Now the Chen family is in financial crisis, it's better to retrieve those millions of spirit stones. All right. 8th Master and 9th Master nodded with emotion, following behind Chen Chang'an. At this moment, a voice from Coffin Master echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind, TSK, your Chen family is not simple. Oh? How is it not simple? Chen Chang'an curiously replied. He secretly glanced at the excited 9th Master and the gentle 8th Master. I opened the time thousandfold realm for you twice, losing the sense of spirit perception. But, if I'm not mistaken, your 9 clan elders in the Chen family are definitely not in the heavenly monarch realm as you said. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. Could it be they have entered the Saint realm? Entering the Saint realm means Saint Emperor, Saint Sovereign, and Saint Venerable, these 3 realms. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an's heart raced. Could it be, his family background is very powerful? This lord doesn't know either. This world is strange, as if something is suppressing. You figure it out yourself. Chen Chang'an sensed them with his spirit perception, but the feeling he got was still the aura of the heavenly monarch realm. Then he didn't think much about it, these clan elders are powerful, which is a good thing for him. It also decided his attitude towards the Gu family, whether to be strong or even more domineering. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the Gu family. Young master of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, visiting. Chen Chang'an looked at the few guards in front of the door and spoke coldly. The guards showed scoffing looks. Oh, it turns out to be the young master of the Chen family who has become waste. Please wait, I will go in and report. That's right. Our master is receiving important guests, and when he is free, he will naturally meet you. The gate guards spoke lazily, particularly emphasizing the words important guests. Chen Chang'an had always been polite and courteous when visiting the Gu family, as he wanted to pursue their young lady. Moreover, their young lady is about to climb the social ladder, and these guards have become arrogant as well. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered in disdain, narrowing his eyes, then lifted a leg and fiercely kicked the guard in front of him in the chest. Boom! The dull sound, like thunder, exploded violently, the guard's chest lit up with blood, and he was sent flying, crashing through the Gu family door. When that guard fell heavily to the ground, he was like a dead dog, unconscious and unresponsive. You dare to make a move. The other guards trembled violently, speaking in shock. Chen Chang'an raised his leg and walked inside. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. A mere dog thinks it can bark wildly in front of me. The guards no longer dared to block, their eyes full of fear, retreating with hunched bodies. 8th Master and 9th Master exchanged glances, grinned, and then leisurely followed along. When Chen Chang'an burst into the Gu family's premises, the noise quickly reached the Gu family hall and into Gu Qingshan's ears. Gu Qingshan's face instantly darkened. Humph, this kid is lawless. Today I must teach him a good lesson on behalf of the Chen family. Ha! Truly laughable. Let's see who has the right to educate me on behalf of the Chen family. As Gu Qingshan's words fell, a scornful cold laugh echoed from outside the door. Dressed in white attire, with a graceful demeanor and looking as handsome as a god, Chen Chang'an strode in, and Gu Qingshan's face turned fierce as he yelled. Chen Chang'an, kneel down for me. Otherwise, Chen Xiantong can't teach you, let me teach you instead. Gu Qingshan coldly spoke. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an sneered, just you? You're not even qualified to make this young master kneel. Besides, you're just a second-rate family head. You think you can replace the first-rate Chen family head to teach people? Who gave you the nerve? Gu Qingshan was stunned, staring blankly at the handsome young man in front of him. He had been respectful and elegant towards him back then. But now it seemed, there was a bit more coldness in the air. Moreover, a dog wants to stop me. If I don't slap him dead, that's my mercy.
Chen Chang'an spoke disdainfully, too lazy to look at Gu Qingshan, then took out the marriage certificate from his arms.
Enough talk, I'm here to annul the marriage. Chen Chang'an said, holding a marriage certificate, slowly tearing it apart.
Then he scattered it in the air, the fragments drifting and falling, filling the great hall.
You insolent! Gu Qingshan suddenly shouted in anger, you're too rude. Didn't your elders teach you the word etiquette?
As he spoke, a king realm pressure covered Chen Chang'an's body, as if trying to suppress him to kneel. But unexpectedly, Chen Chang'an's body remained straight, his expression relaxed.
Etiquette? I've already been polite enough. Gu family head, don't make things awkward for both sides.
The marriage certificate is already torn, now return the 3 million spiritual stones I gave you back then.
Chen Chang'an's lips curled slightly as he spoke calmly.
Gu Changqing's face turned darker. He wanted to intimidate Chen Chang'an, so even if the marriage was annulled, the gifts and spiritual stones wouldn't have to be returned. But now, this arrogant Chen Chang'an, he couldn't suppress him. He couldn't help but glance at the calm, seemingly watching the show, Jun Wujian beside him. Clap. Clap. Jun Wujian gently clapped his hands and slowly stood up. Wonderful, truly wonderful. TSK, this tiny Dezhou kingdom, this so-called first-rate family, so domineering, it really opened my eyes. Jun Wujian slowly walked to Chen Chang'an's front, squinting his eyes, his face full of disdain as he said, a frog in a well, it's fine to bully people in this Dezhou kingdom, but if you were in the Holy Land, you wouldn't even know how to die. The people of the Gu family, upon hearing Jun Wujian speak, all sighed in relief, then looked at Chen Chang'an with mocking expressions. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi both had their eyes glowing, looking at Jun Wujian's figure as if they were admiring a male god. This made Jun Wujian even more pleased, snapping open the folding fan in his hand with a loud crack, gracefully waving it. Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at the person in front of him, sneering, TSK, who is so heartless, can't even tighten their pants, and let something like you fall out? The words made everyone in the hall gasp. Some people couldn't help but glance at Jun Wujian, who was wearing yellow, and indeed, he looked a little like a pile of poop. In an instant, countless people held back, forcing their faces to turn red. How dare you? At this moment, Lu Sisi raised her head and spoke, Chen Chang'an, do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land, and also the son of the Holy Lord. How dare you speak like that, are you tired of living? Jun Wujian always wore a smile. When Lu Sisi's words came out, the smile on his lips turned even more contemptuous and playful. He, the son of the Holy Lord, I'm sure you know what status the Holy Lord represents. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Chen Chang'an, as if looking at an ant. What? Are you scared now? The words you said earlier offended me. Do you want to wait for death obediently? Or wag your tail and beg, hoping I'll spare your worthless life? Ha! Chen Chang'an chuckled lightly, the son of the Holy Lord, a transcendent being in the entire Central Zhou, even in the entire human race. And yet you're here in this small border country, supporting a petty family. TSK, it seems your status in the Holy Land is rather low. Chen Chang'an's words made Jun Wujian's warm face freeze in an instant. If you really come from a noble background, the son of the high-ranking Saint King, he would never deign to come here to show off his power, to display his proud attitude. I'm afraid that in the Holy Land, you're nothing but a useless person who isn't even worthy of his own parents' attention. That's why you've come here, to bask in the admiration of countless people, to show your pathetic self-esteem, isn't it? Chen Chang'an's words, each one piercing to the heart. Jun Wujian's face slowly turned a dark shade of iron blue. Because Chen Chang'an's words had struck directly at his most painful spot. Facing Jun Wujian's dark expression, Chen Chang'an raised his finger and gently shook it, sneering, even though I'm just a frog in a well, at least I'm better than you, a despised piece of trash. Even the son of the Saint King is no exception, you're still the filthiest, most disgusting trash. Your parents don't love you, your brothers and sisters are ashamed of you. You came to the Great Zhou Kingdom, but I'm sure they'd rather you die here, wouldn't they? Chen Chang'an's words were like knives, making the entire hall fall silent. Everyone leaned back, dumbfounded. The 8th and 9th lords at the door also looked shocked. Old 8, what happened to this kid, Longan? Why has he become so good at talking? TSK, looks like he's going to clash with the Holy Land family. The son of the Saint King? Interesting. The 8th and 9th lords whispered, grinning, with no fear whatsoever. In the hall, Jun Wujian's reaction exceeded Chen Chang'an's expectations. His face turned pig liver color at a visible rate. He slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers clutching wildly, his pupils filled with malice and twisted light. He. Jun Wujian let out a strange laugh, unsure of what method to use to torture and kill Chen Chang'an to vent his anger. Very well. A mere border country, a place where even the Saint King realm is the peak of power. And someone dares to provoke the might of me, Jun Wujian.
I will make you and your Qin family experience a nightmare that could destroy your entire clan. Just you, a mere heavenly martial realm weakling, daring to jump around here? Chen Chang'an responded without hesitation, pointing at the two old men. Or do you plan to rely on those two old wastes in the heavenly king realm? Chen Chang'an's words undoubtedly ignited the fury in Jun Wujian's heart. His gaze turned venomous, his teeth clenched tightly. Good, very good, I will tear you apart piece by piece, your flesh and bones will be shredded. In a fit of rage, Jun Wujian shot out, his 5 fingers directly reaching for Chen Chang'an's head. The people of the Gu family immediately gasped in astonishment. Everyone looked at Chen Chang'an with pity. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi simultaneously spat in disdain. Truly asking for death. Chapter 8, Hidden Talent. Looking at the murderous Jun Wujian, Chen Chang'an suddenly reached out to grab the hand he was launching at him. The pressure released far exceeded the scope of the heavenly martial realm, instantly causing the proud Jun Wujian to suffocate, his pupils about to burst. Bang! The two hands crashed together with a terrifying force. A chilling scream and the sound of shattered bones exploded. In that moment, Jun Wujian saw the most unbelievable scene. His entire palm instantly shattered, and at the same time, his whole arm cracked inch by inch. In the next moment, countless shattered bones flew everywhere. Before Jun Wujian could even scream, in the next instant, a cold hand broke through his chest bones, stabbing straight into his heart, brutally gripping his heart in a 5-fingered grasp. Stop! Wah! A deafening roar rang out, and 2 figures shot toward Chen Chang'an, their momentum terrifying. Boom! But at that moment, 2 people appeared beside Chen Chang'an. These 2 punched the 2 old men Jun Wujian had brought, sending them flying. The entire hall trembled violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. You have some nerve. Let go of our young master. The 2 old men in grey robes, with short hair and long beards, glared fiercely at the 8th and 9th lords beside Chen Chang'an, their faces filled with shock. Although they were just external elders of the family, but they are all at the peak of the king realm, level 10. How could they be blown away with a single strike? How is this possible? Who are these 2? You. Ugh. Chen Chang'an's grip on Jun Wujian's heart caused pain and fear to overflow from his mouth, his eyes filled with bloodshot madness, as if trapped in a nightmare. Just a moment ago, the other party was a humble border boy in his eyes, like a grasshopper, nothing but roadside trash. He thought he could crush him, just like that. But in the blink of an eye, his life was completely grasped in the other's hands. He knew that if Chen Chang'an crushed his heart, he would undoubtedly die. Let him go. Do you intend to go to war with the Jun family? The 2 gray-haired elders' faces turned extremely ugly, each word carrying terrifying king-level pressure. The members of the Gu family turned pale, countless elders collapsed on the ground. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi felt as if they were in a dream. How could he be this strong? He easily defeated Jun Wujian? This Chen Chang'an has gone mad, he even dares to offend the young master of the Jun family. It's over, it's over. The Chen family is definitely doomed. These 2 felt waves of turmoil in their hearts, their eyes filled with horror. Let him go? Or else go to war with your Jun family? Ha ha ha. The might of the Jun family did not scare Chen Chang'an at all, he laughed coldly, but just now, he wanted to kill me. Can I only let him kill me, but not kill him? As Chen Chang'an spoke, he looked at the old man Ji beside him. Old man Ji, if I kill him, can my Chen family withstand it? Old man Ji paused, but before he could answer, old man Ba spoke lightly, go ahead and kill him. Those 2 short words, infused with endless killing intent, made the atmosphere in the room chilling cold. It felt as if old man Ba was telling Chen Chang'an to kill not a lofty young master of the Jun family, but merely an insignificant bug. Everyone from the Gu family felt as though they were in a dream. Chen Chang'an has gone mad. Could it be that the family elders of the Chun family have also gone mad? Chen Chang'an's heart moved. Indeed. The Chun family was not as simple as he had thought on the surface. Elder 12, save me, save me. Jun Wujian trembled as he called out. With his heart tightly gripped, he didn't dare to move, but his whole body trembled like a leaf. Who are you? The 2 gray-robed elders stared at old man Ba and old man Ji intently. The suffocating pressure they exuded was simply not comparable to that of the king realm. Could it be, they are at the Holy Emperor realm? Thinking of this, the 2 took a sharp breath. This is a border country in the east of the human race, how could there randomly be a Holy Emperor? We are the clan elders of the Chen family. Old man Ba said indifferently. The 2 gray-haired elders frowned deeply. I don't care who you are. You know he is from the Jun family in the central state, the son of the holy monarch. You should understand how foolish it is to kill him. The gray-robed elder spoke coldly. Another one continued, let him go, or else. But as soon as his words fell, a cracked sound echoed in the room. Chen Chang'an exerted force, not knowing which part of Jun Wujian he had crushed. Ah!
Jun Wujian let out a dying quack like a duck.
You! The two gray-haired elders stepped forward, their eyes widening in fury.
But fearing Old Man Ba and Old Man Ji, they did not dare to act recklessly.
Or else what? Kill me? Chen Chang'an said nonchalantly. Kid, if you dare to kill him, the Chen family will be wiped out. Don't say we didn't warn you.
This time, as soon as the gray-haired elder finished speaking, Chen Chang'an had already crushed Jun Wujian's heart.
Bang! The fall to the ground. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes and said meaningfully, Ninth Master, you are quite hidden, huh? Ha, I'm just a bit stronger than them, just a little bit. The Ninth Master laughed loudly, awkwardly trying to cover up his embarrassment. I don't believe you at all.
Chen Chang'an muttered in his heart. His gaze then turned to Jun Wujian. The other party had already set his mind to kill him, which is why he had struck back. Otherwise, no matter what, it would have been troublesome. Better to kill him once and for all. At this moment, the sharp smell of blood spread throughout the entire hall.
It caused everyone in the Gu family to be terrified, huddling their bodies. Chen Chang'an's gaze fell on Gu Qingshan, whose face was as pale as the color of dirt.
He said lightly, I have already called off the engagement with Gu Qingcheng.
Is the thing I asked for ready? This.
Gu Qingshan was shaking in fear, then shouted loudly to a few elders, quick, return the resources young Master Chen gave back.
Yes. The other elders hurriedly left, trembling, wishing they had more legs.
Soon, a series of space rings were delivered. After Chen Chang'an accepted them, he didn't even look at Gu Qingcheng, whose face was as pale as a ghost, nearly losing control of herself in fear.
He turned and began to collect the bodies of Jun Wujian and the two gray-robed elders.
This strange action caused both the 8th and 9th Masters to be shocked.
Young Master, what do you need these bodies for? The 9th Master asked curiously.
I have my own use for them, Chen Chang'an smiled.
Could it be that young Master wants to destroy the corpses and erase all traces? There's no need for that.
With our connections and strength, we are not afraid of the Jun family. The 8th Master spoke indifferently.
Chen Chang'an was stunned. He looked at the 8th Master, hesitating. 8th Master, we won't also be from a saint family, or an imperial family, right? The 8th Master was taken aback.
A saint family means that at least a saint king level expert is in the family. An imperial family means that the family has a saint emperor level expert.
How could that be? You've grown up in the great Zhou King city. If we were a saint family or imperial family, with your intelligence, would you not have noticed?
The 9th Master said with a hearty laugh, his face full of sincerity. This made Chen Chang'an squint his eyes, and the doubt in his heart deepened. As the three of them left, the remaining Gu family, once silent, suddenly descended into chaos.
Chapter 9, The Turmoil in Chang'an City.
It's over, father, they killed someone from the Jun family.
What should we do? Will the Jun family blame us? Gu Qingqing's face was full of panic.
Lu Sisi was even more at a loss.
Jun Wujian, he's dead?
The two elders who came with him are dead too.
Slap.
At that moment, Gu Qingshan slapped Gu Qingcheng hard across the face. It's all your fault. If you hadn't tried to cling to Jun Wujian, none of this would have happened.
That Chen Chang'an's cultivation has likely recovered, and his family elders are not simple either.
Not only have we offended the Chen family, but now we've offended the Jun family.
All of this is because of you, you foolish woman. Gu Qingcheng was stunned by the slap, and immediately began crying with grievance, pointing at Gu Qingshan angrily. Wasn't I just trying to help the Gu family grow? If I hadn't been holding on to the resources that Chen Chang'an gave to support the Gu family, would you have this day? Could you have reached the heavenly king realm? And now you hit me. Woo.
Looking at Gu Qingqing's cries, Gu Qingshan suddenly regretted it. He stared blankly at his own hand. He had just slapped his daughter, the daughter he had always been proud of.
Enough.
At this moment, an old woman, leaning on a cane, slowly entered the hall.
Ancestor.
Gu Qingshan, Gu Qingqing, and the others immediately spoke respectfully, their expressions filled with excitement.
The visitor was none other than the Gu family's ancestor, Gu Changhong. I know everything about the situation.
Gu Changhong slowly walked to the main seat, her gaze falling on the bloodstains in the hall, her expression serious.
Ancestor, what should we do? Gu Qingshan asked respectfully, not having a clue himself. Ancestor, father slapped me.
Gu Qingcheng walked to Gu Changhong's side, holding her arm, sniffing, her eyes red as she spoke.
How could we blame Qingqing for this?
Gu Changhong glared at Gu Qingshan, gently patting Gu Qingqing's hand, and said softly, since we have offended the Chen family, then, let's hold tightly to the Jun family's leg.
Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Ancestor, are you saying? Gu Qingshan's eyes were uncertain. Exactly.
We announced to the outside world that Jun Wujian has already made a marriage contract with our Qinsheng, and they are even a couple.
Ah! Everyone was taken aback. Gu Qinsheng's face instantly turned red. Ancestor, what are you saying? I am still a virgin,
Gu Changhong gently patted her hand, kindly saying, I know, this is just a tactic. As she spoke, her gaze flashed with a cold light, then looked at Gu Qingshan and everyone in the hall, coldly stating, you all must listen to me. We will say to the outside that Qinsheng and Jun Wujian are a couple and have a marriage contract. However, Chen Chang'an holds a grudge and has fought with Jun Wujian. We will use the 8th and 9th masters of the Chun family to kill him, and even destroy the corpse. In the hall, everyone was stunned, each one gasping for air.
Bang!
Gu Changhong fiercely struck the floor with her cane, as if striking at everyone's hearts. Did you hear that clearly? We heard clearly. Everyone in the hall responded in unison. Everyone felt that the ancestors' plan was good. Not only did it attach them to the Jun family, but it also isolated the Chen family. After all, who would dare to befriend the Chun family after offending the Jun family? Moreover, Chen Chang'an might even get labeled as petty, narrow-minded, and unaware of the gravity. Qingshan, you are responsible for contacting the Jun family. Tell them that Jun Wujian has been killed by the Chen family. Moreover, even if Jun Wujian is dead, then Qinsheng is still their daughter-in-law. Request them to send someone to handle this. Gu Changhong said calmly, her gaze deep. Yes. Gu Qingshan replied, the ancestor is wise. At this moment, Gu Changhong's gaze fell upon Lu Sisi, Miss Sisi. Ah. Lu Sisi came back to her senses, her mind still in a daze. But soon, she realized something and immediately understood, Gu family ancestor, I know what to do. I, Lu Sisi, am willing to testify. Good. And let your mother help a bit, so that Chen Chang'an cannot stay in the Dezhou Academy.
At the very least, when the Jun family attacks the Chen family, the Dezhou royal family and the Dezhou Academy must remain uninvolved.
Gu Changhong spoke authoritatively.
Lu Sisi's eyes brightened, and she immediately said, Gu family ancestor, I understand now.
Alright, everyone can disperse. Gu Changhong waved her hand, if this matter is handled well, there is a chance for us to enter the sacred land. Hearing this, Gu Qingshan and others' eyes lit up. The ancestor is wise. Everyone respectfully bowed, filled with admiration, before going off to handle matters. Not long after, Chen Chang'an came to break off the engagement with the Gu family, and then the Gu family quickly established a marriage contract with Jun Wujian, which soon spread throughout Chang'an city. Especially as Chen Chang'an, filled with jealousy and hatred, fought with Jun Wujian, and the 8th and 9th masters intervened, resulting in the death of Jun Wujian. This news erupted like a stone breaking the sky, creating a huge wave. For a time, the entire Chang'an city was anxious, with discussions everywhere. After all, he was the young master from the sacred land, dead in Chang'an city like this, the Dezhou ruler would likely have a hard time explaining it. So various storms headed toward the Chun family, forming a shocking momentum.
Chen family. After Chen Chang'an returned, he went to the meeting hall.
Head of the family, these 3 million spirit stones were given to me by you, and I am now returning them to the family to resolve the urgent crisis.
Chen Chang'an handed a black spatial ring to Chen Xiantong. Chen Xiantong and the other clan elders looked at Chen Chang'an with gratified expressions.
You can keep them, I'm already very pleased that you have this intention. Our family still has money, and we don't need you to worry.
Chen Xiantong said happily.
Head of the family, over the past year, the family has spent a lot of manpower and resources looking for me.
Chen Chang'an was about to speak, but was interrupted by the elder.
Since Chang'an is such a filial child, then, head of the family, you should accept half. The elder looked at Chen Chang'an, her flawless face as cold as ice, like a goddess from the heavens, but when facing him, she showed a smile and said, Chang'an, no need to say any more sentimental words.
The remaining half is for you to cultivate, you don't have to refuse.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiantong didn't decline, took it, and then returned half of it to Chen Chang'an.
Chen Chang'an nodded and said no more.
He could tell that each of the elders looked at him with care, and this made a warm feeling surge within him. At this moment, Chen Xiantong smiled and said, Chang'an, we've heard from Lao Ba and Lao Jiu about the situation with the Gu family. It was my recklessness, please punish me, head of the family.
Chen Chang'an immediately bowed in apology. Ha, punish? What nonsense! Chen Xiantong laughed heartily. You did well. From now on, go ahead and do whatever you want.
If the younger generation or those a whole realm above you challenge or hunt you down, we won't help. But if the older generation wants to intervene, us old folks won't allow it. As for Jun Wujian, if you kill him, kill him. Don't fear the Jun family. A mere outer sect elder's son, likely not even favored.
Even if the Jun family dares to come, we'll let them experience the might of the Chen family's imperial bloodline.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart was deeply stirred.
Chapter 10, The Mighty Chen Family. Chen Chang'an had an odd expression, endless doubts surging in his heart. Head of the family, could I be the young master of some mysterious big family? Actually, you're not really my true uncle? And my real parents are still alive, and they're very powerful? I'm just being raised outside? Put. Chen Xiantong sneered, curling his lips. Impossible. You're my real nephew.
Chen Chang'an touched his nose, then curiously looked at the 9 elders.
Then, don't you all blame me for causing such a big mess? Why still want me to keep charging forward? Aren't you afraid that one day, I'll break through the sky? Ha ha ha, break through the sky? If you do, our Chen family will fix it. At this moment, the 9th elder laughed loudly and said, and our Chen family has always been united. We help family, not reason. That's right, if you're timid, how can you grow? The 8th elder smiled and said.
At this moment, the 1st elder's expression turned serious.
Lao Ba is right. You are clearly extraordinary, how could you refine yourself gently? The 2nd elder, holding a goosefeather fan, slowly spoke, Chang'an, as cultivators, we must shoulder everything with our lives. We do not believe in fate, we do not follow the heavens. Nothing can stop us. All beings should not bury their hearts, and the gods should never make us bend. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The young members of the Chen family looked at him with fiery eyes, all feeling honored to be born in the Chen family. Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled, and his blood boiled. These elders, each one of them, were supporting him to charge forward fearlessly, undaunted by heaven and earth. Then, his future approach would be domineering. Of course, not bullying the weak for no reason, but standing strong against powerful forces. Not fearing tough enemies. After all, he had the Chen family and the god burial coffin, with these 2 powerful foundations. Head of the family, not good. At that moment, the Chen family steward, an elder named Chen Wu, rushed in a hurry. Oh? What happened? Chen Xuantong's brows furrowed slightly. Head of the family, elders, young master. Chen Wu entered, his expression hurried. He gasped for air, took a deep breath, and continued, the other 3 great families in the royal city, the Lu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family, have all announced the severing of business ties with us. And our multiple businesses, as well as spirit stone mines, are also being resisted by various families. Even the royal family has issued an announcement, saying that our Chen family's actions have nothing to do with the Great Zhou Kingdom. The words fell, and the room instantly fell silent. What is going on? Chen Xuantong's brows furrowed even deeper. He suddenly understood something, could it be that the Gu family has made a move? Chen Wu secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an and lowered his head, saying, the master is right, it's the Gu family. Rumor has it that Gu Qingchang and Jun Wujian have already become husband and wife, and they have even made a marriage contract. They said. The 9th master's eyes widened, what did they say? They said that our young master, due to love turning into hatred, has ordered the 8th master and the 9th master to kill Jun Wujian. So now, all the families in the royal city want to distance themselves from our Chen family. As soon as Chen Wu finished speaking, the 9th master roared, what the hell, did the Gu family really say that? Ah. Why yes. The 9th master's authority made Chen Wu tremble in fear. Everyone instantly fell silent, their eyes narrowing. Head, Chang'an, what do you think? At this moment, the 2nd master, holding a goosefeather fan and wearing a scholar's robe, smiled and looked at Chen Chang'an, asking. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered disdainfully, I never expected that the Gu family would choose to make a mistake all the way, rather than coming to seek peace with us. His eyes narrowed, whoever thought of this strategy is probably not that fool Gu Qingshan. No, it must be their ancestor, Gu Changhong, who came up with this idea. The 2nd master smiled slightly, they are probably trying to isolate our Chen family from the entire royal city, interesting. Indeed, it is interesting. Chen Chang'an sneered, I didn't kill their people earlier because they didn't have any intention of killing me. But if they provoke me again, touch my bottom line. I won't be merciful. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I will kill them. Chen Chang'an said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. This made Chen Wu, the steward, shiver in fear. The other clan elders nodded in agreement. Go ahead, let those families isolate us, let them be. If they want to stretch their evil claws towards our Chen family, whoever extends their hand, we will cut it off. Chen Xiantong spoke coldly, completely disregarding those families that were isolating the Chen family. Yes. Chen Wu immediately responded respectfully. The matter was settled, and Chen Chang'an returned to his room. He directly placed Jun Wujian and the 2 elderly men's corpses into the burial god coffin. Soon, the 3 bodies were completely gone. A stream of pure energy flowed back into Chen Chang'an's body, beginning to nourish his dantian. Too little. Chen Chang'an was not satisfied and spoke. He then brought out a sword. This was a heavy sword, 1 foot wide and nearly 8 feet long. Heaven grade. Tyrant sword. This was a heavy sword at the heaven grade level, a treasure collected by the Chen family. Weapon grades are divided into Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Monarch, and Supreme. Each realm corresponds to a certain weapon grade. Then, Chen Chang'an began to practice the burial world sword art. The first move, instant kill. The second move, throat seal. The third move, shatter heaven. The next day, a servant hurriedly arrived outside Chen Chang'an's door, and an anxious voice came in.
Young master, it's bad. Young master Xian was bullied at the academy, and the family head wants you to deal with it. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes. He placed the tyrant sword on his neck, putting it in the space ring tied to a rope around his neck, then strode out. When he saw the anxious servant outside, Chen Chang'an coldly spoke, "Take me there." "Okay." The servant breathed a sigh of relief and immediately led the way. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but recall a tender face and a small figure. Young Master Xian, also known as Chen Xian. The biological son of Chen Xiantong. Chen Chang'an's cousin. The two had a very good relationship since childhood, like brothers. Someone dares to bully him, they really don't know what death is. Chen Chang'an murmured coldly, and his steps quickened. At the same time, in an unnoticed corner of the Great Zhou Academy. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, a somewhat weak figure was heavily thrown to the ground. The bright red blood quickly stained a large area of the ground. Yo, the bones are really tough. A young man dressed in blue, with a sinister expression, walked slowly over, looking down from above at the boy who couldn't stand up. TSK, Chen Xian, your Chen family is about to be destroyed, and you're still this arrogant? Two other young men also slowly approached, their arms crossed, their faces full of disdain and pity. Isn't it just 100 spirit stones? Just hand them over. When your Chen family is exterminated, we three families might still be able to spare your worthless life. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, Wu Hong. Chen Xian's left arm was broken, and there were more than 10 other wounds on his body. The immense pain made his face pale, and sweat poured down his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, my big brother is coming back. If you dare hit me, clean your neck and wait to die." Chapter 11, Instant Kill, Throat Seal, Shattered Heaven. Oh? Your big brother? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong exchanged glances, then simultaneously burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Lu Hong kicked Chen Xian hard, sending him flying, and sneered, "Your big brother, Chen Chang'an, right? He's barely able to protect himself. Do you really think he'll come to save you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. That's right, he's just a pathetic little worm. His woman was taken by young Master Jun, and he, without any martial ethics, had the clan elder kill people. TSK. I'm afraid in a few days, the wrath of the Jun family will fall upon your Chen family. By then, none of you will be left alive. Pitiful, so sad." Wang Gang squinted his eyes, coldly sneering. You bastards. Cough cough. Chen Xian lay on the cold ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood in anger and frustration. Lu Hong casually walked closer, stepping his right foot directly on Chen Xian's head, speaking slowly, "Little junior brother Chen Xian, let's not talk about how your big brother Chen Chang'an has lost his cultivation, even if he recovers, so what? We three have the backing of the other 3 first-class families in the capital. We also have the second prince behind us. Even if we kill you today, your father won't dare make a sound, do you believe me?" Chen Xian gritted his teeth, but couldn't say a word. Since Chen Chang'an went missing, his family had become low-key in the Dazhou Academy. The academy students were divided into categories A, B, C, and D. They corresponded to the 4 martial arts realms, Tianwu, Diwu, Xuanwu, and Huangwu. He was just a C-level student, so naturally, he was no match for these 3 B-level students. Ever since it was rumored that Chen Chang'an killed Jun Wujian, these people had started bullying Chen family's disciples, which made him feel incredibly frustrated. Today I'll kill all 3 of you, and your family won't dare make a sound. Do you believe it? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind the 3 of them, causing their bodies to shiver. Who dares speak so arrogantly? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong all turned around angrily, but they didn't even bother to look back. Suddenly, all 3 of them froze. Then, they all gasped in unison, "You. Chen Chang'an." Chen Chang'an ignored the 3 of them and slowly walked over to Chen Xian's side. Big brother. Looking at Chen Chang'an who had arrived by his side, the 15-year-old Chen Xian's lips trembled. Under the cruel bullying, he, who had never submitted, was now on the verge of tears. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong froze for a moment before finally coming to their senses. Lu Hong sneered, "Oh, so it's the cuckolded young Master Chen. What? Aren't you going to hide? What are you doing here?" Chen Chang'an squatted down, checked Chen Xian's injuries, then raised his head, his cold gaze locking onto the 3 in front of him. "Tell me, how do you want to die?"
Ha ha ha, how arrogant. Lu Hong laughed disdainfully. Chen Chang'an, weren't you supposed to have lost your cultivation? You thought just because you had the clan elder kill Jun Wujian, you could scare us?
That's right, you've already offended the Jun family.
Do you think you can still offend the Lu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family? Do you dare? Do you dare kill us? Ha, just bluffing with the tiger's power. Wang Gang also sneered and spoke. To the three of them,
the Chen family, now in the Great Zhou Kingdom, can only rely on allying with other families to protect themselves. They must absolutely never do anything foolish that offends other families again. Big brother, they stole my spirit stones, they still don't take our Chen family, seriously. Chen Xian spoke with a face full of grievance, his eyes red from crying.
Enough, focus on recovering, don't speak. Chen Chang'an frowned and fed Chen Xian a healing pill. He then slowly stood up. He drew the Overlord sword, and with one slash. Sizzle. The Burial World Sword Art instant kill. In an instant, Lu Heng's head flew off, his eyes filled with terror. The Burial World Sword Art, throat sealing. Poochie. Wang Gang's neck was instantly pierced by his sword. Boom. In the next moment, the sword hummed as his neck was shredded. In the next moment, Chen Chang'an's figure appeared above Wu Hong. The Burial World Sword Art, sky-shattering. Boom. A tremendous pressure, like a mountain collapsing, instantly descended. When the sword fell, Wu Hong's body couldn't withstand the immense pressure, and with a loud crash, it shattered into countless pieces. Having killed 3 people, Chen Chang'an looked expressionlessly ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures quickly approached. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes, looking at the 3 in front of him. These 3 were Class A students, with heavenly martial realm strength, the older brothers of the previous 3. Seeing the scattered flesh and the horrifying sight of severed bodies, the 3 arriving people roared. Chen Chang'an, you dare kill my younger brother? Chen Chang'an, you're crazy, do you want to be enemies with the Lu family? Chen Chang'an snorted coldly, they insulted and beat the son of my Chen family's head. They were already marked for death. He slowly raised the giant sword in his hand, if you want to make a move, come and die together. Arrogant. One of the Lu family's Class A students angrily shouted, pulling out a sword and directly thrusting it toward Chen Chang'an's neck. The Burial World Sword Art, throat sealing. Poochie. Chen Chang'an almost used his strange sword technique again, instantly driving the sword into the student's throat. You. The Lu family disciple looked at his neck pierced through, his face filled with horror. The other 2 gritted their teeth. Chen Chang'an, you dare kill? Your Chen family is finished, how dare you kill our family members? But in response to them, was Chen Chang'an's horizontal sword sweep. This sword, with immense force, the terrifying pressure like a mountain slammed into their bodies. Boom. Ah. In a shrill scream, as their arms blocked, their arms shattered, and their remaining broken bodies were violently blasted away. Chen Chang'an continued to follow up, stepping on one person's neck, slowly twisting and crushing it. His eyes narrowed, and through the slits, a terrifying cold light gleamed. Anyone who bullies my Chen family members, dies. As he spoke, Chen Chang'an raised his large sword and swung it down fiercely. Poochie. In an instant, this Class A student's head was nailed to the ground. Chen Chang'an, why? The remaining one was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, unable to speak properly. Intense fear rapidly grew within his soul, and he immediately took out a sound transmission stone, screaming in terror, Elder. Elder, save me, someone wants to kill me, save me, save me. Ah. Stop, you brat, let him go. At that moment, 6 powerful figures quickly flew over. Heavenly King Realm. At the Heavenly King Realm, one can briefly fly. The 6 who came were the pathguarding elders of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Elder, save me. Seeing the arrivals, the last remaining one screamed in fear, a sense of surviving a disaster spreading through his body. But the next moment, Chen Chang'an stomped and crushed his head. The terrifying scream suddenly stopped. Damn you, you dare. The 6 elders glared angrily, their faces full of disbelief as they looked at Chen Chang'an. They never expected that even after they arrived, their family disciples would still die in Chen Chang'an's hands. Chen Chang'an inserted the massive overlord sword into the side, crossed his arms, and snorted dismissively, too lazy to respond. His gaze fell on the trembling servant who had led him here in the distance. You, come here, take young Master Xian back to the family. Ah. Oh, okay, young master. The servant timidly jogged over and helped Chen Xian up. Young Master Xian, let's head back. Chapter 12, The Great Academy Tournament. No, I want to wait for brother. Chen Xian, though injured, was extremely determined. He looked at Chen Chang'an's back. Brother, this mess was caused by me, you go ahead, don't worry about me. Chen Chang'an glanced at him. What nonsense are you talking? I'm the young master of the Chun family, who can do anything to me.
Chen Xian was stunned, his eyes full of admiration. Then he looked ahead at the 6 elders and quickly said, "It was Lu Hang and the others who attacked me first, my brother only."
Humph, no need for explanations.
One of the elders coldly interrupted Chen Xian's words, his eyes full of killing intent as he stared at Chen Xiangan. "He killed 6 disciples from our 3 families, that's a fact."
"That's right, Chen Xiangan, what do you have to say now?"
Another elder coldly spoke.
"Ha!"
Chen Xiangan sneered, "They bullied my brother and tried to kill him, they deserve to die."
"If you dare to act, I'll kill you too." Chen Xiangan's words made the 3 elders seethe with rage.
"Stop talking nonsense with him, capture him and take him back to the patriarch for punishment,"
one of the elders said, charging toward Chen Xiangan.
The terrifying pressure enveloped his entire body, and it was as if a finger capable of tearing apart space reached for Chen Xiangan's neck. Chen Xiangan remained expressionless and didn't move at all. But at that moment, a teasing voice slowly rang out, "Oh, 6 old fools bullying the weak."
Boom!
With a loud crash, the elder charging forward was blasted back by a punch, his arm shattered, his face pale. And beside Chen Xiangan, a young woman had appeared. She was petite, with a determined face, skin whiter than snow, breathtakingly beautiful, dressed in a green outfit that revealed her heroic spirit. Seeing her, both Chen Xiangan and Chen Xian hurriedly saluted.
"Greetings, 7th elder." The newcomer was indeed the 7th elder of the Chen family, ranked 7th among the 9 clan elders.
Among the 9 clan elders, the Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, and 7th Elder were all women. Chen Xiangan knew he had a protector behind him, so he wasn't afraid earlier.
Xiaowen, well done."
7th Elder stood with her hands on her hips, smiling approvingly.
Chen Xiangan smiled slightly, "It's my duty to protect the clan's juniors." 7th elder, you dare cover for him. He killed our family disciples. The elder opposite spoke in a harsh tone. The others in the Chun family, who were unknown by name, only knew that the Chun family had 9 astonishingly talented and hidden elders. "Humph, that was after your family members bullied my little Xin first. They even wanted to kill him." 7th elder snorted, her face turning cold. "You." The elder opposite was furious. "But even so, you can't kill. So what if we killed them?" They were defending themselves, protecting themselves. "If you don't leave now and continue to cause trouble, I'll kill you all right now." 7th elder stood with hands on her hips, her voice booming with power. You. The 6 elders opposite were so enraged that their chests rose and fell violently, forcing themselves to stop speaking. They dared not say another word. "You guys are full of crap, either fight or get lost," 7th elder said disdainfully. The 6 elders exchanged glances, waved their hands to collect the broken flesh from the ground, and quickly left. Seeing the others leave, 7th elder turned back to look at Chen Xiangan. The moment you return, you offend the Jun family, and now you add the Lu, Wang, and Wu families." Ha, impressive. Seeing that 7th elder wasn't angry, Chen Xiangan respectfully bowed. "With the incredibly powerful 7th elder around, I fear no family I offend." "Oh, you've become a smooth talker." 7th elder pouted. Her height didn't even reach Chen Xiangan's shoulder, but the strength and aura she exuded were like a deep abyss. TSK, you, 7th elder, are probably a master of body refinement, your physical body like a divine body, incredibly strong. At this moment, the voice of the Coffin elder echoed in Chen Xiangan's mind. Hearing this, Chen Xiangan looked at 7th elder with curiosity. "Let's go back first. This Chen Xian boy is badly injured." 7th elder blinked. So, with the support of that servant, Chen Xian returned to the Chen family with Chen Xiangan and the other 2. Chen family's main hall. Everyone looked at Chen Xian, who had nearly recovered, and their faces showed anger. It's only been 2 days, and these dogs dare to bully our Chen family." 9th master sneered, his face full of disdain. "It seems the other 3 great families, and the royal family, all think we will be exterminated by the Jun family. What a joke." 8th master said with a playful tone. At this moment, Chen Xianton looked at Chen Xiangan. "Xiangan, what are your plans?" Chen Xiangan thought for a moment, looked at Chen Xian, and suddenly said, "Chen Xian, isn't the Great Zhou Academy's grand competition about to start?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. "Right, tomorrow is the A-class students' grand competition. Are you going to participate, big brother?" "Oh, the Academy's A-class student competition?" "Yes, the top 10 will represent the Great Zhou Kingdom in the competition with the 4 great nations, deciding how many people from each country will enter a spiritual realm for cultivation. Moreover, there is a chance to go to the Holy Land and enter the Taitsong Sword sect. Big brother, you must participate, you will definitely become the first place. The first place will also win 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade spirit pill as rewards," Chen Xian said excitedly. The others in the hall also looked over. The family head, Chen Xianton, thought for a moment,
patted Chen Chang'an's shoulder and said, "Chang'an, go ahead and participate, bring back more resources. You've seen it, our family is in trouble. Now, every family in the capital is isolating us." The other elders looked at each other, nodding, their faces full of anger and sorrow. "That's right, young master, this will also help you train yourself. In Eastern Zhou, the spiritual energy in the spiritual realm is incredibly rich, and there must be many treasures. It is truly a blessed land for cultivation. Young master, we suggest you participate." Everyone spoke up. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes, these guys. They were obviously all not simple people, but they pretended the family was struggling, their expressions were too clumsy. "Alright, I'll go participate. I want to see if these people are going to join forces to oppress our Chen family," Chen Chang'an said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "And the trouble caused by Gu Qingcheng must be dealt with. Therefore, suppressing the other geniuses of Great Zhou and restoring my reputation as a monster is the best proof, the best counterattack. At the same time, whether it's the grand competition or entering the spiritual realm, it is a way to obtain massive resources. Moreover, I need to observe in the competition who has inherited my overlord bloodline." Chen Xiantong smiled and said, "You killed the disciples of those three families, and they don't want to fight us directly yet. So, I'm afraid they'll challenge you to a life and death battle in the grand competition. You must be careful about that." "Family head, I understand." Chen Chang'an nodded slowly, his eyes shining with intelligence. The next day, when Chen Chang'an and the other Chen family disciples appeared at the Great Zhou Academy, they instantly caused an uproar. "Hey, isn't that Chen Chang'an? He actually dares to show up? Didn't they say he hated so much that he ordered the clan elders to kill the Jun family's young master? Why hasn't he run away, and still dares to come to the academy? Wow, his guts are too big. How can he still dare to show his face? Isn't he afraid the Jun family will wipe him out? Don't bring disaster to our Great Zhou kingdom." TSK, you guys don't know, yesterday, Chen Chang'an clashed with three other top-tier families. Huh? What happened? The people around were all talking. When they encountered the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, their disciples looked at Chen Chang'an and the others with the eyes of enemies, staring at them fiercely. Chen Chang'an didn't care at all, leading a group of Chen family juniors straight towards the academy. It didn't take long before they entered a very large competition hall. At that moment, a voice full of surprise suddenly rang out. "Big brother Chen, it really is you." Chapter 13, Ji Tsunhai, Ji Mingyue. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an stopped his steps and looked towards the incoming person. The others saw this and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Second Prince." "Greetings, Second Prince." Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The person in front was extraordinarily handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was the second prince of the Great Zhou, Ji Tsunhai. In the Great Zhou Academy, the students were divided into 4 categories, A, B, C, D. Chen Chang'an had long been the number 1 student of the A category. The person in front was perpetually ranked second. The master of the Lu family, Lu Tianla, was ranked third. The master of the Wang family, Wang Desui, was ranked fourth. The master of the Wu family, Wu Meiling, was ranked fifth. Ha, it turns out to be the second prince. Chen Chang'an squinted and spoke coolly. Ah, I knew you wouldn't die. Sure enough, not only have you come back, but your cultivation has also been restored. Despite Chen Chang'an's indifference, Ji Tsunhai seemed oblivious as he came forward, putting his arm around Chen Chang'an's shoulder, speaking warmly. By the way, brother Chen, what you did was a bit excessive, it might lead to big trouble. I've already discussed with my father, our Great Zhou will firmly stand by your side. Ji Tsunhai whispered in Chen Chang'an's ear, his face full of seriousness and deep concern. But Chen Chang'an was no longer the same person he was a year ago. If judged by his true age, he was actually around 120 years old. At this moment, he noticed a fleeting look of jealousy in Ji Tsunhai's eyes. Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. He had been stripped of the overlord bloodline and thrown into the abyss of death. The first person to suspect him was the masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Now it seemed, his best friend, the second prince Ji Tsunhai, also seemed to have a motive. Because only Ji Tsunhai often showed jealousy towards his overlord bloodline. The two exchanged pleasantries, and amidst the cordial atmosphere, they arrived at the duel arena in the academy. When Chen Chang'an and Ji Tsunhai arrived, they instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Wow, brother Chang'an, that's great, you really are okay. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful girl came striding over. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with bright eyes and a charming smile, her brows like the moon. At this moment, carrying the scent of perfume and with a delighted smile, she quickly approached Chen Chang'an. Beside her was a tall young man in a white robe, with a handsome face. Seeing these two, Chen Chang'an slightly nodded and cupped his fists, saying, Crown Prince, Princess Mingyue.
The newcomers were indeed Crown Prince Ji Sangshan and Princess Ji Mingyue. It really is the unparalleled prodigy of our great Zhou returning. But
Chen Chang'an, as soon as you come back, you've caused a huge incident, making people worry. Ji Sangshan spoke indifferently. He seemed not to hold Chen Chang'an in high regard. Hearing this, before Chen Chang'an could speak, Ji Mingyue was already filled with concern. Brother Huang, you mustn't blame Brother Chang'an for this, there must be a reason. Saying this, she looked at Chen Chang'an with her bright eyes, worriedly saying, Brother Chang'an, why do you still dare to appear here? You should quickly leave Chang'an City to avoid trouble. The Jun family is one of the 4 great families, the consequences are very serious.
I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Princess.
Chen Chang'an smiled reassuringly at her, his face rarely showing a gentle smile.
He was well aware of Princess Mingyue's feelings for him.
It's a pity that in his eyes at that time, there was only Gu Qingcheng, and he did not see the true love right beside him. Furthermore, the two had grown up together as childhood friends.
Ji Mingyue was momentarily stunned, then incredibly happy.
Although Chen Chang'an had treated her with respect before, there was a natural sense of distance, but at this moment, it seemed different. Not good, big brother, that young Master Lu is coming this way, and Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi too. At this moment, Chen Xian, behind Chen Chang'an, whispered, while the other members of the Chen family showed solemn expressions. Yo, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out it's the useless young master who has eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard, relying on the clan elder to bully others. As the voice fell, a group of people slowly walked over. The leader was Lu Tianla, Wang Desui, Wu Meiling, and beside them were Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi. Behind them, a large group of family members followed. Greetings, Your Highness, Second Prince, and Princess. When they arrived, they all bowed to the 3 from the Ji family. So it's Brother Lu and the others. I heard that the 3 of you have reached the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, truly impressive.
Ji Sunhai looked at them and spoke warmly.
Ji Sangshan snorted coldly from his nose, his proud expression unmistakable. Ji Mingyue completely ignored them, her gaze constantly on Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an took in everyone's expressions, then tilted his eyes at the newcomers, sneering, whether I'm a useless young master or not, you can go to hell and ask your brother, and you'll know for sure. Chen Chang'an, you were so bold and lawless, do you really think no one can teach you a lesson? Upon hearing Chen Chang'an mention killing their brother, Lu Tianla became furious. At the same time, Wang Desui and Wu Meiling beside him were also filled with anger. The 3 of them erupted with the aura of the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, creating a terrifying force that pressed towards Chen Chang'an. Boom! The atmosphere in the area became tense and extremely heavy. The commotion attracted countless people to gather, all with looks of excitement as they watched the show. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Tianla, sneering, someone can indeed deal with me, but I'm sure, that person is definitely not you.
Chen Chang'an, you won't be so arrogant for long. The Jun family will soon send people here. Let's see how you die then.
Gu Qingcheng stared at Chen Chang'an and suddenly spoke. Chen Chang'an glanced at her coldly, despising her even more, for someone who was willing to throw away her own reputation to bind herself to a powerful family.
He scoffed, idiot. You, humph, ungrateful.
Gu Qingcheng was furious, and she finally understood why the man who once cherished her now treated her like dirt. She inexplicably felt a sharp pain in her heart. A wave of regret surged through her chest. Qingcheng, don't mind him, he's just a clown, he won't be jumping for long.
Lu Sisi held Gu Qingcheng's arm, trying to comfort her.
Gu Qingcheng's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Yo, Chen Chang'an, after all, you were once lovers, why speak like that? At this moment, Wang Desui, with a playful expression, spoke mockingly, no wonder you're so angry.
Your woman has become someone else's plaything. TSK, no wonder you're filled with hatred and had the clan elder kill Jun Xiao, I really have to admire you. You're a real man.
As Wang Dishui's words fell, the people around them immediately burst into laughter. They all stared at Chen Chang'an's head, as if it were glowing green. But Wang Dishui's words also made Gu Qingcheng's face turn red with shame and anger. What plaything of Jun Xiao's? She was still a virgin, okay? But now, she couldn't refute him. After all, her family had already spread the rumor that she was Jun Wujian's woman in order to bind the Jun family. As for the ridicule from the people around them, Chen Chang'an's face remained calm. He wouldn't ignore it completely. Although he couldn't kill everyone, as long as he took down the loudest ones, everyone else would shut up.
Endure? Impossible. He immediately shot out, reaching Gu Qingcheng's side in an instant.
With one swift motion, he grabbed her sleeve and yanked it hard. Tear. A sound of fabric tearing echoed, revealing Gu Qingcheng's snow-white arm, which clearly had a maiden's mark. Seeing this scene, the people around them gasped in shock.
That's a maiden's mark.
What the hell,
wasn't it said that Gu Qingcheng had already slept with Jun Wujian? And then young Master Chen killed him out of anger? Did you not sleep? TSK. This woman is really something.
Chen Xiao didn't take her first blood, yet even Jun Xiao couldn't win her over. This woman is so foolish, actually joking with her reputation. The discussions around her finally made Gu Qingqing react, angrily saying, Chen Xiangyan, what do you want to do?
Ha! Chen Xiangyan sneered, I don't want to do anything.
As he spoke, he stared at Gu Qingqing, his killing intent coldly clear. Although I don't care about my reputation for being arrogant, reckless, and slaughtering the innocent, if you continue to use such vile and ignorant methods to provoke me, I might just kill you. Facing Chen Xiangyan's murderous gaze, Gu Qingqing staggered back, her face turning pale. How could you do this to me? Chen Xiangyan ignored Gu Qingqing. After all, she was someone he had liked 100 years ago. As long as she didn't go too far, he didn't care to do anything about her. But if she kept seeking death, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way. Thinking this, he turned his gaze to Lu Tianla, Wang Desui, and Wu Meiling, his face full of disdain. You three, a year ago, I had you all under my feet, as humble as dogs. Now, you've reached the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, yet you're still so cowardly, only barking with your mouths, too scared to make a move? TSK, you still fear me so much. 3 useless and powerless trash. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into silence. The young master of the Wu family, Wu Meiling, sneered and spoke, Chen Xiangyan, you could beat us a year ago, but not anymore. Let me, your aunt, teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. Saying this, her figure shot out, her fingers curling into claws, aiming for Chen Xiangyan's neck with great force. In her eyes, even though Chen Xiangyan had regained his cultivation, he might not be her opponent now. But what terrified her was that Chen Xiangyan raised his right hand, so fast it seemed like an afterimage. Slap! A resounding slap echoed throughout the hall. Everyone heard it clearly. Wu Meiling was sent flying, her body suspended in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Boom! The slap stunned everyone in the hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. That Wu Meiling was at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. And just a few days ago, Chen Xiangyan appeared without any cultivation aura. Even if he had recently started cultivating again, there was no way he could have restored his power enough to defeat someone at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, right? At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. A year ago, you three were trash in my eyes. Now, a year has passed, and you're still trash. You will always be trash, you've really made no progress. Beating you is just a matter of one slap. Chen Xiangyan spoke with extreme contempt, then casually flicked his wrist, looking at Wu Meiling, whose mouth was a bloody mess, and said with utter disdain, TSK, Wu Meiling, your skin has gotten thicker, now my hand even hurts a little. Ah. You want to die. I'll kill you. Wu Meiling, utterly humiliated, was consumed by rage. She screamed, raising her hands, purple light bursting from them, and charged fiercely towards Chen Xiangyan. The crowd scattered around them, creating a large circle in the center. The Wu family's Tiger Rush Fist was now being unleashed by Wu Meiling, at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, with over 10,000 pounds of force. The momentum was terrifying. Be careful, brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue instinctively shouted in panic. She was pulled away by Ji Songhai, but she still felt the terrifying strength in Wu Meiling's hands. Die! Wu Meiling's eyes flashed with murderous intent, aiming to destroy Chen Xiangyan with one strike. At this moment, she no longer cared about anything else. Chen Xiangyan smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. He had spoken so provocatively earlier just to anger her, giving himself the perfect excuse to kill. Grave World Sword Technique Instant Kill. Boom! Suddenly, a giant sword appeared in Chen Xiangyan's hand, and with one fierce slash, he shattered Wu Meiling's purple glow. The giant sword continued to swing horizontally, directly cutting toward Wu Meiling's neck. Swish! In the next instant, her head flew off. Gurgle! Gurgle! As the blood-spurting head rolled on the ground, its eyes kept blinking, seemingly unable to understand what had happened. The surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence. All the students in the academy widened their eyes, gasping for breath. Everyone's hearts echoed with 2 words, damn. Ji Tsongshan and Ji Songhai's pupils suddenly contracted. Ji Mingyue's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi instantly hugged each other tightly, looking at Chen Xiangyan in horror. Bang! Chen Xiangyan drove the giant sword into the ground, lightly leaning on the sword, his gaze falling on Lu Tianla and Wang Desui. You two, stop wasting words, come on, a fight to the death. Since they had already offended him, then just kill them all. Chen Xiangyan, how dare you kill someone inside the academy? Do you think you can escape? You're dead. That's right, you dared to kill her, she is the young mistress of the Wu family. Lu Tianla and Wang Desui growled out loud. So much nonsense. Chen Xiangyan's body flickered and suddenly shot out. Lu Tianla and Wang Dishui's pupils suddenly shrank, and they quickly defended themselves. 1000 Mirage Sword.
Unlimited blade slash.
One wielded a sword, the other a blade, unleashing all their cultivation to strike at Chen Chang'an. Buried world sword technique, throat seal. Swish. One sword thrust, instantly shattering Lu Tianla's 1000 mirage sword technique, then stabbing into his neck. In the next moment, Chen Chang'an pulled out the giant sword, arriving in front of Wang Desui. The giant sword swung up, fiercely slashing down. Buried world sword technique, heaven shatter. Boom. Raging energy rampaged, crushing everything, instantly shattering all of Wang Deshui's unlimited blade slash power. Then, the giant sword landed on his right shoulder, and fiercely slashed diagonally, splitting Wang Deshui's body into two parts. Puff. The smell of blood, and blood water, spread throughout the hall. The scene instantly became so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. In just a few breaths, Chen Chang'an had killed the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. This, how did he dare? Even Ji Sanshan, the prince, had a very ugly expression. This Chen Chang'an is so ruthless, the academy's grand competition hadn't even started, and he already killed the young masters of 3 top families. How dare you, who allowed you to kill someone here? At this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Then, 4 angry figures quickly rushed into the hall. Great, the mentors have finally arrived. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The immense pressure from Chen Chang'an had made them all feel suffocated. The 4 who entered were Lu Rumeng, and the other 3 elders, Gu Qi, He Wendian, and Jiang Zhang. These 3 elders were the masters of Lu Tianla, Wang Desui, and Wu Meiling. After they entered, their faces were as dark as charcoal. Gu Qi looked at his disciple, whose body was separated from the head, a tragic sight, then turned his gaze to Chen Chang'an, his anger boiling. Why did you kill them? Lu Rumeng immediately looked at her disciples Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi. Tell me, what happened? Lu Sisi quickly spoke up. Mother, Chen Chang'an killed senior brother Lu, senior brother Wang, and senior sister Wu. Upon hearing this, the 4 mentors' faces turned incredibly gloomy. Master Gu, this Chen Chang'an is too unruly, he doesn't take our Great Zhou Academy seriously. Lu Rumeng spoke coldly, continuing, he killed people inside the academy, disregarding the rules of the Great Zhou Academy. We might as well capture him first and hand him over to the law hall for punishment. Exactly. Another mentor, He Wendian, spoke darkly, Chen Chang'an, kill and you must pay with your life. Even if the Chen family protects you, I will see if Chen Xintong dares to oppose the entire Great Zhou Academy and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Why waste words with such a vile person? Someone, come. Take him down, and if he resists, kill him on the spot. Another mentor named Jiang Zhang immediately shouted angrily. Soon, more than 10 people rushed into the hall from outside. The one at the forefront was the elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Tianma. The Chen family disciples clustered behind Chen Chang'an, their faces full of fighting spirit. Big brother, what should we do? Chen Xian's gaze revealed a fierce look as he whispered. The other Chen family disciples flashed fierce light in their eyes as they looked at Chen Chang'an. It seemed that as long as Chen Chang'an gave the order, they would fight to the death. Chen Chang'an waved his hand to calm their emotions, then looked at the elder of the law enforcement hall and said indifferently, I was only acting in self-defense. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Gu Tianma glared coldly at Chen Chang'an. Are you trying to say you are innocent? Of course. Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Wu Meiling struck first. She charged at me furiously, so I had to fight back. I didn't expect her to be so weak. Everyone was stunned. Wu Meiling, weak? But looking back, it was indeed Wu Meiling who had first shown intent to kill. Elder, our Lu family's young master didn't strike first, it was Chen Chang'an who struck first. Yes, our Wang family's young master was also killed first by Chen Chang'an. Disciples from the Lu and Wang families shouted angrily. Chen Chang'an shrugged, they both had motives to kill me, I was just trying to stop the loss, and it's considered an emergency avoidance. Stop the loss in time. Emergency avoidance. Everyone was astonished, staring blankly at Chen Chang'an. Ha, Chen Chang'an, the Great Zhou Academy doesn't have the rules you're saying. Gu Tianma fixed his gaze on Chen Chang'an and said mockingly. Ha, if not, then I will add this rule now. Chen Chang'an scanned the crowd, his eyes indifferent, my rules are the rules. What? You are too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Lu Rumeng shouted sharply, Elder Gu, don't you take this evil thief down? Gu Tianma's face turned ashen as he prepared to apprehend Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an pointed at Lu Rumeng and shouted. Old woman, I have endured you for a long time, what are you even worth with your whining? Come, I want to challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? Old woman. Challenge? Life and death battle? Gasp. The crowd collectively drew in a breath, staring at Chen Chang'an in shock. Lu Rumeng's face turned extremely ugly. Just as she was about to explode, Gu Qi, He Wendian, and Jiang Zhang beside her shouted together. Chen Chang'an, you are so bold.
How dare you be so arrogant and disrespectful to your elders? Chen Chang'an suddenly pointed at the three of them and shouted, "You don't accept? Then you can come at me together." Gasp. Everyone's eyes widened again, nearly popping out. The second prince, Ji Songhai, narrowed his eyes, watching Chen Chang'an's back, his eyes flickering with light. The crown prince looked disdainful, mumbling, "Idiot." Only Ji Mingyue looked very worried. She hurried to Chen Chang'an's side and anxiously said, "Brother Chang'an, hurry and leave. Do you really dare to challenge the mentors? They are all king level." Seeing Ji Mingyue's worried face, Chen Chang'an smiled and patted her head. "It's okay." Saying this, he walked towards the four. I could slice you three little dogs, and I wouldn't mind sending you old dogs to hell. After all, you share a deep master-student bond. Ji Mingyue stood there, her face. She flew up to the battle stage. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted in shock. Countless people were stunned, with faces full of astonishment. A student challenging a mentor, and a life and death battle. Such a thing has never happened in the Great Zhou Academy for thousands of years. In this moment, everyone's blood suddenly boiled. Though Chen Chang'an in front of them was arrogant, extremely arrogant. But, that domineering personality, that cold expression, truly captivated countless female students. Especially with his handsome face, his graceful figure, making the eyes of many female students sparkle. Since Mentor Lu is here, I can save my hands. Elder Gu Tianma of the law enforcement hall spoke coldly, then turned to Lu Rumeng, saying, "Mentor Lu, break his arms and legs, but leave his dog life. After all, a student who disrespects the rules of the Great Zhou Academy should be left in a miserable state, making other students ashamed of him." Don't worry, Elder Gu. Lu Rumeng sneered and said, "I fear the clan elder of the Chen family, but I don't fear Chen Chang'an. Moreover, now that I am fighting him to the death, even if I kill him, I believe the Chen family's elders won't come after me." In the crowd, the disciples of the Chen family were all deeply worried. Chen Xian grabbed Chen Chang'an. "Big brother, no, you." Chen Chang'an gave him a reassuring look and whispered, "Do you think our clan elder will let me die here?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xian felt relieved. After all, the Chen family protects their own, and he knew that very well. "Chen Chang'an, weren't you going to fight me to the death? Come up, let the mentor see what kind of opportunity you got during this year of disappearance that made you so arrogant and ignorant." Lu Rumeng sneered and shouted. Chen Chang'an sneered, his figure lightly leaping, and he was on the battle stage. Chapter 16, Destroy Lu Rumeng, Suppress the Mentor. Chen Chang'an, holding the heavy sword, his gaze slightly tilted, the evil blood god technique slowly began to operate. The evil blood god technique is a cultivation method that enhances explosive power. It is a technique that makes Chen Chang'an's combat strength soar, allowing him to fight above his level, a reverse heavenly technique. In the same realm, the storage of spiritual power is limited, but different levels of martial skills and techniques can allow the spiritual power to exert even stronger power. This is the difference between techniques of different levels. The evil blood god technique can enhance the full potential of the body, explode, and even enter a berserk state. The evil blood god technique can open the 9 levels of martial passages. The first level of the passage, Devil's Soul, opens. In an instant, all of Chen Chang'an's acupoints, meridians, and dantian spiritual power began to stir. At the same time, the first move of the evil blood god technique, Bloodbath Demon Light, was activated. Boom! In a flash, Chen Chang'an's aura soared. It surpassed the limits of the Tianwu realm and entered the terrifying level of the Tianwang realm. What? Lu Rumeng, being at the third level of the Tianwang realm, suddenly widened her phoenix eyes. She actually felt a powerful pressure from Chen Chang'an, making it almost hard for her to breathe. "Old woman, enjoy the last few seconds of having a complete body, Chen Chang'an's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his body glowing faintly with a blood-red and black light, suddenly erupting and turning into a black shadow, charging towards Lu Rumeng. Oh my god, Chen Chang'an's aura is so terrifying. He is clearly only at the Tianwu realm, but he can burst out to a terrifying level of Tianwang realm pressure. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? That is the Chen family's Thunder Extreme Phantom. What terrifying speed! The entire hall was instantly shocked, and everyone gasped in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the two had already collided. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and a terrifying energy shockwave formed a hurricane, instantly spreading in all directions, brutally pushing countless people away. In the center of the stage, Chen Chang'an's heavy sword crashed down on Lu Rumeng's slender sword. In an instant, Lu Rumeng's sword bent downward and heavily pressed against her towering chest. Her large chest visibly distorted at a rapid speed, and along with Lu Rumeng's body, she was sent flying backwards under the shock and horror in her eyes. Puff! When Lu Rumeng stabilized her form, blood was already dripping from the corner of her mouth. Oh my god, how is this possible? Mentor Lu was knocked back. Mentor Lu is injured, Chen Chang'an is terrifyingly powerful. Countless people in the arena exclaimed in shock.
At this moment, they looked at the cold young man wearing a black robe, dragging a massive sword, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. With one sword, Chen Chang'an sent Lu Rumon flying, and he continued to charge forward, the heavy sword in his hand exploding with overwhelming power. All the spiritual energy poured crazily into the tyrant sword. The Burial World Sword Technique Instant Kill. Swish! Chen Chang'an's tyrant sword swung towards Lu Ruming's neck at an unbelievable speed. The Evil Blood God technique combined with the Chen family's Thunder Extreme Phantom's explosive speed made the Burial World Sword technique now completely different from before. The sword force was fierce and unstoppable, bringing the momentum of a storm. Wherever it passed, a violent hurricane was raised. The power of this sword caused many students to gasp in awe. Boom! The force, as heavy as Mount Tai, shattered Lu Ruming's counterattack and crashed heavily onto her chest. Bang! Even though Lu Rumong was at the third level of the King Realm, she still couldn't withstand such terrifying power. Her body was once again sent flying, spitting out arrows of blood in midair. When she heavily crashed onto the ground, she was already barely breathing. Mother! Lu Sisi snapped out of her shock and wanted to rush over to check, but suddenly realized that Chen Chang'an had already reached Lu Ruming's side, and that massive tyrant sword was about to fall. Chen Chang'an, if you dare kill my mother, the Lu family will not spare you. Lu Sisi threatened, but as soon as her words fell, the other three mentors reacted and rushed towards them. Brat, stop. You dare, stop. But Chen Chang'an showed a reckless smile, completely ignoring the three mentors' shouts, as his massive sword still heavily swung down. Puff. Gurgle. In an instant, Lu Ruming's head rolled off and continued to roll far away, blood splattering everywhere. You deserve to die. Gu Qi, He Wendian, and Jiang Zhang's eyes widened. They stared at the scene in disbelief. Then, filled with raging anger, they immediately charged at Chen Chang'an. The Burial World Sword Technique, Throat Seal. Chen Chang'an's massive sword swept again, and the violent spiritual energy exploded crazily. A heavy sword was swung in his hands, creating terrifying sword shadows that filled the sky. With the weight and size of the sword, the noise it made was like a giant windmill, blocking all of the opponent's attack routes. Boom! 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 The three mentors didn't dare be careless. Their entire cultivation burst out in an instant, almost using all their trump cards. They launched a full-scale attack. In an instant, the four of them clashed together. Even so, Chen Chang'an still pressed them down, beating all three of them. The violent energy crazily destroyed the sturdy combat platform in the arena. All the students, whether princes, or the elder Gu Tianhua from the law enforcement hall, were all stunned. Chen Chang'an was fighting the mentors. In everyone's eyes, this was absolutely a fight to the death. But no one expected that Chen Chang'an would kill Lu Rumong with just 2 moves. Now, he was also pressing the 3 mentors down, making it hard for them to breathe. It was simply absurd. Boom! At this moment, barely a dozen breaths after the fight started, another violent sword energy erupted, and the 3 mentors were sent flying, vomiting blood as their eyes filled with terror. Everyone stared at the 3 figures flying out, silent for a long time. They couldn't wait for Chen Chang'an's defeat, but instead, they were shocked once again. 3 mentors, defeated again. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the field as Chen Chang'an continued to advance, each sword strike following with a deadly blow, making the 3 mentors vomit blood and scream in agony. In a corner of the arena, an old man with white hair stared at Chen Chang'an in the fight, his heart trembling for a long time. Chen Chang'an's cultivation level is still clearly at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. But after he made his move, the burst of spiritual power was surprisingly immense. What is going on here? Could he have hidden his strength? No, that's impossible, he didn't hide his strength. Instead, his spiritual power is being released in an overwhelming way. The white-haired old man muttered in shock. But beside him, a middle-aged man gently waved his goosefeather fan, his eyes shining with evident joy. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, he glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Lord Duanmu, you used my young master as a tool to eliminate the other 3 major powers in the royal city. Don't you plan on giving my Chen family an explanation?" This person spoke arrogantly, even though the one in front of him was the head of the Great Zhou Academy, he didn't care about the man in the slightest. What was even more shocking was that the Duanmu family head in front of him, with a respectful expression, spoke to the middle-aged man. "Second Master, our emperor has always greatly respected the Chen family, viewing the Chen family as the guardian family of our Great Zhou Kingdom. After this matter, we will certainly give the Chen family a satisfactory answer." The middle-aged man holding the goosefeather fan was none other than the second master of the Chen family. The white-haired old man was the head of the Great Zhou Academy, Duanmu Tsang. Upon hearing Duanmu Tsang's words, the second master did not speak, but narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to the battle arena. At this moment, the arena was dead silent. Because Chen Chang'an had actually defeated the 3 mentors Gu Qi, He Wendian, and Jiang Zhang once again, cutting them down with his sword.
3 heads, once full of life, now rolled onto the ground, intimidating everyone.
These 3 had once tried to kill him, and of course, Chen Chang'an would not just surrender. It was only natural that he fought back and killed them. So, he showed no mercy. Chen Chang'an, you dare to kill my mother, I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, Lu Sisi, with her eyes full of bloodshot fury, lunged at Chen Chang'an with wild rage.
Sisi, don't go.
Gu Qingcheng was shocked and was about to grab her, but suddenly, an old man beside her stopped her, saying, Miss, don't be impulsive, Chen Chang'an clearly has gone mad with killing, anyone who approaches him will die. Sure enough, as Lu Sisi rushed forward, Chen Chang'an showed no mercy. With a single strike of his sword, he cut Lu Sisi in half. This so-called best friend was the most annoying. If it weren't for her instigating things, Gu Qingcheng might not have become so outrageous. The people around them were even more shocked upon seeing this scene, their eyes bulging and their mouths wide open.
Miss, go.
The elder from the Gu family grabbed Gu Qingcheng, his face filled with fear as he spoke.
Chun. Chang.
Watching her best friend die in front of her, Gu Qingcheng's eyes filled with bloodshot anger. She stared at Chen Chang'an with a deep breath, turned, and quietly left. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. She had once thought Chen Chang'an had become a useless person, and she looked down on him endlessly. She had thought Chen Chang'an would be dismissed by the family, becoming a pitiful, lowly creature. But unexpectedly, not only was he not dismissed, but he was also being protected everywhere. Moreover, his cultivation had been restored, and his combat power was terrifying. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng deeply regretted, but then she gritted her teeth and swore to herself that she would never be wrong.
Chen Chang'an, you can't be the man I've missed.
You are just a small genius from a remote country. Just wait, I'll immediately contact the Sacred Land's Jun family, and once I go to the Sacred Land, I'll have the strength to make you regret it. Gu Qingcheng thought with anger in her heart, and with the protection of the family elder, she quietly left.
The arena was still silent. Everyone was at a loss.
After a moment, countless low whispers began to rise. 4 mentors, actually, were killed by Chen Chang'an.
Damn, this young Master Chen is terrifying. What level are those 4 mentors? How could even they be killed by Chen Chang'an?
At 21, 5th level of Tianwu realm, with spiritual power that is incredibly rich, and his movement is mysterious and unpredictable. No wonder he's Chen Chang'an, the unbeatable monster of the Great Zhou Kingdom. With such talent and strength, perhaps only the monsters from the holy places can compare. Hiss. Countless people felt turmoil inside, their eyes filled with shock. Elders, what should we do? The disciples of the law enforcement hall were also dumbfounded, all looking at Gu Tianma.
Gu Tianma felt the weight of despair in his heart.
He stared at Chen Chang'an, who resembled a god of death, not knowing whether he should arrest him. What a joke! 4 mentors at the 3rd level of the Tianwang realm had all died at Chen Chang'an's hands. He was also at the 3rd level, and he didn't want to die.
Rules? Rules are made by the strong to constrain the weak. They can't restrain the strong at all. Moreover, Chen Chang'an had the Chen family behind him.
With 9 clan elders and the clan leader, there were at least 10 peak strongmen of the Tianwang realm. If they could have restrained Chen Chang'an earlier, put a crime on him, and killed him, then they could have united with other families to resist the Chen family.
But now, Chen Chang'an couldn't be held back. Gu Tianma's thoughts were complicated.
Bold Chen Chang'an, you dare to kill mentors.
You are truly lawless. At this moment, finally someone spoke.
When Gu Tianma saw who was speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief and quietly retreated behind the crowd, watching calmly.
Whoever wins, he would help.
At the same time, he was full of confusion. Such a major event, normally the governor and those supreme elders should have appeared long ago, yet not one was seen.
Something is off. Gu Tianma thought, his gaze falling on the person who spoke. That person was the Crown Prince, Ji Tsangshan.
Chen Chang'an looked at him, speaking indifferently, my battle with the 4 mentors is a fight to the death. Even so, you still can't use lethal force.
Do you have no respect for your elders?
Ji Tsangshan didn't expect Chen Chang'an to rebut him. Stunned for a moment, seemingly feeling his pride wounded, he quickly opened his mouth to question again.
Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered, are you deaf? This is a fight to the death. You. Ji Tsangshan's face turned red.
As the crown prince of the Great Zhou Kingdom, he was openly insulted by Chen Chang'an, and his face instantly felt hot.
Your Highness, don't say any more.
At this time, Ji Tsunghai spoke up. Ji Mingyue immediately pulled her elder brother, crown prince brother, don't get into conflict with him.
Humph, considering my royal sister's face, I won't hold this against you. Ji Tsangshan backed down, using Ji Mingyue's words to climb down the slope.
The second prince, Ji Tsunghai, looked at the chaos on the ground, thought for a moment, and then looked at Chen Chang'an, brother Chen, what you've done is indeed a bit reckless. Chen Chang'an looked at the second prince Ji Songhai and suddenly said coldly, Ji Songhai, I know everything is you're doing behind the scenes. Whether it's the three major families provoking my Chen family, or my disappearance a year ago, it was all you're doing, wasn't it? Hee, now at the Academy's grand competition, the other three talented individuals have all been killed by me.
So, you're the last one.
Come, I'm giving you a chance, come here, let's have a fight to the death. Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. They all turned to look at the second prince, Ji Songhai. Ji Songhai's face instantly froze, then turned into a dazed expression. Brother Chen, I don't know what you're talking about, you. Get over here.
Chen Chang'an suddenly roared, stop with the nonsense. The esteemed second prince, do you dare not to fight me? Come, let me see how much of my tyrannical bloodline you have fused after taking it from me. Wow.
The courtyard was in an uproar again.
Countless people turned their attention to Ji Songhai and Chen Chang'an. Could it be that Chen Chang'an's disappearance a year ago was behind the second prince's schemes? No wonder Chen Chang'an is so overbearing. Even the crown prince and Ji Mingyue were equally confused.
Only Ji Songhai's face looked extremely ugly. He never expected that Chen Chang'an would challenge him. And, how did Chen Chang'an know that he was the one who had stripped away Chen Chang'an's bloodline back then?
He absolutely cannot admit it. Thinking of this, Ji Songhai forced a smile. Brother Chen, are you misunderstanding me? Cut the crap, come and fight me. If you have my overlord bloodline, you can't hide it. Chen Chang'an sneered, without any politeness, and isn't this the Academy Grand Competition? Anyway, it's just you and me fighting for this first place, just right. Seeing Ji Songhai's lips twitching repeatedly, Chen Chang'an scoffed, what's wrong? The proud son of the Dezhou royal family, are you afraid? Have you turned into a coward?
As his words fell, the surrounding students began to show strange expressions. Whether he had conspired against Chen Chang'an would be known in a fight. Unexpectedly, he dared not accept the challenge. Ji Songhai's gaze gradually turned cold.
He knew that a battle with Chen Chang'an was inevitable, no matter what. Chapter 18, The 7-Day Agreement. Brother Chang'an, are you misunderstanding my royal brother?
Ji Mingyue stepped forward, her face full of doubt, saying, my royal brother has always regarded you as a brother, how could he do anything to harm you? Ji Mingyue looked at Ji Songhai in disbelief, royal brother, you say it, the disappearance of brother Chang'an and the stripping of his bloodline cannot possibly be your doing.
Chen Chang'an did not speak.
Ji Songhai said nothing either. The atmosphere had become extremely tense, as if it were suffocating. Yet, the crown prince Ji Songhai wore a look of mockery, feeling inexplicably relieved in his heart. Ji Songhai was too outstanding, which made his position as prince unstable. And he treated Chen Chang'an as a brother, making him feel insecure.
Now, this situation was exactly what he wanted to see.
In the competition arena, twists and turns emerged.
This left countless students in shock, their hearts churning. But the Chen family's youngsters looked at the second prince with fierce eyes.
If their young master was harmed by the second prince, then they would naturally be the angriest group.
In a certain corner,
the prefect Duan Muzan felt completely cold. Because the Chen family's second master had already cast a murderous aura over him. He felt extremely resentful, 1,000 horses galloping. Second prince, oh second prince, are you foolish? You had such a good relationship with the Chen family young master, yet you did something stupid? The only way now is to sacrifice the second prince to appease the Chen family's anger. Thinking this, Duan Muzang's face turned bitter as he said, second master, I will give the Chen family an explanation. Saying this, he stepped out, entering the competition arena.
Chen Chang'an, let's arrange your battle with the second prince 7 days later, shall we?
After all, you fought so many matches, your spiritual energy is greatly consumed, and we can't let the second prince take advantage of you, right? As Duan Muzang's words fell, everyone in the arena turned to look at him.
So it's Prefect Duanmu. The prefect has finally arrived, that's great. I've met the prefect. Countless people bowed. Duan Muzang did not pay attention but looked at Chen Chang'an, saying softly, Chen Chang'an, give this old man some face, can you and the second prince battle 7 days later? Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes.
His mind was racing swiftly. Soon, he understood Duan Muzang's plan.
Currently, he had offended the Lu, Wang, Wu, and Lu families. And, the Jun family from the Sacred Land.
If within 7 days, his Chen family is not destroyed, then this prefect might really sacrifice the second prince. After all, even the royal Ji family would have to weigh the Chen family's wrath. At that moment, Chen Chang'an received a voice transmission from the family's second master. Then he slightly nodded and said, alright, this young master would let him live for another 7 days. His words were extremely arrogant.
And pushed to the extreme. He treated the prince as nothing. But to everyone's surprise, Duan Muzang was not angry, he quickly took the increasingly pale Ji Songhai away. The crown prince glanced at Chen Chang'an.
Looking at the second brother who left with a grim expression, Chen Chang'an felt an immense sense of relief and also turned to leave. In the arena, the remaining people looked at Chen Chang'an, their eyes all changed.
He killed the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, as well as 4 mentors, and trampled on the dignity of the second prince, yet the young master of the Chen family was still unharmed.
Even the lord of the manor compromised and stepped back in front of Chen Chang'an.
Hiss! Countless people were horrified. But the Chen family's disciples, one by one, were extremely excited. Big brother, you are my god.
Chen Xian spoke excitedly.
Young master, we take you as our role model. Young master, we will also work hard to cultivate and will not bring shame to the Chen family.
One by one, the Chen family disciples were filled with passion.
Chen Chang'an looked at them and returned to his gentle demeanor, smiling, let's go back first. Okay. Everyone nodded. They surrounded Chen Chang'an and left the academy's battle arena. Chang'an brother.
Outside the academy, Ji Mingyue chased after him.
Chen Xian saw this and led the group away first. Chang'an brother, my royal brother he.
Ji Mingyue was about to speak, but upon meeting Chen Chang'an's cold gaze, she instantly fell silent. Instead, she took out a spatial ring from her bosom and handed it over.
Chang'an brother, here.
Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, extending his spiritual sense into the spatial ring and discovered there were tens of thousands of spirit stones inside. And some precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures.
Chang'an brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it.
Ji Mingyue said, lowering her head. If it had been before, Chen Chang'an definitely would not have accepted, but now.
Thank you.
Chen Chang'an accepted it, but you are you, and your royal brother is your royal brother.
I will distinguish between them. I will repay your kindness separately.
Ji Mingyue was about to say something, but found that Chen Chang'an had already left.
He actually accepted the resources I gave him. But my royal brother, if he truly is the one who wants to steal Chang'an brother's bloodline, what should I do?
Ji Mingyue's heart was filled with mixed emotions, her shimmering eyes trembling violently.
Chen family. The council hall. Second master, why do you want to delay my match with the second prince for 7 days?
Chen Chang'an respectfully spoke while looking at the 10 people in the hall.
Everyone was smiling as they looked at him.
What happened today, when he trampled over everyone at the Great Zhou Academy, had already spread, creating huge waves in the entire Great Zhou royal city.
Chen Chang'an's reputation was even louder than a year ago. Arrogant and domineering. Invincible.
There were all kinds of opinions about him. But none of these mattered to the Chen family, as long as Chen Chang'an and the Chen family's disciples were not bullied.
Because there are too many evil spirits and strange beings, buzzing around every day. If we fight one every day, it would be too troublesome.
So, we'll let them prepare and come together to die.
We can solve it all at once.
The second master fanned himself with a large feather fan, smiling as he spoke.
Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes and quickly understood the second master's thoughts.
If he killed the second prince today, it would make the forces behind the second prince hide, and the Chen family would have to openly clash with the Ji family. It would be better to let him go back and prepare, joining forces with the Lu, Wang, Wu, and Lu families to deal with him.
But Chen Chang'an couldn't help but feel that the Chen family was really domineering. Second master is mighty. Chen Chang'an smiled. All right, as long as you've understood, then go back and cultivate. The second master smiled and said.
Chen Chang'an nodded, and after returning to his courtyard, immediately began to cultivate. Whether it was the evil blood god technique, the burial world sword technique, or the Chen family's heart method, the overlord's fury, all of these were extremely domineering cultivation methods. Then, he placed the resources Ji Mingyue gave him into the burial god Coffin for refining and absorption, which allowed him to break through 2 small levels. He reached the heavenly martial realm, level 7. Then, he began to solidify his cultivation, not rushing to keep advancing. Because he knew that haste makes waste. Sometimes, when a man is too quick, overly eager for pleasure, it's not a good thing. After all, it takes slow fire to cook up true skill. The next day, Chen Chang'an began looking for the elders of his family to spar with him. The first one he found was 9th Master.
Chapter 19, Practice, Pressure. Hee, little Chang'an, didn't expect you to want to spar with me.
Come on, I'll fight you with one hand and half strength.
9th Master spoke with a mocking tone. All right, 9th Master, here I come.
Chen Chang'an's eyes were sharp as he charged forward holding the Overlord sword.
Boom.
But in just one move, he was knocked flying by a punch from Chunjiu, his left eye turned completely black.
Damn. 9th Master, could you not hit my eye?
Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth in pain, howling in distress.
Hee, fine.
9th Master placed one hand behind his back, exposing one hand and beckoning mockingly at Chen Chang'an.
Thud, thud, thud. Chen Chang'an charged again. Ah!
But once again, he was sent flying back, his right eye now blackened.
He, now it's symmetrical. Ninth Master smiled smugly, seemingly admiring his own masterpiece. Ninth Master, I said not to hit my eyes, and my face is off limits too, it's affecting my handsomeness.
Chen Chang'an touched his swollen eyes, groaning in pain. Forgot, come on, this time I promise not to hit your face.
Ninth Master smiled and waved his hand again. Bloodbath Demon Light Demon Soul, activate.
Chen Chang'an activated his demonic martial art, and the spiritual energy within him instantly surged. His whole body seemed like an ancient beast, and then he let out a low roar.
Grave World Sword Technique Instant Kill. Swish.
The Overlord sword was swung fiercely, its speed incredibly fast, smashing towards Chenzhou's neck like a broken bamboo.
TSK, you're not bad, kid, strength, speed, and momentum are all good, but you're not decisive enough.
Ninth Master smiled and slightly tilted his body, easily dodging the attack. Then, he flicked his finger lightly on Chen Chang'an's Overlord sword.
Clink.
A crisp sword sound rang out, and the Overlord sword sharply veered off course, sending Chen Chang'an flying.
Thud. Chen Chang'an crashed heavily to the ground. Chen Chang'an's heart was filled with shock and awe. He didn't expect Ninth Master to be so strong. Again.
He shouted and swung the Overlord sword, charging towards Ninth Master again. But soon, Chen Chang'an was once again sent flying.
Ah! Again! Boom! Instantly, he was sent flying once more. Again!
Chen Chang'an got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and charged again. The sounds of Chen Chang'an's screams and shouts of again echoed throughout the arena. Until the day passed. At night, Chen Chang'an soaked in the medicinal liquid made by Fifth Master, screaming in agony. Fifth Master was a pill maker and an outstanding doctor.
As for how outstanding, even Chen Chang'an himself couldn't know. But many ailments were practically nothing in his hands.
This made Chen Chang'an follow Fifth Master since childhood, learning a lot from him. The second prince's residence.
Boom!
A remarkably handsome man punched a rockery, instantly shattering it into dust. He was shirtless, his strong muscles glowing with golden light, as if containing explosive power.
It was the second prince, Ji Tsunghai.
Congratulations, Your Highness, you've reached level 3 of the Heavenly King realm.
A young eunuch nearby flattered him.
Ji Tsunghai remained silent and instead looked towards a gray-haired elder standing nearby, with his hands behind his back. He respectfully bowed, Master. The gray-haired elder lightly hummed, then his eyes flashed with sharp light. That Chen Chang'an actually dared to publicly challenge you. He must have the confidence to defeat you.
And, he definitely dares to kill you. Master, how is that possible?
Ji Tsunghai's face was filled with unwillingness, and his eyes flashed with venom.
Why does he think he can do this?
This Great Zhou Kingdom is the Ji family's Great Zhou Kingdom, why is the Chen family so arrogant?
Because of strength.
The gray-haired elder sneered. If the founding ancestor of the Great Zhou Kingdom were still alive, or if the royal family had a Saint King level 10 powerhouse, who would dare to disrespect the imperial family? Yet the Chen family has only been in the Great Zhou Kingdom for 20 years, why have they steadily become the first family of the Great Zhou Kingdom?
Isn't it because they have 9 elders whose strength is unfathomable? If no one is confident in dealing with those 9 clan elders, no one dares to act recklessly.
The gray-haired elder said this, his eyes filled with sorrow.
Master, I am confident I can defeat Chen Chang'an.
Ji Tsunghai clenched his fists, his face twisted with rage as he said, he is only at the 5th level of the Tianwu realm, I am already at the 3rd level of the Tianwang realm, and I'm not like those useless mentors.
Then are you confident you can kill those mentors in 3 moves?
The gray-haired elder suddenly said.
Ji Tsunghai fell silent.
Although he had the strength to fight above his level, he was not as monstrous as Chen Chang'an.
Unless you activate the tyrant bloodline, right?
The gray-haired elder narrowed his eyes and said, but if you do that, you'll be confirmed as the murderer who plotted against Chen Chang'an, and even your father, the emperor, won't be able to protect you.
Am I really going to be humiliated by a mere commoner like him? I refuse to accept it. Ji Tsunghai said coldly, what gives the Chen family the right?
With a vicious growl, Ji Tsunghai suddenly looked at the gray-haired elder, Master, you must have a way, right?
Naturally.
The gray-haired elder said, and with a wave of his hand, a jade slip and a sword floated before him. King-level martial technique.
King-grade weapon.
This is, the King's Sword. Ji Tsunghai's face changed drastically, but then he was filled with joy and deeply bowed, thank you, Master. No need to thank me, defeating Chen Chang'an and becoming the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom also concerns the interests of my sect. The gray-haired elder said faintly, in these days, you should focus on mastering this king-level martial technique and the King's Sword. Also, secretly contact the forces within the Great Zhou Kingdom to stir trouble with the Chen family.
Please, master, guide me. You should do this.
The entire Great Zhou royal city became filled with a strange and unpredictable atmosphere. Countless eyes turned toward the Chen family, as well as the other three great families. Of course, the upcoming duel between Chen Chang'an and the second prince in 7 days was also highly anticipated.
TSK, have you heard? The three great families, along with the Lu family, seem to be planning to unite against the Chen family? Is a great battle going to happen? Wow, that would be thrilling.
Not only that, but the other 4 great sects in our Great Zhou kingdom have also joined forces, seemingly wanting to interrogate Chen Chang'an.
What are they going to ask? Don't you know?
I heard Chen Chang'an came out of the abyss of the demon grave. At first, he had no cultivation, but after about 10 days, his strength grew to the point where he could kill a mentor.
Hiss. So terrifying, does this mean he obtained a great opportunity in the abyss of the demon grave? It must be the only explanation.
Others went in and died, but he came out alive and stronger than he was a year ago. Exactly, his personality has changed too. First, he broke off his engagement with Gu Qingcheng, then he boldly killed Jun Wujian, and finally, he killed mentors and wiped out the 3 great prodigies.
Hiss.
The streets and alleys of Great Zhou Royal City were filled with gossip. When people connected all the dots about Chen Chang'an, they suddenly realized something was off. Thus, the story spread further and further, shaking the entire Great Zhou kingdom. But with only 3 days left before the duel with Ji Sanhai, many unexpected guests arrived outside the Chen family. Among them were the 4 great sects of Great Zhou kingdom, Luyun sect, Wangchen sect, Wuji sect, and Hongchen palace. There were also some large families from within the Great Zhou kingdom, all gathering together, with over 100 of them at the Tianwang realm. As for those at the half-step Saint Emperor realm, there were even more than 10. They all wanted to directly question Chen Chang'an. Such a terrifying display naturally attracted the attention of countless people.
Chapter 20, Do You Dare to Fight?
On this day, the Chen family mansion was extremely lively.
Powerful auras radiated from it, spreading in all directions, attracting the attention of many forces, who secretly watched.
But what was surprising was that the gates of the Chen family were wide open, and the steward of the Chen family, Chen Wu, greeted everyone into the mansion with neither arrogance nor humility.
Then, with a loud boom, the gate was shut.
The countless powerful figures outside were shocked.
What was the Chen family doing? Did they plan to shut the door and fight off the dogs?
But that seemed impossible. The 100 or so strong figures entering the Chen family all wore expressions of disdain.
What does it matter if the door is closed?
These people are the most powerful in the entire Great Zhou kingdom. Dealing with a small Chen family is naturally not worth their attention. Especially with over 10 of them being half-step Saint Emperor experts. They slowly walked into the Chen family. Along the way, the Chen family's disciples, each holding sharp blades, had cold expressions. This made the visitors extremely surprised. After all, with so many powerful people coming, these Chen family disciples didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, their fighting spirit was sky-high, each one like a fierce tiger ready to pounce.
Seeing the Chen family in this state made the visitors admire and envy them. In the Chen family hall,
the head of the Chen family sat at the main seat, with 9 other clan elders beside him. Each one appeared calm and unconcerned, as if facing 100 or so heavenly king experts. They completely didn't care. Even more so, they were full of disdain and boredom. Sigh, too weak, playing with these ants. If this gets known to the other gods in the divine realm, it would be a disgrace.
7th Master murmured softly, saying this inexplicably.
But soon, her gaze shifted, as if something had blocked it, and the words just now seemed erased by time, as if she had never said them.
The others, too, hadn't heard it.
At this moment, the visitors walked into the Chen family hall, full of imposing manner, their eyes unfriendly.
Hee, you all come to my Chen family. I wonder what brings you here. Chen Xiantong held a cup of tea, took a sip, and smiled as he said.
The head of the Chen family is a smart person. You should know our intention. Hand over Chen Chang'an. The elder leading them was the supreme elder of the Luyun sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Great Zhou kingdom, Lu Gu, a half-step Saint Emperor expert. Beside him stood the head of the Lu family, Lu Mingzheng. Also present were the heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, each with eyes full of anger and hatred, glaring fiercely at Chen Xiantong.
Oh? You all come with such momentum just to find my Chen family's young master? What is this about? Chen Xiantong pretended to be confused as he said. Chen Xiantong, stop pretending.
At this moment, Lu Mingjing stepped forward and angrily said, he killed my daughter at the academy. She was one of the academy's instructors. Bring him out, and kill him to repay the death.
That's right, hand over Chen Chang'an. The heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families also shouted angrily, their fury burning. Chen Xiantong narrowed his eyes and looked at the others. Then what about you? What brings you here? Chen family head, Chen Chang'an entered the demon burial abyss, didn't he?
At this moment, an old man with white hair slowly spoke.
He was the supreme elder of the Wu Ji sect, Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan stared at Chen Xiantong, his aura intimidating. As everyone knows, those who enter there mostly die. If Chen Chanan was able to come out, then there must be a huge problem.
That's right. Several strong experts echoed. When Chen Chanan came out, he had no cultivation, but just a few days later, his strength recovered, suppressing his peers, crushing instructors, we suspect. At this point, the old man's gaze became extremely sharp. He has turned into a demon.
Demon.
The moment these two words were spoken, the room instantly boiled. A demon is someone who has lost their sanity and turned into a madman who only knows killing. At the same time, their methods are cruel, and their combat power skyrockets. This perfectly matches Chen Chanan's recent state. That's right, Chen Chanan has definitely turned into a demon, otherwise, his methods wouldn't be so cruel, killing my family's young master. The head of the Lu family angrily spoke. Chen Xiantong, please hand over Chen Chanan so we can jointly suppress him. This is not just my personal matter, but also concerns the safety of millions of lives in the entire eastern Zhou region. Chen Xiantong narrowed his eyes, looking at the Lu and Wang family heads, sneering. My family's Chanan killed Lu Rumeng and the other 3 instructors. That was a life and death battle. As for killing the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, they were the ones who started the killing first.
My Chanan was merely defending himself. Where is the involvement of the demon word? As for my Chanan's powerful strength,
that's because he is of the Chun family, and our people are born with extraordinary talent.
Do you think that just because you are weak, you can blame others for being strong? If someone is stronger than you, does that mean you can call them a demon? The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Chen Xiantong to say this.
Humph. At this moment, Lu Gu gave a cold snort. Chen family head, this matter concerns demons, and is of great importance. You should have Chen Chang'an come out, so that we can confront him publicly, and search his soul.
Wouldn't that clear everything up?
Search his soul. Hearing these words, the elders of the Chen family glared with cold light in their eyes. For the person whose soul is searched, it's not just a simple injury to their soul, but they could even become an idiot.
What's more, it's an insult.
Among the elders, Old Ninth suddenly became enraged.
He leaped to his feet and pointed at Lu Gu, cursing loudly. Stop talking nonsense. Come and try searching my soul.
Well said. How dare you search the soul of my Chang'an? You must be tired of living.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
7th elder, though a woman, was now filled with killing intent. She stamped her foot heavily, causing the entire hall to tremble.
Among the Chen family elders, the 7th and 9th elders had the worst tempers. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect the Chen family elders to react so strongly. In their view, even though the 9 elders before them were all at the half-step Saint Emperor realm, they had more than 10 of their own, so they were naturally not afraid. And there were still over 100 Heavenly King realm warriors. Did the Chen family not fear them? Had.
Facing the anger of Chen 9 and Chen 7, Lu Gu seemed unafraid.
He sneered and said, Chen family head, I am proficient in soul-searching techniques. I guarantee that I will not harm Chen Chang'an's soul during the process.
If Chen Chang'an is truly not a demon, then the enmity between the Lu, Wu, and Wang families and the Chen family can be wiped away.
Moreover, we will apologize to the Chen family.
After he finished speaking, Wu Bufan also spoke lightly. Lu is right, Chen family head. After all, this matter was caused by your young master.
Why not make a small matter of it and let it pass? Oh, so my Chen family gave you face, huh?
Letting you enter was already a great favor.
You all still think that my Chen family is afraid of you? 7th elder pointed at them, cursing them out.
9th elder was about to start cursing when Chen Xiantong stopped him. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the bloodthirsty family disciples outside the hall, his voice like thunder as he said.
All Chen family disciples, listen.
They want to search the soul of your young master.
Do you agree? We don't agree.
Thousands of voices roared in unison, their momentum shocking the heavens.
Then, do you dare to fight? Fight. 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 Chapter 21, Cut them all down.
The Chen family disciples were united not only because young master Chen Chang'an was kind to his brothers and sisters, but also because he showed great respect to the elders of the Chen family.
The 9 family elders of the Chen family were fair and just. Although there were contradictions within the family, they were mostly resolved peacefully, and didn't lead to deadlock.
What's more, fighting among their own wasn't a big deal, but when external enemies appeared, everyone had to unite.
This was the family rule of the Chen family. Ha.
Chen Xiantong smiled faintly, looking at the 100 or so powerful warriors, and said seriously.
Did you hear that?
Even our young disciples of the Chen family dare to fight against you, let alone us old fellows.
The clan leader is right.
At this moment, the usually gentle and refined 2nd elder's eyes turned cold. He gently moved the goosefeather fan in his hand forward and said, "The reason we've said so much is because we don't want to create more killing. Now, we give you a chance. Leave obediently, or else, death." Second Elder's words were calm, but they contained endless killing intent, making everyone feel a chill in their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if the word death from Second Elder would instantly make them all die. The crowd was greatly shocked, their hearts trembling. "We just want to uncover the truth." Lugu tried to endure the pressure from Second Elder and said in a deep voice, "Do you, Chen family, really want to make enemies of the whole world?" That's right, what Chen Chang'an did was too strange. Could he really be a demon? So you all kept hiding the truth, not wanting us to find out the truth. Wu Bufan also coldly spoke. More than 100 of them came with a powerful momentum. If they were scared away now, they wouldn't be able to show their faces anymore. But they didn't dare to take action directly. Anyone with eyes could see that the 9 elders of the Chun family in front were not simple. If a fight broke out, it would be hard to predict who would live or die. That's why they didn't take direct action, but chose to apply pressure instead. But they never expected the Chen family to be so strong. "Damn it! Clan leader, I can't stand it anymore." Seventh Master suddenly roared, "This group of bastards, constantly talking, it's so annoying. Let me release a seal in memory, I'll suppress these old bastards." As she spoke, her aura exploded violently, and an incredibly terrifying oppressive force spread out, then she instantly charged forward. Lugu's pupils suddenly shrank, then he coldly snorted, "Humph, the Chen family is stubborn, I think it's better to stop talking to them and just kill them." With those words, he collided with Seventh Master's punch. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Lugu's face instantly twisted, and in his eyes, a deep terror appeared. After his fist met Seventh Master's fist, he felt as if he had struck a hard steel plate, and his fist immediately cracked, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not only that, with Seventh Master's punch pushing forward, the powerful force shattered his entire arm inch by inch. Ah! Lugu let out a scream of unimaginable pain, but what terrified him was far beyond that. Puff! Seventh Master's fist directly pierced through his chest. I. Lugu's eyes were full of despair as he finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. A half-step Saint Emperor Realm expert, instantly killed with one move. What? The people around were filled with terror. You dared to strike first and kill someone. Wu Bufan exclaimed in shock. What's wrong with killing you? At this moment, Seventh Master suddenly appeared in front of him, and with another punch, aimed for his face. Wu Bufan quickly retreated, shouting loudly, "Everyone, act quickly! We have more people, don't be afraid of them." As his words fell, the heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, along with the elders, were the first to act. They never intended to negotiate peacefully with the Chen family. After all, Chen Chang'an had killed their young master. But the 4 major sects wanted to learn more about the opportunities Chen Chang'an had at the burial of Demon's Abyss, so they had been enduring up to this point. They didn't expect that the Chen family would take the initiative to strike. This was simply a death wish. Humph. You 4 old fools, my nephew Chen Chang'an killing your young master is your good fortune. At this moment, Ninth Master stood in front of the heads of the 4 families, sneering. In his hand, he held a long knife, with blood patterns spreading across it. Chen family's Ninth Master, you're seeking death. The 4 family heads were about to charge forward, but in the next instant, a blood streak appeared on their foreheads. Boom! The bodies of the Lu, Wu, and Wang family heads were instantly split in 2 by a single strike from Chenjiu. TCH, useless. Ninth Master sneered and charged toward the remaining people. On the other side, Wu Bufan, although he dodged Seventh Master's first punch, his gaze turned to the 4 people who had been split in half by Ninth Master's knife, and instantly realized something was wrong. I was wrong, I surrender. Wu Bufan quickly cried out in fear. Surrender your sister. Seventh Master sneered, appearing before him in an instant, and slammed a punch onto Wu Bufan's head. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Wu Bufan, the supreme elder of the Wu Ji sect, a half-step Saint Emperor Realm expert, had his head shattered with one punch. The rest of the people were horrified, their souls trembling. Chen family, you've gone mad. Are you planning to go to war with all our forces? The crowd was in shock. Humph, you all have been pressuring us, and now you ask if we dare to go to war? Die. Ninth Master grinned savagely, and with another swing of his knife, dozens of heads flew into the sky. That's right, our second master already said, he gave you all a chance. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Seventh Master sneered coldly, and with another strike, shattered the skulls of several people. Ah! The field was filled with screams of agony. They realized that no one could withstand a blow from Seventh Master or Ninth Master, everyone was instantly killed. A few tried to turn and escape, aiming to hunt down the family members. Seeing this, second master, who had been holding a goosefeather fan, gently waved the fan and lightly commanded, "Seal."
Buzz. The space trembled, and a transparent barrier appeared out of nowhere. WH. What? A barrier. Second master of the Chen family, he's a formation master. What kind of monsters are the Chen family? How can each of the elders be so strong? Someone howled in despair. Zheng. At this moment, the sound of a guqin echoed. Everyone was stunned, looking ahead. They saw a woman, as beautiful as a fairy, and on the flowing hem of her dress, a guqin had appeared without them noticing. As she gently plucked the strings, in an instant, another 20 or 30 people were filled with terror. Blood began pouring from their noses, eyes, ears, and mouths. Ah! They clutched their ears, screaming in agony, collapsing and dying on the spot. The one playing the guqin was third master of the Chen family. Soon, after everyone in the field had died, third master continued playing the guqin. Zheng. Ding ding. Ding 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 dong. After the sound of the zhang, the endless ding dong sounded, like a stream flowing in the mountains, making the Chen family disciples outside the hall feel sleepy. Chapter 22, King-Level Weapon. Inside the Chen family hall, it was extremely strange. The ground was covered in corpses, the elders with calm expressions, and third master playing the guqin. As the Chen family disciples outside gradually became drowsy, the family elder, the eldest, gently opened her lips. "Go, my little treasures." In an instant, a large area of black liquid spread out from beneath her feet. Even ninth master, known for his fiery temper, shuddered upon seeing this. Quickly, the black liquid spread over the corpses, instantly devouring them. Finally, the black liquid returned to the elder's feet and vanished. Along with it disappeared the corpses and the filthy bloodstains. As if everything no longer existed. In the years, the ethereal sound of third master's guqin continued to flow. Ding, ding ding ding, ding dong 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 dong. Finally, the sound of the guqin stopped. The Chen family disciples outside slowly woke up, then jolted in surprise and cursed themselves for losing focus. Then one by one, they looked toward the hall, and immediately, they cried out in astonishment. Chen Xian, his face full of surprise, rushed in. "Father, uncles, where are they?" The other Chen family disciples were also curious. Clearly, just a moment ago, they had been filled with murderous intent, swearing to protect the Chen family. But to their surprise, all the fierce and powerful 100-odd individuals were gone. We scared them off. Chen Xiantong glanced at his son and said seriously. Scared off? Chen Xian was surprised, then let out a sigh of relief. The other family disciples were confused, but they didn't think much of it. After all, in their eyes, the elders of the Chen family were all unfathomable. To scare off enemies was normal, and they cheered happily one by one. The strength of the family was something everyone was proud of. Soon, Chen Chang'an arrived late. Why are there so many people today? What happened? Chen Chang'an asked in confusion. This was the time he usually came to spar with ninth master. He never expected that upon arriving, everyone was gathered here. Moreover, there was no sound coming from his courtyard. "Brother, many strong members of other families came to pressure us into handing you over. Luckily, you weren't here." At this point, Chen Xian quickly spoke. "Oh? What happened?" Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, his gaze flashing coldly. It's nothing." At this moment, second master spoke. "It's just as I told you, let them gather their people and come over. We'll give them a little lesson." "They just left like this?" Chen Chang'an asked in confusion. The nose sniffed, catching the strong smell of blood. "Did a fight break out?" Of course a fight broke out, otherwise how would they agree to leave?" Chen Xianton laughed heartily, his face serious. "That's right. The third master, holding a guqin, said gently, we crippled the hands and feet of their leaders, and they got scared, not daring to confront us head-on, then they obediently retreated." Hiss. As soon as San spoke, countless younger members gasped in shock. They didn't know why they felt dazed earlier, but they didn't expect a real fight to happen. The clan elders were so powerful. They even crippled their leaders and forced them to leave on their own. Chen Chang'an was stunned, stroking his chin, lost in thought. At this moment, the elder spoke. She was the elder, the leader of all clan elders. She looked at Chen Chang'an, saying softly, "Chang'an, our Chen family has almost offended all the forces of the Great Zhou Kingdom. They don't dare to attack us elders, but they might target you. Are you afraid?" Hearing this, Chen Chang'an respectfully replied, "Elder, I am not afraid." The elder nodded slightly. "Soon you will compete with Ji Sanhai, don't be careless." Chen Chang'an smiled and said, "Chang'an will remember." The elder then looked at a burly middle-aged man. "Fourth, didn't you help Chang'an craft a weapon? And a piece of spiritual armor?" Ha. That's right. A middle-aged man wearing blacksmith's clothes laughed heartily. He was the fourth master of the Chen family. And he was, in fact, an artifact craftsman. Thank you, fourth master. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. He had been worrying about not having a proper weapon. The Overlord sword was just an ordinary heavenly weapon in the family. Alright, you don't need to seek out the ninth master for training today. Follow forth to his crafting shop. After that, you can get familiar with your new weapon. The elder continued. Okay, thank you, elder, thank you, fourth master. Chen Chang'an nodded, his face filled with joy. He thought to himself, if he got beaten by ninth master today, it would take longer to recover. The younger members of the clan looked on with envy but showed no jealousy. Because as long as you have the ability, the Chen family's fourth master would forge tailored weapons for all disciples. Next, Chen Chang'an followed the fourth master away. The other family members also dispersed, some practicing, some working. What shocked everyone in Wangcheng was that all the powerful fighters who entered the Chen family mansion were silent, like mud sinking into the sea. They did not witness the fierce battle they had imagined, and they didn't even hear a hint of fighting. The Chen family also released the news that they had left on their own. But what was terrifying was that all four doors of the Chen family mansion were open, yet no one was seen coming out. This made countless forces feel intense fear. This Chen family is a terrifying clan. 20 or 30 top-tier forces, each with several king-level strong ones, yet not a single one managed to leave the Chen family? Oh my god, what on earth happened? Could it be that those strong fighters really, as the Chen family said, slipped away secretly? Impossible, that's impossible. This Chen family is not a Holy Land clan, how could they handle so many powerful fighters? Countless strong fighters were horrified, whispering among themselves. But soon, some major forces became even more terrified. Because the family master and elders who entered the Chen family, one by one, had their life lamps extinguished. This proved, they were all dead. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying family is this Chen family? Countless people were stunned, yet they all obediently settled down. No one dared to confront the Chen family, unless they were not afraid of death. Chen family. In the courtyard of the fourth master. The fourth master's residence was different from the other elders' homes. As soon as one arrived here, hot air rushed to greet them, accompanied by the sounds of clanging iron and the sight of family disciples sweating profusely. Before long, the fourth master brought over a giant sword and handed it to Chen Chang'an. I see you are used to wielding a heavy sword. I specially forged this high-tier weapon just for you. Chen Chang'an took it, feeling the heavy sword in his hand, his eyes lighting up instantly. King level. And this spirit armor. Fourth master said, handing over a black soft armor to Chen Chang'an. Another king level. Chen Chang'an was stunned. Fourth master was actually a king-level weapon master? Having someone in the family who could do this felt amazing. Chapter 23, Sword of Protection. Chen Chang'an was shocked, then suddenly said, Hey, fourth master, since you can forge king-level weapons, doesn't that mean you could forge more and sell them for money? Fourth master rolled his eyes at him. King-level weapons or spiritual treasures can't just be forged. They require high-quality materials. That's true. Chen Chang'an smiled. Then, fourth master urged him, hurry up and name this sword. Oh. Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. He gently stroked the massive sword in front of him, the cold light flashing on it, the aura of a king-level weapon fully displayed. It even had a sense of heaviness. Though it was cumbersome, both the Chen family's bloodline and martial arts focused on overwhelming power. So the heavy sword actually made him feel safe. One force crushes all methods. I'll name it, the Sword of Protection. Chen Chang'an whispered, to protect myself, protect my Chen family, protect everyone I wish to protect. Sword of Protection? Fourth master pondered the 4 words, then couldn't help but feel pleased. Good, let's call it the Sword of Protection. Chang'an, I hope you never forget your original intention. Never forget my original intention? Chen Chang'an was puzzled. He always felt that fourth master was implying something when he said those words. Next, wearing the king-level spirit armor and wielding the king-level sword of protection, Chen Chang'an began practicing. On a certain mountain peak, Ji Tsunghai sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, a white-bearded elder suddenly appeared, deeply bowing to Ji Tsunghai. Second Prince. How is it? Ji Tsunghai slowly opened his eyes and asked. Over 100 Heavenly King realm experts, and more than a dozen semi-saint emperor realm, none survived. Upon hearing this, Ji Tsunghai was greatly shaken, his expression turning incredibly serious. Good, this Chen family really hides deep enough. Second Prince, His Majesty asked me to deliver this to you. The elder said, taking out a spatial ring. Oh? That old fool is still alive? Ji Tsunghai said dismissively, taking the ring.
The elder, ignoring the disrespectful words, respectfully replied, His Majesty has been seriously ill, neglecting state affairs, and the crown prince is useless.
Naturally, the second prince must support the great Zhou. Then why not give me the throne?
Ji Songhai sneered, his gaze falling on the spatial ring. Oh? He actually spared no expense, a king-level armor.
Is he afraid I'll be killed?
The elder flattered, His Majesty is naturally worried about you, so he sent this armor over.
This armor is king level and has a defensive formation.
It's incredibly sturdy, even a Heavenly King Realm level 10 wouldn't be able to break it. As he spoke, he took out a pill radiating white light.
Heavenly Tier Healing Pill. Ji Songhai couldn't help but exclaim, breathing rapidly. Yes, this healing pill, even in the entire Great Zhou, there are only 3. As long as you aren't instantly killed, even the most severe wounds can heal instantly. The elder grinned.
Second prince, with this armor and this pill, Chen Chang'an won't stand a chance against you.
This old man finally did something good, hee. Ji Songhai sneered, Chen Chang'an, I will definitely slay you.
You have repeatedly trampled on my royal dignity.
Even if your family elders are powerful, so what? Others may fear you, but I do not.
Ji Songhai's face grew more ferocious. I will make it clear to the world that those who offend the Great Zhou royal family must die. Tell the old fool, I'm already confident I can kill Chen Chang'an.
Ji Songhai's eyes narrowed.
He was already at the 3rd level of Heavenly King Realm, with king-tier combat techniques, king-level weapons, king-level armor, and a Heavenly Tier healing pill.
With so many advantages, what does Chen Chang'an have to fight with him? Why? The family's heritage of the Dou clan? Can he compete with the Ji royal family?
Thinking of this, Ji Songhai's lips curled into a confident smile.
Second prince, don't be careless.
The old man reminded him.
I know.
Ji Songhai slowly closed his eyes again, already a little impatient inside.
As long as he kills Chen Chang'an, the next target will be that useless crown prince. The throne will also be his. The 7 days deadline had arrived.
Inside the Great Zhou Academy, it was packed with people.
Everyone was eagerly waiting for the battle between Chen Chang'an and the second prince. After all, it was a life and death battle. One side was supported by a whole country. The other had a terrifying family background. Each clan elder was unfathomable, and naturally, the battle between the two sides drew the attention of countless people. Not long after, a massive life and death duel stage was set up in the Academy's martial arts square. Under the eager eyes of the crowd, the second prince slowly descended onto the stage. He wore luxurious brocade robes, exuding noble grandeur. Seeing the appearance of the second prince Ji Songhai, everyone cheered. After all, he was a royal prince with such a monstrous talent. Ji Songhai ignored the cheers of the people around him and slowly closed his eyes. On the central seat, Crown Prince's eyes narrowed, a mocking smile appeared on his face. No matter who wins or loses today, it's a good thing for him. Ji Mingyue, however, was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance. In these 7 days, she had tried to stop this duel. But unfortunately, she couldn't see either Ji Songhai or Chen Chang'an. She even pleaded with her father, the emperor, but he said this situation couldn't be stopped. Soon, a crowd entered the academy's gates. Ji Mingyue's eyes lit up as she quickly walked towards the young man dressed in white. Today, Chen Chang'an wore white clothes, looking as handsome as an immortal, especially attracting the attention of female cultivators. Brother Chang'an, can you not fight? I beg you. Ji Mingyue anxiously and worriedly said. Mingyue, you can't stop this. Even your father the emperor hasn't spoken up. Chen Chang'an said lightly, then directly leaped onto the duel stage. Ah! Ji Mingyue could only stomp her foot in frustration. Princess, your second brother is not a good person. Our young master will repay hatred with vengeance and kindness with kindness. If you still want to be close to our older brother, I advise you not to waste your effort in stopping it. At this moment, Chen Xian said seriously to Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue was silent, her heart filled with countless complicated feelings. On the duel stage, Ji Songhai looked at Chen Chang'an. Brother Chen, do you really want to fight with me? Stop pretending. Chen Chang'an gave him a sidelong glance, then looked towards the head of the Duanmu family in the distance. Family head, let's begin. Duanmu-san nodded bitterly. Alright, since you two want a life and death battle, then no matter who dies, neither of the families behind you can interfere. After saying this, he fell silent. In the arena, the two stared at each other. Clang! A sound of a sword ringing out. Since it couldn't be stopped, Ji Songhai would attack with full force. The sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake, directly stabbing towards Chen Chang'an's neck. A simple straight stab, but it erupted with overwhelming sword power. Before the sword even reached him, a sharp sword chi had already caused Chen Chang'an's skin to ache. Facing Ji Songhai, who attacked without a word, Chen Chang'an wasn't surprised.
The Overlord's sword appeared in his hand, like a heavy steel plate, blocking in front of him. Ding 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 ding. The long sword struck heavily on the Overlord's sword, making a clear and pleasant sword ring sound, while sparks flew. Kill. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and in an instant, it became a white-hot clash. Chapter 24, Fierce Battle. Ha! During the intense battle, Chen Chang'an didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. With a loud roar, the martial gate opened, the demon soul activated, and his entire body's spiritual power surged wildly. Wielding the Overlord's sword, he raised it with a fierce wind howl and struck fiercely. Boom! A forceful and heavy strike, like a mountain falling on Ji Songhai's body. His complexion changed drastically, the light sword quickly defended, instantly forcing him back over 10 feet. You! Ji Songhai's face changed dramatically, facing Chen Chang'an's heavy sword, he felt immense pressure. Moreover, his sword techniques were mostly aimed at assassination, but Chen Chang'an seemed to have set up a solid sword barrier right in front of him. It simply couldn't pierce through. Heh, Chen Chang'an, is all you do is defend? Ji Songhai mocked, you little turtle. Is that so? I just wanted you to show more of your hidden cards so you don't miss your chance later. Chen Chang'an said calmly, and the heavy sword in his hand suddenly erupted, swinging down again and again. Boom! 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 This time, even though Ji Songhai was at the king level, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. With the onslaught of this heavy sword, it fell continuously like a storm upon Ji Songhai. Ugh, ah! Ji Songhai was furious, being a dignified king level, yet he was actually being suppressed and beaten by a heaven martial level. Such a humiliation. Hurricane sword technique. Ji Songhai shouted, and the sword in his hand burst forth with overwhelming sword intent. At the same time, streams of sword energy shot into the sky, stirring up amazing ripples in the air. Swish! In the next moment, Ji Songhai deflected the shadow of Chen Chang'an's heavy sword, and as he wielded his long sword, countless sword shadows intertwined, forming layers of hurricane-like sword energy, crashing towards Chen Chang'an. Seeing such terrifying sword might, many people in the arena widened their eyes in shock. King-level battle technique. Oh my god, this is actually a king-level battle technique. The terrifying might is simply horrifying. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Ah! Not good, the Emperor brother actually knows the king-level battle technique. Brother Chang'an, be careful! Ji Mingyue cried out. She was worried about her Emperor brother one moment and then about Chen Chang'an the next. Her heart was in chaos. At this moment, a loud roar from Chen Chang'an echoed in the arena. Burial World Sword Technique, break the sky! The heavy sword swept across, carrying a world-destroying momentum, clashing against the hurricane-like sword energy. Boom! The heavy sword emphasized momentum, and the third style of the Burial World Sword Technique was precisely a large area, heavy explosive killing technique. It could compress all spiritual power to its extreme in an instant, then explode infinitely. As Chen Chang'an's cultivation increased, it was likely that one day he would truly break the sky with one sword. At this moment, when the two sides collided, the violent energy instantly shattered Ji Songhai's sword power. Even Ji Songhai was blasted back over 10 feet. WH. What? This is impossible. Ji Songhai steadied himself, his heart shaken and blood surging. He never expected that Chen Chang'an could break his king-level battle technique. And could even push him back. You actually reached Heaven Martial Level 7. Realizing Chen Chang'an's momentum, Ji Songhai's face was full of shock. He stared at Chen Chang'an wide-eyed, as if looking at a monster. The people around him were just as shocked. A monster. Incredible. The Lord of Duanmu looked serious, muttering in shock, overcoming 7 levels to defeat an opponent. Such a monstrous figure is extremely rare in the world. But I never expected that our great Zhou nation actually has one. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Just as everyone was astonished that Chen Chang'an could withstand the king-level battle technique, Chen Chang'an continued to dart forward like lightning, the heavy sharp sword pointing directly at Ji Songhai's throat. Burial World Sword Technique, seal the throat. WH. What? Before Ji Songhai could react, he hastily blocked in front of his neck, and in the next moment, with a boom, his entire body was blasted away. Cough cough. When he got up again, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A faint golden light, like scales, had already begun to rise. Oh my god, that is, the king-level armor. That's right, it's the king-level armor. Without it, Chen Chang'an would have already severed his head. Hiss, as expected of the royal family, their foundation is truly strong. Someone familiar with the situation gasped. In the center, Ji Songhai's eyes gradually grew fierce. Ha ha ha, Chen Chang'an, even if you have unparalleled speed and a destructive sword power, so what? Can you kill me? I have king-level armor. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered disdainfully, just a turtle shell, look at you getting so proud, I can still crush you.
With that, Chen Chang'an suddenly charged forward, instantly reaching above Ji Tsunhai's head. Overlord Fury Slash. Hurricane Sword Howl. The two of them shouted in unison, and clashed in an instant. Boom! The violet energy surged once again. This time, Chen Chang'an was sent flying. Everyone was immediately stunned. But soon, someone noticed something strange. Look, that is, oh my god, what Ji Tsunhai is holding is actually a king-level weapon. A king-level weapon, it's even more powerful than a heavenly-level weapon. Hiss, as expected of the royal family, with king-level armor and a king-level weapon, this time, Chen Chang'an might be doomed. Even Chen Chang'an showed a look of surprise. The energy unleashed by the king-level weapon made his blood surge, and his arm slightly numbed. Ha ha, Chen Chang'an, this time, let's see how you die. Ji Tsunhai laughed wildly, no longer looking like the gentleman he once was. Since he had torn the mask with Chen Chang'an, there was no need to pretend anymore. Who dies is still undecided. Chen Chang'an sneered coldly, fully activating his Thunder Extreme Phantom, while his body emitted black-red light. It was the first move of the evil blood god technique, Blood Demon Light. All his spiritual power erupted fiercely. At the same time, he unlocked the second gate of the martial aperture realm, the Furious Soul. Vaguely, behind Chen Chang'an, it seemed like a shadow was roaring. The ninefold martial aperture realm gates were Demon Soul, Furious Soul, Violent Heart, Mad Wisdom, Wild Split, Thunder Crash, Earth Destruction. Each unlocked gate unleashed more of the body's potential and increased combat strength. At this moment, Chen Chang'an's momentum was rapidly approaching the fourth level of the Heavenly King realm. Fatally, his realm seemed to have entered the Heavenly King realm level. Upon seeing this, countless strong people in the arena had their eyes almost pop out. In the shadows, the 9 elders of the Chen family all had their pupils shrink rapidly. Everyone, this kid Chang'an actually knows how to open the martial aperture gates. Who taught him? He's even opened 2 gates. Oh my god, this is too monstrous. Even I, at his age, only managed to open 1. Everyone whispered, and their gazes all turned to the eldest elder, the patriarch. The eldest elder of the Chen family squinted, sending a soft transmission. At such a young age, he has unlocked 2 martial aperture gates, impressive. Hearing this, the group of elders all gasped in shock. The martial aperture gates are the places where a person's potential is unlocked. The more gates open, the stronger the potential released. This allows for an unparalleled boost in battle strength. It's the secret to increasing combat power in fighting beyond one's level. And on the battlefield, the two once again clashed fiercely. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Chen Chang'an swung the Overlord Giant Sword, striking again and again with powerful blows on Ji Tsunhai. Ji Tsunhai was extremely frustrated. Despite having king-level combat techniques and a king-level weapon, he still found himself being suppressed by Chen Chang'an. He felt that every blow from Chen Chang'an was as heavy as a mountain. The ground was also being pounded into pits by the two. He. Chen Chang'an kept sneering, Ji Tsunhai, you still have one last move, which is to unleash my Overlord bloodline, right? Otherwise, even if your turtle shell is incredibly tough, I can't break it, I'll just shock you to death. Boom! Another Overlord heavy sword slammed down fiercely. Ji Tsunhai was blasted out, and a huge trench was plowed into the ground that stretched for over 10 meters. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in excitement. No one expected Ji Tsunhai to have so much power, yet still be ruthlessly beaten by Chen Chang'an. This is simply ridiculous. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an reappeared above Ji Tsunhai and executed the second move of the evil demon blood god technique, Mountain Shaker, Sea Smasher. In an instant, a terrifying sword force like raging waves was released from Chen Chang'an's Overlord sword. As the sword fell, a shadow of a mountain seemed to erupt from Chen Chang'an's body. The immense pressure made Ji Tsunhai feel like he was suffocating. Boom! The mighty sword, filled with earth-shattering power, slammed down and collided violently with the royal tier battle skill and the royal weapon that Ji Tsunhai had raised. A horrifying storm exploded, and the energy swept into the sky, instantly shattering the surrounding hall and the roof. Even space itself seemed to be torn apart. Ugh! As Ji Tsunhai was sent flying, he let out a tragic cry. He realized that the royal tier sword in his hand was violently thrown away. At the same time, the royal tier armor on his body actually exploded. Countless cracks appeared. The violent force was too much for the cracks to withstand. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of glass breaking echoed, and in the next moment, with a loud bang, his armor shattered into pieces. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. To crush royal tier armor so easily, is this kid even human? How terrifying! Bang! At that moment, Chen Chang'an followed up, stomping on Ji Tsunhai's chest, and raised the heavy sword in his hand high. Ji Tsunhai! Come, die! Chen Chang'an sneered as he fiercely stabbed the giant sword down. Not good. It's over, the second prince is going to lose. The crowd cried out in fear, their eyes wide in horror. Clang! At that moment, a sharp, ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the blinding golden light. That is Chen family's overlord bloodline. Someone murmured, their throat trembling, their face full of disbelief. In the ruins of the arena, the giant sword in Chen Chang'an's hand was piercing into a dazzling golden light, and then the sword's fall was stopped. When the scene became clear to everyone's eyes, they suddenly realized that Jit Sanghai's body was emitting a golden glow mixed with blood energy. It was this golden glow that stopped Chen Chang'an's giant sword from falling. At the same time, Jit Sanghai's hands, as if forged from gold, firmly held onto Chen Chang'an's giant sword. Jit Sanghai's face was incredibly ferocious as he roared, "Chen Chang! You are dead. Ugh!" As he screamed, his upper clothes ripped apart, revealing skin that looked as if it was made of gold. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Jit Sanghai's golden arm forcefully tore Chen Chang'an's overlord sword to pieces. At the same time, he kicked Chen Chang'an's body, sending him flying. This is the overlord bloodline. This is the terror of the overlord bloodline. Clang! Jit Sanghai slowly stood up, stretching his hand out to summon back his royal tear sword. At this moment, he was glowing with dazzling golden light. Holding the royal tear sword in his hand, he looked like a golden war god, exuding an extremely frightening aura. He looked at Chen Chang'an, who had been kicked away, and surprisingly, he was completely unharmed. His gaze narrowed instantly. How could Chen Chang'an be unscathed? Haha, so it's you, you bastard, who stole my overlord bloodline. Chen Chang'an steadied himself, lightly dusting off his clothes, his gaze growing colder. Finally, he had forced Jit Sanghai to use the overlord bloodline. At this moment, not only did he want to kill Jit Sanghai, but he also wanted to get an explanation from the emperor. In a hidden corner, Lord Duanmu sighed heavily, then weakly closed his eyes and murmured, "Second prince, you fool, why do something so foolish?" And the 9 elders of the Chen family. His gaze was already filled with murderous intent. Chen Chang! You should die. I will make you experience the consequences of being tortured by your own tyrannical bloodline. In the arena, Jit Sanghai roared, charging forward with a furious speed. Wherever he passed, a golden blur of shadows appeared. Ha ha! Chen Chang'an sneered, using my tyrannical bloodline against me? What a joke! With a swish, a king's sword appeared in Chen Chang'an's hand. It was the guardian sword. Dang! A light sword and a heavy sword clashed again with a violent impact. Boom! In an instant, both were violently pushed back. Aha! This is impossible. Jit Sanghai was completely mad. He never expected that even after forcing out the tyrannical bloodline, he was still knocked back by Chen Chang'an. He was not given the slightest advantage. Die! Jit Sanghai howled, his body shooting out with a fierce speed, the king's sword in his hand darting towards Chen Chang'an's throat like a venomous snake's tongue. Chen Chang'an's eyes were filled with killing intent, the Thunder Phantom activated, and his body shifted sideways, the guardian sword in his hand already striking with full force. Die! The next moment, with a loud explosion, Chen Chang'an's sword landed harshly on Jit Sanghai's neck. Dong! It was like striking steel, emitting a huge rumble. Ugh hi! Jit Sanghai howled in pain, being blasted away. But he still managed to crawl up with a twisted expression, charging towards Chen Chang'an again. Chen Chang'an, ha ha ha, you can't break my defense, even if I tire, I will wear you down to death. Heh, is that so? Chen Chang'an's eyes were filled with contempt, his body like a ghost, appearing once more above Jit Sanghai, placing a hand on his head. Grave Lord, absorb. As Chen Chang'an whispered, the character Dian in his hand glowed with a faint red light, and then his arm seemed to possess a terrifying sucking force. What? Jit Sanghai's face was full of horror, as at that moment, he could feel his tyrannical bloodline rapidly draining from his body. How could this be, you? Jit Sanghai was in shock and disbelief. He had spent more than half a year grafting Chen Chang'an's tyrannical bloodline onto his own body. Yet now, this powerful bloodline was disappearing. No, this is my bloodline. Jit Sanghai roared, thrusting his sword fiercely towards Chen Chang'an's neck. Chapter 26, The Tower-Shaped Pendant. Dang! A piercing roar echoed. Jit Sanghai stood dumbfounded. He saw that a faint golden glow had appeared around Chen Chang'an's neck. These golden glows, like dense scales, covered Chen Chang'an's neck, preventing the sword from piercing in. You actually have king-level armor. How is this possible? How can your Chen family have king-level armor? Jit Sanghai howled in unwillingness. Ha! Chen Chang'an gave a contemptuous sneer, you thief, return what you stole from me, my tyrannical bloodline. Ugh.
Ji Songhai howled, his face full of unwillingness, watching as his bloodline power flowed from him to Chen Chang'an's arm.
Moreover, it wasn't just the tyrannical bloodline being drained, it seemed like his entire blood was being sucked dry. Young Master Chen, please spare the second prince.
At this moment, the lord of the Duanmu family stepped forward, pleading with Chen Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, please spare my royal brother. The royal family is willing to make amends for the wrongs he has done to you in other ways. At this moment, Ji Mingyue also stepped forward, her face full of pleading. Only the crown prince Ji Sanshan remained silent, instead pulling Ji Mingyue aside. Mingyue, don't plead for him. He stole another's bloodline, that is an act of betrayal. A despicable person like him, even the emperor will not care about. Everyone in the arena was stunned upon hearing this. That's right, the royal family has its own unique royal bloodline, why would they abandon their royal bloodline to take someone else's tyrannical bloodline? Is he even still a prince? Everyone showed looks of contempt. At the scene, Chen Chang'an did not respond to the Duanmu family lord or Ji Mingyue's pleas. Their battle was not something they could interfere with. Because the children and elders of the Chen family were watching intently. Soon, amidst the sounds of piercing wails, Ji Songhai was drained to a husk and died tragically on the spot.
The arena fell into complete silence.
Everyone stared in shock at the corpse of the second prince on the ground, then looked at the tranquil-faced Chen Chang'an, gasping in unison.
What a ruthless kid. Lord Duanmu, won't you announce it yet? I have one.
Moreover, please hand over the first prize and the resources from the academy competition.
Chen Chang'an looked at the pale-faced Lord Duanmu and spoke lightly. Ah, alright, Epsilon sad-face Omicron asterisk, sigh.
Lord Duanmu sighed heavily and handed a spatial ring to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an accepted it with satisfaction. Inside were 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade elixir. Not only that, but he also found a recovery pill on the second prince.
He even regained his overlord bloodline. This wave was a big profit.
Afterward, Chen Chang'an led the Chen family out of the academy, and no one dared to stop them. As he left, the arena burst into an uproar. The battle between Chen Chang'an and Ji Songhai had finally come to an end, leaving everyone amazed. Chen Chang'an once again became the #1 genius of the Great Zhou Academy. And this time, there were even more people discussing him and fearing him. After all, this time, Chen Chang'an had killed quite a few people. Chen Chang'an returned to the Chen family. At night, he had dinner with the family head and 9 elders.
Besides these people, there was also one person, that was Chen Xian.
The dinner was lavish, with all kinds of spirit beast meats.
This was also Chen Chang'an's first meal after returning and dining with the elders. The Chen family had other elders too. However, those elders' statuses were not as high as these 9 clan elders. Chang'an ah.
At this moment, Chen Xian spoke faintly. Family head, you say?
Chen Chang'an was desperately eating and replied vaguely. He hadn't eaten anything in 100 years.
His mouth felt as dry as a bird's. Although he didn't feel hungry inside the god burial coffin, he still missed the taste of food and meat. The second prince took your overlord bloodline, you fought him fairly, and even though you killed him, you need not bear any burden.
Family head, I have no burden.
Chen Chang'an shrugged and said. That's good, but, Chen Xian said, looking at Chen Chang'an with deep meaning, the Great Zhou Emperor wants to arrange a marriage between you and Princess Mingyue. Are you willing to accept?
Arrange a marriage? Chen Chang'an stopped eating, stunned. Family head, is the old emperor crazy? I killed his son, and he still wants to marry his daughter to me? Even Chen Xian looked over curiously. Big brother, the princess is actually quite nice to you. Here, eat a drumstick, kids shouldn't talk too much. Chen Chang'an stuffed a chicken leg into Chen Xian's mouth. It instantly made his mouth.
Chen Chang'an remained silent, then continued, Patriarch, gentlemen, I don't need this marriage contract for now.
Alright, we will respect your wishes. Chen Xiantong smiled and did not ask for a reason or explanation. Everyone nodded gently.
After finishing the meal, Chen Chang'an and Chen Xian left the dining table together. The two made their way to the rooftop and lay down. Here.
Chen Chang'an handed a space ring to Chen Xian.
Big brother, what is this? Chen Xian was stunned, looked inside, then quickly pushed it back. Big brother, I don't want it, there are too many resources, and I still have the spirit stones from father.
I give it to you, just take it.
Chen Chang'an's voice became stern. In cultivation, resources are crucial. Without spirit stones, no matter how talented you are, it will be hard to rise. Chen Chang'an continued, resting his hands behind his head, looking at the starry sky. He slowly said, I know our Chen family is not simple, each elder is unfathomable. They seem to be doing something, it feels like they are trying to hide something. What could it be?
Chen Xian's youthful face was filled with confusion. You'll understand when you grow up.
Chen Chang'an returned his thoughts, looking at him with a smile. I will soon go to the Middle State Sacred Land for training. At that time, you will be the one to uphold the Chen family's banner in Dazhou Wang City.
So, you need to cultivate well. After finishing, Chen Chang'an smiled.
He wanted to grow quickly. He needed to leave Dazhou, leave Dongzhou, and go to the Middle State, or even to the Northern Wasteland, or to the Human Emperor Continent. On the Sacred Martial Continent, there are 9 states, and humanity resides on the Emperor Continent.
The Emperor Continent has 36 great wastelands.
As for the Dazhou Kingdom, it is merely a small northern wasteland in the Human Emperor Continent. Even the Northern Wasteland and the Middle State have sacred places existing there. Chen Chang'an thought about the road ahead and then returned to his room. Chen Xian remained behind, watching Chen Chang'an's figure fade away, then looking at the tens of thousands of spirit stones inside the space ring, lost in thought. On his neck, a small tower-shaped pendant emitted a sweet voice of a girl.
Oh, your big brother really takes care of you, huh? Chapter 27, The Emperor's Summons.
Of course, he is my brother, I cannot let him down.
Chen Xian tightly held the pendant in his hand, secretly making a resolve.
Tisk, TSK, you little guy, back then when you were beaten half to death, you didn't want to acknowledge me, now you are willing just to help your brother solve his crisis?
The teasing voice of the girl came from the tower-shaped pendant.
My brother has offended a family from the Sacred Land, and now with the Dazhou royal family involved, all I can do is ensure he has no worries. Chen Xian said, showing determination in his eyes, then turned and vanished into the night. After returning to his room, Chen Chang'an began to cultivate, using the god-slaying coffin to refine spirit stones and absorb the spiritual energy within.
This was an incredibly enviable existence.
Most people cultivate by utilizing techniques to guide the spiritual energy from spirit stones into their body's dantians. This process is very slow, takes a lot of time, and has significant losses. But Chen Chang'an was different, he just needed to put the spirit stones inside the god-slaying coffin to obtain incredibly pure original energy and spiritual qi. Then he absorbed this spiritual energy into his dantian and throughout his meridians, refining his body. Thus, after 3 days, his cultivation had terrifyingly reached the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. Tens of thousands of spirit stones, and I've only advanced 1 level.
Chen Chang'an murmured softly, feeling a bit dissatisfied.
Tisk, TSK, you little guy, as your cultivation realm increases, naturally, the needed spiritual energy will grow vastly. Do you think it will still be as it was at the start?
With a few 100,000 spirit stones, you could level up more than 20 small realms continuously?
The teasing voice of Coffin Elder came from his arm.
That is certainly true.
Chen Chang'an retracted his disappointed emotions, advancing 1 small realm in 3 days was already quite terrifying. Then he stepped out of his room.
Young master.
News came from the palace, saying, to have the young master enter the palace. A servant hurried over to deliver the message.
Chen Chang'an squinted, the old emperor wants to see me?
Yes, young master.
The servant shrank back, secretly thinking how amazing the young master was.
In all of the Great Zhou Empire, only the young master would dare to call the emperor in such a way. All right, I'll have breakfast first, then go meet him. Chen Chang'an stretched lazily, walked to the dining hall of the Chen family, had breakfast with the head of the family and others, then leisurely left the Chen residence. When Chen Chang'an stepped out of the Chen residence, he found that 2 people were already waiting outside. It was Ji Mingyue and the head of the Great Zhou Academy, Duan Mutsong.
Lord of the Academy, Princess Mingyue, why are you here? Chen Chang'an asked curiously.
We heard that you have completed your cultivation, so Princess and I came to pick you up, young Master Chen. His Majesty has requested your presence.
Duan Mutsang said a little awkwardly, even addressing him as young Master Chen.
He could feel the mountain-like pressure from the 9 elders of the Chen family. Unexpectedly, even from Chen Chang'an, there was such a powerful aura.
What kind of family is the Chen family?
For the Great Zhou Empire, this might be either a blessing or a disaster.
Duan Mutsang sighed inwardly. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an with a face full of resentment.
Because of Chen Chang'an, she had been rejected in marriage.
He rejected me? Is he afraid I will resent him for killing my royal brother?
Her heart was filled with complex emotions.
Chen Chang'an looked at the 2 of them and smiled lightly, then let's go. All right. Young Master Chen, please.
Duan Mutsong hurriedly pointed to a luxurious carriage pulled by a demon beast and tried his best to show a kind smile. Chen Chang'an glanced at the listless Ji Mingyue, then got into the carriage.
Let's go, princess. Duan Mutsong whispered to Ji Mingyue. Oh.
Ji Mingyue seemed out of it, her whole body seemed lost.
Alas! What a pity! Duan Mutsong sighed softly, then got into the carriage.
Everyone headed toward the palace. The palace was extremely luxurious, resplendent in gold and jade, showcasing the imperial dignity. Soon, Chen Chang'an met the ruler of the Great Zhou Empire, Ji Wendian.
Chang'an, you're here.
Ji Wendian stood in the main hall, his imperial robe and crown both yellow, his face slightly pale. But his eyes carried 3 parts sharpness, 3 parts dignity, and a naturally released, arrogant superiority. His gaze landed on Chen Chang'an, who was dressed in a white robe, handsome and refined, with an extraordinary aura, and he smiled gently. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chen Chang'an took a step forward, bowed slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. Ji Wendian nodded, his face showing concern. "Chang'an, this year has been hard on you, my Ji family has wronged you. It's all because of my useless second son, who dared to take your bloodline. You killing him was well deserved, don't keep it in your heart. And don't feel pressured. Moreover, my daughter has always been devoted to you. Why did you refuse my marriage proposal? Don't worry, this won't affect your future relationship." Ji Wendian spoke earnestly, as if he really wanted Chen Chang'an to marry his daughter. Hearing about the marriage, Ji Mingyue lowered her head and secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an, feeling a mixture of emotions. She liked Chen Chang'an, but her royal brother had taken Chen Chang'an's bloodline, and Chen Chang'an had killed her royal brother. It's so complicated and messy. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you're joking. I just broke off an engagement, and I'm not looking for another, for now." He smiled as he spoke. "Oh, that's right. You just broke off your engagement with that girl from the Gu family. We'll put this matter aside for now." Ji Wendian smiled, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Chang'an didn't directly refuse, so there's still a chance. But Ji Mingyue felt incredibly lost. At this point, Duan Mutsang suddenly said, "Your Majesty, the 5th Lord of the Chen family is an unparalleled doctor. I heard that young Master Chen has inherited most of his teachings. How about letting young Master Chen come and see your illness?" Hearing this, Ji Mingyue suddenly raised her head and anxiously came to Chen Chang'an's side. "Chang'an brother, can you help my father see his condition?" Chen Chang'an was stunned, thought for a moment, and said, "All right." As he spoke, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wendian, "Lord of the country, may I ask you to remove your top?" "Ha, sure." Ji Wendian actually did not hesitate and directly took off his top, revealing his muscular body. At the position of his heart, there was a black handprint, and there was even a faint golden glow swirling around it. Chen Chang'an observed it and his eyes narrowed instantly. "This is a palm strike from the Saint Emperor realm." As soon as he said this, everyone in the room was shocked. Chapter 28, Southeast Wind Alliance. Ji Wendian stared closely at Chen Chang'an in shock and said, "As expected of you, you must have inherited most of the true teachings from your family's 5th master. With just one glance, you could tell where my injury came from." Ji Mingyue beside them was overjoyed and grabbed Chen Chang'an's arm nervously, saying, "Chang'an brother, can you save my father?" Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. "My cultivation is still shallow, I cannot remove the injury to the Lord's heart vein. Because the Lord's heart vein is injured, this energy from the Saint Emperor realm is eating away at it, tormenting him day and night. If you want to remove it, you need a Saint King to guide this energy out." "What? It requires a Saint King?" Lord Duanmu and Ji Mingyue both exclaimed in unison. Ji Wendian, on the other hand, looked at Chen Chang'an in shock, as if looking at a monster. "Impressive, you saw this with just one glance. If your 5th master were to intervene, could he resolve it?" After Ji Wendian finished speaking, the other two also looked at Chen Chang'an with hopeful expressions. Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. "I don't know. If my 5th master is at the Saint King realm, perhaps he could." At this point, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wendian and smiled. "Lord, do you think it's possible? In this small East Zhou land, is there really a Saint King?" Ji Wendian shook his head in disappointment. "Yeah, if your 5th master could resolve it, he probably wouldn't have come to help. I've invited him so many times, but I couldn't even meet him." Lord Duanmu lamented. "Chang'an brother, no matter what, can you get your 5th master to come and have a look?" Ji Mingyue clung to Chen Chang'an's arm, her face full of hope as she asked. "Yes, Chang'an, no matter what your Chen family wants, as long as my royal family has it, anything I can do, I will certainly do it." Ji Wendian nodded heavily, his face full of sincerity. Chen Chang'an's heart stirred and he said, "I'll give it a try." If 5th master really could cure the emperor, it would require a huge amount of resources. This might be a good deal. Chen Chang'an thought in his heart and already had an idea. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside the palace hall, followed by a wildly arrogant laugh that echoed in, "Ha, Prince of Dongxian country, Dong Liantian, has come to seek an audience with the Lord of the Great Zhou." As the words fell, although it was said to be seeking an audience, he recklessly barged in, accompanied by the sounds of wailing. Bang! 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 The sound of energy impacts and collisions filled the air. It seemed the guards outside the hall failed to stop him and were blasted away, their screams filling the air. Everyone in the hall changed their expressions. Chen Chang'an touched his nose and thought to himself, "Is the Great Zhou country really so weak? How could a prince from a neighboring country just barge in like this? Ridiculous! How dare you be so rude? Lord Duanmu was enraged, his spiritual power erupted as he charged out. Boom! Boom! But soon, a wave of spatial turbulence followed by a powerful roar sent Lord Duanmu flying back into the hall. Thud! 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 The sound of his feet striking the ground, the booming noise shattered the hard ground into pieces. Ha! A tall, elderly figure stepped in, his gaze falling on Duanmu Zong, a mocking look on his face. Oh, it's Brother Duanmu. TSK, so this is how the great lord of the Great Zhou Academy behaves, like a soft-shelled shrimp? I haven't put in much effort, have I? You. Looking at the person who entered, a fierce look appeared in Duanmu Fumu's eyes, but he clenched his fists tightly and did not strike again. The person in front of him was the protector elder of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, He Wuqing. He was also his old opponent from his youth. Earlier, in their match, he had been defeated in just 3 moves. This caused his heart to surge with waves of rage. As He Wuqing walked in, another young man with a folding fan, looking graceful and elegant, walked in behind him. This young man was none other than the 9th prince of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Dong Liantian. Beside him stood another young man with a face full of disdain. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of palace guards rushed in. But to Chen Chanan's surprise, Ji Wentian, with a gloomy face, actually waved his hand, signaling for the guards to leave. Seeing this, the guards, confused and dumbfounded, slowly exited the main hall. Seeing this scene, a sneer of disdain appeared on Chen Chahan's lips. This emperor, who allowed people to recklessly barge into the palace without even daring to get angry, was truly cowardly. No wonder after I killed his son, he still sent his daughter to me. I thought he was going to pull some trick. In the eastern state, there were 4 great countries. They were the Eastern Xian Kingdom, the Southern Ming Kingdom, the Fengyu Kingdom, and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Since Ji Wentian became the ruler, the Great Zhou Kingdom had gradually declined. Over the past 30 years, in the 4 Kingdoms Young Talents Tournament, held every 3 years, the Great Zhou Kingdom had always ranked last in every competition, 10 times in a row. The 4 Kingdoms Young Talents Tournament was held to decide the number of talented youths from each country who could enter a secret realm for cultivation. Because the Great Zhou Kingdom always ranked last, the younger generation of the Great Zhou Kingdom gradually fell behind the other 3 kingdoms. This caused the other 3 kingdoms to look down on them. Moreover, the dignified ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom was assassinated, and no one could even figure out who did it. How tragic. Now, even a prince from the Eastern Xian Kingdom dared to directly barge into the Great Zhou Kingdom's palace. This was a blatant disregard for the Great Zhou Kingdom's authority, showing how serious the situation had become. Dong Liantian, how dare you act so disrespectfully before a neighboring country's ruler? Ji Wentian asked with a gloomy face, but he was too angry to act. Faced with Ji Wentian's cold glare, Dong Liantian walked leisurely, showing no trace of fear or respect for the ruler. With a smile on his face, he said, Lord Ji, I was just testing the guards of the Great Zhou Kingdom's palace to see if they are qualified. Who would have known they were so useless, letting me enter so easily? Looks like Lord Ji needs to strengthen security. Ji Wentian and Duanmu Fumu's faces turned extremely ugly. He was calling their palace guards useless. Ji Wentian clenched his fists tightly and said in a low voice, Dong Liantian, speak your business and get to the point. He. Dong Liantian smiled and casually turned his head, making way for the young man to step forward, revealing him before Ji Wentian. Lord Ji, do you know who this is? I don't care who he is. Ji Wentian snorted coldly, his face ashen. Dong Liantian grinned and said, Oh? Since that's the case, if the Great Zhou Kingdom is destroyed, Lord Ji, you will become the king of a fallen country. Don't say I didn't warn you. What? The mention of the Great Zhou Kingdom being destroyed made Ji Wentian, Duanmu Fumu, and Ji Mingyue's faces change dramatically. What do you mean by that? Ji Wentian glared at Dong Liantian, his voice now colder than before. He. At this moment, the young man laughed and said, I am Zhao Zihan, the son of Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance. What, you're Zhao Tianwei's son? Ji Wentian's eyes narrowed. Indeed. Zhao Zihan's face was full of pride. The Southeast Wind Alliance was a first-rate sect alliance formed by the 3 countries of Eastern Xian, Southern Ming, and Fengyu. Simply put, behind this alliance stood the 3 great countries. As for Zhao Tianwei, it was rumored that he had entered a sacred land. He became an elder of the Taizong sword sect, a position of great prestige. Zhao Zihan, what alliance are you talking about? Ji Wentian waved his sleeve in anger, his gaze landing on Dong Liantian. Dong Liantian, what do your words earlier mean? Are you saying that Dongxian Kingdom intends to ally with the other 2 countries to destroy my Great Zhou? Ha. Dong Liantian smiled, to start a war would bring untold suffering, and I am not such a malicious person. He squinted his eyes, however, the 3 great countries believe that your Great Zhou does not deserve to be one of the 4 great powers of the eastern region. So, we suggest that you, the G royal family, step down and let the Southeast Wind Alliance take over and form a new Southeast Wind Alliance kingdom. His words stunned everyone present. What he meant was for Ji Wendian to hand over the Great Zhou and change it to the Southeast Wind Alliance kingdom. How outrageous was this? In an instant, Ji Wendian felt a cold chill surge up to the top of his head.
Chapter 29, Who is the real clown?
What if I refuse?
Ji Wendian stared at Dong Liantian and coldly spoke.
Refuse? Dong Liantian sneered, this is an opportunity to give your Ji royal family a way out, don't be ungrateful.
At this moment, Zhao Zihan looked up, his eyes full of pity as he glanced at Ji Wendian, disdainfully saying, TSK, the once mighty Ji royal family, so strong and overwhelming, has been gradually declining since you took power.
What a pity, what a pity. Now, the Great Zhou only has a group of useless, half-grown trash. If war breaks out, my Southeast Wind Alliance can slaughter the entire Chang'an city in 3 days. Moreover, aside from my father, who is an elder of the Sacred Land Taizong Sword Sect, my uncle, Zhao Tianli, has also become an elder of the Sacred Land, the Qingxian Sacred Sect. So, what does your Great Zhou have to fight against us? Do you really think those useless teachers in the Great Zhou Academy are enough? Do you think you, a dying and useless ruler, are enough to stand up to us? Zhao Zihan became more and more arrogant as he spoke. He felt incredibly pleased with himself. Because soon, he would become a prince. Hearing that the Southeast Wind Alliance was about to destroy the Great Zhou, and with the backing of Sacred Land Elders, Ji Mingyue's face turned pale with fear. In her panic, she subconsciously grabbed onto Chen Chang'an's arm, her chest pressing tightly against him. Chen Chang'an glanced at her, subtly pulling away, crossing his arms and watching the scene with a mocking smile. In the room, Ji Wentian's face became a shade of pale white as he desperately tried to suppress the chaotic energy in his chest, struggling to maintain the dignity of a ruler. But he still couldn't catch his breath. You are actually coveting the throne of my Great Zhou? Ji Wendian spoke, his face turning as white as paper, his body swaying as he nearly fell. Father Emperor. Ji Mingyue was alarmed and hurriedly moved forward to support him. Ji Wendian, this prince advises you to plan ahead, or you might end up like the Manchu people, wiped out. Dong Liantian sneered. What else do you want to say? Ji Wendian forced himself to straighten up, but the sharp pain from his chest twisted his face horribly. In this competition of the 4 great nations' talents, your Great Zhou does not need to participate, since every time you were ranked last, and now, so weak, you are no longer suitable to be a power in the eastern region. Dong Liantian sneered, the 4 great nations' talent competition, followed by entering the eastern region's spiritual Qi secret realm. Such precious cultivation resources should naturally be given to the capable, it's a waste to give them to these useless people from your Great Zhou. So, this time, the 4th great power will be the Southeast Wind Alliance. You're talking nonsense. The head of the Duanmu family yelled angrily, entering the eastern region's secret realm has always been reserved for the 4 great powers of the eastern region, why should the Southeast Wind Alliance be included? Why? Zhao Zihan coldly laughed, it's because of strength. He sneered and looked at Ji Wendian and his daughter, saying, Ji Wendian, it's better for you to find a way out for your Ji family early. That's right. Dong Liantian laughed loudly, this prince indeed has a clear way forward. He then looked at Ji Mingyue. Princess Mingyue, why don't you marry Zhao Zihan and become his concubine? Perhaps this will save your Ji family. What? Let Princess Ji Mingyue marry Zhao Zihan? And only become Zhao Zihan's concubine? You, don't go too far. Ji Wendian could not bear to make his precious daughter the concubine of the thief before him. This humiliation made his whole body tremble, his forehead veins bulging so violently they seemed about to explode. Ji Wendian, don't be so unconvinced. Dong Liantian sneered, this Zhao brother is at least a peerless genius of the younger generation, already at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm at such a young age. That's right, Ji Mingyue, becoming my concubine is your honor. Zhao Zihan said, his eyes full of lustful intent, I am invincible among those of the same realm in the heavenly martial realm. Saying this, he looked at Ji Wendian, who was shaking with anger but dared not speak, and mocked, Ji Wendian, don't you agree? Clearly, your daughter is not worthy of this young master. Put. At this moment, a laugh that seemed unable to be held back suddenly rang out, at the most inappropriate time. This made Dong Liantian, Zhao Zihan, and the previously silent He Wuqing look at the person with surprise. What are you laughing at? Zhao Zihan looked at Chen Chang'an, narrowing his eyes. I'm not laughing at anything. Chen Chang'an said lightly, then yawned, it's really boring to the extreme. Chen Chang'an's words shocked Ji Mingyue. She quickly appeared in front of him, whispering, Brother Chang'an, you should go back quickly. They are not good people. Saying this, she blocked Chen Chang'an's way, he is just my guard. I'll let him leave now. Although Chen Chang'an was very powerful, the gray-haired elder beside them was incredibly strong, even stronger than the lord of Duanmu's mansion. Ji Mingyue did not want Chen Chang'an to suffer. A guard? Dong Liantian raised the corner of his mouth, he looks so good-looking.
Is he Princess Mingyue's male pet?
TSK, I take back what I said earlier. Zhao Zihan spoke in a mocking tone. It turns out that the pure and cute Princess Mingyue is secretly a used commodity, really boring.
You speak nonsense.
Insulted in this way, Ji Mingyue's face immediately turned red, but she turned to Chen Chang'an and said, Brother Chang'an, hurry and go.
Want to leave?
Dong Liantian stepped in front of Chen Chang'an, sneering, First, tell me, what were you laughing at earlier?
Chen Chang'an's face remained calm. I was just thinking of something happy. Dong Liantian's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Is that so? Say it out loud. Let Zhao brother and I also have a little fun.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes. Since they were so ungrateful and wanted to be slapped in the face, he would not hold back and blatantly sneered, I laughed at you two country bumpkins, shameful fools.
What heavenly martial realm invincible? What makes a princess of a country become your little concubine?
TSK, truly a toad yawning, such a big mouth. You don't even know that you're just two clowns, frogs in a well who don't know the vastness of the sky. With these words, the scene immediately fell silent. He noticed that Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's breathing was becoming heavier.
Chen Chang'an continued, how about it?
The laugh was for you two ungrateful trash.
Brother Chang'an.
Ji Mingyue stared in shock at Chen Chang'an, momentarily frozen, then her face turned pale, full of worry. The Lord of Duanmu and Ji Wendian exchanged a glance and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief.
With Chen Chang'an's involvement, they felt strangely more at ease.
But Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan were completely stunned, then their faces filled with mockery. After all, in their eyes, Chen Chang'an seemed more like a clown.
Good, very good, you are quite courageous.
Dong Liantian's gaze swept over Chen Chang'an. I didn't expect such a person to exist in the Great Zhou Kingdom, so bold.
TSK, truly, I am not wasting my time here.
Saying this, he looked at Ji Wendian, your daughter. The male pet you found really has some courage.
Ji Wendian looked at Chen Chang'an, took a deep breath, and said, Chapter 30, I'll kick you to death. Ji Wendian looked at Chen Chang'an and sighed, he is.
I, the one who will bestow the Princess Mingyue's marriage, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an.
Father. Ji Mingyue looked at Ji Wendian in surprise, not understanding why her father would reveal Chen Chang'an's identity.
Oh, so you are the young master of the Chen family, the first family of the Great Zhou Kingdom.
No wonder you're so arrogant. Dong Liantian mocked.
That's right, I heard he killed the second prince. TSK, so that's how it is, the top genius of the Great Zhou Kingdom.
I'm so scared.
Zhao Zihan said with a mocking face, then became disdainful, even if you can defeat that useless Ji Sanhai, do you think you have the guts to act wild in front of me? Dong Liantian also said with disdain, yeah, just a small border country, defeated a useless person from his own country, and now thinks he's something important.
Ridiculous. Chen Chang'an looked at the two arrogant people, crossed his arms, and casually said, so what? What can you two clowns do to me?
Hearing this, Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's eyes flashed with cold light, and they spoke simultaneously.
You want to die? I can fulfill that for you. Don't think just because you can fight beyond your level that we can't. Our big sex power is beyond your imagination. Crushing you is like stepping on an ant.
He Wu Chang on the other side also narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Chen Chang'an. Noticing there was no strong aura, he revealed a contemptuous expression as if he were looking at someone seeking death, and even closed his eyes.
Too useless garbage, just good at talking. I'm here. Let me see how you're going to kill me.
Chen Chang'an said indifferently. It wasn't his business, but since they were asking for death, he didn't mind showing them some color. Moreover, Princess Mingyue had been good to him, and he couldn't just watch her being humiliated.
Ji Mingyue suddenly grabbed Chen Chang'an's sleeve, Chang'an brother.
Ha! Zhao Zihan's eyes burst with killing intent, his smile slowly twisted into something sinister. He twisted his neck and said coldly, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. With that, he charged forward, his hand transforming into a claw, directly aiming for Chen Chang'an's neck, striking fiercely. Ah! Seeing Zhao Zihan suddenly attack with such momentum, Ji Mingyue screamed in fright. But in the next moment, Chen Chang'an's foot kicked out with incredible speed. Bang! The force was overwhelming, unstoppable. The kick landed on Zhao Zihan's chest, sending him flying through the air. Boom! Zhao Zihan seemed to turn into a human cannonball, crashing violently into the palace wall. Ji Mingyue's scream stopped, her mouth wide open in shock. Dong Liantian's mocking expression was suddenly choked. Even He Wu Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank to pinprick size. The head of the Enduring Wood House in Ji Wendian had expected Chen Chang'an to act, but they didn't expect him to be so strong, kicking someone flying with a single blow. Their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Everyone's astonished gaze landed on the calm, handsome young man in a white robe, with not a speck of dust on him, unable to come to their senses for a long time.
Bang thud.
Zhao Zihan crawled out from the human-shaped hole in the wall, his face a bloody mess, full of ferocity. His eyes locked onto Chen Chang'an, and he let out a cold, hissing scream, "You!"
Whoosh! Chen Chang'an suddenly dashed forward, his figure rapidly enlarging in Zhao Zihan's pupils. Then, he saw a large foot raised high, expanding in his vision, and then it smashed down. Bang boom!
Chen Chang'an's foot landed heavily on Zhao Zihan's head, causing his skull to crash into the wall, embedding it. In the explosion of debris, Zhao Zihan's entire body was upside down, his head buried in the wall, with his limp legs hanging weakly.
Is this the invincibility of the same realm in the heavenly martial realm?
Chen Chang'an's voice was filled with extreme sarcasm. Looking at the two shaking legs, his gaze then fell on the protrusion between them, and suddenly, he lifted his foot high, smashing it down hard. Crack! It sounded like the breaking of an egg.
Zhao
Zihan, whose head was embedded in the wall, let out a tragic, pitiful howl. His entire body was trembling rapidly, red and white, flowing through his pants.
TSK, really makes people laugh their teeth off. What trash is this?
Such a tiny little bug dares to covet my great Zhou Kingdom's Princess Mingyue? Like a dog, you think you deserve it? Chen Chang'an mocked, turning his head, his gaze falling on Dong Liantian, who was still in shock.
Come on, number 2 waist, it's your turn. Dong Liantian finally reacted. Elder He, save him.
He shouted several times, but then suddenly realized that Elder He Wucheng was standing still, his eyes wide open, trembling with a horrified look.
He was completely motionless.
Sweat was pouring from his forehead, and even though his mouth opened to speak, no words came out.
Dong Liantian did not notice Elder He Wucheng's strange behavior.
He cautiously stepped toward Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an, you have a big audacity, dare to lay hands on us. Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Chang'an was already in front of him, slapping his face hard, instantly spinning him around and throwing him against the wall.
Bang!
Then, his head slowly slid down, smashing hard into the ground, in an extremely awkward position.
Ugh! Ah! Dong Liantian let out a painful, hoarse sound.
He slowly crawled up and stumbled to his feet. His face had been smashed to pieces.
Blood flowed like a column.
He fiercely touched his face, his eyes filled with a ferocious glare as he stared at Chen Chang'an, his heart boiling with endless humiliation and rage, almost burning every cell in his body. He, the prince of Dongxian Kingdom, was slapped away by someone. And that person was just a little young master of a small family. Such a great humiliation, never before. Even if the other party dies 1,000 times, it wouldn't quench the hatred in his heart. Ugh! You dog trash, you despicable bastard, I will skin you alive.
Dong Liantian let out a growl like a demonic beast, his face extremely hideous.
Heh, just you? Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. A pitiful fool, even the second prince of the Great Zhou Kingdom is better than you.
At least he can exchange a few moves with me, but you two?
All you can do is boast and speak rubbish.
One of you was kicked to death by me.
As for the rest of you, it's just a matter of another slap. Facing Chen Chang'an's disdainful gaze and humiliating words, Dong Liantian's heart was completely set ablaze. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, and a long spear appeared in his hands, stabbing fiercely toward Chen Chang'an. The spear's light exploded, and the spiritual energy surged, creating a terrifying momentum. Tiger Roaring Spear. Ji Wendian exclaimed, this is a king-level weapon, a priceless treasure of the Dongxian Kingdom royal family, and it's actually in Dong Liantian's hands.
Dong Liantian now held a long spear, his momentum extremely intimidating.
His cultivation level had even reached the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm. Stronger than Ji Tsunghai. But unfortunately, Chen Chang'an could defeat Ji Tsunghai, and with his cultivation having advanced to a new realm, he could also easily defeat Dong Liantian.
Overlord Bloodline.
In an instant, Chen Chang'an's hands were covered in golden light, and he directly grabbed the incoming spear.
Humph, looking for death.
Dong Liantian sneered, and the tiger roaring spear in his hand erupted with king-level power, like a fierce tiger pouncing toward Chen Chang'an.
Clang!
It seemed like the long spear had been firmly gripped by a golden iron claw, making it impossible to break free. What? Seeing Chen Chang'an actually catch the spearhead with his bare hands, Dong Liantian's heart tightened. But at that moment, Chen Chang'an's hands, which were holding the spear, swiftly slid forward like a snake, then he threw a punch toward Dong Liantian's arm, smashing it hard. Boom! A loud roar sounded, accompanied by Dong Liantian's tragic scream as his right hand was directly shattered by Chen Chang'an. Amid the flying blood and flesh, the spear in his hand was already in Chen Chang'an's grasp. Then, Chen Chang'an swung the spear and ruthlessly smashed it across Dong Liantian's face. Bang! Dong Liantian screamed again, his entire body sent flying backward. Whoosh! Immediately after, Chen Chang'an threw the spear out, and with a thud, it pierced his chest, the spear point coming out of his back and directly stabbing into the ground, pinning Dong Liantian to the earth. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. Dong Liantian hung on the tiger roar spear, his face rapidly paling, coughing up blood, his eyes now void of the previous arrogance, filled instead with extreme terror. TCH, two embarrassing things, disgusting garbage. Chen Chang'an lowered his eyebrows and sneered coldly, with such trash, you dare to come to my great Zhou kingdom to provoke? You even dare to humiliate the Princess Mingyue of my great Zhou kingdom? Do you even deserve it? You're not even worth as much as stray dogs by the roadside. Ji Mingyue stared blankly at Chen Chang'an, her heart heavily shaken, her gaze hazy, her lips slightly parted. Chang'an Gij. Ji Wentian's pupils flashed with a bright light, while the head of the Duanmu family trembled, his blood boiling in excitement. In the distance, He Wuqing, who could not move, looked at Chen Chang'an with a gloomy face and spoke in a low voice, You, who exactly, are you? In his eyes, Chen Chang'an was not simply from a first-class family in the Great Zhou Kingdom. After all, a peerless expert was hidden here. That expert had locked onto him, making it impossible for him to act. How terrifying. Were you deaf earlier? Fine, I can tell you again, I am from the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chang'an City, Chen family, Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an said lightly, his gaze full of contempt. He Wuqing stared fiercely at Chen Chang'an, realizing there was no sign of lying, his face turning even darker. He cupped his hands in salute, looking around, I do not know which senior is here, but why are you interfering with me? The treatment that the Great Zhou Kingdom can offer, my Dongxian Kingdom can also provide. I hope the senior can give my Dongxian Kingdom some face and not interfere. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian and Duanmu Song were momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. It must be the guardian behind Chen Chang'an. As expected. Thinking of this, the two exchanged a glance, their hearts now at ease. Although Chen Chang'an knew that a guardian was following him, he was unsure who it was. He didn't know which lord it was. After waiting for a moment, no one responded. He Wuqing's face grew even more unpleasant, and he turned to look at Ji Wentian, trying to pressure him. So he snorted coldly, Humph, Great Zhou Kingdom's ruler, what do you mean by this? As he spoke, he pointed at Chen Chang'an, killing intent in his voice, he killed Zhao Tianwei's son from the Southeast Wind Alliance, and then killed my Dongxian Kingdom's prince. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? If you're smart, you'll capture the murderer and personally send him to my country. Ask for forgiveness from my country's ruler, otherwise, my country's million-strong army will come to seek justice for their prince. After his words, Ji Wentian's expression changed drastically, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Duanmu Song approached him and whispered a few words. Ji Wentian's gaze flickered, and he clenched his teeth, becoming resolute. He turned to look at the calm Chen Chang'an and suddenly said, Humph, the one who killed you is my son-in-law. All of his actions come from my authorization. Do you want me to tie up my own son-in-law? Sorry, I can't do that. Upon hearing this, He Wuqing's eyes grew cold. Ji Kingdom's ruler, are you really trying to start a war with my Dongxian Kingdom? This. Ji Wentian shrank his neck and looked at Chen Chang'an with a pleading gaze. The only option now is to listen to Duanmu Song, fully binding the Chen family. This might be the only way for my Great Zhou Kingdom to survive. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an curled his lips and looked at He Wuqing, sneering, you old thing, what do you need me to explain to you? Earlier, those two were criminals. Disrespectful to the ruler of my Great Zhou Kingdom. Even more humiliating to our Princess Mingyue of the Great Zhou, these two deserve to die without question. Humph, still want us to give an explanation? How laughable. Chen Chang'an stood with his hands behind his back, walking calmly to He Wuqing's front, looking down from above and coldly saying, still planning to send 1,000,000 troops to demand justice? Go ahead and try. My Great Zhou Kingdom has stood for 1,000 years, do you think we fear you? You say our country is weak, but how do you know that our 1,000-year-old empire doesn't have untold hidden power? Every word from Chen Chang'an was forceful, every sentence deafening. It almost made Ji Wentian believe that the Ji family, with its royal bloodline, truly possessed powerful hidden strength, causing him to straighten up, chest out. You. He Wuqing's eyes wavered, as he saw an unmatched arrogance in Chen Chang'an's eyes, the kind of aura only a great eternal nation could possess. Impossible. The royal family of the Great Zhou has already fallen. What hidden power do they still have? Where does this brat get his confidence? What do you mean, you? Chen Chang'an sneered, pointing at the corpses of Zhao Zihan and Dong Liantian and coldly said. Take your two stinking bugs and get back to your country. Tell your ruler to give my Great Zhou Kingdom an explanation, or else, at the Four Kingdoms talent competition, we won't show any mercy. You brat, don't be so arrogant. You are nothing but a fox using a tiger's might. He Wuqing glared coldly at Chen Chang'an, his chest heaving violently. Ha! Chen Chang'an coldly laughed, are all of you from Dongxian country fools? You! He Wucheng was furious, but he gritted his teeth, holding back from attacking Chen Chang'an. After all, there was still a mysterious, powerful presence lurking in the shadows.
Ah, of course, how would a fool know they are a fool?
Chen Chang'an sneered, whether it's the Southeast Wind Alliance or your Dongxian Kingdom, do you all foolishly think you can swallow the might of our great Zhou, built over 1,000 years, with generations of accumulated power?
Truly, you are all brainless, ignorant. Ji Wentian's eyes wavered.
If it weren't for his clear understanding of great nations, he might have almost believed it. But he still put on a tough look, lifting his head proudly and saying, my son-in-law is right.
Humph, you are nothing but jumping clowns, frogs in a well.
He kept calling him son-in-law and husband, causing Ji Mingyue to blush with embarrassment.
He Wucheng's expression fluctuated.
In his gaze, Chen Chang'an, at the heavenly martial realm, was indeed extraordinary. He looked at his half-emperor realm and felt like an ant in comparison, even with a trace of pity in his eyes.
Could it be that both he and everyone behind him had underestimated the great Zhou kingdom?
Right, and that mysterious person in the shadows, just the lock of their aura made him afraid to move.
Could it be the Saint Emperor realm?
Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind.
Bad.
The great Zhou kingdom is too treacherous. He gritted his teeth, but he still let out a harsh remark, Great Zhou's ruler, I will remember this.
I will report the truth to my country's ruler and see if you can withstand the wrath of our ruler.
After speaking, he walked forward, carrying the two cold corpses as he left.
He came in with great momentum but left in disgrace. Chen Chang'an did not stop him. No need to send him off.
Only Ji Wentian, with a face full of smiles, spoke.
Humph. He Wucheng snorted coldly and quickly fled the palace. Chapter 32, Dare You Kill Me?
Seeing this, Ji Wentian and Duan Mutsang both sighed in relief. But then, Ji Wentian's expression turned worried again. After all, if the other three countries truly intended to send troops to invade, they really had no solution. Unless the Chen family truly, as Duan Mutsang said, had a very strong hidden foundation. Ji Wentian thought for a moment, then glanced at the still calm Chen Chang'an, his expression complicated.
Brother Chang'an, are you all right?
Ji Mingyue stepped forward, holding Chen Chang'an's arm, her face full of worry as she asked. Earlier, Chen Chang'an's actions and words to protect her had shaken her heart. At this moment, in the slightly trembling gaze, too many ripples began to rise. Beside them, Ji Wentian and Duan Mutsang, seeing this, immediately smiled like chrysanthemums.
I'm fine, your highness need not worry. Chen Chang'an smiled.
That's good. Ji Mingyue lifted her delicate nose, showing a smile, along with two small dimples on her cheeks.
Well, ahem, Mingyue, you accompany your older brother Chang'an to walk around the palace, I won't disturb you too. Ji Wentian, receiving Duan Mutsang's signal, spoke with a smile and quickly left.
Only Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue were left in the hall, along with the thick smell of blood. At this moment, footsteps outside were hurried and chaotic, as Ji Tsangshan led a large group of guards, rushing in anxiously.
Father, royal sister, how are you?
His voice was filled with fear and anxiety. Ji Tsangshan scanned the hall and found his father was not there, only Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an. Ji Mingyue hurriedly released her arm from around Chen Chang'an, lowered her head slightly, then raised it again to regain her composure, looking at the newcomer.
Royal brother, why did you only come now?
Royal sister, are you all right? Where is father?
I'm sorry, I'm late. Ji Tsangshan came before Ji Mingyue, his face full of panic and concern. It's fine now, they have all left. Father, he and Lord Duanmu have left. Ji Mingyue said, her eyes seemingly devoid of any reliance or comfort.
It seemed that she felt dissatisfied with the crown prince standing before her. Clearly, someone had entered the palace to bully her father, yet he only showed up now.
It was obvious he came late on purpose.
She never expected her crown prince brother to be so weak.
Ji Tsangshan was stunned, a trace of disappointment flashing across his face.
He had wanted to show off in front of his father, but instead, he was too late. At this moment, a guard whispered something in Ji Tsangshan's ear. This made him suddenly look up at Chen Chang'an, his pupils shifting, before turning cold and fierce.
Unexpectedly, Chen Chang'an had stolen the spotlight.
Chen Chang'an looked at him, a faint, cold smile tugging at his lips. This guy, earlier, when Dong Liantian and the others were here, didn't dare to show up. He hid away like a turtle, but now they were gone, and he suddenly popped up to act all friendly. It seems he's just another coward.
Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, Ji Tsangshan coldly said to Chen Chang'an, you actually killed Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan?
You have such a big guts.
Do you even know who they were? Do you know how much disaster your actions today will bring to our great Zhou country?
Royal brother, he helped us. Ji Mingyue spoke anxiously, her tone filled with dissatisfaction.
No, royal sister, you don't understand.
He's trying to harm our great Zhou country. Ji Tsangshan hurriedly replied, Father and you have both been deceived by him. If he truly wanted to help us, he wouldn't have killed your second royal brother. Now he's offended both Dongxian country and the Southeast Wind Alliance. He's trying to ruin our great Zhou country.
As Ji Sangshan spoke, a flash of wisdom seemed to appear in his eyes.
His face was filled with righteousness as he said, "No, we must quell Dongxian's anger. If we don't, war will break out, and it will result in the devastation of all lives."
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Hearing this, Chen Chang'an lightly clapped his hands and sneered, "Oh, truly worthy of our great Zhou's crown prince. Earlier, the enemy came at us fiercely, bullying even your own father, yet you hid like a turtle.
Now you come out and want to deal with your own people? And you're still trying to please and appease your enemies? Tisk, tsk. The crown prince's elegance, so afraid of the strong and bullying the weak, it's really an eye-opener for me." Chen Chang'an's merciless words immediately made Ji Sangshan's face darken. "You." He pointed at Chen Chang'an, about to explode, but suddenly remembered the ferocity of the person before him. He couldn't be sure that Chen Chang'an wouldn't dare to strike him. With this thought, he angrily lowered his hand and held back his words. The crown prince was humiliated, and Ji Mingyue said nothing, instead feeling that Chen Chang'an's words made sense. She glared at him angrily, "Royal brother, how could you do this? Brother Chang'an helped us vent our anger." Ji Sangshan coldly said, "Royal sister, you don't understand, those from Donglian Tian and Zhaozihan are nothing, but the forces behind them, that's truly terrifying. Chen Chang'an's actions will bring catastrophic trouble to our Dezhou." Ha! At this moment, Chen Chang'an let out an undisguised, scornful laugh. "Those two are indeed nothing. When they entered earlier, they were so arrogant and rude, now I finally understand why. It turns out the crown prince of Dezhou is a spineless coward. No wonder they dared to bully us, hide, and now even want to please others." Chen Chang'an's words undoubtedly struck at Ji Sangshan's weak heart. As the crown prince, having been repeatedly humiliated by Chen Chang'an, his anger flared up and he shouted, "Chen Chang'an, you are not of the royal family, what do you understand? You know nothing. What right do you have to teach me how to act? Do you know this concerns the survival of billions of lives in our Dezhou? You feel good, just talking big, but what happens next? We will suffer." Ji Sangshan's face turned red, truly looking like he was doing it for the great cause of the country. Chen Chang'an's face was full of contempt, with a faint sneer. Ji Sangshan, do you know that they are already using words like big armies approaching, destroy Dezhou, to threaten us? Are you still going to kneel and lick their boots? Your knees are really soft. If I am right, Dezhou should have an old ancestor in closed-door meditation, also a half-step Saint Emperor, right? In the eastern state, publicly, a half-step Saint Emperor is already the peak. If they dare come, our Dezhou should mobilize all its strength, then the outcome will definitely be mutually assured destruction. So, for them, the best way is to take down Dezhou without a single drop of blood being spilled." Chen Chang'an said, staring at Ji Sangshan, sneering, "Cowardly crown prince, the best way for your Dezhou royal family to handle this is to make a show of strength, act arrogantly. The more forceful you are, the more the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance will be wary, suspicious, and even want to investigate, to figure out our trump cards, before daring to wage war on us. After all, Dezhou's development over the past 1,000 years is impressive if used well, it's quite intimidating. Moreover, within the country, there are countless noble families, sects, and clans. If you can use them, it would be a powerful force." Ji Sangshan froze. He opened his mouth, but then suddenly realized that Chen Chang'an's words did indeed have some truth to them. But Ji Mingyue, who was beside him, completely absorbed every word. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Chen Chang'an, her face full of surprise. At this moment, Chen Chang'an gently patted Ji Sangshan's cheek, sneering, You are even worse than Ji Sanghai. If I hadn't killed him, would you still be able to sit on your throne as crown prince? You. After being slapped on the cheek, Ji Sangshan was stunned and then quickly took 2 steps back, his body trembling with anger. He was the crown prince of a nation, how could someone treat him so dismissively? You're so bold. Do you really think I won't kill you? Ha! Chen Chang'an once again sneered coldly, stepped forward, and slapped his face. Kill me? You dare. Chapter 33, The Secret Realm of Spiritual Qi in the Eastern State. Faced with Chen Chang'an's such rude actions, Ji Sangshan was actually so frightened that he stepped back again, his face flushed, looking at Chen Chang'an, his chest rising and falling violently. The guards nearby were utterly stunned. They didn't expect Chen Chang'an to be so domineering. They all shifted their gazes, not daring to look at the two of them. Ji Sangshan's chest heaved as if it would split open. At this moment, his face was full of shame and rage, but the scene of his royal brother dying at Chen Chang'an's hands. The image flooded his mind, making him dare not confront Chen Chang'an. Clap. 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 At this moment, another round of applause sounded. The returning Ji Wentian and Duan Muzong came back again. Father, Chen Chang'an, he is too arrogant.
You must punish him, he will bring disaster to our great Zhou kingdom.
Seeing Ji Wentian's arrival, Ji Tsangshan immediately stepped forward to complain. Slap.
Ji Wentian slapped Ji Tsangshan hard on the face, instantly stunning him.
Father, it is my fault. No matter what, he knelt down immediately to admit his mistake.
Humph. Ji Wentian coldly snorted at him, then turned to look at Chen Chang'an, his face filled with smiles again. Cousin Chang'an is right, you should go back and reflect.
Ah. Ji Tsangshan was stunned. He didn't expect his father would stand on Chen Chang'an's side.
Father, he even killed my second brother, how can you speak for him?
Shut up.
Ji Wentian kicked him down again, angrily saying, it was a life-and-death battle between them.
Moreover, Sun Hai plotted against Chang'an.
Forget it, this matter shall not be mentioned from now on. Guards. Take the crown prince to the East Palace for 3 months, prohibiting him from going out, so he can reflect well. With these words, all the guards froze.
But soon, one person stepped forward, dragging the disbelieving Ji Tsangshan away.
Cousin Chang'an, do not pay attention to that rebellious son. Ji Wentian smiled at Chen Chang'an. As he spoke, he looked at Ji Mingyue, from now on, you should stay beside me whenever you have the time and help me.
Ah, but father, I won't be able to do anything, how can I help you? Ji Mingyue was momentarily confused.
Instead, Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes.
When did Ji Wentian have such courage? Is he trying to dethrone the crown prince? Then set up a female emperor? He is trying to bind Princess Mingyue to my Chen family.
Chen Chang'an thought, his mind clear as a mirror. After leaving the palace, Chen Chang'an directly returned to the Chen family.
Chen family Great Hall. The Spirit Chi secret realm of the East Province.
Chen Xiantong and Chen Chang'an sat facing each other. Chen Xiantong gently sipped from his teacup, slowly saying, the secret realm of the East Province is the most concentrated place of spirit energy in the entire East Province. It requires the national tokens from the 4 countries, Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Fengyu Kingdom, and Dezhou Kingdom, to insert simultaneously to open. Initially, the Ji royal family dominated the East Province, who could enter the secret realm was decided solely by them. Later, the other 3 countries seem to have extended their hands toward the Holy Land, gaining support from the Holy Land, allowing them to gradually rise. Thus, in the 4 nations competition, Dezhou Kingdom gradually fell to the bottom.
Slowly, the number of Dezhou's outstanding talents entering the secret realm for cultivation decreased. Then, the gap widened over these 30 years, until their strength completely overshadowed that of Dezhou Kingdom. Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance was formed, wanting to replace the position of Dezhou Kingdom.
Hearing this, Chen Chang'an fell silent, stroking his chin in thought. Chen Xiantong looked at him and smiled, so I suspect that the reason you fell into the buried demon abyss a year ago, besides the second prince, is probably also the work of the other 3 countries or that Southeast Wind Alliance. After all, with your talent, you will be the dark horse in this year's 4 nations competition.
Chen Chang'an nodded in agreement.
There is a great forbidden place in the East Province, which is the buried demon abyss. Even strong beings from the Holy Land or the Imperial Continent do not dare to enter recklessly.
And there is a blessed land, which is the East Province secret realm.
This secret realm is the core of the East Province, where the spirit energy is incredibly rich, unmatched by the other 4 countries. Coincidentally, this blessed land is located at the intersection of the 4 countries, where the old ancestors of the various countries set up barriers. It requires the national tokens from the 4 countries to open simultaneously.
Chang'an, what are your plans?
Chen Xiantong asked with a smile.
Win the 4 kingdoms competition and enter the secret realm for training.
Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Chen Xiantong nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Chang'an with deep meaning. By the way, your former fiancé seems to have contacted someone from the sacred land of the Jun family.
They will probably arrive in a couple of days.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was stunned.
A hint of a fawning smile appeared on his face as he said, Housemaster, can you handle it?
Chen Xiantong lowered his head again, took a sip of tea, relaxed and calm, without saying a word. Chen Chang'an looked at him and understood in his heart, then I'm relieved.
Let the Jun family come, as long as the family can withstand it, that's enough.
Then Chen Chang'an left the main hall and returned to his room to start practicing. He took out another space ring, which contained the thank you fee from Ji Wentian for his help today.
Chen Chang'an naturally would not be polite, he happily received it.
He poured these resources into the god burial coffin, waiting for the spiritual energy to pour into his body once again. After that, he could only rely on absorbing the natural spiritual power for cultivation.
In the following days, the name of Chen Chang'an rose again, renowned and impressive.
Especially the rumor that the emperor had betrothed him, and he was about to become a royal son-in-law, spread throughout the royal city. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an temporarily rejected the betrothal, and this did not spread. Chen Chang'an killed the second prince. Not only was he not suppressed by the royal family, but instead, he was eagerly embraced by them, making the Gu family a laughingstock.
Wow, this young Master Chen is impressive. He clearly offended the royal family, yet he's being wooed by them. A prodigy is a prodigy. With such strong power, it is normal for the ruler to want to win him over, especially after the incident with the second prince being so unscrupulous. That's right, taking someone else's bloodline, he deserves to die. TSK, that Gu Qinsheng is really foolish. She's clearly a peerless prodigy but has let him slip away. For sure, Gu Qinsheng must be crying in the restroom right now. Of course. They thought they had grabbed the thick thigh of the Jun family, but unexpectedly, the Jun family hasn't even sent anyone yet. Could it be true that the Jun family is scared? TSK, how could that be? Or maybe something has delayed them. The entire royal city was bustling and lively, with every tavern filled with discussions. Especially with the many recent events, the Great Zhou royal city was incredibly vibrant. Southeast Wind Alliance. In the conference hall. When Yi Wucheng returned with the bodies of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan, everyone was instantly furious. Elder He, who killed the two of them? The leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei, spoke with rage. Zhao Tianwei's expression was extremely cold, his brow furrowed with a terrifying chill. His voice rang out like a thunderclap, echoing in everyone's hearts. Yi Wucheng's face was grim, quickly replying, "It was that Chen family, Chen Chang'an." What? The Chen family? Is that the so-called first-level family in Chang'an Royal City? He's gone mad, daring to kill the prince of Dongxian Kingdom, and even killed my son Zhao Zihan of the Southeast Wind Alliance? Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ah, master, you must avenge our son. Destroy the Chen family, kill all of them. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, holding Zhao Zihan's corpse, cried with tear-streaked cheeks, her words filled with hatred. And that Chen Chang'an, he actually dared to crush my sons. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth as she spoke. Everyone stared at the mangled body of Zhao Zihan, which was in a terrible state, and suddenly felt a chill in their own groins. Secretly thinking that the little he dares to kill the prince of our eastern Xiangua, and the lord of the Great Zhou did not stop him. Then they must bear the wrath of our eastern Xiangua. Inside the Grand Hall, the high-ranking officials of eastern Xiangua, southern Ming, Wind Feather Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance stood together. They gathered here to replace the Great Zhou Kingdom. They were also waiting for Dong Liantian and the others to bring back good news. Unexpectedly, what returned were only their corpses. Everyone looked at each other, their emotions in turmoil. Especially the representatives from Southern Ming and Wind Feather Kingdom, each relieved that they hadn't sent anyone to provoke the Great Zhou Palace. At this moment, Zhao Tianwei's icy gaze fell on Yi Wucheng. Elder He, even if that Chen Chang'an has monstrous talent, defeating the strong with the weak and killing my son and the prince of Dong Liantian, why did you not intervene? As he spoke, his eagle-like eyes stared intensely at him. With your half-step Saint Emperor-level cultivation, aside from the sleeping ancestors of the Great Zhou royal family, I am afraid no one could touch you, right? And it's just a mere Chen family. After finishing, everyone looked at him, their expressions filled with doubt. Even the middle-aged woman stared at him fiercely. Yi Wucheng revealed a bitter smile. Alliance leader, I want to help, but someone locked onto my aura, and I couldn't move at all. Moreover, if I forced my way into action, I might get killed too. But I cannot die. If I die, who can bring back the news? The royal family of Great Zhou might be hiding a powerful Saint Emperor. What? Is what you said true? Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened suddenly. How could Great Zhou possibly have a Saint Emperor? Alliance leader, if it weren't true, would I have just watched the young master and the prince die there? Yi Wucheng replied helplessly. Everyone in the room gasped in shock. If the Great Zhou really had a hidden Saint Emperor, then they were in trouble. Saint Emperors were catastrophic beings on the battlefield. Everyone looked at each other in concern. We must report this matter back to His Majesty. At this moment, a censor from Eastern Xiangua spoke with a gloomy expression. He then turned to Yi Wucheng. Elder He, do you know if the Saint Emperor controlling your actions is from the Chen family or the Great Zhou royal family? I don't know. I tried to communicate with the mysterious expert, but they ignored me, Yi Wucheng replied truthfully. Then Yi Wucheng recounted what Chen Chang'an had said about how the Great Zhou royal family had powerful foundations that they did not know about. This time, everyone fell silent again. Could it be that they had underestimated the Great Zhou? Clearly having powerful foundations but deliberately showing weakness? After a brief silence, Zhao Tianwei spoke again. Since the weak Ji Wendian took the throne, the younger generation of Great Zhou has been useless for 30 years. If they truly had strong foundations, it might just be one or two old-timers left who have little strength left. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling it made sense. Yes, just like Elder He said, that mysterious expert must be an old-timer from the Ji family. If they could act freely, Ji Wendian would not have been so weak. That's right. It was a life-threatening moment, so they emerged to intimidate us. Everyone guessed together. They all believed it was someone from the Ji family. Humph. At that moment, the middle-aged woman holding Zhao Zihan's body snorted coldly.
I don't care about that Chen family. The Chen Shagan killed my son, and I want him to pay with his life. Zhao Tianwei wanted to say something, but seeing his wife so heartbroken, he had to give up. After all, it was through his wife's connections that he could enter the sacred land, Taizong sword sect. So he nodded, then continued looking at the censor, saying, Gao Gonggang, it seems our attempt to force Great Zhou to voluntarily give up entering the Eastern State secret realm has failed. Then our next step is to prepare for the Four Kingdoms talents competition in half a month.
Alright, I will go back to inform the king.
The rest of the matters need the king's decision. The Grand Eunuch said, carrying Dong Liantian's body and He Wucheng, quickly leaving. Next, the Dongxian Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, the Fengyu Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance were all preparing to enter the Eastern State secret realm. And another team quietly set off toward Chang'an City. Their target was the Chen family. Gu family. Gu Qingshan sat in the main seat with a bitter expression. He looked at the family elders in the hall, all with faces as if their fathers had died, and his anger boiled inside. After Gu Qingcheng requested Chen Chang'an to break off the engagement, the Gu family had already become the laughingstock of Chang'an City. What blind fools who can't recognize wealth! What a vain love! What a family of dogs looking down on others! Humph, when the Jun family arrives, I want to see how arrogant Chen Chang'an can be. At that time, even if he is the son-in-law of Ji Wentian, it won't help him. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly. The others looked dejectedly at Gu Qingcheng, sitting there with changing expressions, and sighed heavily. They all felt that if the Jun family really came to help Jun Wujin seek revenge, why hadn't they arrived yet after all this time? Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly, raised her head like a proud swan. Humph, elders, there's no need to worry. The Jun family will be here soon, and they said they want to take me back to the Jun family. What? Miss, are you serious? That's great. If the Miss truly joins the holy Jun family, then our Gu family has hope to rise. Gu Qingcheng's words instantly lifted the spirits of the lost elders in the hall. Humph, it's absolutely true. Gu Qingcheng said proudly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan was also overjoyed. Qingcheng, you contacted the Jun family, why didn't you tell your father? I wanted to give father a surprise. Gu Qingcheng smiled. Miss. At this moment, an old man rushed in from outside. He hurried to Gu Qingcheng's side, his face full of excitement. Miss, the Jun family has arrived. They just entered the royal city. What? Gu Qingcheng stood up abruptly. Qingcheng, let's go welcome them. Gu Qingshan also looked excited. Exactly. Let's go welcome them. Gu Qingcheng was full of excitement, then her expression quickly turned cold. Chen Chang'an, the Jun family is here again. Let's see how you die this time. Chapter 35, Qingcheng's Stunning Beauty. Originally, she had no grudge with Chen Chang'an, as they had once had an engagement. Reaching this point now, he had almost become a nightmare in her heart. She didn't want to admit that her choice was wrong. Therefore, her guilt towards Chen Chang'an transformed from unwillingness into present-day resentment. Everyone wanted to see her embarrassed. She also wanted to prove to everyone that her choice was not wrong, and that Chen Chang'an was the true clown. So Gu Qingcheng and Gu Qingshan hurriedly led a few family elders out the door. On the other side, after this period of practice, Chen Chang'an's cultivation had terrifyingly reached the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. Huff! Chen Chang'an gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, then looked at the door. Come in. The servant who had been waiting outside for a long time quickly pushed the door open, carrying abundant food in. Young master, Princess Mingyue has come. She said the king's condition has worsened and wants you and our 5th master to go into the palace to help take a look. She has also brought many gifts. As he spoke, he placed a space ring on the table. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was desperately in need of resources. Because as long as there are resources, he could promote his level as easily as drinking water. Does 5th master want to go into the palace? Chen Chang'an looked at the space ring on the table while eating, casually asking. 5th master instructed that you should go, this is the jade slip 5th master gave you. The servant said, handing Chen Chang'an a long white jade stone that could record text. Chen Chang'an nodded. Chindi, is the princess still waiting outside the Great Hall? Yes, young master. Chen Di nodded. Alright, then I will go to the palace with her. In that case, I will take the resources inside this space ring. Chen Chang'an said, then stood up, heading towards the Chen family's Great Hall. When he arrived in the Great Hall, he saw Ji Mingyue dressed in snow-white gauze, noble and unparalleled. However, her delicate eyebrows carried a hint of ethereal charm, and her pitch-black eyes, like jewels, held a trace of sadness. Princess Mingyue. Chen Chang'an spoke. Ah, brother Chang'an, you are out. Ji Mingyue, lost in thought, seemed startled. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, her face instantly brightened as she stepped forward, bringing with her a fragrant breeze.
Then she sighed, just call me Mingyue. Chen Chang'an smiled lightly, not minding, alright.
He looked at the stunningly beautiful Ji Mingyue, whose sad face bore an enchanting elegance. If she were to age 2 more years, she would surely make countless men lose their souls, but her current frailty made one involuntarily want to cherish her. Why did I fall for Gu Qingqing 100 years ago, and ignore this treasure-like princess? Chen Chang'an rubbed his nose, feeling speechless.
Brother Chang'an, could you invite Master Wu from the Chun family to help check on my father's illness? Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an with full anticipation.
Seeing her slightly puffy eye bags, Chen Chang'an felt even more speechless inside.
Why can't Ji Wendian come directly to my Qin family?
But he didn't say this out loud. Instead, he said lightly, Master Wu gave me a method that might temporarily ease your father's pain.
I will accompany you back to the palace. Really? That's wonderful. Ji Mingyue was overjoyed, her smile instantly brightening the entire great hall. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but feel happy, and then he went with Ji Mingyue out of the Chen residence, heading towards the palace.
On the streets of the royal city.
Brother Chang'an, why aren't we taking a carriage? Instead, are we walking? Ji Mingyue asked curiously.
I don't know, my second master said to walk, to spend some time with you and let you relax. Chen Chang'an replied, feeling speechless.
Ji Mingyue's heart filled with joy.
She didn't expect the elder of the Chen family wanted to bring her and Chen Chang'an together.
Then she lowered her head, well, that's fine. Chen Chang'an glanced at her with a smile, aren't you worried about your father's condition?
My father said if I could spend more time alone with you, other matters don't need to be rushed. By the end, Ji Mingyue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Chang'an was speechless, this old emperor is something else.
Alright, stop looking down, watch where you're going. Chen Chang'an gently lifted her chin. Ah! Such an intimate action made Ji Mingyue feel extremely shy. Meanwhile, Xinde and Ji Mingyue's guards followed behind, all revealing smiles.
At that moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly felt a chill, an icy shiver shooting up his spine. As if he had caught a glance from a poisonous snake, he abruptly stopped in place. Then Ji Mingyue bumped into him with a soft ah.
Chen Chang'an couldn't help but hold her, but his gaze swept towards the distance. What's wrong, Brother Chang'an?
Ji Mingyue, nestled in Chen Chang'an's embrace, was taken aback, then shyly asked.
Chen Chang'an didn't answer her but continued to scan the crowd coming and going.
He had sensed a strong aura that swept over him just moments before.
That person's aura was very strong. It's nothing.
Chen Chang'an released the girl in his arms and said, let's go.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Ji Mingyue, bewildered, followed by Chen Chang'an sighed, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile.
Who could it be? Chen Chang'an pondered with a frown.
Just as he took a few steps, a luxurious figure appeared a dozen feet ahead. His presence and stance made it hard for anyone not to notice him. A young man stood there, extraordinarily handsome, his clothes made of brocade emitting a faint spiritual energy wave, it seemed to be a treasure garment. When Chen Chang'an focused on this person, the powerful aura from the shadows instantly locked onto him, and the aura gradually began to condense. Chen Chang'an instantly understood, the owner of this terrifying aura was probably the one secretly protecting the brocade-clad man. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel nervous inside. If this guy is after me, I wonder if the elders of my family can handle the powerful presence hiding in the shadows. Just as he was thinking, the brocade-clad man was gradually approaching him, and it seemed like they were about to brush past each other.
Chen Chang'an couldn't help but take a secret glance at him.
He saw the man with a faint smile on his lips, his head held high, occasionally furrowing his brows, showing disdain and contempt for his surroundings. Such a posture suggested that the place he came from was definitely a land rich in spiritual energy, and after arriving here, he involuntarily exuded his unmatched nobility.
Looks like another young master from a big family here to play in a border country.
Chen Chang'an sneered in his heart and then looked away, continuing to walk forward. But just as the two of them were about to pass each other, the brocade-clad man's originally proud gaze suddenly turned to look over. Chen Chang'an immediately felt something was wrong, and he remembered the breathtaking beauty of the woman beside him. She was definitely someone who would attract trouble.
Sure enough, the brocade-clad man's gaze was fixed there, and it seemed as though his soul had left him, his eyes trembling violently as they followed Ji Mingyue's movements. With his background, he had seen countless women of extraordinary beauty. The women he had slept with were as numerous as the carp crossing a river. Faced with this border country of Dongzhou, he originally looked down on it. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a woman here, a girl who stirred a man's heart, and it instantly made him lose his soul. God, this trashy Great Zhou country actually has such an unbelievably beautiful woman, no wonder that Gai Jun Wujin is willing to come here. He muttered to himself in a daze. When he saw Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue already passing by his side, he suddenly snapped back to his senses and blocked their path. Chapter 36, Kill One If They Come. Chen Chang'an looked at the man blocking his way, and his heart sank. Sure enough. This guy. Ji Mingyue was stunned. Young master, what do you mean? The brocade-clad man's face showed excitement and surprise, his voice trembling as he said, Little sister, you are so beautiful, tell me your name? How about I take you to the Holy Land? The brocade-clad man had a faint smile on his lips, considering himself elegant and handsome, especially as he spoke, showing he was from a Holy Land. He thought that the girl in front of him would surely be charmed by his allure. Seeing such a frivolous person, Ji Mingyue frowned, no need. She then clung to Chen Chang'an's arm and whispered, please move aside. Oh? The brocade-clad man raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Chen Chang'an. Instantly, his face turned ugly. Because even in the Holy Land, he had never seen such a handsome man with such a cold aura. Little sister, don't be in a rush to leave. The brocade-clad man glanced at Chen Chang'an with disdain, thinking, besides being handsome, what else could he have? He ignored Chen Chang'an and continued looking at Ji Mingyue, saying, Little sister, I come from the Jun family in the Holy Land. He paused for a moment, noticing that both Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue were slightly stunned, then he smugly continued, I'm new here and unfamiliar with the place. So I was hoping we could make friends, how about it? Don't worry, I have no other intentions. The Jun family of the Holy Land? Ji Mingyue couldn't help but look at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, smiled, and then gently pulled Ji Mingyue's shoulder, softly uttering 2 words to the brocade-clad man. Go away. Hearing this, Ji Mingyue was stunned, feeling the strong arm, and immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. She tugged at Chen Chang'an's sleeve and whispered, Brother Chang'an, he is from the Jun family. Chen Chang'an gave her a reassuring glance, then turned to the man in fine clothes, if you want to make friends, turn right at the street up ahead, there's a brothel, the madam inside is still plump and well-suited for your kind of acquaintance. The man in fine clothes narrowed his eyes, sizing up Chen Chang'an, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, showing no anger, but rather a slight hint of amusement. In his eyes, Chen Chang'an was nothing but a jumping clown. Not even knowing the Jun family? That was like not knowing how to write the word death. What are you? Say one more word, and I'll break your arms and legs, do you believe that? The man in fine clothes looked at Chen Chang'an with a sneer, his eyes half-lowered in disdain. As he spoke, several guards appeared behind him, glaring at Chen Chang'an with fierce expressions. Ji Mingyue became worried immediately. The appearance of someone from the Jun family here could not be a coincidence. Ha, it's not your turn to be arrogant here. Chen Chang'an sneered, then struck out with his hand. Before the man could react, Chen Chang'an's hand firmly grasped the young man's neck, and then tightened violently. Crack, a bone-shattering sound echoed, shock and disbelief flashed across his face. Ugh, cough, you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you want to die? The man in fine clothes gripped Chen Chang'an's arm tightly, trying to break free, but Chen Chang'an's arm was like an iron clamp, choking his neck tightly. In an instant, the lack of oxygen, suffocation, and the severe pain in his neck turned his face pale and blue. You dare? One of his guards stepped forward, surrounding Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue, but none dared to make a move. After all, the young man in fine clothes was still under Chen Chang'an's control. Let go of him. You dare to lay a hand on someone from the Jun family? I'll wipe your entire family off the map. One of the guards snarled. Oh? Is that so? Chen Chang'an chuckled coldly and increased his grip. Instantly, the young man in fine clothes trembled violently, his facial features contorting madly as his eyes began to roll back. Let go of him. At that moment, a gray shadow suddenly appeared beside the young man in fine clothes, ready to strike. If you move, I'll snap his neck immediately. Chen Chang'an said coldly. The gray-robed man froze, halting his motion, his face darkened as he glared at Chen Chang'an, while an overwhelming, terrifying pressure descended on him. TSK, your Jun family really is seeking their own death, huh? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a sword on his back walked slowly toward them. With his arrival, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in deathly silence. The gray-robed elder's scalp tingled. He looked at the man before him. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, but his gaze was deep and sharp, and his face was etched with the marks of time. His ancient Taoist robe seemed to be made of countless sword chi. Seeing the sword-wielding man, Chen Chang'an respectfully spoke, Eighth Master, it's you. Eighth Master smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the gray-robed elder, and he said, Go back and tell Jun Xian Haoan if he dares to come to the Great Zhou Kingdom again, I'll break his dog legs. WH. What? The gray-robed elder was stunned. Save me, save, ugh. The young man in fine clothes, still clutched by Chen Chang'an's hand around his neck, let out an angry, hoarse voice, Kill him, kill him. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chang'an directly snapped his neck. His eyes bulged out, dying without ever understanding why Chen Chang'an had dared to kill him directly. You dare kill my young master.
The gray-robed elder's eyes widened, and just as he was about to make a move, an invisible sword chi pressed against his forehead, causing his expression to change drastically, unable to move. He stared at Eighth Master in horror. You. Who are you really? Eighth Master glanced at him indifferently, sneering, your young master threatened to kill my young master, and then got killed by my young master. You really want to know who I am? It's not worth his death. Take his body back, and tell that Jun Shinao, if your Jun family sends anyone again, one will come, and I'll kill one, two will come, and I'll kill two. If the whole family comes, I don't mind destroying your Jun family. Boom. The words of the Eighth Master were extremely domineering, ringing endlessly in the gray-robed elder's mind. He stared at Chen Ba for a long time, unable to regain his senses. Thud. Chen Chang'an threw the body of the richly dressed man to the ground, disdainfully saying, "Get lost." The gray-robed elder glared at the Eighth Master for a while, then continued sizing up Chen Chang'an, unwillingly picking up the body of the richly dressed man and leaving in embarrassment. After they left, Chen Chang'an respectfully bowed to the Eighth Master. Thank you, Eighth Master, you're mighty. I salute the Eighth Master. Ji Mingyue also obediently bowed, without the slightest airs of a princess. The Eighth Master nodded in satisfaction towards Ji Mingyue, then smiled and scolded Chen Chang'an. Mighty my ass, I was just scaring him, who knew he was so timid? If it really came to a fight, I wouldn't be his match. The Eighth Master sneered, pointing at Chen Chang'an and scolding, and you little brat, so arrogant, if I hadn't shown up to scare him, wouldn't you have been killed by him? Had ha. Chen Chang'an laughed, this is Chang'an City, if I get bullied by that old man, wouldn't that slap you in the face, Eighth Master? Right? Ah, more flattery. The Eighth Master waved his hand and continued, alright, let's go to the palace to meet the ruler, I'm leaving. After saying that, he nodded slightly to the blushing Ji Mingyue and turned to leave. Chen Chang'an stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing, this Eighth Master is actually a sword cultivator. Saying that the Eighth Master couldn't defeat the previous gray-robed elder, Chen Chang'an didn't believe a word of it. Chapter 37, Scaring Away the Jun Family's People. Ji Mingyue, even more complicated, looked in the direction the Eighth Master left. At this moment, it seemed like she understood why her father, the Emperor, wanted her to please Chen Chang'an. But, the person she likes, with such a strong family force, it's a good thing. And with that, Brother Chang'an wouldn't be bullied by others. While thinking, Chen Chang'an waved his hand in front of her. What are you thinking? Ah, nothing. Ji Mingyue quickly lowered her head, speaking softly, I was thinking, your Eighth Master is amazing, his words are so domineering, no wonder you're like this. Oh? What kind of person am I? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Not willing to suffer losses. Strong-willed. Ji Mingyue thought for a moment, then said, you're completely different from a year ago, your eyes have more weariness and depth, it seems, you're no longer as childish and naive. Saying this, she looked at Chen Chang'an with a heart full of pity and said, Brother Chang'an, you must have suffered a lot in the year you disappeared, right? Not really. Chen Chang'an said, thinking about the 100 years in the burial god Coffin, his eyes were very deep. Suddenly, he asked curiously, why don't you mind that I killed your royal brother? Ah. Ji Mingyue froze. She obviously didn't expect Chen Chang'an to ask this question. After thinking for a while, she sniffed and said, I don't know, maybe it's because my relationship with both of my royal brothers is bad. Because their mother didn't treat my mother well, calling her a fox spirit. And they have bullied me since I was young. But Brother Chang'an, you're different, you've always protected me. At this point, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but you've grown up, now all you see is that Gu Qingcheng. At this point, she lowered her head, her fingers constantly intertwining between her hands. Chen Chang'an was stunned. He then remembered, Ji Wentian's sons, with so many daughters, it was normal for the siblings to have bad relationships. After all, within the royal family, there was also open and covert struggle, and sibling rivalry was common. Thinking of this, the slight grudge and vigilance in his heart finally disappeared. He smiled at Ji Mingyue and said, alright, that's all in the past. Let's hurry to the imperial palace. Ji Mingyue looked up in surprise and saw Chen Chang'an's warm gaze. It seemed that the barrier between them had disappeared. Her heart was filled with joy, and she nodded her little head repeatedly. At the same time, outside the royal city, the gray-robed elder of the Jun family, carrying the corpse of the noble-clothed young man, was flying swiftly on a flying boat. His face was extremely grim, and he was terrified to the extreme. The other guards did not dare to breathe loudly, their faces full of disbelief. Finally, one of the guards couldn't hold back and asked, Third Elder, what happened? Why was the young master killed, yet we ran away in panic? Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. The gray-robed elder spoke coldly. His expression was terrifyingly heavy at this moment. Now, he could only flee from the great Zhou kingdom, the farther, the better. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was a dignified Saint Emperor realm expert, coming to this remote little country, thinking he could act recklessly and crush everything.
But, unexpectedly, there was actually a hidden sword master here. A sword. His brows furrowed tightly, filled with confusion. Who exactly was that person? And, damn it, he even knew his ancestor. Jun Xinhao. Towards Jun Xinhao, that man had spoken in a tone as if he were teaching a junior. Hiss. Thinking of this, the gray-robed elder gasped fiercely, his scalp tingling instantly. So, he accelerated the flying boat even more. Gu family. Outside the Gu family's main hall, Gu Qingshan led everyone, standing there in complete bewilderment.
At the same time, Gu Qingchang and the others had also returned from outside.
Father, I didn't see anyone from the Jun family.
Gu Qingchang said in confusion.
How is that possible? Gu Qingshan's face was full of confusion. Didn't they enter the royal city? Why haven't they arrived at our Gu family yet?
The other elders also looked at each other, and an ominous feeling welled up in their hearts.
Could it be that they want to give us a show of power?
Gu Qingchang thought for a moment and said, after all, they are a great family from a holy land.
If they arrived on time, that would actually be strange.
Hearing this, everyone nodded repeatedly, feeling that Gu Qingchang made sense. Such figures, being late was normal. But soon, after waiting at the Gu family's gate for a long time, they still didn't see anyone arriving.
Everyone in the Gu family instantly became uneasy.
At this moment, a family member came running in a hurry from outside.
Seeing the person's anxious expression, Gu Qingshan stepped forward and said coldly, "What happened?" Everyone looked at the newcomer.
"Master, miss, something strange has happened." The person who returned said.
"What is it?"
Chen Chang'an encountered a young nobleman on his way to the imperial palace, and they had a conflict. Later, that person was killed by Chen Chang'an. And, beside that young nobleman was a very powerful elder, who was also scared away by the 8th elder of the Chen family.
What? Hearing the report, everyone was stunned.
Gu Qingqing's face was full of shock, and an ominous feeling flashed through her mind. This is impossible.
She quickly looked at Gu Qingshan. "Father, why don't we use the transmission stone to ask? Didn't we get the transmission stone to contact them?" "Qingshan, are you saying the one killed by Chen Chang'an was from the Jun family? How could that be? The people the Jun family sent this time should be stronger than the last time."
Saying this, he suddenly lost confidence and immediately took out the transmission stone to send a message to the Jun family's people. Soon, he received a reply.
It was filled with extreme anger and boundless killing intent. A single word: scram. Gu Qingshan's face instantly turned ashen, Gu Qingqing's body trembled, and everyone else was dumbfounded.
This. Gu Qingqing staggered, as if falling into an abyss, and murmured in disbelief.
How could this be? How could Chen Chang'an scare off the Jun family?
They're all trash, haha, the Jun family is all trash. A mere Chen family could actually scare them away.
I don't believe it. Gu Qingqing roared in despair.
Crazy as it may seem, besides the Jun family, there are still the other 3 great families and the 4 great holy sects in the Holy Land. I don't believe there's no one who can deal with your Chen family. Gu Qingqing lifted her head, her eyes filled with hatred. It's all your fault, Chen Chang'an, you made me the laughingstock of the entire Great Zhou. I will make sure you die a miserable death. Gu Qingqing said, looking at an elder in the field. "Gu Lao, come with me to the Holy Land." The elder nodded and followed Gu Qingqing out of the Gu family. Meanwhile, the usually calm Gu Qingshan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, staring blankly at the departing Gu Qingqing without speaking. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed, "One wrong step, every step wrong.
Chen family, what kind of family are you? So powerful, yet always hiding in the shadows. I hate it."
At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the royal city. This damn Gu family, how dare they send a voice transmission to me, humph.
Bang!
The gray-robed elder of the Jun family fiercely crushed the sound transmission stone. The gray-robed elder's chest heaved, breathing heavily, his face twisted in a terrifying expression. He quickly deduced the situation. That bastard Jun Wujian must have offended that person in the Great Zhou royal city, and then was killed. And just now, Jun Wujian's older brother, Jun Wudao, also offended that person and was killed. Damn it, there's such a powerful sword cultivator hidden here.
They've sent people over again and again to die, this damned Gu family.
The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth and said fiercely. As for the engagement between Gu Qingqing and Jun Wujian, he didn't believe it at all.
After all, without the Jun family head acknowledging the engagement, what kind of engagement was that? With this thought, he looked at a nearby guard and said in a deep voice, "You, go back to the Great Zhou royal city, investigate the Gu family, and find out exactly what happened to Jun Wujian."
"Yes."
The guard cupped his hands, didn't ask too many questions, and immediately responded.
As the airship descended to a certain height, he immediately jumped down and headed toward the Great Zhou royal city. On the other side, When Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue arrived at the palace gates, the sound transmission stone on Ji Mingyue's body suddenly lit up. She immediately took it out to check, and instantly, a thin layer of mist covered her beautiful eyes.
The whole person panicked. She grabbed Chen Chang'an's arm, unconsciously tightening her grip. Mingyue, what's wrong?
Chen Chang'an patted her hand and asked in confusion.
Ah, Brother Chang'an, father, he's about to die. Lord Duanmu sent a voice transmission asking if Fifth Master has returned. Brother Chang'an, please, you must save my father.
Ji Mingyue said, already in a state of panic, her face full of urgency.
Don't panic, let's go in and take a look first.
Chen Chang'an held her hand and immediately rushed toward the palace. The palace guards, upon seeing this, respectfully bowed, not daring to stop them.
After all, that was Princess Mingyue and the famous Chen Chang'an. In the palace sleeping quarters.
Ji Wentian's face was as pale as paper, blood continuously flowing from his 7 orifices, a mighty half-emperor realm cultivator, yet his breath was so weak, it was almost as if he were on the brink of death.
When Chen Chang'an arrived, the entire hall was crowded with people, princes and princesses kneeling on the floor.
Crown Prince Ji Xingshan, who had been locked up by Ji Wentian for 3 months, now appeared here, crying loudly on the floor, his voice full of sorrow, making anyone who didn't know think that the emperor had passed away. But Chen Chang'an also knew, if Ji Wentian really had passed away, then Ji Xingshan would rightfully become the new ruler of the Great Zhou. Facing the crying crown prince, the other officials all flattered him, showing their respect. After all, everyone thought the crown prince was about to ascend the throne, and they all wanted to hold onto his legs in advance. In the midst of it all, only Lord Duanmu had a face full of disdain. He despised such a useless Ji Xingshan. He's even worse than Ji Sanhai. At least Ji Sanhai has a ruthless nature and a strong personality. Chen Chang'an swept his gaze over the room. Apart from the useless ministers, the crown prince, and the lord of Duanmu's residence, there was another person here, whose aura was extremely deep. He was a thin, old man with a stern expression on his face. Chen Chang'an only gave him a faint glance before withdrawing his gaze. Father, Brother Chang'an is here, he must have a way to save you, Ji Mingyue called out, her face full of confusion but also the only hope she had. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the two of them.
Ji Xingshan's face darkened. Chen Chang'an, what are you doing here?
Ji Xingshan naturally disliked Chen Chang'an, who had always ignored him. Chen Chang'an directly ignored him, took a step, and walked past everyone with Ji Mingyue to the bedside, scanning Ji Wentian with his spiritual sense. At this moment, his appearance was exactly as the fifth master had described.
Chang'an, my good nephew, you've finally come.
Ji Wentian weakly spoke, his eyes turning to Chen Chang'an's back with a look of disappointment.
Did your fifth master not come? Father, the fifth master didn't come, but he instructed Brother Chang'an to come, saying that Brother Chang'an would be enough.
Ji Mingyue immediately spoke. These words caused everyone's gaze to fall on Chen Chang'an again. If the fifth master could heal him, they might still have a glimmer of hope, but if it was said that Chen Chang'an could heal, everyone's expressions changed. There was disbelief and full of doubt. After all, even their ancestor could do nothing. How could this young man in his 20s have the ability to heal? Chen Chang'an ignored the gazes of everyone around him. He directly said to Ji Mingyue, apart from the Ji family's ancestor, Lord Duanmu, and Princess Mingyue, everyone else should leave. The old man glanced at Chen Chang'an in surprise. This blunt command left everyone in the room stunned. Ji Xingshan was the first to jump out, pointing at Chen Chang'an and shouting, Chen Chang'an, who do you think you are? Why are you giving us orders? That's right, even if you're the young master of the Chen family, so what? This is the imperial palace, when did it become your place to command? Exactly, this old minister thinks he's here to make trouble. Princess, you can't be deceived by him. Yes, your majesty, look at this. And what about his fifth master, has he gone mad? How dare he not come to treat his majesty? He even sent a little brat here. This is outrageous. Please, your majesty, allow me to bring that fifth master here, no matter how ridiculous it is. After Ji Xingshan finished speaking, the other ministers seemed to want to show off in front of him, one by one pointing at Chen Chang'an, their faces full of righteous anger as they loudly scolded him. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, marking down the ministers who were the loudest in his little notebook. Nonsense. Ji Wentian gritted his teeth against the severe pain in his body and the buzzing in his ears, and immediately roared. That's right, father, you're right, Chen Chang'an, you are being unreasonable. Ji Xingshan was overjoyed and immediately joined in, but the next moment, Ji Wentian shouted at him angrily. I'm saying you're being unreasonable, you rebellious son. You. Ji Wentian's heart was filled with rage. He finally realized, it seemed that the crown prince in front of him desperately wanted this position. Chen Chang'an, you little bastard. Say it. Why do you want us all to leave? Are you trying to harm my father, the emperor? Ji Xingshan turned around and jumped up again, pointing at Chen Chang'an with a face full of grimacing rage as he yelled.
Chapter 39, Who Put a Knife in My Hand?
Looking at the frenzied Ji Sangshan, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes.
He was not someone who would take insults lying down.
So, in the next instant, to everyone's shock, his hand shot out. He immediately grabbed Ji Sangshan's neck and lifted this crown prince off the ground by sheer force. Some of the officials were horrified, hurriedly surrounding Chen Chang'an, shouting in anger.
Chen Chang'an, what are you trying to do? Let go of the crown prince now. Even Duan Muzan looked at Chen Chang'an in complete shock. Young Master Chen, don't be impulsive.
Instead, the Ji family's ancestor looked up and down at Chen Chang'an, seemingly deep in thought.
Brother Chang'an, you, let go of my imperial brother, he didn't mean it.
Ji Mingyue rushed over, her face full of astonishment, holding on to Chen Chang'an's hand, urgently speaking. Everyone saw it, Chen Chang'an, is trying to rebel.
He dares to lay hands on me. Ancestor, seize him. Quickly, seize him. Ji Sangshan showed no fear at all.
Instead, his face contorted with rage as he screamed.
Everyone immediately tensed up. The Ji family ancestor frowned.
He felt that this crown prince was completely out of his mind.
A cultivator as reckless as him would not fear the royal family. However, he did not act because he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him.
This made his heart fill with terror.
The Chen family was indeed not simple.
Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Ji Sangshan's heart burned with rage. He was the dignified crown prince, the future ruler of the country. Now, he was being held by Chen Chang'an by the neck, lifted up like a little chicken. This was a huge shame. It was a disgrace he would carry for the rest of his life.
In an instant, fury clouded his mind.
He shouted at Chen Chang'an, you dog. Let go of me, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Either kill me now, or from now on, the Chen family will never have peace. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, shooting a cold, icy light from them.
Ha, you think I don't dare to kill you?
Upon hearing this, Ji Sangshan felt an even greater humiliation.
He sneered and growled, Ha, you dare? You dare to kill me? Come on, if you have the guts, kill me now.
At that moment, a surge of murderous intent flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes.
Not good. Duan Muzan, horrified, tried to stop him, but just then, the sound of a crack rang out. It was the sound of bones breaking. Chen Chang'an had directly crushed Ji Sangshan's neck.
Ji Sangshan's eyeballs bulged out, filled with terror and disbelief.
Thud. Chen Chang'an casually tossed Ji Sangshan's lifeless body to the ground.
He smirked and said, you all heard it, he asked me to kill him. I've never heard such a request in my life. Since he is the crown prince, I let him have his wish.
You won't blame me, right?
Silence. The space seemed to fall into a deathly stillness. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. No one had expected that Chen Chang'an would really dare to kill the crown prince in front of everyone.
On the bed, Ji Wentian's eyes were fixed on Ji Sangshan's lifeless body, silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
All the officials looked at him, preparing to arrest Chen Chang'an.
Brother Chang'an, you.
Ji Mingyue stared blankly at her royal brother's body, unsure of what to say. But soon, she hurriedly turned to Ji Wentian, pleading, Father, Brother Chang'an didn't mean to kill him.
He wasn't. She didn't know how to defend Chen Chang'an. After all, Chen Chang'an had killed the crown prince of a nation.
That person was also her royal brother. All the officials were stunned, staring at Ji Mingyue in disbelief. They never expected that the princess would protect an outsider like this. He killed your imperial brother. Why are you turning your arm outward? Just thinking about the fights between royal children, killing each other for power, it's a common thing, so everyone slowly understood.
Could it be? Ji Mingyue also covets the position of crown prince?
Everyone looked at the princess who pleaded for Chen Chang'an, seeming innocent and pure, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the room became heavy, the smell of blood filled the air, and it gradually became tense. Finally, on the bed, Ji Wentian felt his life quickly slipping away. He immediately opened his eyes again, looking at Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, my dear nephew, how sure are you that you can cure my illness? Chen Chang'an looked at him, casually saying, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Ji Wentian's face froze, then he threw his son's life aside, excitedly saying, really?
Didn't you say earlier that the Holy Monarch had to intervene? Does your family have a saint? Hiss.
At this point, Ji Wentian took a sharp breath.
You're thinking too much.
Chen Chang'an crossed his arms, his expression indifferent as he said, the fifth master's method I learned is just temporarily suppressing, keeping your life hanging on a thread.
But
Chen Chang'an raised his gaze, proudly saying, give me a little time, the Holy Monarch will come sooner or later.
Everyone's faces were immediately full of complexity.
They were unsure whether they were shocked by Chen Chang'an's arrogance, or really believed that Chen Chang'an would one day become the Holy Monarch.
Ji Wentian took a deep breath, his mind quickly calculating. After a moment, his eyes became sharp, as if he had made a decision. Letting go of Chen Chang'an, binding Chen Chang'an, that's a huge gamble. Betting on Chen Chang'an's future.
Having made his decision, he spoke in a deep voice. Crown Prince Ji Tsingshan provoked Chen Chang'an, obstructed him from saving me, with ill intentions, he deserves to die.
No one is allowed to bring this up again.
As he spoke, he swept a glance around at the people, coldly saying, except for Mingyue, Duanmutsong, and the old ancestor, everyone else, get out. Upon hearing Ji Wentian's words, everyone was stunned, their faces full of astonishment, their hearts in turmoil. The crown prince was killed, and they were let off. But since the emperor said so, they could only obey. Wait a moment. But just then, Chen Chang'an suddenly spoke. Chang'an, my dear nephew, do you have something to say? Can you treat me first? I can't hold on any longer. Ji Wentian's face was incredibly pale as he spoke. Chen Chang'an ignored his words and instead walked up to a minister, coldly staring at him. Earlier, were you the one who insulted my fifth master? Said my fifth master was nonsense? And you, didn't you say you wanted to bind my fifth master? Faced with Chen Chang'an's murderous gaze, the two ministers who had been the most vocal earlier turned pale in an instant. This. We. They trembled, cold sweat dripping down their old faces, but the pressure from Chen Chang'an made their chest tighten, their bodies shivering. Chen Chang'an, what exactly do you want to do? At this moment, another gray-haired minister stepped forward, shouting sternly, do you want to kill all of us ministers? Seeing someone stand up against Chen Chang'an, the two ministers seemed to have found their backbone and immediately spoke, Lord Tang, this man is a heinous criminal. But his voice suddenly stopped. Because his head had already flown off. Swish. Swish. Two more slashes, another minister, and the so-called Lord Tang, in their terrified eyes, were instantly decapitated by the knife that Chen Chang'an had somehow produced. Three fresh, hot heads rolled on the ground, and the room once again fell completely silent. All the ministers looked horrified at the calm-faced Chen Chang'an. All right, you can all leave now. Chen Chang'an threw away the knife in his hand. TSK, I didn't know which guy gave me a knife earlier. All the ministers, as well as the princes and princesses, all fearfully exited the hall, not daring to stay any longer. Chapter 40, Appointing Mingyue as the Crown Princess. Ji Tsingshan, the Crown Prince, dared to speak to me like that, and now these ministers are the same. So, Chen Chang'an directly struck them. He didn't want to waste time talking with them. Seeing that only a few people were left in the main hall, Chen Chang'an spoke calmly, all right, now we can treat the national leader's illness. Good, Chang'an, my dear nephew, quickly let me see. Ji Wentian was overjoyed. Chen Chang'an, can you really save the national leader? The Ji family's ancestor also spoke, his voice calm, though slightly doubtful, but not dismissive. After all, just earlier, Chen Chang'an had killed the prince and the officials in front of the emperor. If he didn't have real skills or a powerful family, that would definitely be an act of suicide. Now, the more arrogant Chen Chang'an was, the more it proved that he had strength, or his family had strength. Chen Chang'an looked at the jade slip that Chen Wu gave him, thought for a moment, and said, I'm not yet at the Saint Emperor realm, but I assume you, the Ji family's ancestor, have already reached the Saint Emperor, right? The Ji family's ancestor, named Ji Xuangu, narrowed his eyes when he heard Chen Chang'an's words. Heh, young man, how did you know? Chen Chang'an didn't respond but continued, the national leader is entangled with powerful dark spiritual energy in his heart veins, causing him to endure excruciating pain every day. Moreover, that dark spiritual energy is like tangled threads, layer upon layer, wrapping around his heart. If it's forcibly removed, it will naturally damage the heart along with it, leaving him either dead or severely crippled. Hearing this, Ji Xuangu furrowed his brows. What you say, old man understands. But I don't know how to remove the dark spiritual energy from his heart and veins? Chen Chang'an looked at him and said, break open his heart, cut open his heart veins, and use the Saint Emperor's power to guide the process. Then, place a Dark Night Stone next to his heart, and draw the dark energy into the Dark Night Stone. Later, find a Saint Monarch, and using the Saint Monarch's power, extract the Dark Night Stone from his heart. This is not a forced removal, but rather a way to guide the dark spiritual energy into the Dark Night Stone from his heart, and then take it out later. What Chen Chang'an said was calm, but to Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmutsong, it sounded like a fantasy. Breaking the heart, opening the veins, installing a Dark Night Stone to attract, such a strange method was simply unimaginable. Moreover, once the heart veins are broken, how would they be repaired? As long as you can complete the first step, the repair of the heart will not be a problem. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Chen Chang'an took out a white jade slip. This contains the method for repairing heart veins from my family's fifth master. What? Ji Mingyue was confused, but to Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmutsong, it was like a thunderclap, their minds roaring. They quickly looked at the jade slip in Chen Chang'an's hand, their breath quickening. A method to repair heart veins, that was absolutely extraordinary. Indeed.
Chen family's fifth master is extraordinary.
Good, good, good. Ji Wentian repeated the word 3 times, looking at Ji Xuangu. Ancestor, let me try it, quickly give me my heart veins. After all, this was a matter of his life, and he naturally didn't want to suffer another moment of pain. Besides, the Dark Night Stone was something his palace already had. It was a stone that stored dark attributes spiritual energy.
Ji Xuangu nodded and looked at Duan Mutsong. Duan Mutsong immediately began to prepare.
But at this moment, Chen Qiangan continued, don't be in a hurry, the conditions have not been mentioned yet. Ji Wentian immediately looked at Chen Qiangan. Qiangan, my dear nephew, if you have any requests, feel free to say them.
Ji Xuangu also looked at Chen Qiangan with surprise.
Facing the national leader, he was not intimidated by even a tiny bit of the ruler's power, but instead always maintained a superior posture. If it were anyone else, they would probably offer free treatment to cover up their crime of killing the prince. The method I mentioned earlier, as well as the secret formula for repairing the heart veins in this jade slip, are worth 20 million spirit stones.
In addition, there's one more condition.
Chen Qiangan said, turning his body, his gaze shifting towards Ji Mingyue, with a smile that was neither a smile nor not. Since your crown prince is dead, then, let Princess Mingyue be the crown prince. It should be called the crown princess.
How about these 2 conditions? Chen Chanan's words caused Ji Wentian to freeze. Even Duan Mutsong, who had left and then returned, was stunned.
The method he used to heal his heart meridians required 2 million spirit stones.
Though it was a lot, it was definitely worth it. The royal family could easily gather that amount. But they never expected that Chen Chanan would be so direct, suggesting that Ji Mingyue take the place of the crown prince.
If it were in the past, Ji Wentian would never have agreed. But now, he wanted to tie himself to the Chen family's big tree, so naturally, he was more than willing. After all, only Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an were close.
Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue froze, somewhat at a loss.
I promise you, from now on, Mingyue will still be the empress of our great Zhou.
Ji Wentian immediately spoke, seemingly impatient.
He seemed afraid that Chen Chang'an might change his mind.
Very good.
Chen Chang'an nodded, then handed the jade slip in his hand to Ji Xuangu. He wasn't afraid the other party wouldn't give him the 2 million spirit stones. Moreover, he wanted Ji Mingyue to be the ruler of Great Zhou, as it would bring fewer troubles later. After all, with Ji Mingyue's nature, she wouldn't cause trouble for the Chen family. With Ji Mingyue controlling Great Zhou, for someone as dependent on her as she was, it was basically like he controlled Great Zhou himself. Thus, once he left Dongzhou, he could set out into the world without worry. Then, Chen Chang'an, Ji Xuangu, and Duan Mutsong all started performing surgery on Ji Wentian's heart. Before long, a powerful aura, mixed with screams, came from the royal palace hall. Soon after, a weak yet hearty laugh echoed. It seemed that Ji Wentian had relaxed a lot. Though what happened today was given a death order by Ji Wentian to keep it from leaking out. It was publicly announced that the crown prince had suddenly died, and Ji Mingyue was made the crown princess. These pieces of news, like a storm, created huge waves in the royal city, leaving countless people stunned. The crown prince suddenly died, and the position of crown prince was immediately replaced by a princess. This caused an uproar throughout the entire royal city. Countless people were shocked. After all, this was so sudden. But still, many large families and top powerhouses sensed something unusual. Through various investigations, they seemed to have noticed that behind all this, there was Chen Chanan's shadow. As a result, countless people were deeply shaken and reminded their family members not to provoke the Chen family. The Chen family was a family that couldn't be provoked. After Chen Chang'an received the 2 million spirit stones, aside from giving some to support his family, he began his closed-door training in the following half-month. Old Coffin, whether you can break through to the king level, depends on you. In the Chen family's training room, Chen Chang'an looked at the god burial coffin floating in front of him, his gaze burning as he spoke. He was at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. I wonder if these over 10 million spirit stones will be enough for the breakthrough to the king level. Chen Chang'an murmured, waving his hand. Spirit stones from various spatial rings poured into the god burial coffin like flowing water. Chapter 41, Level 3 of the King Realm. Boom! 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 Next, the god burial coffin rumbled again, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Under Chen Chanan's gaze, a pure source energy came from the mouth of the god burial coffin. When this energy entered Chen Chanan's body, it madly roamed through his meridians, tempering every cell, meridian, and bone. Finally, it gathered in his dantian, forming a vast spiritual sea. Chen Chanan's aura gradually began to rise. He was at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Then the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. With the immense energy impact, even at the boundary of a large realm, tremendous changes still occurred within Chen Chanan's body. His whole being's aura turned into the aura of a king, and in an instant, he stepped into the king realm from the heavenly martial realm.
King level 1.
But what shocked Chen Chang'an was that the promotion speed hadn't ended yet. The sky once again began to stir with violent winds and clouds, and the spiritual energy above the entire Chen family was wildly circulating, forming a massive vortex that gathered above Chen Chang'an's training room.
This was a heavenly and earthly spiritual phenomenon.
Such a huge commotion naturally caused countless people to show astonished expressions. In the Chen family hall, all the powerful members of the Chen family looked towards the direction of Chen Chang'an's training. This kid, he actually broke through to the king level and even triggered a celestial phenomenon. Truly deserving to be a member of our Chen family. Chen Xiantong, with his hands behind his back, said with a smile on his face. Behind him were the elders of the clan. Each of them wore a thoughtful expression. Patriarch, this kid, he's not right. When he came out of the demon grave abyss, he really didn't have any aura at all. Why is his cultivation speed now so fast? Second master, twirling his goosefeather fan, whispered softly. Second brother, are you trying to say that this kid was possessed by a demon? Then used some evil method to increase his cultivation? The eldest brother smiled slightly and asked, unconcerned. That doesn't matter, said the second master, Longan's body has not been possessed. It's just, his age seems to have changed. He doesn't seem like someone in their early 20s. Otherwise, his personality wouldn't have changed to what it is now. But now, it's better. He's not like a year ago, where he was completely obsessed with love, entranced by a mere little girl who clouded his mind. Everyone nodded in agreement. Third master, holding an ancient guqin, said, we should not interfere too much with Chang'an's growth. As long as he isn't being oppressed by those old monsters, we shouldn't step in to help him. Third master is right, said Chen Xiantong with a smile. At this moment, his eyes suddenly contracted. How is this possible? This kid actually drained all the spiritual energy from the entire royal city. What, drained it all? Could he have upgraded our Chen family's overlord bloodline? Has he become a tyrant emperor bloodline? Only with the tyrant emperor bloodline, combined with the Chen family's tyrant emperor technique, could such a huge cultivation commotion occur. Chen Xiantong said, his face filled with shock. Tyrant emperor domain. Hiss. The others, waking up as if from a dream, all gasped in unison and whispered. Just as expected. The commotion from Chen Chang'an's cultivation spread throughout the entire royal city, causing an enormous uproar. However, he was completely unaware of the uproar outside and wasn't interested. At this moment, he was also shocked, staring at his bloodline as golden light surged on his body. Above his head, an astonishing crown was formed, and above the crown, a turbulent air vortex was also forming. What is going on? Old Coffin, did you mutate the overlord bloodline inside me? Chen Chang'an asked in astonishment. No, it's because you're too monstrous. If the bloodline hadn't transformed again, your body wouldn't have been able to withstand such a monstrous cultivation speed. From the divine Coffin came an old and slightly trembling voice. Then, once again, Chen Chang'an's cultivation broke through in the violent spiritual sea storm. King level 1. King level 2. King level 3. When he reached King level 3, the realm within Chen Chang'an's body finally stabilized. And for the next period of time, Chen Chang'an focused on consolidating his cultivation. The leap from Sky Martial Realm level 9 to King level 3 was a span that no one had expected. If this were to be spoken of, it would surely shock the world. After this, aside from countless people discussing Chen Chang'an, no one dared to trouble him or the Chen family anymore. After all, in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, those who had the strength to cause trouble for the Chen family had disappeared after the last 100 or so people went missing. No one had the courage to come again. What's more, now the Chen family. The Ji family, the royal family, was doing everything they could to please, and no one dared to cause trouble. As for the Dongxian Kingdom, the Southeast Wind Alliance, and the Jun family, they had fallen silent. After all, the powerful and mysterious person behind the scenes, if they could not uncover his identity, they would not dare to act recklessly. But what terrified them was that in Chang'an City, no one could clearly investigate that powerful, mysterious person. Whether it was He Wuching being immobilized in the palace, or the grey-robed elder of the Jun family being held in the street, none of them could guess who it was. In this strange situation, the Four Kingdoms Heavenly Talents competition of the Eastern States soon arrived. On this day, countless cultivators and various sect forces from the Eastern States gathered and moved toward the core of the region. From the Great Zhou Kingdom, Ji Mingyue led the way, with Lord Duanmu at the front. Even the ancestor of the Great Zhou Kingdom had exited his seclusion, a man named Ji Xuangu, who followed alone. They led the young generation of geniuses from the Great Zhou Kingdom aboard a massive flying ship, heading toward the Eastern State's secret realm. Naturally, Chen Chang'an was among them. He quietly observed everything around him and noticed that everyone on the flying ship had at least reached the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. They surrounded Ji Mingyue, all showing excited faces. After all, they were about to enter the Eastern State's secret realm for cultivation. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Among them, 2 men stood out, especially arrogant and proud, deliberately flaunting their auras, which were clearly at the 4th and 5th levels of the Heavenly King realm.
Who are these 2? Chen Chang'an wondered.
They shouldn't be students of the Great Zhou Academy, or else their names would definitely be well known. Among that large group, everyone wore smiles, but Ji Mingyue had a worried look in her eyes. She scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting Chen Chang'an standing alone at one side, immediately walked over to him and softly asked, "Brother Chang'an, what are you thinking about?"
Who are they? Chen Chang'an's gaze fell on the 2 men with impressive cultivation and asked. Them?
Ji Mingyue glanced over, thought for a moment, and said, "The one at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm is named Li Hong.
The one at the 5th level is named Meng Kaijun.
They are probably external help invited by the ancestor, at great cost."
External help? Chen Chang'an was stunned.
He hadn't participated in the previous competition 3 years ago, because at that time, his cultivation was still insufficient. And those above the heavenly martial realm were mostly around 30 years old. So now, he was standing out, being the youngest among them.
Yes, every competition can invite 2 external experts.
That means we can select from large sects inside or outside the country, Ji Mingyue explained seriously.
Ah, I see,
Chen Chang'an replied casually. Ji Mingyue was already the center of attention for everyone, and as she approached Chen Chang'an, all the gazes of the talented young elites were immediately drawn to him. Among those surrounded in the middle, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's eyes instantly turned unfriendly, landing on Chen Chang'an.
Tisk, TSK. That pretty boy, is he the one causing a stir in Chang'an City recently, Chen Chang'an? Meng Kaijun spoke arrogantly.
Young Master Meng, that's him.
Someone immediately chimed in.
Het, indeed a fine-looking man, Li Hong sneered, his mouth curling into a scornful smile.
He really is a fine-looking man, otherwise, how could he make the princess lose her mind? Had ha.
A lecherous man nearby chuckled. Everyone smiled faintly. What they meant was that Chen Chang'an was just a pretty boy relying on his looks. Young Master Meng, this time, we still need you and young Master Li to lead.
The number of people entering the secret realm depends on how many victories we win.
This time, it's all up to you and young Master Li.
Yes, yes.
We all support young Master Meng and young Master Li to take the lead. In this great competition, we'll all listen to you too. Whether they were the royals' prodigies or those from other families, everyone started to group together, aiming to push Chen Chang'an out.
There are rumors recently that the Chen family is actually very powerful, or perhaps, unfathomable?
Li Hong hesitated before speaking.
Ha, it's just spreading rumors. Meng Kaijun said with disdain, even if the family is powerful, what does that have to do with him? He's just a pampered pretty boy raised by the princess. Meng Gongzi is right, even if the Chen family is powerful, what does that have to do with us? This competition depends on personal ability. Everyone agreed, nodding in unison.
But Li Hong's face remained serious. He felt that someone who could stir up the entire Chang'an city would not be that simple.
But well, for now, they wouldn't have any conflict with Chen Chang'an.
Their conversation, of course, reached Chen Chang'an's ears without missing a word.
To this, Chen Chang'an didn't pay much attention, just another group of ignorant, fearless fools bickering over nothing.
His face expressionless, he stared at the vast sea of clouds in front of him, the wild wind blowing his clothes and his long hair. Ji Mingyue looked at him, her face flushed with embarrassment.
What does he mean by a pampered pretty boy she raised?
She also wished she had the ability to support Chen Chang'an. But Chen Chang'an was destined to be the dragon soaring through the heavens, not a bird in her cage, as long as she could quietly watch him from behind. Thinking of this, she sighed softly. The word love, affection rising with the wind, yet the wind stops, and the heart still can't be at ease. In the center of the eastern state. This was a massive mountain range, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. If one looked closely, it wasn't mist at all, but liquid gas produced by the rich spiritual energy. But the entire mountain was covered by layer upon layer of protective barriers. This was the protective barrier set by the 4 great nations of the eastern state for this place. After all, no force could fully control such a powerful gathering of spiritual energy. So, it became controlled by the 4 great nations. Every 3 years, a group of young prodigies were sent inside to cultivate. With the number and qualifications of prodigies from each country varying, the number of people entering also changed. Thus began the prodigy competition. The first place allowed 400 people to enter. The second place allowed 300 people. The third place allowed 200 people. The fourth place allowed 100 people. Every time it opened, there were only 1,000 spots. So, if the country in first place keeps winning, after several rounds, the gap with the country in fourth place will grow tremendously. And Dezhou, who had ranked last 10 times in a row, would have fewer and fewer strong young people. While the East Qian Kingdom, who had always been first, would grow further and further apart. When Chen Chang'an and the others arrived, countless flying ships were floating in midair.
Some were big and luxurious flying boats. The people from the other three nations had already arrived, and from the estimated number, there were probably hundreds of thousands. After all, there were also soldiers among them. When the people from Dezhou arrived, their overall aura was noticeably weaker than the other three nations. This was Ji Mingyue's first time leading a group, and though she felt slightly nervous inside, she had unknowingly gained some of the royal aura after half a month of learning state affairs with Ji Wenyan. She swept her gaze around and saw many mocking looks, but soon, she spotted a large group of people in a distant corner. It was the Southeast Wind Alliance. Chang and Gij, those from the so-called alliance are here too. Ji Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Chen Chang'an's broad hand rested on her frail shoulder, offering her some reassurance, and he said calmly, "Just trust me, they want to kick our Dezhou out, they can dream on. Whoever dares to extend their foot, I'll chop it off." Ji Mingyue's heart settled a bit, taking a deep breath, then her face became full of authority. "Oh, isn't this Princess Mingyue? What's wrong, your useless crown prince, Ji Tsangshan, isn't coming?" At this moment, a mocking voice came through, and everyone looked over. He was a man in his 30s, with a powerful aura and an imposing appearance. He was the crown prince of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Lianqing. With a sideways glance, he spoke teasingly, full of sarcasm. On the other side of Ji Mingyue, Duan Mutsang shot a piercing gaze at Dong Lianqing. "Ji Tsangshan is no longer our great Zhou's crown prince. Now, our Mingyue princess is our crown princess." "Oh, I see, I've heard a little about this." Dong Lianqing pretended to understand, then sneered. "What, is there no one left in your Ji clan? You let a woman become the future ruler? Ha, what a great disgrace." His words fell, causing the other royal families from the two kingdoms to burst into laughter. Ji Mingyue's face darkened, her small fists tightly clenched, turning pale. This was not only an insult to her but also to the great Zhou royal family. But the people opposite were relentless. Dong Lianqing's other royal brother, Dong Lianyang, intentionally shouted, "I heard that the great Zhou ruler was injured a year ago, neither alive nor dead, has become a cripple, and now it's said the crown prince died suddenly, then in a rush, they replaced him with a woman as crown prince. TSK, seems the great Zhou kingdom really isn't doing well. And such a big matter, the great Zhou ruler is nowhere to be seen, could it be, dead? Ha ha ha." Such disrespectful words instantly made the great Zhou people's faces flush red, yet they dared not speak out. After all, a strong national strength was the fundamental reason for their confidence. The rest from the three kingdoms laughed heartily. No, dying might not be necessary, there should still be a little breath left. Maybe, scared out of their wits? Too afraid to come, letting their daughters suffer humiliation. TSK, it really could be that way, that useless crown prince. I heard he was pressed down and rubbed on the ground by a family called Chen from within the country. TSK, really does disgrace the royal family. The people opposite continued to mock, causing another burst of laughter to echo. The great Zhou people were filled with rage, gritting their teeth tightly. They all looked towards Ji Mingyue, fearing she would lose her composure. But surprisingly, Ji Mingyue's expression remained calm, her palace attire fitting, showcasing royal dignity. Yet, unseen in her wide sleeves, her jade hand was tightly clenched. "Don't mind it." Chen Chang'an's hand rested on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, seemingly giving her immense security and strength. "Arguing with these clowns is simply a waste of breath. When it's time to go on stage, I will help you shatter their mouths one by one." "Okay." Ji Mingyue nodded heavily, her whole body filled with strength. Chapter 43, The Human Race's Sword-Holding Palace. Faced with the mockery, Ji Mingyue's calm expression left countless people astonished. The scene instantly became quiet, and everyone respectfully looked towards one direction. The Human Race Sword Palace. That is an incredibly powerful force. This is Dongzhou, and above Dongzhou are the four great sacred places. And above the four great sacred places is the Human Race Sword Palace in the Yanhuang Great Domain. Within the Yanhuang Great Domain, there is also a top-tier human race protector force, which is the Human Race Sword Palace. Wielding the sword of the human race, protecting the laws of the human race. It is an important force that protects the human race from being consumed by foreign races, and leading the Human Race Sword Palace is the Human Race Empire. Within the Human Race Empire, there is a human emperor. Now, let's return to Dongzhou here. In every Dongzhou Four Kingdoms grand competition, they would invite a sword wielder to come as a supervisor and witness. After all, a sword wielder, on one hand, represents the entire human race, and on the other, represents the human race's justice enforcer. As for the spiritual energy and opportunities in Dongzhou's secret realm, these sword wielders would naturally not covet them. Because in the Yanhuang Great Domain, such secret realms are more common. What these sword wielders enjoy is the process of law enforcement and justice. This allows them to earn more merit records in the Human Race Sword Palace, striving for promotion, and to enter the Human Race Imperial Capital, that is, the Imperial Capital Domain of the human race, the Human Race Imperial Capital. There are human race protector families, large imperial families, and so on, all dazzling.
Under the gazes of everyone's expectations, a figure slowly rose into the air. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a silver robe, carrying a unique long sword on his back. His gaze was sharp as he slowly scanned the surroundings. Anyone who was scanned would feel their eyes sting, immediately lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze.
Saint Emperor Realm. Shock and awe surged in everyone's hearts.
Only a strong being in the Saint Emperor realm can stand suspended like this.
Even a Heavenly King realm cultivator could only briefly fly in the air.
But the sword wielder before them walked in the air as if walking on the ground.
We respectfully welcome the sword wielder.
Even the ruler of Dongshan Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, had to slightly bend his waist and salute respectfully in front of the sword wielder from the human race sword palace. All the other people also instantly bowed respectfully.
Ah, brother Mo, long time no see.
At this moment, a voice that shocked everyone suddenly rang out. Two men slowly drove a flying boat out, smiling at the sword wielder in front of them. That is, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei.
And his brother, Zhao Tianli. My god, they actually know this sword wielder? It's not surprising.
After all, Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the sacred land Taizong sword sect. And Zhao Tianli is an elder of the sacred land Qingxian holy sect. The Southeast Wind Alliance is really powerful, with the support of 3 great nations and 2 sacred sects. Seeing that Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli were so familiar with the sword wielder, everyone began to discuss among themselves. Soon, many pitying glances fell on the people of the Dazhou Kingdom. After all, a suddenly risen powerful force in Dongzhou would mean that, in a place where resources are already limited, wouldn't one force have to be pushed down?
If this is the case, the always weak Dazhou Kingdom may become a stepping stone for the Southeast Wind Alliance.
More and more gazes turned towards the people of the Southeast Wind Alliance. They found that each of them was on high alert, seeming to be confident. At once, everyone could predict what was going to happen next. It would definitely be the Southeast Wind Alliance stepping in, and the poor Dazhou Kingdom being kicked out. The next moment, a series of gloating eyes shot towards the Dazhou Kingdom's young talents, making them uneasy and unable to stay calm. They originally thought that even if they finish last, at least they would have 100 spots to enter the Dongzhou secret realm for cultivation.
But if the Southeast Wind Alliance stepped in,
so they could imagine, they would probably be directly kicked out. In an instant, the faces of the young prodigies turned pale.
Ji Mingyue tightly grabbed Chen Chang'an's arm with one hand.
She looked at Chen Chang'an, standing beside her, with a hint of pleading in her eyes.
Chen Chang'an smiled slightly and gave her a comforting look. As expected, they think my great Zhou Kingdom is easy to bully, now they're all starting to go wild.
Ji Xuangu said faintly, with a sharp glint in his eyes. The lord of the Duanmu family sighed, looking at the young prodigies in the field. Even if Ji Songhai were alive, their strength was still weak. Then, looking at the young prodigies across from them, there were several who were in the Heavenly King realm. The gap between the two sides was simply as vast as heaven and earth. Thinking of this, he looked at the 2 foreign aide from Great Zhou. At this moment, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun both revealed extremely unpleasant expressions. They originally planned to just come along. Even if they lost, they could still enter the secret realm to cultivate.
But now, the result was unpredictable.
It seems the Southeast Wind Alliance has been prepared for a long time. They are familiar with the sword bearer, and probably, they are here so they can also join in.
Ji Xuangu spoke faintly. Ancestor, can we not stop this? Ji Mingyue asked with worry. We can't stop it.
Chen Chang'an spoke at this moment. They will probably use the excuse only the strong can enjoy absolute resources, plus the support of the sword bearer. The Southeast Wind Alliance will definitely be able to join in.
Ah. Ji Mingyue's face turned slightly pale. Brother Chang'an, what should we do?
Most of our young prodigies have weak cultivation and may not be able to defeat any of the 4 forces.
It's okay.
Chen Chang'an glanced at the young prodigies of the 4 forces across from them, and said disdainfully, just a bunch of hillbillies.
What? Ji Xuangu and Duan Mutsang both looked at Chen Chang'an in shock. Hillbillies? This was too arrogant. Chen Chang'an didn't reveal his aura, so they couldn't sense his depth.
But no one expected that, in such a short time, Chen Chang'an had already entered the Heavenly King realm. If this were to be said, not only would it be hard to believe, but it would also stir up countless waves in people's hearts. So, even though Chen Chang'an could fight above his level, they still thought he was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. At the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm, here, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, this was a team battle. And most of the opponents were in the late Heavenly King realm, which would definitely be like a hell mode.
There was no hope.
The 2 exchanged glances, and both saw despair in each other's eyes. Only Ji Mingyue, with a face full of admiration, said, Brother Chang'an, I believe in you. The Eastern State Secret Realm is a blessed land given to the Eastern State human race by heaven. It concerns the future of our human race. Only the absolute top talents among the human race, even the strongest talents, can enter. At this moment, the king of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, spoke loudly, his sharp eyes sweeping across the crowd. The number of spots to enter and cultivate has already been fixed at 1,000 people. The first place gets 400, the second place gets 300, the third place gets 200, and the fourth place gets 100. At this point, Dong Yinglai paused, about to continue speaking, when suddenly someone interrupted.
Dongxian King, we are not satisfied.
A loud shout suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look over.
It was Zhao Tianwei.
Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and showed expressions of watching the show.
Oh. I wonder what advice Alliance leader Zhao has. Dong Yinglai feigned a slightly surprised expression and asked lightly.
Dongxian King, since entering the Eastern State Secret Realm is related to the future of our human race. Those who are capable should enter, then, those who are incapable will naturally be replaced. As he spoke, he looked at the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom with a faint smile.
Everyone immediately went into an uproar. They want to replace the Great Zhou Kingdom. He.
Dong Yinglai chuckled softly. The Southeast Wind Alliance is full of talented individuals, a gathering of the best.
If you are not convinced and wish to enter the secret realm for cultivation, that is understandable.
However, the 1,000 spots for entering the secret realm cannot be changed.
Of course I know this.
Zhao Tianwei's face wore a meaningful smile as he scanned the surroundings and said loudly, so, what I mean is, it's the capable who enter. We also want to participate in the grand competition. If our ranking is 5th, then we naturally cannot enter.
Wow.
The scene erupted in an instant.
The talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom became restless in an instant.
If the Southeast Wind Alliance also participated in the grand competition, then for them to rank 4th was simply a pipe dream.
Indeed.
The 2 foreign aides invited by the Great Zhou, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, suddenly looked extremely grim. The competition among the 4 nations has always been a free-for-all. Whichever force can conquer until the end will definitely be the first. They did not want to be suppressed and hammered by other forces. At this moment, Dong Yinglai smiled and glanced at the calm-faced Swordmaster in the sky. And respectfully said, Swordmaster, the Southeast Wind Alliance is the most important force in my East State. They wish to participate in the 4-nation grand competition. I wonder what your thoughts are, Master?
The middle-aged Swordmaster was named Mo Haichao.
He casually glanced at the people of the Southeast Wind Alliance, then looked at the Great Zhou Kingdom, and solemnly spoke, since they want to join the competition, I have no objections. All that is needed is the agreement of your 4 nations. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed meaningful smiles. But just as his words fell, Ji Mingyue suddenly spoke, our Great Zhou Kingdom agrees.
Wow. What? The Great Zhou Kingdom actually agreed? Is this woman crazy? Countless people showed puzzled expressions.
In their view, the Great Zhou Kingdom should be the first to oppose, yet unexpectedly, Ji Mingyue agreed as soon as she spoke. So they all thought Ji Mingyue had gone mad, willing to give up her qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation, preparing to give up? The talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom all looked at Ji Mingyue in shock.
But Ji Mingyue looked towards Chen Shan'an. Because it was Chen Shan'an who had urged her to agree. Chen Shan'an said lightly, since the Southeast Wind Alliance wants to meddle in, opposing them is useless. It's better to let them in and then break their legs.
Dunmo Mansion Master and Ji Xuangu looked at him with complicated expressions and then nodded slightly. Now, they could only rely on Chen Shan'an to turn the tide. Since the Great Zhou Kingdom has agreed, our Nanyuming Kingdom also agrees.
We Fengyu Kingdom also agrees. We Dongxian Kingdom also agree.
Then the remaining 3 nations also expressed their agreement. Thus, what was originally a grand competition among the 4 nations suddenly added one more force. That is the Southeast Wind Alliance.
Wait a minute.
At this moment, among the crowd of talents from the Great Zhou Kingdom, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong stepped forward together. They respectfully addressed Dong Yinglai, saying, Dongxian Kingdom Master, we are the foreign aides invited by the Great Zhou Kingdom.
Oh? Dong Yinglai raised an eyebrow. You are, from the Tianyin sect?
Correct. Meng Kaijun still spoke respectfully, but there was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor.
So it turns out you are 2 geniuses from the Tianyin sect. I wonder what you want to say. Dong Yinglai asked, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he guessed something.
What Zhao Alliance Master said before is true, only the capable can enter the secret realm. Meng Kaijun shouted loudly, but my brother Li and I do not want to be grouped with these useless guys from the Great Zhou Kingdom.
Because even if we lose, we would not accept it, that would be greatly unfair to us.
That's right. We've always heard that Zhao Alliance Master loves talents.
I wonder if Zhao Alliance Master is willing to take us in.
Li Hong also spoke loudly, disdain evident on his face as he looked at the talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom. But as soon as their words fell, the scene erupted once again.
Wow, this Great Zhou Kingdom is really amazing. I never expected that the mercenaries they hired would actually rebel at the critical moment.
This is so laughable, it's ridiculous. Yo, looks like we're in for a good show now. These two are geniuses from the Tianyan sect. The Tianyan sect is also a first-tier sect. Without these two powerful mercenaries, the Great Zhou Kingdom will probably be in even more trouble. TSK, as expected, when the walls fall, everyone pushes, the more poor, the more unlucky. Who told Princess Ji Mingyue to agree to let the Southeastern Wind Alliance join? Now look, ha. TSK, maybe she just wants to end this quickly and sneak away with her tail between her legs. That's right, the Great Zhou Kingdom is declining. Staying here a bit longer is just one more moment of embarrassment. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's sudden betrayal was something no one expected. It instantly caused an uproar and commotion. Even the young talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom were stunned. The mercenaries they had been flattering earlier were now abandoning them at the moment of battle and joining the enemy's side. This was simply unbearably awkward and enraging for them. In an instant, their anger turned toward Ji Mingyue. Some royal princes even lost their composure, exploding in anger. Ji Mingyue, are you crazy? Who allowed you to agree to the Southeastern Wind Alliance joining the competition? Now look, we're probably all going to be eliminated. What are you thinking? As the words fell, Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an instantly turned their gaze toward him. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. He remembered this person. His name was Ji Tsangtian. Ji Mingyue froze, then sternly spoke, "Shut up. Anyone who dares to disrespect me will be punished with 100 lashes." Then, she turned her gaze to Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, coldly saying, "Since you two want to leave the Great Zhou's side, then get out." Meng Kaijun and Li Hong curled their lips, seemingly completely unconcerned by Ji Mingyue's attitude. The two of them looked expectantly at Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei's lips curled into a playful smile. "Since you two young friends want to join the Southeastern Wind Alliance, I naturally welcome you." "Thank you, Leader Zhao." Meng Kaijun and Li Hong were overjoyed. Finally, they had the chance to enter the secret realm. Damn Great Zhou Kingdom almost ruined their plan. The scene took a dramatic turn, and countless people cast strange looks toward the people of the Great Zhou. The young talents of Great Zhou felt like they were pricked by needles, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Chang'an ignored all the gazes and gently placed a hand on Ji Mingyue's shoulder. He steadied her nervous heart. Although Ji Mingyue maintained the dignity of the Great Zhou's crown princess, he could tell she was a little shaken. Well then, let the competition begin. At this moment, Dong Yinglai glanced around and calmly spoke. Everyone stopped talking and looked toward the arena. At this moment, two floating competition platforms stood in midair. Everyone sat on flying boats, surrounding them. Since there are 5 factions, then one of the competition platforms will have a 3-way battle. The victorious side from that platform will then fight the other victorious faction from the second platform for the first place. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was stunned, each one wearing a thoughtful expression. There were 2 competition platforms in the arena. On one platform, there would be 3 factions, so if the other 2 factions teamed up, it would create a huge disadvantage for the single faction. I have no objections. At this moment, Ji Mingyue was the first to step forward, taking a deep breath to hide her nervousness, and loudly said, "Moreover, there's no need to draw lots, we of the Great Zhou are willing to enter the 3-way battle platform." Wow! The surroundings were in an uproar, countless people looked at her in shock. The ruler of Dongxian Kingdom is right, the Eastern Zhou secret realm is naturally open to the capable. Therefore, we of the Great Zhou are willing to eliminate those useless people, one by one. Ji Mingyue spoke again. Everyone looked at her in astonishment. Ji Mingyue, you're crazy. If we take the initiative to enter the 3-way battle platform. On the other side, the people from the 2 camps will definitely team up to deal with us. Ji Tsangtian, the pride of the Great Zhou, shouted again, his face full of indignation. Slap him. Ji Mingyue's voice suddenly turned cold. Duomu Zanshan's body instantly swept out, slapping Ji Tsangtian's mouth. Bang! In an instant, he was knocked to the ground. You! Ji Tsangtian was stunned, his face flushed red, his eyes burning with fury. She is the crown princess, if you continue to be unreasonable, you'll be beaten to death. Duomu, the lord of the Duomu mansion, looked at him coldly and said. This guy still thinks his brother Ji Tsangshan is the crown prince? Even if Ji Tsangshan were here, he wouldn't dare argue. After all, Ji Mingyue has Chen Chang'an backing her up. Good. Ji Tsangtian's face was full of malice as he spoke in a low voice, his face twisted. I will see how you end up. Ji Mingyue let out a sigh of relief, having dealt with the troublemaker in her team, and secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an nodded at her. Ah, good. Since that's the case, let's give you the Great Zhou. Now, let the forces draw lots. Dong Yinglai smiled faintly. The other forces seemed to have already removed the Great Zhou Kingdom from the equation. Then, Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Fingyu Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance began to draw lots. Fengyu Kingdom vs Southeast Wind Alliance, on the number 1 combat stage. Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and Great Zhou Kingdom, a 3-nation melee, on the number 2 combat stage.
Seeing this result, everyone looked at the people from Great Zhou Kingdom with pity.
Among the 3 major countries, Dongxian Kingdom is the strongest.
Next is Nanming Kingdom.
Unexpectedly, in the first battle, Great Zhou Kingdom faces the top Dongxian Kingdom and second place Nanming Kingdom.
The battle begins.
Dong Yinglai shouted, "Please, the outstanding geniuses from the participating countries, enter the combat stage." As soon as his words fell, 20 figures had already landed on the number 2 combat stage. They were the geniuses from Dongxian Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom.
From the aura they released, they were all at the king level.
The strongest among them was Dongxian Kingdom's Crown Prince, Dong Lianqing, at level 6 of the King Realm. And Nanming Kingdom's Crown Prince, Nan Hong, at level 5 of the King Realm. But on the side of Great Zhou Kingdom, it was much more pitiful. Apart from Chun Chang'an, who was at the 3rd level of the King Realm and not known to anyone, there was also that Ji Sangtian, who was only at the 1st level of the King Realm. But what was even more unexpected was that Ji Sangtian glared coldly at Ji Mingyue. "Humph, Ji Mingyue, I am still your royal brother. Don't use your crown princess status to suppress me.
The current situation was caused by you, and you want us to fight against such powerful opponents? Are you crazy? You go if you want, but I won't go." As he said this, he turned to the others. "Have you all thought about it? If we get beaten into the mud on the stage, it will be a lifelong shame for us. After all, this isn't a fight of the same level. We will definitely lose."
As Ji Sangtian's words fell, the other geniuses hesitated, too scared to step forward.
Ji Mingyue swayed slightly, her face showing anger. You all.
But she was just a woman, and had always been gentle. Even though she had become the crown princess, she hadn't been in that role for long, so it was difficult for her to suppress everyone at once.
Mingyue, it's okay, these cowards going up wouldn't help anyway. I can handle it alone.
Chen Chang'an patted Ji Mingyue's shoulder, looked at Ji Sangtian and the remaining 8 geniuses with disdain, and clicked his tongue at their ugly expressions.
Then, Chen Chang'an flew towards the combat stage.
Instantly, he attracted everyone's gaze.
Ha ha ha, no way? Only one person from Great Zhou Kingdom is going up? TSK, those cowards, seeing the powerful lineup of Dongxian Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom, they don't even dare step onto the stage. I can't, they're totally embarrassing themselves. Countless people mocked them.
This made Ji Sangtian and the other geniuses' faces look as if they had eaten a fly, utterly unpleasant. On the combat stage, Dong Lianqing carefully examined Chun Chang'an.
Suddenly, a faint killing intent appeared between his brows. You killed my younger brother, Dong Liantian? You're the Chun Chang'an from the Chen family of Great Zhou?
His words instantly made Dong Yinglai's gaze fall coldly on Chen Chang'an.
Heh, you're the useless Dong Liantian's older brother? What, do you want to go to hell and meet him? Chen Chang'an spoke plainly. Oh? Still tough with your mouth. Dong Lianqing's face twisted into a snarl, his gaze malicious. He spoke in a low voice. Kid, this is not the Great Zhou King City, it's not your turn to be arrogant. Soon, I'll smash your mouth and crush your bones, then I'll stomp on your little brother, making you suffer the same crime you committed on my royal brother. Dong Lianqing spoke coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered with extreme contempt. Who gets stomped is still undecided. Dong Yinglai looked at Chun Chang'an with cold eyes, then turned to Ji Mingyue. The time has come, is only one person from the Great Zhou Kingdom going to take action? The faces of the Great Zhou's elite disciples turned extremely ugly, and they all hesitated. Fourth Prince, are we really not going to step in? Someone timidly asked among the elite disciples of Great Zhou. If anyone wants to go, let them go, but I, the prince, won't. Ji Sangtian's face darkened. That's a losing battle. If you want to go, are you a fool? And don't you see? Chen Chang'an offended them. They might kill him. If we go, we'll just become punching bags. His words made the other disciples lose their courage to step in. It's ridiculous, their cultivation at the heavenly martial realm, and they were going to fight people at the heavenly king realm? Moreover, the other side was filled with killing intent, they would definitely strike to kill. In an instant, everyone shivered and stopped looking at the stage. The Ji family ancestor looked coldly at these cowardly and unfilial descendants, too lazy to say more. The lord of the Duanmu family sighed repeatedly. Such spineless young people, how can the Great Zhou rise? Thinking of this, the two of them actually felt more fond of the arrogant, unruly Chen Chang'an. On the competition stage, Chen Chang'an spokely, let's start, those useless ones, even if they come up, they won't help. Then, he looked at the 20 people opposite him, saying, if they come up, they'll only slow me down in sweeping away these 20 pieces of trash. Chen Chang'an's words offended 3 factions at once. Instantly, angry glares shot at him.
Though Ji Sangtian didn't dare to act out on Chen Chang'an, his face was also extremely ugly, gnashing his teeth. Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Chen Chang'an to speak so arrogantly.
Arrogant. Calling us trash, well, I want to see what you're capable of. Go. Tear this kid apart. The people in his faction grew furious. Chapter 46, Wild Blows and Destruction. Dong Yinglai gave Chen Chang'an a deep look. This man who killed his son, was he really fearless, or just ignorant and arrogant? He then withdrew his gaze and spoke, the three factions will battle in the order of defeat. Fainting, surrendering, or being knocked out of the competition stage, all count as defeat. Injuries are unavoidable, but no one is allowed to strike to kill without reason. Those outside the competition stage are not allowed to interfere. This battle will be witnessed by the master of the sword. Dong Yinglai said, then turned to look at Mo Haichao. Anyone who defies the rules will face the punishment from the sword palace of the human race. After finishing, he flew back to his Dongxian kingdom ship and shouted, the competition begins. Instantly, everyone looked at the second competition stage. A total of 21 people. Unsurprisingly, the 20 people from Dongxian kingdom and Nanning kingdom stood together. They mocked and looked at the lone Chen Chang'an. Countless people showed expressions of extreme sympathy, as if they had already predicted the tragic scene of Chen Chang'an being thrown off the stage. Dongxian's prince, why don't you go up? After all, you have a grudge against this kid. Nan Hong crossed his arms and said mockingly. The two factions naturally wanted to throw Chen Chang'an off the stage first before fighting each other. Alright, this kid's mouth has been too much, I'll go first and smash his big white teeth. Dong Lianqing opened his mouth with a sinister grin, twisting his neck and cracking his finger bones, producing a sharp, cracking sound. The others crossed their arms, showing expressions of eager anticipation. In their eyes, dealing with Chen Chang'an was easy, Dongxian, the prince, alone was enough. But at that moment, Chen Chang'an, dressed in a white robe and exuding an extraordinary presence, suddenly made his move, dashing through the air like a white shadow. Whoosh! An unimaginable speed. It was shocking. In an instant, he was in front of Dong Lianqing. Before he could even react, before he could pull back his mocking expression, he felt a tremendous force strike his chest as though hit by a mountain. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the violent force instantly caved in Dong Lianqing's chest. The sharp pain spread throughout his body, his eyes quickly turning bloodshot. The force sent his body flying like a broken sack, blood spraying 3 meters into the air. This sudden explosion of power left everyone staring in shock, their eyes rapidly widening. Ah! What? He ambushed. Chen Chang'an, you actually ambushed. The arena erupted into chaos. Some questioned Chen Chang'an, others looked at the collapsed Dong Lianqing. The crowd around began murmuring in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. Because the aura Chen Chang'an released was unmistakably at the third level of the Heavenly King realm. Moreover, the strength he displayed far exceeded the power expected from that realm. Dong Lianqing, lying on the ground, coughed up blood, his body twitching uncontrollably, his eyes rolled back, and his breath weak. It was clear he had lost his fighting strength. He had even sustained severe injuries. Hiss! Countless people gasped in disbelief. One strike had crippled Dong Lianqing, a 6th-level Heavenly King. How could this be possible? Countless people had this question in their minds. Quick, get up! He only ambushed you. South Hong yelled desperately, looking at the stunned crowd. But just then, Chen Chang'an was already in front of him, his body glowing with a faint golden light, and he punched down. Boom! Instantly, a loud crash sounded as South Hong's face was smashed into a bloody mess. As he was about to fly backward, Chen Chang'an grabbed his ankle, swung him around, and hurled him violently at the others. A genius from the opposing side was struck in the face by South Hong's head, and blood erupted as the person screamed, spinning and flying through the air. Boom boom boom! The scene instantly became chaotic, the arena in a state of disarray. Prince! The remaining geniuses from both countries were all horrified, drawing their weapons and preparing to attack Chen Chang'an. But what infuriated them even more was that Chen Chang'an was dragging Dong Lianqing and South Hong by their ankles. Using them as weapons, he effortlessly swung them around, like two heavy maces, smashing them into others. Ah! Chen Chang'an, you're despicable. The geniuses from Dongxian and Nanning countries, all at the Heavenly King realm, were completely stunned, then began to curse loudly. They cautiously avoided the two human weapons in Chen Chang'an's hands, trying to counterattack. But they had no way to retaliate. The bloodline of the emperor's royalty in Chen Chang'an's body surged, a golden light enveloping him. His strength was immense, and swinging two Heavenly King-level warriors was effortless. Ah! Another genius was struck in the chest by Dong Lianqing's head. Boom! In an instant, his chest exploded, blood splattering, his chest caving in, and his back bulging. Ah!
A mournful scream echoed, and several more were sent flying.
Bang bang bang.
The arena was filled with explosive crashes and screams. Outside the arena, countless people were left dumbfounded.
Duan Mutsong and Ji Xiangu stared with their eyes wide open.
Third level of the Heavenly King realm, my god, when did Chen Chang'an advance?
This kid is incredible.
They exchanged a glance, and from each other's eyes, they saw deep shock. The other top geniuses from the Great Zhou were all stunned, unable to imagine or believe. The one who had been rampaging on the arena, smashing everything. The ones who wielded the princes of two nations as human-shaped weapons were the prodigies of their Great Zhou kingdom.
Chen Chang'an. Boom. Ugh hi.
Another genius from the Eastern Xin kingdom was once again struck violently in the crotch by the head of the human weapon, Nan Hong.
Bang. Ah. In an instant, a heart-wrenching, soul-shattering scream echoed.
Chen Chang'an swung Dong Lianqing in his left hand, and Nan Hong in his right, furiously smashing them into the opponent with overwhelming violence.
Boom. Boom, rumble. Boom, rumble, rumble.
Soon, all 18 of the opposing prodigies were violently smashed away by Chen Chang'an, using the human weapons Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong. Not a single one remained on the stage. Chen Chang'an sneered, then clashed Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong together, making loud banging noises, and taunted. Heh, no wonder they're princes, the hides of these two princes are tough, it's not a loss to use them as my weapons.
The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Whether male or female, no matter who.
At the moment when Chen Chang'an began his violent performance, everyone's pupils contracted to the limit as if pierced by steel needles. Almost all of their jaws dropped to the ground, unable to close for a long time. Ji Mingyue was completely stunned, her heart racing wildly, and in her starry eyes, the shimmering light seemed to turn into a rainbow. That mighty figure, who battled all directions, lingered in her mind for a long time. The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, even Jit Sangtian, who had been disobedient earlier, were all in a daze, like seeing a ghost or a god, a wave of regret flooding over them.
Chapter 47, Rampant Brutality.
Originally calm and indifferent, Mo Haichao suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock and horror. Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli's pupils also expanded violently. Dong Yinglai and Nanming King Nan Zhan both clenched their fists tightly, desperately controlling themselves, trying not to intervene. But, as they watched their sons being used as weapons to fight, waves of humiliation and fury slowly began to boil within them. After a moment of silence, the surrounding world was suddenly swept up by monstrous sound waves.
What the hell, this is insane. What's going on with that guy? What happened? They're using the princes as human-shaped weapons? To fight against the prodigies of their own country? Hiss. So cruel.
This kid, although he's also in the king realm, his 20 opponents are also in the king realm, yet he's crushing them like dried weeds.
Am I seeing this right? God, this is too crazy. Damn, they're using the princes of two countries as weapons? How humiliating.
Countless people were discussing, dumbfounded. Most of them were here to watch the show, so they didn't belong to either side. Thus, among the discussions, there were also numerous mocking voices. These buzzing and mocking sounds finally pushed Dong Yinglai to the point where his anger could no longer be contained. His fury surged, and he suddenly flew into the air above the duel stage, shouting at Chen Chang'an, "Brat, let go of my son.
Arrogant little one, let go of my son Hong."
Nanming King, Nan Zhan, was just as furious, immediately flying into the air above the stage.
Both of them yelled angrily.
The momentum they unleashed was clearly at the half-emperor realm. This force caused the surrounding winds to howl, the mountains to shake, and the earth to tremble, an utterly terrifying sight. At the same time, it suppressed all the waves of discussion. Moreover, the momentum they released made Chen Chang'an's robes flutter in the wind. But what was shocking was that Chen Chang'an was not only not afraid, but he also slapped the two human weapons together with a loud bang. As if they were two pieces of a clapperboard. As their heads cracked open, blood streaming, and their endless wailing continued, Chen Chang'an lifted them, aiming their heads at Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan, and roared.
Dongxian's king, Nanming was king, you two are so bold. Daring to interfere with the duel in front of the swordmaster, what do you want to do? Are you so arrogant that you don't even put the sword palace of the human race in your eyes? Do you want to betray the human race? Do you want to be traitors to the human race? Ha! Speak up.
Chen Chang'an's voice was louder than both of theirs. His voice rolled like a tidal wave, surging in all directions, and wherever it passed, everyone was once again left dumbfounded. The sword palace of the human race represents the entire human race. But Dongxian Kingdom, these are just small countries within the human race, they can't even compare with the sword palace of the human race. At this moment, Chen Chang'an said they didn't take the sword palace of the human race seriously, instantly frightening the two of them, their legs trembling. You son of a b**********. Dong Yinglai held it in for a long time but still couldn't find the right words, so he could only curse.
He quickly looked at him. Oh Haichao, Lord Swordmaster, we didn't mean that.
Nanzhan also gritted his silver teeth, forcefully suppressing the urge to rush down and kill Chen Chang'an. After all, they had already said, with the Swordmaster of the human race as a witness, as the supervisors of the grand tournament, they naturally wouldn't dare to interfere with the duel.
Dongxian Kingdom Lord? What about me? Did I break any rules? Chen Chang'an looked at him mockingly and said lightly, I didn't deliberately kill anyone, they are just severely injured.
If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself, I can guarantee they are still breathing. Looking at their increasingly grim faces, he continued, but I don't know how long they will last, after all, everyone's physique is different. If they die, it's because their physique wasn't strong enough. You! Dong Yinglai's eyes were almost bursting from anger. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Chen Chang'an, nearly spitting blood from Chen Chang'an's words. He, the ruler of a country, had never been threatened, never been ignored like this, and never had anyone dared to treat his son as a weapon, pointing at him and scolding him. It was an absolute disgrace. Chen Chang'an, enough. Nanzhan spoke with a dark expression, you have already won, let go of Nan Hong and Dong Lianqing. Oh. Chen Chang'an's mouth curled into a mocking smile, but not yet, they haven't passed out, they haven't fallen out of the ring, and they haven't admitted defeat, so I haven't won yet. Saying this, he bang clapped the two people in his hands, making a dull clashing sound. It was like two long wooden planks clashing against each other. Instantly, Dong Lianqing and Nanzhan screamed in pain, their faces not just bruised, but completely bloodied and mangled. Chen Chang'an, don't push me too far. Looking at his son being casually slapped by Chen Chang'an, Dong Yinglai lost all his dignity as a ruler, trembling with rage, every pore in his body shaking. Dong Yinglai. Chen Chang'an pointed at him with Dong Lianqing and shouted angrily, did I break the rules of the duel? No, right? But you, time and time again, have interfered with the duel. You have ill intentions. Humph, it was you who read the rules earlier, and it is also you who have blatantly broken the rules. Do you even respect the Sword Master? Do you even respect the Sword Palace of the human race? Ha! Saying this, he turned to look at Mo Haichao, who had a dark expression on his face, and said sternly, Lord Sword Master, they don't take you seriously, can you just let yourself be humiliated like this? Mo Haichao's mouth twitched fiercely. His face instantly turned dark. Ji Xuangu and Duan Mutsong exchanged glances, both with their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This guy. Countless people gasped, staring at Chen Chang'an's performance, dumbfounded. Simply unbelievable. So shameless. Dongxian Kingdom Lord, Nanming Kingdom Lord, do not be impulsive, step back. This is the grand tournament of the Four Kingdoms, countless outstanding talents from the East Continent are watching, what are you trying to do? Finally, Mo Haichao spoke in a dark tone. Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan clenched their fists tightly, seeing Chen Chang'an even turning the tables, their eyes full of coldness. But when faced with Mo Haichao's words, they didn't make a move. If they were not human swordbearers, they would have started cursing. Calm the hell down. It's not your son being beaten up. Try to calm down and see what happens. Wow, look at them, these two are really out of control. They've been rampant in the eastern province for so long, but now they're doing this in front of the swordbearer lord. They're so unruly. TSK, looks like these two really don't take the human swordbearer palace seriously. Chen Chang'an exaggeratedly shouted again, Swordbearer Lord, are you really going to let them provoke your authority like this? Aren't you going to get angry? Hit them. Damn it, beat them until their own mothers don't recognize them. Chen Chang'an's words made countless people's lips twitch rapidly, rolling their eyes again and again. Mo Haichao finally lost his calm. His voice became icy cold, the East Shin King, the South Ming King, stepped back. Sensing his anger and overwhelming killing intent, Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan's hearts thudded wildly. Swordbearer Lord, please forgive us, we were reckless. Finally, they took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Chen Chang'an, and retreated back to their own ships. Alright, Chen Chang'an, continue. Mo Haichao's gaze landed on Chen Chang'an again, throw them out, then you'll win. Now, Dong Lianqing and Nanzhan had lost their fighting strength, but they hadn't passed out yet, nor had they fallen off the battle platform, and they hadn't personally admitted defeat either. And they were still moaning in pain, so of course the battle had to continue, it wasn't over yet. Just when everyone thought Chen Chang'an would throw them out and happily end the battle, another wave of trouble arose. Chen Chang'an suddenly shouted again. Ah, Swordbearer Lord, no way? No way? These two disrupted the order of the battle, and just using the word step back is enough? Aren't you going to punish them? They ignored your authority, Swordbearer Lord. They even disregarded the human Swordbearer Palace. Even if this gets back to the human emperor, this way of handling won't get you any praise, will it? Chen Chang'an said, tossing the two men on the ground, then stepping on their faces, grinding them with his feet, and mockingly saying. Otherwise, the battle won't be so easily over.
I'm doing this to defend the Swordbearer Lord's reputation. You'll understand, won't you? Chen Chang'an's words shocked everyone again.
Countless people's hearts, which had just calmed down, now rose to their throats.
They stared in disbelief at Chen Chang'an. He's gone crazy. He's actually mocking and threatening the Swordbearer Lord, asking the Swordbearer Lord to punish the two kings? He must be out of his mind. Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong once again wailed under Chen Chang'an's feet.
The atmosphere in the arena froze, no one dared to speak, it became so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at Chen Chang'an. He actually questioned the Swordbearer Lord. And it seems like he's using those two to threaten. If you don't punish the two kings, I won't let the battle end so easily, and I'll continue torturing them in the arena. Chapter 48, Justice and Severity. Everyone showed shocked expressions, all staring in horror at Chen Chang'an. Your name is Chen Chang'an, right? Good, I'll remember you.
Mo Haichao's eyes flickered with cold light, and after a long pause, he spoke meaningfully. After thinking for a moment, he continued, although the East Xian King and South Ming King were a bit impulsive, they didn't really interfere.
But before he could finish speaking, Chen Chang'an hammered his fist on his chest and suddenly shouted, "Ah! Pooh!" He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. He pointed at Mo Haichao with a mournful expression, "Swordbearer Lord, those two are semi-royals. I, a mere junior, was so scared by them that I had internal bleeding. Is this still not interference? Did you, the Swordbearer, protect them just because they are the rulers of a small country? Aren't you the supervisor of the great competition? Aren't you the so-called impartial Swordbearer? Since this is so unfair, then I refuse to accept it. I will appeal to the human race Swordbearer Palace." Chen Chang'an's words were sharp, like they came from the heart, causing everyone around to tilt their heads back in shock again. Hiss. Mo Haichao furrowed his brows, feeling that this person was troublesome. And Chen Chang'an seemed not afraid of his emperor's pressure. Still performing so clumsily in front of him. Spitting blood from the pressure of those two? Damn, do you think I'm blind? Clearly, it was you who hit yourself. And he wants to appeal to the human race Swordbearer Palace? This is a threat to him. Good guy. He dares to threaten me. He is the Swordbearer of the human race, the protector of the heavenly talents of the human race, and he is being complained about by a talent. The consequences are serious. His anger surged, and his heart nearly exploded. But he still suppressed it, staring at Chen Chang'an, silent for a long time. Everyone around them immediately held their breath, thinking Mo Haichao would angrily attack Chen Chang'an. But what was shocking was that two loud slaps paw sounded. They landed on the stunned faces of the Eastern Su Kingdom's ruler and the Southern Ming Kingdom's ruler. This not only stunned the two of them, but also stunned everyone else. Countless people sucked in a cold breath. Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan's faces were extremely ugly, as if they had eaten something disgusting, but they dared not lash out. Chen Chang'an, they have already been punished. The competition continues. Mo Haichao spoke, his voice flat, but his teeth were gritted. All right, as expected of the Swordbearer, truly impartial. Chen Chang'an smiled, then kicked the Eastern Lianqing and Southern Hong, who were like dead dogs beneath his feet, flying out. As they fell off the competition platform, Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan caught them. The two of them returned to their respective ships with faces ashen, to treat their wounds. This round, the Great Zhou Kingdom wins. Mo Haichao spoke with a gloomy tone. Boom. The result was completely beyond everyone's expectations, like a thunderbolt, making countless people in the arena erupt. The buzzing murmurs, whispers, formed a terrifying sound wave, sweeping in all directions. Chen Chang'an left the competition platform and returned to the Great Zhou Kingdom's flying ship. Ji Mingyue suddenly rushed over, but just as she was inches away from Chen Chang'an, she stopped forcefully. Her eyes were filled with mist and tears, she sniffed, and her red lips slightly parted. "Chang'an Gij, are you alright? You scared me, this. Mingyue, we won." Chen Chang'an smiled. "It seems that this time, more than 100 people from our Great Zhou Kingdom will enter the secret realm to train." Ji Mingyue nodded heavily, her eyes shimmering with tears, sparkling with a unique light, looking at Chen Chang'an as if he became the only one in her world. "Chang'an, young friend." Beside them, Ji Xuandu's hoarse voice spoke, filled with deep admiration. "What family is the Chen family from? In the 20 years I've been in seclusion, a talent like you has appeared out of nowhere." Chen Chang'an smiled. "Senior, you're too kind. We are only slightly stronger than others." As Chen Chang'an spoke, he made a gesture with his fingers, as if illustrating. Everyone was instantly speechless. Slightly stronger? But they didn't know, when Chen Chang'an said slightly, he meant slightly, as in billions. Young Master Chang'an is indeed a blessing for our Great Zhou Kingdom. Duan Mufumo came back to his senses, hurriedly expressing his admiration.
Ji Xuangu nodded heavily, then glanced at Ji Mingyue, his face full of satisfaction. Although the Ji family members were all useless, at least there was such a beautiful Princess Mingyue. The important thing was that this princess made a very clever move. Chen Chang'an didn't say much more. At this moment, his gaze suddenly landed on Ji Tsangtian and those so-called top talents of the Great Zhou. Under his gaze, those proud figures turned their eyes away, their faces filled with awe. Ji Tsangtian was so frightened that he staggered a step, almost falling down. A bunch of cowards, I am looking forward to seeing who among you dares to shamelessly enter the secret realm I fought for. Chen Chang'an's words caused the group to tremble and their faces to flush with anger. Whether before or after the battle, they did not dare to provoke Chen Chang'an. After all, Chen Chang'an's fierce reputation was well known in the Great Zhou royal city. Moreover, now even the princes of the East Xin nation and South Ming nation were being pressed down by him. It's easy to imagine, they were nothing. On the other side, at the location of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei stared fiercely at Chen Chang'an's figure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After all, Chen Chang'an had killed his son Zhao Zihan. He is really arrogant, not even afraid of the sword-bearer. Zhao Tianli said coldly. Zhao Tianwei turned to the complex-faced He Wuqing beside him. Elder He, are you sure there is a powerful protector behind Chen Chang'an? He Wuqing shook his head slightly. I don't know, there indeed was one during the time in the Great Zhou Palace. Could it be that Ji Xuangu is the one? Zhao Tianwei frowned and asked. Absolutely not him. He Wuqing affirmed, although Ji Xuangu is a Saint Emperor, he is only a level 1 Saint Emperor. If it's at this level, I wouldn't be afraid. Exactly, our ancestors are all level 1 Saint Emperors. If we unite the 4 families, there would be a total of 4. Of course, we wouldn't fear that old guy Ji Xuangu. Zhao Tianli said disdainfully. At this moment, Zhao Tianwei took a deep breath. The Chen family, where did this family come from? They had been inconspicuous before, but now they are all extraordinary, simply a group of cunning old foxes. Hearing this, Zhao Tianli also fell into deep thought. Chen Chang'an's methods were fierce, and his attitude was arrogant, genuinely frightening the 3 great nations and the Southeast Wind Alliance into a daze. Those who did not know would think Chen Chang'an came from those Holy Land sacred families. Even sacred families would not dare to look down on the sword-bearer. Unless it is the imperial family. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone gasped but quickly cast this unrealistic thought aside. Because it was simply impossible. On the first battle stage, the pride of Fengyu Nation and the Southeast Wind Alliance were initially ready to watch a show. They wanted to see how Chen Chang'an of the Great Zhou would be embarrassed and thrown off the stage. But to everyone's astonishment, Chen Chang'an was completely unharmed. He ruthlessly defeated the princes of the East Xian nation and South Ming nation, and even under his pressure, the monarchs of these 2 nations were slapped by the sword-bearer. This was simply unbelievable. What shocked Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, the 2 external aides, was that they dropped their jaws in disbelief. As a result, the Great Zhou nation was at least entering the top 2. This was like a dream, hard to believe. But no matter how shocked they were, they had to fight next. So the pride of Fengyu Nation and the people of the Southeast Wind Alliance began to fight. But surprisingly, besides Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, the 2 external aides, the Southeast Wind Alliance had another strong mysterious figure. That person turned out to be at level 8 of the King Realm. Chapter 49, Battling the Southeast Wind Alliance. And when the aura of level 8 of the King Realm emerged, everyone's gaze fell on her. It was a figure dressed in a grey robe, half of her face covered, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. No one knew if it was a man or a woman. But looking at the tall figure and the curvy body, it seemed to be a woman. As she showcased her skills, everyone's attention in the arena was drawn to her. Level 8 of the King Realm. About 30 years old, level 8 of the King Realm. This made countless people in the venue gasp in horror. Stronger than the previous East Lianqing, who was level 6 of the King Realm. But East Lianqing had already been stuck at 30 for that age. Where on earth did the Southeast Wind Alliance pull their pride from? Could it be the Holy Land? Ji Xuangu asked in confusion. Holy Land? That's a possibility. Duanmu, the lord of the Duanmu family, said gravely, Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the Taicang sword sect, and Zhao Tianli is an elder of the Qingxian sacred sect. I just don't know which of these 2 sacred sects this young genius is from. Chen Chang'an's gaze also fixed on the grey-robed person, his eyes narrowing. Level 8 King, I've activated the Tyrant's Fury, combined with the evil demon blood god technique. And opened the martial aperture realm, plus the sword of protection, I should be able to suppress him. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an withdrew his gaze. At this point, the geniuses of the Eastern Shanghua, Southern Minghua, and Fengyue, who were originally defeated, started a chaotic battle. Then, they would determine the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. But among them, some were injured, some were crippled, and they had no more strength to fight. So, after coordination, they decided to reconvene in 3 days for another battle. Now, the geniuses and high-ranking members from the three countries had extremely ugly expressions, as though they had swallowed something disgusting. They had always been in the top ranks. Even if the Southeast Wind Alliance wanted to enter, they thought they would push the Dojo Kingdom out of the competition. But unexpectedly, they had dug a pit and buried themselves. It was simply too humiliating. Dojo Kingdom produced a monstrous talent in Chen Chang'an, and the Southeast Wind Alliance also gained a monstrous genius. And he wasn't even an outsider. The Southeast Wind Alliance shamelessly claimed that they had recruited him. This was simply outrageous. However, the battle for first and second place still had to take place. After all, the Southeast Wind Alliance's side hadn't suffered much damage. Thus, Mo Haichao rose into the air, speaking with authority. The four countries' genius competition will now enter the second round. This battle will determine the first and second places. Please have the geniuses from the Southeast Wind Alliance and Dojo Kingdom come up to the battle stage. With these words, he left the middle of the sky. Then, the 9 geniuses of the Southeast Wind Alliance flew onto the battle stage. From the Dojo Kingdom, Ji Mingyue grabbed Chen Chang'an's hand and suddenly said, "Brother Chang'an, why don't we have Ji Tsangtian and the others go up to help you? That way, you'll have 9 helpers." Hearing this, Ji Tsangtian and the other geniuses all looked at Chen Chang'an, their faces filled with anticipation, battle intent soaring. At this moment, if they went on stage, even if they lost, they'd still get second place, and naturally, they wanted to go up to show their faces. But Ji Mingyue was simply worried that Chen Chang'an might be at a disadvantage. To everyone's surprise, Chen Chang'an patted Ji Mingyue's hand. He looked at Ji Tsangtian and the others, sneering, "No need, these 9 trash will slow me down when I draw my sword. As for those 10 bugs on the other side, I can crush them at will." Chen Chang'an's words caused Ji Tsangtian and the others' faces to change drastically, their expressions full of anger. They were so furious that their faces turned red, but they didn't dare to lash out at Chen Chang'an. On the other side, the 10 members of the Southeast Wind Alliance instantly became enraged. "What? He dares to call us bugs? This is outrageous. Young master, let's beat him to death later. That's right, he's too arrogant. Let's smash his teeth in." Within the Southeast Wind Alliance, there was also a level 5 King Realm genius, Zhao Ziang. At this moment, his face was dark as he looked at the arrogant Chen Chang'an who flew onto the stage, speaking in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't underestimate him." After saying that, he looked at the grey-robed person, "Miss Ning, what do you think? Can you defeat him?" The grey-robed person was named Ning Tingyu. Her cold voice rang out, "This child is extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Zhao Ziyang's heart skipped a beat. For someone like Ning Tingyu, who was in the 8th level of King Realm, to say someone was extremely dangerous, how monstrous must this person be? No wonder he was so rampant. As Chen Chang'an reached the battle stage, the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, all of them watching Chen Chang'an warily. The competition between the 4 countries' geniuses begins. A calm voice from Mo Haichao echoed from the sky. On the battle stage, Chen Chang'an faced opponents whose strength was several small realms higher than his own, but he didn't hesitate and immediately drew out the Guardian Sword. Then, his entire body shot forward, unleashing the Chen family's Thunder Mirage, while the Martial Aperture realm opened. A loud bang echoed within him, and his speed erupted, multiplying by several times. He then activated the evil blood god art Bloodbath Demon Light. Instantly, Chen Chang'an's blood surged violently. His entire body was surrounded by a faint blood mist. Grave World Sword Art Instant Kill. From the speed to the explosive spiritual energy, then his entire aura, and finally the sword strike, Chen Chang'an fused them all in one step. In an instant, he was in front of Ning Tingyu, sweeping his sword across her neck. Ning Tingyu's speed was also extremely fast, her body slightly tilted backward, quickly descending, and retreating rapidly. Chen Chang'an's gaze flashed with cold light, his figure rapidly advancing, swinging the Guardian Sword downward. Buzz! The Guardian Sword unleashed a thunderous force, as if it was about to split Ning Tingyu in two. But Ning Tingyu remained calm, her movements were exceptionally agile, sometimes erratic, sometimes shadowing his every move, making Chen Chang'an's attacks repeatedly miss. Chen Chang'an wielded a heavy sword, while Ning Tingyu's entire body formed a ghostly figure, quickly dodging. Chen Chang'an's explosive strength was incredibly overwhelming, the terrifying force seemed to form a raging hurricane, spreading in all directions, creating an astonishing momentum. The clash between the two instantly drew the attention of the entire crowd. The elites of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered at the edge of the fighting stage, staring in awe at this intense battle. They dared not approach, even the strongest Meng Kaijun, Li Hong, and Zhao Ziyan could only test the edges of the storm created by their battle, unable to enter. The powerful observers around couldn't help but change their expressions, they had never seen such a formidable Chen Chang'an. He was at the 8th stage of the King Realm, and yet he was battling evenly with his opponent. His ability to fight above his level was truly monstrous. In just a dozen breaths, the aftermath of their battle left the fighting stage in ruins, covered in traces of disaster and destruction.
Boom! After another intense clash, both stood still, facing each other from a distance. When the battlefield suddenly went silent, everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop, all holding their breath, wide-eyed in shock. Because in the next moment, the fighting stage might erupt into a terrifying battle of unimaginable scale. Meng Kaijun, Li Hong, Zhao Ziang, all the elites of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, each one ready for action, vigilantly watching Chen Chang'an. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this young genius from the once bottom-ranked country. Ha! At this moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly shouted loudly, his body shooting up into the sky. Then, he once again unleashed an incredible aura, like waves rolling in, crashing down on Ning Tingyu and the others. Chapter 50, Locking in First. Chen Chang'an activated the second form of the evil blood god art again. Mountain shaking, sea quaking. Boom! The overwhelming force was like thousands of mountains sinking. Before he arrived, a strong wind suddenly descended, making Ning Tingyu and the others' skin ache with the pressure. The spear shoots out like a dragon. Ning Tingyu roared, a long spear shooting up, instantly emitting the sound of dragon roars. Roar! Facing such a powerful spear, Chen Chang'an once again swung his sword down. Grave World Sword Art, sky-shattering. At the same time, he activated the bloodline of the Emperor. Roar! In an instant, a 10-jang-tall giant of golden light appeared behind Chen Chang'an, roaring, the sound waves spreading through the heavens and earth, as if an ancient god had descended. It infused Chen Chang'an with immense power. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and a violent shockwave spread in all directions. Ugh! You! Ning Tingyu screamed, her long spear was split away by Chen Chang'an's massive sword, and her whole body was suddenly sent flying sideways. Ah! The other elites each let out a miserable scream, like a bomb falling among them. In an instant, all of them were violently blown apart. Boom! The fighting platform violently shook. When everything settled, the ground was covered with the moaning, lying bodies of the talents. At the same time, the incredibly hard fighting platform cracked with countless fissures, as if it were about to be shattered by Chen Chang'an's sword. A faint smile hung on Chen Chang'an's lips as he walked up to Ning Tingyu. You, what do you want to do? Ning Tingyu's voice was dark, and in her starry, pitch-black eyes, a trace of panic flashed. Of course, I'm here to defeat you. Chen Chang'an said, then kicked her in the butt, instantly sending her flying sideways. You. Damn it. Ning Tingyu, feeling her soft behind being kicked harshly, blushed deeply with anger and embarrassment in midair. Even though she was wearing a veil, her flustered eyes still reflected a dazzling light. Chen Chang'an ignored her and walked directly up to Meng Kaijun and Li Hong. He looked down at them from above, sneering, "Oh, it's you two, what a coincidence." Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's faces instantly became extremely ugly. Chen Chang'an, you. Don't make a move, we admit defeat, ah. Before they could even finish, Chen Chang'an kicked both of them in the mouth. Boom! In an instant, both flew backward, all their teeth falling out, and their mouths became a bloody mess. Ah! They let out a miserable scream, their faces filled with terror. Oh, so you guys are this useless, TSK, you really showed me something. Chen Chang'an sneered and acted innocent, saying, "What are you guys saying? I can't hear you." Saying this, he stepped forward and kicked them both in the head. Boom! In an instant, their heads exploded with blood, and the two screamed in agony as they were thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. If they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Hiss! The remaining geniuses all gasped in shock, their faces full of disbelief. We admit defeat. Zhao Ziyang and the others quickly spoke up. No joke, if even the Heaven King level Ning Tingyu lost, how could they still have the strength to fight? Better conserve their strength and at least secure second place. The Southeast Wind Alliance has admitted defeat, the battle is over, and the Great Zhou Kingdom takes first place. In the air, Mo Haichao's expression was complicated, but he immediately spoke. At the same time, he stared fixedly at Chen Chang'an, as if hoping Chen Chang'an would continue making moves, breaking the rules. Chen Chang'an curled his lips, then flew toward Ji Mingyue and the others. Once again, the arena was shaken to the core. Except for the few exchanges between Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu at the start, the rest of the people were completely crushed. This is insane. Incredibly absurd. Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Mo Haichao, Dong Ninglai, and the other strong warriors all had dark faces. They looked at Chen Chang'an's arrogant back, their hearts deeply shaken. The Great Zhou Kingdom had produced such a terrifying, monstrous freak. In the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp, everyone was overjoyed. Especially the low-profile officials who had come along. One by one, they excitedly looked at Chen Chang'an, their hearts surging with emotion. First place. First place. In 30 years, the Great Zhou Kingdom had finally won first place again. Brother Chang'an, you're amazing. Ji Mingyue hugged Chen Chang'an's arm, happily saying, "Let's go back to the camp and wait."
The secret realm might not open until 3 days later, since the other 3 countries still have to finish their competition.
Chen Chang'an smiled. "Machem, okay." Ji Mingyue nodded vigorously, her chest heaving with excitement.
Beside them, Ji Xuangu and the head of the Duanmu family were greatly shaken and quickly sent the good news back to Great Zhou's royal city with the most precious and highest-level long-distance communication stone. When the news that the Great Zhou Kingdom had taken first place in the Four Kingdoms Genius competition reached Chang'an City, at first, no one believed it.
But as more and more reports came in an increasingly detailed report, everyone began to believe. Specifically detailed, it was interpreted one by one.
First, the Great Zhou Kingdom was disliked by everyone, then the Southeast Wind Alliance used connections to ask the Swordmaster for help.
Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance successfully inserted itself in.
After that, the competition between the 4 kingdoms turned into a contest of 4 kingdoms and 1 alliance, a battle among 5 forces. The force ranked last would be eliminated, losing the qualification to enter the secret realm for training. This was initially a disastrous start. After all, whether it was Dongxian, Nanming, Fengyu, the 3 countries, or the Southeast Wind Alliance, their geniuses were stronger than those of the Great Zhou Kingdom and at a higher realm, all being at the king level. Moreover, the 2 external helpers that the Great Zhou had spent great effort to hire suddenly turned against them.
This put the Great Zhou in an even more awkward position.
Even the Great Zhou geniuses led by Ji Tsung Tian were scared and didn't dare to step onto the stage. But just when everyone thought the Great Zhou would embarrass itself, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, made a stunning appearance. He first fiercely swept through the strongest Dongxian in Nanming. Finally, in the finals, he completely suppressed the 8th-level external helper from the Southeast Wind Alliance, winning the championship in one fell swoop. He brought the Great Zhou Kingdom to a glorious first place in the competition. Such a dramatic reversal was shared in detail by the spectators, causing a sensation throughout the royal city. It stirred up a huge wave.
Chen Chang'an's name echoed loudly once again.
And when this news reached the palace, Ji Wenjin, who was still nursing injuries, rolled out of bed and laughed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the palace. Then, with many juniors from the Ji family, he thought for a moment and personally went to the Chen family, taking away most of the young Chen members. Then they joyfully headed towards the mountains where the Eastern State secret realm was located.
Chapter 51, Assassination.
And in the mountains of the Eastern State secret realm, at the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chen Chang'an and his companions were resting in the camp. That night, under the cover of darkness, Chen Chang'an took advantage of the Chen family's extremely mysterious movement technique to quietly sneak into a separate camp. Inside, there were 2 young men groaning in anger. "Humph, that son of a dog, Chen Chang'an, is dead meat, how dare he attack us?"
"That's right. When we return to Tianyan sect, we will make him pay. We won't rest until we get revenge. Ouch, it hurts so much, I'm dying.
Damn it, I was planning to enter the secret realm for training, but unexpectedly, I took a fall." In the dimly lit room, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun cried out, cursing Chen Chang'an endlessly. But in the next moment, in the darkness, a cold flash of sword light suddenly passed through their pupils, their eyes reflected the figure that terrified them the most. That was the man they wished they could tear apart. But soon, the 2 fell into eternal darkness.
Cut. After decapitating Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, Chen Chang'an quietly sneaked.
Thinking for a moment, Chen Chang'an shook his head. "Mingyue, no need, that Tianyan sect, I don't take it to heart.
Tianyan sect is just a first-rate sect within the Eastern Xian country.
My Chen family, however, is a family that fears no first-rate forces in the entire Great Zhou country. No, I will stay here tonight, I can't let anyone catch you off guard,"
Ji Mingyue said seriously. "It's okay, I don't mind," Chen Chang'an replied. But seeing Ji Mingyue's stubborn look, he could only nod in agreement.
In an instant, joy filled Ji Mingyue's pretty face. "Then I will sleep on the bed, and you can cultivate beside me."
Chen Chang'an nodded, took a few sips of tea, and began to meditate and cultivate.
The battles in the past 2 days had made him more skilled in controlling his own techniques. Moreover, his combat experience had also become more stable, something that others of his age could not achieve. The night passed without a word. The next earliest morning, when the people from the Southeast Wind Alliance discovered that Li Hong and Meng Kaijun had died, they became agitated instantly. Especially the country lord Dongyinglai and others. After all, the Tianyan sect had their own talents. If something happened to them, they would naturally want to make something happen. Immediately, they locked their attention on Chen Chang'an. Whether or not Chen Chang'an did it, they didn't want him to have it easy. Thus, a large group of discontented talents came to Chen Chang'an's door. "Chen Chang'an, you are despicable and shameless, actually sneaking out to assassinate Li Hong and Meng Kaijun in the middle of the night."
"That's right, Chen Chang'an, get out here. Such a cowardly act, you don't deserve to be a talent from Dongzhou.
You've assassinated the talented experts of Tianyan sect, they won't let you go, all the consequences will fall on you." One by one, the young people began to shout angrily. When Chen Chang'an opened the tent and appeared sleepily with Ji Mingyue, everyone outside the tent was stunned.
Even Ji Xuangu and Duan Mutsong, who had rushed over after hearing the news, were also taken aback.
What the hell, you all are trying to cause a ruckus so early in the morning, are you crazy?
Chen Chang'an glanced at everyone, speaking lightly. Princess, what's going on here? Ah.
Duan Mutsong hesitated to speak, but immediately, he and Ji Xuangu both had silly smiles on their faces.
Ji Mingyue slightly nodded to Duan Mutsong and the Ji family ancestor, then coldly shouted at the shouting people. You just said that Li Hong and Meng Kaijun are dead? How do their deaths concern my brother Chang'an?
Upon hearing this, the others immediately shouted back, Princess Mingyue, those two had a conflict with Chen Chang'an, it must be Chen Chang'an who killed them. For such cowardly acts, he doesn't deserve to be a talent from Dongzhou. You say brother Chang'an killed those two, but where's your evidence? Ji Mingyue scanned everyone with a disdainful royal demeanor and said, I spent the whole night with my brother Chang'an, could he possibly have split himself to kill?
What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded.
They stared in astonishment at the two of them. What's so surprising? He is my prince consort, married to me by my father's order, so what if I sleep with my prince consort? Ji Mingyue's every move exuded dignity, yet her words sounded so natural and extremely domineering. Even Chen Chang'an was stunned. That's right, do you want to slander our prince consort? Ji Xuangu said coldly to all the young talents, feeling delighted inside. Instantly, the pressure on the group of young talents increased greatly.
Chen Chang'an is Princess Mingyue's prince consort, of course, she will favor him. She as a witness doesn't count.
A young talent shouted loudly.
That's right, it doesn't count. He must have secretly gone and killed Li Hong and Meng Kaijun. Yes, we are not convinced. We are not convinced by a talent with such despicable actions. Everyone shouted in unison.
At this moment, Chen Chang'an walked out and faced the shouting crowd with a cold smile, who was not convinced.
Then come and duel.
Saying this, he pointed at the discontented person.
Are you not convinced?
Come, fight me to the death, no mercy, no retreat. The man instantly shrank back, his body staggering backward.
No, I won't duel with you.
Ridiculous. Even the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm was tortured by Chen Chang'an, let alone them.
What nonsense is that?
If you're not convinced, then come and defeat me. Stop talking big, what is this rubbish? Chen Chang'an shouted loudly, sneering, as for Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, they are dead because they were weak, they died because of themselves, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't go assassinate them last night, I spent the whole night in love with my Mingyue. Chen Chang'an said this without blinking an eye, his heart calm. He wasn't afraid of the Tianyan sect. He just didn't want unnecessary trouble before entering the secret realm. Otherwise, so what if he admitted to assassinating them? Chen Chang'an, a man should be bold and responsible. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Nan Zhan, and the others came angrily, joining forces.
Chapter 52 The Backbone Strengthened. What do you guys want? If you want to bully the juniors, my old bones will never agree.
Seeing the elders from the other side appear, Ji Xuangu stood up for the Great Zhou Kingdom, coldly speaking. Upon seeing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Nan Zhan, and the others looked at him. Almost simultaneously, 4 old men appeared behind the 4 of them. All of them released their powerful aura, all were saints at the 1st level.
Ji Xuangu, you old man, why haven't you died yet? Do you want to spar with us? TSK, let me see if your bones are still hard. The elders from Dongxin Kingdom and Nanning Kingdom mocked.
But Ji Xuangu was not weak, he sneered, if you are not afraid of death, old man is ready to fight with you. Even if I can't kill you instantly, I can make you crippled and unable to escape.
Dare to gamble?
As he spoke, Ji Xuangu ignited his vital blood, forming a massive wave of power, intimidating all directions, his posture ready for a desperate fight.
Old man, are you crazy? The elder from Dongxin Kingdom shouted angrily, are you willing to risk your life for a junior?
He is the prince consort of our Great Zhou Kingdom. If you dare to bully him, our Great Zhou Kingdom would rather be shattered than broken.
Ji Xuangu glared, unyielding.
At this moment, not only were the 4 major powers stunned, even the people of Great Zhou were completely dumbfounded.
They didn't expect their royal family's ancestor to be so strong. Ancestor of the Ji family, Chen Chang'an is a person of low character.
He is unworthy of being the genius of the Eastern State, and should not enter the Eastern State secret realm. At this moment, Dong Yinglai spoke coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. You, Great Zhou Kingdom, cannot deceive yourselves. You son of a bitch are talking nonsense. I don't want to hear baseless accusations. If you want to strip Chang'an of his genius title and his qualification to enter the secret realm today, I'll risk my life to make sure you don't get away with it.
Come, let's fight to the death.
As he spoke, Ji Xuangu's killing intent exploded once again, his saint-level aura surging fiercely, on the verge of collapse. It was clear that if things didn't go well, it would immediately turn into a battle to the death. Enmutsong was the same, he shouted, that's right, if you dare unite to bully our great Zhou kingdom, we will die fighting, and at least bite off a piece of your flesh. After that, elders from the Great Zhou Academy appeared one after another, all of them at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm.
Great Zhou Kingdom army, prepare for battle. At this moment, Ji Mingyue raised the Imperial Princess token, shouting with a mighty aura. Yes. In an instant, thousands of soldiers from Great Zhou Kingdom appeared, filled with killing intent. Dong Yinglai and the others frowned. They wanted to suppress Chen Chang'an's arrogance, but didn't want to engage in a full-scale war with Great Zhou Kingdom right now. Moreover, the sword-bearer Mo Haichao was still here, and he would not stand by and watch the human kingdom fall into war. Exactly, whoever dares to bully my Ji Wentian's worthy son-in-law, even if I have to drag the entire Great Zhou Kingdom into it. And they will fight to the death. At that moment, a spaceship, rumbling loudly, quickly arrived. On the spaceship was Ji Wentian, who was hurrying over, his face full of energy. Also with him were young descendants of the Chen family. Who dares to harm our Chen family's young master, kill! A group of young boys shouted fiercely, killing intent boiling. The ones leading the Chen family were not among the 9 clan elders, but several ordinary elders. They saw the standoff below and immediately took on a battle-ready stance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Dong Yinglai and the others' faces instantly turned dark. Great Zhou's monarch, I didn't expect this old undead to come. Dong Yinglai sneered. Humph, you old undead are here, why can't I come? Ji Wentian coldly laughed and immediately walked up to Ji Mingyue. Mingyue, are you okay? Father, I'm fine, why did you come? Ji Mingyue's face was full of joy. Ha ha, my great Zhou has gotten first place, how could I not come? As he said that, he looked at Chen Chang'an with eager eyes. Chang'an, my good nephew, are you alright? I'm fine, I pay my respects to your majesty. Chen Chang'an smiled and spoke. The others then reacted and quickly bowed to Ji Wentian. Ji Xuangu slowly withdrew the burning blood energy, but still maintained a battle-ready stance. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite, no need to be polite. Ji Wentian waved his hand and quickly asked, what exactly happened here? Duan Mutsong immediately stepped forward and explained the situation to Ji Wentian. When Ji Wentian heard that his daughter had spent the night with Chen Chang'an, his eyes grew even brighter. His face broke into a beaming smile, and when his gaze landed on Ji Mingyue again, he grinned. Mingyue, you did very well. No one knew whether this very well referred to Ji Mingyue preparing everyone for battle, or whether there was something more implied. Turning his head, Ji Wentian looked at Dong Yinglai, Nan Zhan, and the 2 monarchs, seemingly gaining confidence, proudly saying, 2 monarchs, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to start a war with my great Zhou? My great Zhou is ready to fight to the end. Hearing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nan Zhan exchanged glances, their faces extremely dark. Fighting with the great Zhou here was extremely unwise. Moreover, according to He Wucheng, that mysterious Saint Emperor-level expert had not yet appeared. They were afraid of hitting a hard wall. The 4 of them silently exchanged looks and could only temporarily give up. Hee, Great Zhou's monarch is joking. If Chen Chang'an had not done this, we certainly would not have rashly cancelled his qualifications. Zhao Tianwei coldly spoke, his gaze landing on Chen Chang'an. However, the heavens are watching, and the wrath of the Tianyan sect will sooner or later explode upon the murderer. We're leaving. After speaking, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nan Zhan could only snort coldly and leave. Ji Mingyue and the others were deeply shaken. Especially Duan Mutsong and Ji Xuangu. And most especially Ji Wentian, who felt an immense sense of satisfaction. They finally understood Chen Chang'an's words from that day, as long as you are strong, the other side may not dare to go all out against you. Sure enough. It was really like this. Seeing them leave, Ji Wentian greeted Chen Chang'an warmly. Chang'an, my good nephew, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you, my great Zhou would be in a terrible situation. You are a great hero of my great Zhou, I don't even know how to reward and thank you. With the method that Chen Chang'an provided, Ji Wentian temporarily suppressed the illness in his body and was no longer in his previous sickly state. Moreover, his complexion grew even more radiant, and as he shook Chen Chang'an's hand, he became more and more excited. In previous years, Great Zhou would always rank last in the grand competition, and only 100 people could enter the secret realm. But now, there were a full 400. Training in the Eastern State's secret realm, even if they didn't experience a complete transformation, they could make a significant advancement. This was an enormous gain for the next generation of Great Zhou. And what excited him the most was that for the first time, his waist had finally stiffened. And it felt so satisfying. In the past, when he was in front of the rulers of Dongying and Nanzhan, he would always be polite, not daring to even take a deep breath. He had never felt like this before,
proudly raising his head and chest, ready to fight if necessary. All of it, was brought by Chen Chang'an. He single-handedly crushed all the talents from the 4 opposing forces. He even dared to directly challenge Lord Swordbearer, causing the 2 rulers to lose all face. This was truly groundbreaking for the history of the Great Zhou Kingdom. These facts made him excited and thrilled, and more importantly, such an extraordinary person was now with his precious daughter. It was simply double happiness arriving at once. He was overjoyed, thinking that if they were tied to the Chen family, what was there to fear about the Dongxian Kingdom? What was there to fear about the Southeast Wind Alliance? They were all trash. Looking at Chen Chang'an again, he gazed at him warmly, as if he were seeing his long-dead father. Ah, no, this was his most beloved son-in-law. Even if he had killed his 2 sons, he would not care in the slightest. After all, he had many sons. But the genius Chen Chang'an, there was only one. Chapter 53, The Style of a Great Villain. Next, the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom became quiet but also very lively. After all, the ruler had arrived. He was celebrating with the group of young talents. He also began generously rewarding everyone. 3 days later, the Dongxian Kingdom, Nanling Kingdom, and Fengyu Kingdom finally decided the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. This time, Fengyu Kingdom was terribly disappointed to be placed 5th. They all looked at the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance with faces full of resentment. If they hadn't interfered, they would have been 3rd. At the very least, they would have been 4th and made it into the top 100 talents for the secret realm. Now, they were kicked out. Sigh. The ruler of Fengyu Kingdom sighed heavily, and could only lead his people to train outside the secret realm mountains. Inside the Great Zhou camp, Chen Chang'an was discussing with Ji Mingyue and others about which talents should enter the secret realm. This time, they were going to send 400 people in. But without a doubt, Ji Wendian handed over the right to choose everyone who would enter the secret realm to Chen Chang'an. And Chen Chang'an didn't hold back. The dozens of young members of the Chen family he brought could all go in. Even if other talents were unhappy, they didn't dare to complain. After all, this was a qualification Chen Chang'an had fought for, and no one dared to say anything. Brother Chang'an, our victory is all thanks to you. Who can enter the secret realm to cultivate? It's all up to your decision. You decide. Inside the tent, Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an, speaking softly. Hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Duan Mutsang both nodded slightly, showing their agreement. The rest of the ministers didn't dare oppose, but they all looked at Chen Chang'an with eager expressions, as if they wanted Chen Chang'an to take their juniors with him. However, Ji Tsangtian and the 8 others who had originally been meant to fight had unpleasant expressions. Sure enough, their worries came true. Chen Chang'an immediately spoke up, whether the others can go in, it all depends on my mood, but as for the 9 of them. He pointed at Ji Tsangtian and the others, disdainfully saying, trash, only fit to survive in the trash bin, not worthy of entering the secret realm with us talents. So, you 9, get lost. Ji Tsangtian and the others' faces instantly turned extremely ugly. He hurriedly turned to Ji Mingyue, Mingyue, please, help me persuade young Master Chen. I also want to enter the secret realm to cultivate. Ji Mingyue immediately waved her hand, no, even I can't make that decision. Why should I help you? You didn't even dare to take the stage during the competition. Ji Mingyue thought of how Ji Tsangtian and the others didn't even dare to take the stage, so naturally, she couldn't give them a good face. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an that day, the face of the Great Zhou Kingdom would have already been lost. Of course, she wouldn't give her royal brother a good face. Clearly sensing Ji Mingyue's disdain and disappointment, Ji Tsangtian dared not approach, his face full of panic and fear as he looked at her. Noticing the eyes of some ministers, he quickly walked up to Chen Chang'an. With a respectful face, he said, Chen. Young Master Chen, I was selfish and incompetent before. I spoke offensively. I hope you will forgive my wrongdoings for the sake of the bright moon, and from now on, if you have any advice, I will never object. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, not even glancing at him, this Prince of the Frog is too heavy with his words. I have already forgotten about the previous matters. Nonsense, someone like this cowardly trash isn't worth his concern? Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Upon hearing Chen Chang'an call him the Prince of the Frog, Ji Tsangtian awkwardly laughed, not daring to speak out of turn, then since young Master Chen doesn't care about earlier matters. Can we also enter the secret realm for cultivation? After all, we are also the pride of the Great Zhou. Yes, young Master Chen is magnanimous and wouldn't hold our past mistakes against us. We will be your devoted followers from now on. Exactly, young Master Chen is the foremost talent of our Great Zhou. What you say goes, and we shall never contradict. The other 8 talents also chimed in. Each one was anxious, looking at Chen Chang'an with flattery. After all, entering the secret realm for cultivation was a life-transforming event. It was said that after 3 months of cultivation there, one could match what others accomplish in 3 years. If others got in, their cultivation would fall behind. Get lost.
None of you are allowed in. What trash is this? If you have the ability, go defeat the talents of the other 3 nations. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an's words condemned them once again. In an instant, the 9 talents looked extremely grim, as if they had swallowed something foul. Chen Chang'an, don't push your luck. Don't think that just because you won the great competition, you can represent the great Zhou. Ji Tsungtian was furious, his face extremely ugly as he spoke. At this moment, Ji Wendian came in with several guards, his eyes brightening as he quickly stepped forward to respectfully bow. Greetings, father. Ji Wendian slightly frowned, casting a cold glance at Ji Tsungtian, then looked at Chen Chang'an warmly. Ha, Longan, have you prepared everything? Thank you for taking the lead into the secret realm. I'm ready. Chen Chang'an replied. Father. Ji Tsungtian was about to speak to Ji Wendian, but was interrupted. Get lost. How could I, such a wise and mighty emperor, have a coward like you for a son? And, Chen Chang'an can represent the great Zhou. Questioning him is questioning me. What? Do you want to rebel? Faced with Ji Wentian's overwhelming words, Ji Tsungtian hurriedly knelt on the ground. Father, please spare me. I dare not. Ji Wendian snorted coldly and no longer looked at him, turning around to smile at Chen Chang'an. Longan, it's time to set off. Chen Chang'an responded lightly, rising to prepare to head out with those determined to enter the secret realm. As he passed by Ji Tsungtian, he gave him a kick. Get lost, a good dog doesn't block the way. Ji Tsungtian, kicked aside, instantly froze, his facial features trembling uncontrollably, then gradually, his whole body began to shake. After everyone left, he deeply lowered his head, and the sound of crunching could be heard. He had brutally ground his back molars to bits. The surging anger and shame nearly drove him mad. But Chen Chang'an's authority made him afraid to approach for a word, only able to utter impotent roars. The other 8 talents turned pale, collapsing beside him, not daring to speak. Outside the tent, Chen Chang'an walked on, lost in thought. The young talents of the Chen family surrounded him joyfully. This had never happened before, so many from the Chen family were entering the secret realm in eastern state for cultivation. In the crowd, Chen Xian looked into the tent, quickly approaching Chen Chang'an, whispering. Big brother, your earlier demeanor seemed just like the villain in a story. That Ji Tsungtian probably hates you to death. Chen Chang'an glanced at him and, wrapping his arm around his shoulder, whispered, I know, so, why don't you help me kill him? Chen Xian's eyes revealed a fierce look as he nodded heavily. Chapter 54, Entering the Secret Realm. Ah, you little rascal. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an happily tightened his embrace around his shoulder. But Chen Xian wrote this matter down in his heart. By the way, big brother, 8th master asked me to bring you something. Chen Xian slapped his forehead, as if just remembering something, and quickly took out a space ring and handed it to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. What did 8th master give me? Then he probed his spiritual sense into the space ring and suddenly discovered a sword box, along with a sword manual. Big brother, inside that sword box is 8th master's 16 broken army swords and the sword manual. Chen Xian spoke softly. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an was stunned. 16 broken army swords? Although he had never heard of them, 8th master was a sword cultivator. How could what 8th master gave be bad? He was overjoyed and quickly tucked it away. Then the group boarded the flying ship, heading towards the entrance of the Eastern State secret realm. On the flying ship, Chen Chang'an stood at the front of the deck. Behind him were 400 young talents from the Great Zhou Kingdom, the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Not far away, on another ship, Zhao Tianwei and others looked at the Great Zhou Kingdom's ship with gloomy faces. Great Elder. Zhao Tianwei spoke softly. Alliance leader, I am here. From behind came a gray-robed elder with short hair and a square face, responding solemnly. You take 2 people, disguise yourselves as young people under 30, infiltrate the secret realm, and then. As Zhao Tianwei spoke, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, kill all the talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Hearing this, the people beside him were taken aback, then each revealed a sinister smile. Good plan, Alliance leader. Another elder sneered, that group of young people is the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom, especially the Chen Chang'an. If they all die, the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom will become even more difficult. Keek. Although the words of the few people were quiet, several young people still heard them. Led by Zhao Ziang, the young talents revealed fierce looks. Ning Tingyu, half-veiled, frowned, showing a complex expression in her eyes. She looked across at the man in white, who was as handsome as a celestial being, biting her silver teeth. That lecher, the scoundrel, despicable. Thinking about how Chen Chang'an had kicked her but and sent her flying off the competition stage made her feel both angry and humiliated. The fiery sensation still lingered, turning her cheeks crimson in an instant. Phew. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her thoughts. At this moment, 4 people appeared in the arena. The ruler of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, the ruler of Nanning Kingdom, Nan Zhan, and the ruler of Great Zhou Kingdom, Ji Wendian.
The three of them stepped forward and raised a token high.
Even the unwilling ruler of Fengyu Kingdom, Feng Mingho, reluctantly took out his kingdom's token.
Despite the fact that the young talents from other kingdoms could not enter the secret realm, losing was losing, the Southeastern Wind Alliance replaced his Fengyu Kingdom.
The countless onlookers around couldn't help but laugh at him.
Being responsible for opening the entrance to the secret realm but unable to enter himself made him the target of others' jokes. Buzz. Even so, Feng Mingho still activated the token in his hand. Then 4 beams of light shot out from the golden token, entering the grand formation ahead.
Boom!
The heavens and earth shook, and the space twisted.
In an instant, a giant gray vortex appeared in the void ahead.
The vortex spun constantly, emitting rich spiritual energy. This spiritual energy invigorated everyone, each gazing greedily at the entrance of the vortex. The Eastern State secret realm will be open for 3 months. After 3 months, everyone must come out, regardless of life or death. Otherwise, when the secret realm closes, if you are still inside, you will be crushed to death by the grand formation.
Don't ask me why. I don't know either. However, during this time, you may come out at any time. But once you leave, you cannot re-enter.
As the supervisor, Mo Haichao from the human race's sword-holding palace coldly declared the basic rules for entering the secret realm. Inside is the core area with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire Eastern State.
Every moment, every second, is incredibly precious.
I hope you won't waste time fighting, but focus on cultivating. Mo Haichao said, his cold eyes sweeping over the group of talented individuals. He was warning everyone not to fight among themselves. Please rest assured, Lord Swordholder. We will spend this time on breakthroughs or searching for opportunities, and we won't waste time on rash actions.
Zhao Xiang of the Southeast Wind Alliance spoke with a smile. Mo Haichao gave a faint glance at everyone.
That's best. Cherish the chance to cultivate well. In the future, there may be an opportunity to become a sword holder, a protector of the human race. After speaking, he stepped into the air, clearing the path towards the current direction of the vortex.
Go ahead.
During this time, I will remain here, guarding until the secret realm closes. The elites from the 4 major forces were all filled with excitement, respectfully bowing to the sword holder, Mo Haichao, before entering the secret realm in an orderly manner.
Chen Chang'an did not bow but gave Mo Haichao a slight surprised glance.
Mo Haichao, after all, was at the Saint Emperor realm. Although he had helped the Southeast Wind Alliance a bit, he was still a sword holder, meant to protect the human race. Unexpectedly, he actually performed this duty quite well. This world is vast, with not only humans but also foreign races. Therefore, protecting the human race, and the sword-holding palace that always fights for it, is still worthy of respect from people like Chen Chang'an and the others. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, the entire world turned into a beautiful ocean. What caught their eyes was like a fairyland, lush and green, with birds singing, flowers blooming, and spiritual beasts roaring. The spiritual energy here almost formed a mist, enveloping the entire sky and earth, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. Then, their pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. Under the dense spiritual energy, there were countless towering flowers and grasses, trees full of vitality reaching the sky, and powerful spiritual beasts. Be careful, the spiritual beasts here are much more terrifying than those outside. That's right, if we want to cultivate, we must first find a safe place. No wonder this is called the blessed land of Eastern State.
The spiritual energy here is so terrifyingly dense.
I feel like the bottleneck of my Sky Martial realm is loosening.
Various exclamations rang out in their ears. Chen Chang'an looked around and eventually fixed his gaze on the deepest part. Here, as long as it wasn't some ancient half-emperor, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even that level 8 Heaven King Ningtingyu, wasn't she kicked off the ring by him with a single kick?
Big brother, which direction should we go? Chen Xian whispered next to Chen Chang'an. Along with Ji Mingyue, she spoke similarly, Brother Chang'an, you lead us, we will follow you. Looking at the other forces, their teams started to scatter, looking for a safe place to cultivate. The Chen family disciples all gathered behind Chen Chang'an. The other elites from Great Zhou Kingdom did the same. After all, following a strong person is the safest way to grow. Chen Chang'an selected a direction and began to lead the elites of Great Zhou Kingdom deep into the forest. Unbeknownst to them, within the Southeast Wind Alliance's crowd, 6 pairs of cold eyes were closely watching the direction Chen Chang'an was heading. And in Dongxian Kingdom and Nanning Kingdom, there were also a few pairs of cold eyes, observing the direction in which Chen Chang'an and the others were leaving.
Chapter 55, Surround and Block.
Not long after, Chen Chang'an led a group of people to find a safe valley. Behind them was a mountain, and in front, both sides had giant stones that could provide protection, with only one entrance leading in. Defending is also easy, with the force of one man holding the gate, no one can break through.
Brother Chang'an.
Ji Mingyue leaned beside Chen Chang'an, her face flushed with excitement. To enter with so many people at once, that's a scene from 30 years ago.
I really don't know how to thank you. Hey, Your Highness, no need for thanks. Why are you thanking me? Young Master Chen is your fiancé. Exactly. You're all family. If Qin Chang'an becomes the fiancé, then wouldn't he be the future ruler's husband?
As Ji Mingyue's words came out, some of the talented youths spoke one after another, their faces full of flattery.
If Qin Chang'an became the fiancé, then if Ji Mingyue became the empress. But saying this now seemed like flattery that could backfire.
Chen Chang'an silently looked at the few people who spoke, a cold smile in his eyes. Ji Mingyue also felt it was inappropriate and scolded, "If you speak nonsense again, beware of your lives." The few immediately shut their mouths. "Brother Chang'an, I plan to break through to the heavenly martial realm here.
Do you want to cultivate with us?"
Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an, her face full of anticipation as she asked.
Chen Chang'an gently shook his head. "Mingyue, you take everyone and cultivate here. I will go seek opportunities and treasures." "Big brother, isn't that dangerous?" Chen Xian worriedly asked. Chen Chang'an looked at him. "It's fine.
You and the Chen family disciples guard here. As long as you set up the defensive formation Lord Second gave us, no one can break through. Be wary of the people from the other three forces. Not a single one can be trusted." Chen Xian nodded firmly. Big brother, don't worry, we know what to do."
"Brother Chang'an, then be careful. I'm afraid they'll try to retaliate against you," Ji Mingyue said.
"Don't worry, if something happens, remember to use the sound transmission stone to contact me,"
Chen Chang'an reminded. Although there are many geniuses here in the Great Zhou Kingdom, with 400 people in total. But the only powerful one is himself.
Most others are at the heavenly martial realm, and even some at the earth martial realm. Compared to the other three forces, they are pitifully weak.
After giving his instructions, Chen Chang'an turned and left. To stay here quietly and cultivate for 3 months? That's impossible.
Killing and taking treasures is his main method of upgrading.
And I hope the geniuses from the 3 major forces won't disappoint me.
A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth. If the geniuses from the 3 major forces come to kill him, he wouldn't mind throwing them into the god burial coffin, using them as his nourishment. He roams outside, hoping to draw fire and not let all the hatred fall on Chen Xian and the others.
Sure enough, when Chen Chang'an wandered in the forest, a series of subtle auras rushed towards him from the distance. "Ha! Can't resist already?"
Chen Chang'an coldly sneered, his figure speeding up as he rushed forward.
Chen Chang'an's speed was incredibly fast.
Under the Chen family's speed technique, Thunder Extreme Mirage, he became a blurred shadow. Behind him, 3 directions, there were a total of 9 figures. These were from 3 different groups. They exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement, each heading towards one of the 3 directions to surround and block Chen Chang'an. In the wild forest, Chen Chang'an was agile, racing forward. He ran without flying too low, as that would consume too much spiritual energy. During this time, he avoided the encirclement of those behind him while observing the camps of the geniuses from the other 3 forces. Then he silently memorized their locations, marking them for the death blacklist. Just like this, using his unparalleled speed and body technique, he circled around the forest for 2 days, getting familiar with the terrain around him. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, his body swayed, and in an instant, he arrived at a bush, holding his breath and hiding. His gaze looked into the empty space ahead, flashing with cold light. Soon, several long rainbows whistled towards him. These auras, all at the 10th level of the King of Heaven realm.
TSK. You 3 forces really do look highly upon me.
Chen Chang'an sneered in his heart, squinting his eyes and looking in a certain direction. In that direction, beyond several miles, there was a valley, where the elite of the southern Ming kingdom practiced.
Since it's like this, then I won't hold back.
Thinking this, Chen Chang'an began to stealthily approach the camp.
In the sky,
several powerful figures gazed at the towering trees and dense jungle below, their eyes showing signs of shock. That kid, his speed is actually this fast, and his spiritual power is endless.
Damn it, this little rat really can run. Elder, how about this?
We should just slaughter their top talents from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Why waste time chasing Chen Chang'an?
Who doesn't know?
But within their camp, there is a royal-level defensive formation.
We can't break it for now. What the hell, where did they get a royal-level defensive formation?
In the sky, 3 elderly figures were discussing in a gloomy manner. Once they entered here, they didn't even try to hide anymore, directly showing their true faces. They came with the intent of wiping out the Great Zhou Kingdom's elite. But soon, they realized something unusual. Not good, in our camp, someone has died without reason.
Quick, return and check.
The 3 elders were horrified, their figures turning into long rainbows as they flew toward the southern Ming kingdom. Soon, they saw from above that Chen Chang'an was continuously slaying the southern Ming kingdom's elites. In an instant, their eyes nearly split with rage, their fury boiling. Their sight was filled with Chen Chang'an slaying their country's elites.
Stop! Little thief, how dare you, I will crush your bones to ashes. Come here and die.
The three shouted in unison, their figures howling as they shot down like meteors to the ground.
Boom!
Dust billowed, and the ground trembled. Chen Chang'an, who was placing the bodies into the god burial coffin, hurriedly packed everything up and quickly fled. Fighting against a Heavenly King Realm 10th level cultivator is a bit troublesome, but slaying their top talents was like cutting vegetables for Chen Chang'an. You, what exactly are you doing? One elder exclaimed in shock. He saw an incredible scene. Chen Chang'an was actually collecting the corpses.
Die! Another elder, not caring about anything else, suddenly pointed toward Chen Chang'an's direction. In an instant, a storm shaped like a finger formed and shot toward Chen Chang'an. Boom! 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 The ground shook, countless broken trees flew into the air. But Chen Chang'an's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Ah, damn it!
The elder, seeing Chen Chang'an escape, looked at the chaotic camp, the injured elites of the southern Ming kingdom crying out in pain, and his anger surged. Chase! The three elders gritted their teeth, almost spitting out this word through clenched teeth. Then, they quickly chased after the direction Chen Chang'an had gone.
Chapter 56, 16 Swords of the Breaking Army.
The commotion here also attracted the attention of 6 elders from the other 2 countries, and they rushed toward the scene with a howl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A total of 9 people were speeding through the air. In their sight, Chen Chang'an's speed was incredibly fast, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Die! In midair, on the treetops, one after another, figures whistled and unleashed energy attacks toward Chen Chang'an below. Boom, 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 boom. From a distance, wind blades and fireballs seemed to form out of thin air, constantly bombarding Chen Chang'an's back. Humph, Chen Chang'an, let's see where you can run to, the elders in the sky sneered, quickly surrounding him. The 3 elders from the southern Ming kingdom were even more furious, their spiritual power continuously turning into spiritual energy, surging down with a powerful crash. On the ground, Chen Chang'an was dodging the attacks from above while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Humph, Eastern Xin Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Southeastern Wind Alliance, you are too shameless, even sending old fossils to chase me down. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly and accelerated his pace again. In this way, the 2 sides chased each other, reaching deep into the night. Taking advantage of the night and his speed, Chen Chang'an dodged one dangerous attack after another. At this moment, he crouched in a bush, holding his breath, silently waiting for the sound of the wind howling away in the sky. Another half-hour passed. Just as Chen Chang'an was about to move his body, he suddenly heard a few messy footsteps. He immediately froze, holding his breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. Soon, 3 figures appeared in his sight. They were yawning and chatting while pulling out their second weapons. Clearly, they had come out together at midnight for a bathroom break.
Ming, do you think those elders can catch that Chen Chang'an?
TSK, how big is this place?
Even if they can't catch him, they can trap him.
In that case, he won't be able to focus on his cultivation. Exactly, we can't let that genius from the Great Zhou Kingdom have peace for 3 months. Right, there are only so many resources, those useless trash from the Great Zhou Kingdom shouldn't even be allowed in. Strange, I can't believe the cultivation camp in the Great Zhou Kingdom has a defensive barrier.
Even if our elders combine their forces, they can't easily break it.
As the conversation unfolded, the information revealed caused Chen Chang'an to breathe a sigh of relief.
The defense formation that Second Master set up, is it something you can forcefully break?
TSK, this is good.
I can have some fun with you all.
Chen Chang'an thought to himself, his eyes exploding with extreme killing intent.
The sword of protection appeared in his hand, and in an instant, he stabbed towards the 3 of them. The cold killing intent spread instantly, and the eerie cold light reflected in the pupils of the 3. In the next moment, before they could even make a sound, their heads flew off, falling into the bushes. Put!
The headless bodies collapsed to the ground, making a gurgling sound as blood bubbles formed. A black vortex appeared in Chen Chang'an's hand, and the overwhelming suction immediately pulled them into it. It was the suction hole opened by the god burial coffin, specifically for refining human corpses. Keek. Kid, keep killing, kill more people, absorb their blood energy, seize their spiritual power, and then nourish yourself with it.
You'll grow even faster.
The voice of the coffin master echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind, causing his spirit to tremble slightly.
Kid, you're not planning to feel merciful, are you?
Let me tell you, they are all people who wanted to kill you, killers must be killed. The coffin master's voice continued to echo, causing Chen Chang'an's gaze to narrow, blood veins spreading in his pupils, making him look a bit savage. He quickly bit his tongue to restore some clarity of mind. Coffin master, you have some problems.
TSK, what problems do I have?
Kid, I'm doing this for your own good. As long as you're strong enough, those 9 guys, what are they even worth? The Coffin Master's voice continued to mock him.
Chen Chang'an did not respond to him. However, what he said made sense.
He thought about it and then disappeared rapidly into the darkness. Then, the people he killed these past few days, the bodies buried by the god burial coffin, and the absorbed spiritual power also began to nourish him. This caused his aura to rise at a terrifying speed. The 3 people earlier were geniuses from the Eastern Xian Kingdom. They came out there for a bathroom break, so their camp must be nearby. Chen Chang'an thought, holding his breath as he slowly approached ahead. Soon, he saw the flickering lights ahead and occasionally heard snoring sounds. After getting closer, he killed 2 more people, changed into their clothes, and put on a black scarf that covered half of his face. Then, he swaggered towards their camp.
"Oh, you're back from your bathroom break?"
A genius guarding the camp gate yawned, greeting him with a smile. Since some of the geniuses in the camp also wore black scarves, Chen Chang'an, dressed in their clothes,
wearing their veils, they didn't notice that someone else had already entered.
Moreover, they were all geniuses, most of whom were proud and seldom interacted with each other, and there were many of them. So, after Chen Chang'an lowered his head and gave a soft he smoothly walked inside. Due to the pitch-black night, the others didn't realize that the person wearing the East Xian Kingdom's genius attire was actually Chen Chang'an. Once inside their camp, Chen Chang'an found that most people were meditating and cultivating, while some were sleeping. And in the air, spiritual energy was wildly gathering, forming a vortex of spiritual energy above their heads.
Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes.
Taking advantage of the night, he swaggered and sat at the very back of the group. Since there were also 300 geniuses from the East Xian Kingdom, no one realized that a genius from another kingdom had snuck in.
Chen Chang'an sat cross-legged, scanning his surroundings, and suddenly realized they had used a spiritual gathering formation.
No wonder, so much spiritual energy is gathered here.
Well then, you guys. This young master, won't be polite.
Chen Chang'an thought to himself, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Then he began to activate the of the Chen family. In an instant, the spiritual vortex in the air began to converge towards Chen Chang'an.
And as Chen Chang'an absorbed the energy, the speed gradually began to increase.
During this peaceful cultivation moment, no one noticed.
Even the 3 elders from the East Xian Kingdom, who had infiltrated to assassinate Chen Chang'an, had no idea that the person they wanted to kill had already snuck into their own cultivation group. Later, Chen Chang'an sent his spiritual technique into the spatial ring given by the 8th elder. He began to practice the sword manual given by the 8th elder.
16 Swords of the Breaking Army. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes and opened the manual's explanation.
Inside, it listed the techniques and corresponding sword moves. For speed and assassination, control wind, pierce wind, blaze wind, fierce wind. For breaking through small areas with high explosive damage, break the void, break the shadow, break the enemy, break the formation.
For great destructive power, large area attacks, and large area explosions, chase the clouds, break the moon, pursue the stars, roar at the sun.
For infinite stacking attack power, 10 strikes, 100 layers, 1,000 stabs, 10,000 kills. Upon reading this, Chen Chang'an's breath quickened.
16 Flying Swords.
A full 16, each corresponding to a different technique, and then operating all 16 flying swords simultaneously to unleash even more terrifying attacks. This will really test one's mental strength.
Chen Chang'an murmured, the sword techniques the 8th elder gave me are truly not simple.
Although he had the sword techniques from the god burial coffin, those were for heavy swords. The light swords and flying swords given by the 8th elder were completely different extremes. Chen Chang'an thought to himself and quickly began meditating to practice in his mind.
Thus, Chen Chang'an directly continued cultivating within the East Xian Kingdom's group for 10 days straight.
During these 10 days, his realm had surprisingly reached the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm. At the same time, he could now control 4 flying swords from the 16 swords of the Breaking Army. They were Control Wind, Pierce Wind, Blaze Wind, Fierce Wind. This gave Chen Chang'an a powerful confidence to face the 9 old men in the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm.
Damn it, what's going on?
Where did that brat Chen Chang'an go? Another day passed, and the 3 elders returned to the East Xian Kingdom's camp, looking puzzled. Their faces were filled with disbelief.
Could he be in their camp?
Impossible, our people have been guarding outside the Great Zhou's camp, and we haven't seen Chen Chang'an return. Then this is really strange. The 3 elders talked to each other as they walked into the camp. At this moment, one of the white-haired elders suddenly spoke. By the way, the Grand Elder of the Southeast Wind Alliance suggested that all 3 of our forces cooperate. First, break through the Great Zhou Kingdom's defensive barrier, and then go in to kill all their geniuses.
Second Elder, should we agree?
Hearing these words, Chen Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes behind the group of elites who were meditating.
Chapter 57, Joint Threat.
Elder, we should agree to this. Not only are there most of the elites from the Great Zhou Kingdom inside, but also all of the Chen family's descendants, as well as Princess Ji Mingyue.
The second elder spoke coldly. That's right.
As long as they all die, whatever happens here, the right and wrong will be decided by us three forces.
Another elder also spoke coldly.
Yes, it's their fault the Great Zhou Kingdom didn't send their national protector elders in.
TSK, they're too obedient to the rules. The Grand Elder of the Dongxian Kingdom also spoke in a cold voice.
The three of them reached an agreement, and the Grand Elder immediately took out a communication stone. Soon, the elders from the South Ming Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance replied. The three elders received the message, sneered, and then looked at the group of elites.
Elites, stop your cultivation for now, let's gather first.
The Grand Elder spoke indifferently to the crowd. All the elites who were meditating immediately opened their eyes and stopped cultivating. Among them was Dongxian Kingdom's prince, Dong Lianqing, who was wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. He suddenly opened his eyes, with killing intent filling them, gritting his teeth and asking, Grand Elder, have you captured Chen Chang'an? If you have, hand him over to me, I will peel his skin and tear his bones apart.
Prince, don't worry.
Although we haven't found Chen Chang'an yet, we've now united with the other three forces.
Together, we will break into the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp, and then.
At this point, the Grand Elder grinned savagely.
Let the prince do as he pleases. He. Dong Lianqing let out a gloomy laugh. Good, very good. That Ji Mingyue is Chen Chang'an's woman. I want to ravage her severely, ruin her completely, to vent my anger.
Just thinking about how he was used as a human weapon by Chen Chang'an, Dong Lianqing was consumed with rage, wishing he could pay back the humiliation in kind.
The Grand Elder's face was half smiling, half pretending to be respectful.
Prince, as long as we capture all the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom, you can do whatever you want, vent as much as you like.
That's right. This is the consequence of offending our Dongxian Kingdom's prince. That lowly bastard Chen Chang'an will also die a horrible death. Another elder sneered as well, flattering the prince. He, good, very good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now.
Dong Lianqing gritted his silver teeth, his eyes burning with madness and excitement. Thinking of torturing Chen Chang'an and ravaging the princess of the Great Zhou Kingdom, he was nearly driven to madness by excitement. Then, a total of more than 290 people began charging toward the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp with great momentum. However, they hadn't realized that Chen Chang'an had blended in with the crowd. As they walked, Chen Chang'an stayed behind the crowd, his eyes filled with murderous intent, the corners of his mouth curling with coldness. Soon, the three forces gathered. But because Chen Chang'an had killed dozens of elites from the South Ming Kingdom, they only had about 100 people left. So, with all three forces combined, there were just over 500 people. But it was enough. The anger burning in them fueled their fighting spirit. They gathered outside the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp. Looking at the transparent defensive barrier in front of them, and the elites of the Great Zhou Kingdom meditating within the barrier, Dong Lianqing of the Dongxian Kingdom, Nan Hong of the South Ming Kingdom, and Zhao Ziang of the Southeast Wind Alliance all had cold light flashing in their eyes. Seeing the three forces approach with great momentum, Ji Mingyue's face turned extremely cold. She walked to the front of the barrier and coldly asked, Dongxian Kingdom, South Ming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, what do you want to do?
What do we want to do? Ji Mingyue, hand over Chen Chang'an. Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong, both wrapped in bandages, walked side by side. Anger spoke out. With grace and uninjured, Zhao Ziang stepped forward and coldly sneered, Ji Mingyue, Chen Chang'an killed my brother. I am here solely for revenge. As long as you hand over Chen Chang'an, we won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong instantly understood. That's right, Ji Mingyue. Just obediently opened the defensive barrier. As long as you hand over Chen Chang'an, this palace guarantees we won't trouble you. This palace also guarantees it. Nan Hong said darkly. Among the three of them, Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziang were the leaders. As for the three elders who sneaked in, they also followed their orders. But Chen Chang'an isn't here with us. Finally, among the pride of the Great Zhou Kingdom, someone suddenly spoke up. Shut your mouth. Ji Mingyue glared at that person and spoke sharply. The pride of the Chen family, led by Chen Xian, cast sharp looks at him. Princess, they just want Chen Chang'an. He caused the trouble, let him go settle it. Don't let us get in trouble too. Someone else stated, with an innocent face, acting as if they were doing it for everyone's good. Chen Xian instantly got angry. Oh, you traitorous scoundrels. The opportunity to train here was fought for by my elder brother, and you dare to betray him so quickly? Facing Chen Xian, who had just entered the celestial martial realm, that person seemed unfazed, retorting sarcastically, Chen Xian, can we really bear the grudge your elder brother caused? Another person added casually, exactly. Why should we? We can enter to train here because we are the pride of the Great Zhou, not because of Chen Chang'an.
Hearing this, other members of the Chen family got enraged, shouting loudly.
Shut your filthy mouth. Without our young master, could you enter to train? You can eat dirt. That's right. A bunch of ungrateful scoundrels. Based on what?
Based on the first place our young master fought for.
What do you scoundrels think you are?
Without our young master, you would just be in the Great Zhou royal city eating dirt, let alone training here.
Ha!
Members of the Chen family pointed aggressively at those few people, shouting loudly. Seeing their team about to cause a commotion, Ji Mingyue coldly shouted, "Enough!
Stop it all. Princess sister has spoken."
Chen Xian also stopped the agitation of the Chen family members. They all halted and crowded around Chen Xian. After all, besides Chen Chang'an, only Chen Xian commanded respect from all the family members.
Xian Xiao, tell us what to do and we will follow. A Chen family member said. With elder brother absent, let's follow the princess sister's arrangements. Chen Xian said seriously. Everyone could only look at Ji Mingyue. I will not hand over brother Chang'an, absolutely not. Ji Mingyue promised.
Upon hearing this, those proud individuals, fearing trouble, all showed ugly expressions, their eyes darting as if weighing their options. Outside the barrier, Dong Lianqing and the others looked at the Great Zhou's pride about to have internal chaos, instantly revealing disdainful expressions.
Indeed, a bunch of cowards.
The three exchanged glances, then Dong Lianqing spoke first. Pride of the Great Zhou, listen.
This palace gives you one more chance. Even if Chen Chang'an isn't inside, it doesn't matter.
As long as you close the barrier and let us in, we promise not to kill innocents, only the Chen family members.
That's right. If you resist stubbornly, once we break your barrier, all of you will die. Zhao Ziang stepped forward, sneering, don't think we can't break your barrier.
We have 9 at the 10th level of the King realm here. Saying this, he pointed to the 9 elders.
The 9 elders understood and quickly released their strong King realm aura.
Instantly, the pride of the Great Zhou looked even more troubled. Some even softened at the knees.
Directly sat on the ground. Chapter 58, Internal Turmoil.
Seeing the proud disciples of the Great Zhou Kingdom, except for the Chen family's children who showed no fear, the others became timid, and Dong Lianqing and the others narrowed their eyes. The Chen family disciples cannot be left alive, each one of them is too strong-willed, Zhao Ziang whispered. I don't want any of them to live, they all must die.
Dong Lianqing coldly stated, unable to heed Zhao Ziang's words. Let's give them some pressure, it's possible that we won't need to attack, and they might collapse from within, Zhao Ziang continued softly, then waved his hand.
In an instant, 9 elders at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, along with all the gifted disciples, took a fighting stance. In the crowd, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, looking at the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom. He wanted to see if Chen Xian and Ji Mingyue could handle such a predicament. So he continued to hide. Watching the 3 forces preparing to attack the barrier, the proud disciples of the Great Zhou Kingdom panicked.
Princess, look, they are about to attack.
You cannot harm us, one of the proud disciples' faces changed drastically as he spoke. That's right, Princess, quickly open the barrier, they won't kill us, they only want to kill the Chen family's disciples. But there are over 500 of them, our barrier won't hold for long, we must save ourselves. Another proud disciple said, his eyes fierce as he looked at the other disciples, shouting, let's unite to subdue the Chen family's disciples. They only have over 50 people, they are definitely no match for us. Hurry, otherwise if the barrier opens, we will all die. Hearing this, the other proud disciples were at a loss. They looked at the gloomy-faced Chen Xian and the icy-faced Ji Mingyue, and for a moment, they found it hard to decide. Muzang, Wu Changhan, Aoki, you 3 are outrageous. Ji Mingyue looked at them, roaring angrily, I am the royal princess and the leader here, when did it become your decision? The 3 names shifted their gazes, but soon became firm. Muzang pointed at Ji Mingyue and said, Princess, it's not that we don't listen to you, but you cannot risk us all for one Chen Chang'an. Wu Changhan also said, that's right. They clearly only want to kill the Chen family disciples, why should we all die? Aoki scanned the crowd and coldly stated, everyone, if you don't want to die, then unite and open the formation barrier. Let the Chen family disciples bear all the consequences, not us. Faced with the words of the 3, several people immediately hesitated and chose to join them. Boom! At that moment, countless streams of energy beams rained down on their barrier, instantly shaking the ground. Muzang, Wu Changhan, and Aoki's expressions changed drastically. Not good, they are starting to attack the barrier. Do you still want to cling to your delusions? That's right, quickly unite. We want to live. As long as we are alive, we can continue to cultivate here peacefully. Muzang, Wu Changhan, and Aoki shouted repeatedly. As Dong Lianqing and others began to bombard the formation from outside, their hearts became even more anxious. Dozens more joined their ranks of resistance. You, despicable. How dare you defy me, I will put your 9 families to death. Ji Mingyue pointed at them, speaking furiously. Hee, princess, you are Qin Shanan's woman, you might want to think about whether you can survive this place.
Aoki sneered. They no longer took Ji Mingyue's threats to heart.
Chen Xian looked on with indifference, suddenly speaking, Hee, you fools, do you really think that once the barrier opens, they will let you go? That's a huge joke. They dare to attack, they fully intend to kill us all.
Chen Xian's words left Mu Zhang, Wu Changhan, and Aoki stunned. Everyone began to hesitate.
Musang snorted coldly, Chen Xian, all of this was done by your big brother. It has nothing to do with us.
They can't kill us. Truly foolish and ignorant.
Chen Xian sneered, no longer bothering to speak to them. The reason he was so calm was because this defensive barrier was made by his family's second master, and it shouldn't be so easy for the other side to break through.
And his big brother, Chen Chang'an, would never watch them die.
So, Chen Xian's only task was to eliminate these ungrateful scum. With that thought in mind, Chen Xian turned to the Chen family disciples, brothers, anyone who dares to harm us, the disciples of the Chen family, we will fight to the death and drag them to the grave with us.
That's right, young Master Xian. At worst, we'll fight to the death. Fight. Fight to the death.
The Chen family disciples raised their weapons one by one, shouting loudly, their fighting spirit boiling. Mu Sang, Wu Changhan, and Ochi quickly gathered around 100 people. The remaining ones just watched, neither helping nor interfering. The royal family's disciples numbered only about 20 or 30, and they all stood behind Ji Mingyue. The 400 people who entered from the Great Zhou Kingdom oddly split into 4 factions.
This made Ji Mingyue feel powerless. As the royal princess, she couldn't even suppress the crowd. At this moment, Mu Sang, Wu Changhan, and Ochi looked outside the barrier and loudly asked, Prince Dong Xian, if we open the barrier, you won't kill us, right?
Upon hearing this, Dong Lianqing smirked, but still nodded seriously, of course, I guarantee in the name of the prince that we won't kill you. We'll only kill the Chen family. But, if we break open the barrier ourselves, then don't blame us for being impolite. With that, he waved his hand to stop those attacking the formation, and then mockingly watched the internal chaos within the Great Zhou barrier. Mu Sang, Wu Changhan, and Ochi let out a sigh of relief. They then led around 100 people, glaring fiercely at Chen Xian. Ochi spoke coldly, Chen Xian, we are all from the Great Zhou Kingdom. If we start fighting, it will be ugly. I know that the barrier typically allows people to exit from inside but prevents anyone from entering. So, I ask that all the Chen family disciples leave. As soon as his words fell, all the geniuses behind him were overjoyed. If they didn't have to fight with the Chen family disciples, and could just let them go to their deaths, that was absolutely wonderful. It also ensured their safety within the barrier.
You really are daydreaming.
Chen Xian sneered, slowly stroking the pendant in his chest, his eyes gradually filled with killing intent.
Chen family disciples, kill. Kill these ungrateful bastards. Chen Xian shouted, raising his knife and charging toward Mu Sang, Wu Changhan, and Ochi. He roared, my big brother won first place and earned the right to come in and cultivate. You don't deserve it. Die. Boom. Mu Sang, Wu Changhan, and Ochi were shocked, they didn't expect Chen Xian to strike first. Caught off guard, Mu Sang's head was instantly split open and flew off. Wu Changhan and Ochi quickly panicked and dodged. Kill. Kill them. Kill these bastard scum. The other Chen family disciples charged forward without fear of death. The remaining Wu Changhan and Ochi looked at the dead Mu Sang, their eyes turning vicious as they roared. Since the Chen family disciples want to die, then let's fulfill their wish. Kill. With that, Wu Changhan and Ochi led their group of 100 people to charge toward the Chen family's 40 or 50 disciples. The battle exploded in an instant. Chapter 59, The Shocking Chen Xian. Poochie. Poochie. In just one clash, countless heads flew into the air. And the one chopping off their heads was none other than Chen Xian. God, how is this possible? Someone cried out in shock. Most of them were students from the Great Zhou Academy. A few months ago, Chen Xian was still a grade C student, clearly only at the Xuanwu realm. At that time, he was bullied by the students of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Now, Chen Xian's strength had undeniably reached the level of an A-grade student, and that was the Tianwu realm. Chen Xian, you old sly fox, have you hidden your cultivation level too? Wu Changhan's face was filled with disbelief. Now, Chen Xian had actually reached the Tianwu realm. How could this be possible? In such a short period of time, Chen Xian had crossed 2 major realms, how did he do it? He's gone crazy. Oomph, traitor, die. Chen Xian muttered, stroking the pendant on his chest, his eyes growing fiercer. His first time killing someone, it made him a bit nervous. But he still went through with it, deeply inhaling and thinking to himself, hold on, Chen Xian, you can do this, you cannot let your older brother lose face. Without your brother here, the Chen family's disciples, you're the one who must lead them.
Master, please give me strength. Chen Xian thought to himself as the tower-shaped pendant on his chest glowed faintly again, and then the aura around Chen Xian continued to explode at an incredible level. Kill! Chen Xian's eyes turned red, his face twisted in anger, and he charged forward again. Without warning, Wu Changhan's heart was instantly pierced by him. Ugh, you, how could this be? I am at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm, how could you kill me? Wu Changhan's face was filled with terror, the intense pain from his heart caused him to fall into eternal darkness. Splash! The people around them erupted in disbelief, each one looking at Chen Xian with horror. In fact, both Mu Sang and Wu Changhan, along with several followers, were instantly killed by Chen Xian. This was something no one in the Great Zhou Kingdom's young talents had expected. My god, aside from Chen Chang'an, I didn't expect Chen Xian to be this monstrous as well. He's only 15, right? If that's the case, doesn't that mean he's on par with Chen Chang'an? Hiss. The young talents of the Zhou Kingdom all gasped, their faces blank with shock. The rest of the Chen family were even stronger, each one with impressive power. The remaining Ochi, leading 100 people, was now at a disadvantage. All members of the Ji royal family, come, help the Chen family's people eliminate the traitors. At this moment, Ji Mingyue spoke coldly. The Ji royal family disciples gritted their teeth and charged forward one after another. If it weren't for Chen Xian's display of power, they wouldn't dare to act. But now, with the Chen family disciples having the upper hand, they were eager to kick the dog while it's down. And you? Ji Mingyue looked coldly at the remaining neutral people and spoke, the spots for cultivation were won by Chen Chang'an. If you are not loyal to the Great Zhou Kingdom and dare to betray Chen Chang'an, you will die too. The neutral group was stunned, exchanging glances. Someone seemed to understand the situation, so they charged toward Ochi and the others to hold them back. The remaining people had no choice but to join in. Now, Ochi and the others' plan to subdue the Chen family disciples and break open the barrier was completely shattered. Puchi. Finally, Ochi, during his battle with Chen Xian, was stabbed in the chest by Chen Xian's sword, blood spilling from his mouth. You. Chen Xian, well done. Despite feeling unwilling, Ochi still admired Chen Xian's power. That fierce sword move, the incredibly fast speed, and the desperate fighting style made him feel intimidated, and he was then stabbed in the chest. I want to ask you, aren't you afraid of death? Why are you fighting me so desperately? Ochi asked unwillingly. Humph, because my 5th master is a physician. Chen Xian snorted coldly, speaking as his sword twisted once more. Instantly, more blood spurted from Ochi's mouth. He looked around with a sinister smile. Ha, you fools, do you really think you can survive? Fools. Hand over the Chen family disciples, and that's the best way out. You still help the Chen family? A bunch of. Once his words were spoken, he breathed his last. The remaining people looked at each other in confusion. But faced with the murderous Chen Xian, the Chen family, led by about 40 or 50 people, didn't dare to move at all. The over 100 bodies lying on the ground were the best proof of the Chen family's members' fierce and brutal nature. Chen Xian, are you alright? Ji Mingyue hurried to Chen Xian's side, asking with concern. Princess, I'm fine. Chen Xian showed a shy expression, scratching his head. Everyone was speechless in an instant. This young man in front of them, who seemed harmless, had earlier killed with great ruthlessness, leaving them all filled with fear. Indeed, his brother, Chen Chang'an, was ruthless. He was also ruthless, but pretended to be a harmless little sheep. Instantly, the other young talents moved away from Chen Xian. Only the Chen family disciples excitedly gathered around Chen Xian, their faces full of excitement. As long as you're fine. Ji Mingyue let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly noticed that Chen Xian's arm was cut and gasped in surprise. She immediately found a bandage and began wrapping it up. This made Chen Xian feel very awkward. Even when facing the previous battle, he wasn't this nervous. Young Master Xian, that's our big sister-in-law. Why are you so nervous? Exactly, big sister-in-law is bandaging her little brother-in-law, no need to be so nervous. The Chen family disciples teased him one after another. Instantly, Chen Xian became even more nervous. But Ji Mingyue's face showed a hint of joy and embarrassment. You guys are bold, daring to tease me. Chen Xian immediately put on a stern face towards the Chen family disciples. The Chen family disciples all laughed, completely showing no signs of tension in front of the great enemy. This scene made even Dong Lianqing and the others dumbfounded. He roared, damn it, weren't those previous ones useless trash? Zhao Ziang curled his lips, these Chen family disciples don't even put us in their eyes, still fooling around? Break through their turtle shell. I want all the Chen family to die. Nan Hong angrily spoke out. Damn. The other 9 old men were also filled with fury. Unexpectedly, Dong Lianqing had stirred up the internal conflict of the Great Zhou's young talents with just a few words, only to be crushed by Chen Xian.
The Chen family, indeed, was terrifying.
And at the very back, with half his face covered, Chen Chang'an secretly let out a breath of relief. He was astonished at how powerful his cousin had become. But since he was strong, it was a good thing, and Chen Chang'an felt proud of him. Thinking this, Chen Chang'an secretly glanced around, looking for the right moment to act. But soon, he realized something was wrong.
Where is Ning Tingyu? She's not here.
Chen Chang'an thought of her and quickly began searching.
But still, he couldn't find that woman. Everyone, strike with all your strength.
We must quickly break through their defense barrier.
At this moment, the voice of Dong Lianqing rang from the front.
Yes. Everyone shouted loudly, then each of them unleashed all their cultivation, madly concentrating powerful attacks, seemingly trying to shatter the great Zhou's young talent's defense barrier in one blow. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an took a few steps back and fell behind everyone, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam.
Good opportunity.
Chapter 60, Wind Control, Wind Pierce, Flame Wind, Gale Wind. Over 500 powerful spiritual energy attacks gathered, causing the very space to tremble. And behind them, Chen Chang'an was the same, but in front of him, there were 4 sharp swords without hilts. The 4 swords hovered in front of Chen Chang'an, making a fierce buzzing sound. Everyone, with all your strength, attack the defense barrier. At this moment, Dong Lianqing's voice rang out again.
Yes.
The crowd answered loudly, then countless powerful energy attacks, like a storm, crashed onto the barrier in front.
Boom 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 boom. The huge explosions made the entire forest shake.
Wind Control, Wind Pierce, Flame Wind, Gale Wind.
Kill.
At the very back of the crowd, Chen Chang'an whispered harshly. Then the 4 long swords, each 2 fingers wide and 3 feet long, instantly whistled, shooting forward.
SSSSSS. 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 SSSSSS.
The sound of sword cries echoed through the air.
Where is that sword cry coming from?
Oh my god, such terrifying sword cries. Among our crowd, there is actually a sword cultivator. In front, several old men at the peak of the king level, their faces filled with excitement. But in the next instant, they all froze in shock. Whoosh! 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 For rainbow-like streaks of light, faster than lightning, did not stab into the great Zhou's protective barrier. Instead, they instantly pierced through the back of the 4 old men's heads and shot out from their foreheads. The 4 old men, their faces filled with terror, barely had time to scream before their bodies fell to the ground with loud thuds.
SSSSSS.
Wind Control, Wind Piercing, Blazing Wind, Fierce Wind, the 4 swords continued to buzz and hum. It was as if they pierced through the void and instantly shot towards the foreheads of the other 4 old men. The terrifying sword aura spread, making countless people's hearts freeze with fear. What? 2 old men had no time to react, their foreheads pierced through in an instant, dying on the spot. The remaining 2 old men quickly dodged. The sword light grazed their temples, cutting off a large portion of their long hair. Clang! The sword light rang and howled, and the others quickly dodged. Hiss! Looking at their falling long hair, the remaining 3 old men who had not died broke out in cold sweat, their scalps tingling.
Enemy attack! Dong Lianqing and the others finally reacted, quickly scattering in fear.
But the 4 flying swords continued to fly around, chasing everyone. Whir!
Clang! SSSSSSS.
Once again, the foreheads of several geniuses were pierced through, blood spraying out, screams filling the air, and countless people died on the spot.
Run, there's a sword cultivator ambushing us.
The group, who had been attacking the Great Zhou's defensive barrier in an orderly manner, was now in complete chaos. Countless people's foreheads were pierced, or their heads flew off in the blink of an eye. The 4 flying swords ruthlessly harvested one life after another. Finally, with 3 old men, and the strongest among them Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, Zhao Ziang, and the others, gathering together, they combined their defenses and repelled the flying swords. At the same time, they saw Chen Chang'an, whose face was half covered.
It's you!
Dong Lianqing looked at the 2 cold eyes that Chen Chang'an revealed, instantly recognizing him. Those were a pair of extremely arrogant, extremely contemptuous black cold eyes.
He immediately lost control.
The enemy he had been pursuing was actually in his own team. This was simply too infuriating.
He is Chen Chang'an. Dong Lianqing almost bit his teeth as he roared.
As soon as he spoke, the 3 old men were instantly terrified.
Young master, run, Chen Chang'an's cultivation has advanced.
He is already at the king level, level 4, and his flying swords are strange. The 3 old men were not fools. With only Chen Chang'an alone, it would be too easy for him to kill their young master. Even though they were 3 at the king level, they no longer had the confidence to suppress Chen Chang'an in one blow. So, the remaining 3 old men, each the last remaining elder of their respective factions, quickly led their young masters and fled. When they saw that it was Chen Chang'an, those inside the barrier, including Qin Xian and others, were overjoyed and immediately opened the barrier. "Big Brother's back, brothers, let's kill our way out and support Big Brother!" Chen Xian shouted, leading the charge, and as soon as the barrier opened, he rushed out. The other members of the Chen family were even braver, each like a god of death, crazed with killing. Ji Mingyue looked at the remaining people and coldly said, "Aren't you going to help?" The remaining people came to their senses and quickly rushed out to help. Then, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. Originally, the 3 great powers with more than 500 people, full of momentum to kill all the geniuses of the Great Zhou, now found themselves in chaos. Because Chen Chang'an had hidden within their crowd, executing a backstab. After killing 6 elders, the remaining people didn't even dare resist, they immediately turned and ran. Now, Chen Chang'an's flying swords made them understand what fear truly meant. SSSSSSSS. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Chen Chang'an's flying swords. In just a few seconds, more than 400 outstanding talents died under Chen Chang'an's flying sword. Of the 3 forces, only a pitiful few dozens escaped. This was an incredibly humiliating thing for them. "Big Brother, are you okay?" Chen Xian came to Chen Chang'an's side, asking with concern. "I'm fine," Chen Chang'an said, then he patted Chen Xian's shoulder, with a look of satisfaction. "Chen Xian, you did well earlier." He didn't ask Chen Xian why his cultivation had improved so quickly, after all, everyone had their own secrets. "Hee, it's all thanks to Big Brother's teachings," Chen Xian said shyly. "You're too humble, Chen Xian." At this moment, Ji Mingyue quickly walked over, with a face full of emotion. "Brother Chang'an, if it weren't for young Master Chen Xian's decisiveness, we would have been in danger." The Chen family's younger generation all nodded, gazing at Chen Chang'an and Chen Xian with admiration. The other geniuses of the Great Zhou were no different, looking at the Chen family with deep awe in their eyes. Chen Chang'an nodded, scanning the crowd with a glance, and said indifferently, "I'm afraid they will never dare to come again. You all go into the barrier, take good advantage of the time, and begin cultivating." The Great Zhou geniuses nodded, one by one returning to the barrier to continue their cultivation. After all, they were not the ones who killed, so they didn't care about the consequences. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an, worried, and said, "Brother Chang'an, we killed so many of their geniuses, will it provoke a national-level war for our Great Zhou?" "It's fine. In the secret realm, anything can happen. Since they dared to kill us, they must be prepared to be killed in return." Saying this, he looked towards the Ji royal family. "You all should take the princess back to cultivate." "Yes." The Ji royal family member was stunned for a moment, but still responded respectfully. "You go back to cultivate." Chen Chang'an continued, speaking to Ji Mingyue. "Okay, be careful." Although Ji Mingyue was pure-hearted, ever since she took on national matters, many things seemed to have suddenly become clear to her. She knew Chen Chang'an had his own important matters, or perhaps his own secrets, so she can only turn around and return to the barrier to cultivate. "Big Brother, what do you need us to do?" At this moment, Chen Xian spoke. "Gather all the bodies outside. I need to deal with them," Chen Chang'an said. "Okay." Chen Xian didn't ask further, leading the other more than 40 Chen family disciples to move all the bodies to a nearby forest. Then they were forced by Chen Chang'an to go back and continue their cultivation. After they all left, Chen Chang'an began to throw all the bodies into the god burial coffin. Chapter 61, Something Happened in the Secret Realm. Chen Chang'an's spiritual sense spread out, paying attention to the movements around him while quickly absorbing the spiritual energy of all the people through the god burial coffin. Soon, his cultivation level surged again, as if a volcano was erupting within his body, and he directly reached the 5th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Heavenly King Realm, 5th level. Now, when I face those 3 old men at the 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm, I'm confident I can slay them. Chen Chang'an's eyes were bright as he glanced toward the direction of the Great Zhou genius's camp. When he saw nothing unusual, he quickly left. His goal was clear, those remaining few from the other 3 forces. "Humph, since you are so ruthless, wanting to kill all the geniuses of my Great Zhou, I don't mind burying all of you here," Chen Chang'an whispered softly, like a ghost hiding in the forest. Meanwhile, Dong Lianqing and the others certainly wouldn't leave so soon. After all, the spiritual energy here was rich, a sacred place for cultivation. If they left after only half a month, it would be a huge waste. So they gathered together to set up a camp and prepared stronger defenses. "Humph, Chen Chang'an, damn you! I will make sure to grind you into ashes." Inside the camp, Dong Lianqing shouted angrily. Nan Hong and Zhao Ziang also had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Originally, there was full confidence in burying the Tianzhou of the Great Zhou Kingdom here, but unexpectedly, Chen Chang'an backstabbed them. Especially the people of the southern Ming Kingdom, most of their Tianzhou are dead. Only the Crown Prince Nan Hong and his kingdom's protector elder remain. The only plan now is to send someone out to inform your king and my father of what happened here. In the middle of the scene, only Zhao Ziang remained calm and quickly spoke out the strategy. After all, the formation here is special, and ordinary communication stones can't be used at all.
That's right, let my father send people in.
We must kill that Chen Chang'an. Dong Lianqing gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the Tianjiao around them.
Instantly, the Tianjiao shrank back and lowered their heads. They didn't want to leave the secret realm at this moment, because once they left, it would be hard to come back in. And who could guarantee that Chen Chang'an wouldn't ambush them on the way out? Letting them out is just sending them to die.
Zhao Ziang continued, his sharp gaze sweeping over the people in the scene, eventually landing on the elder protector of the southern Ning kingdom.
Nan Hong was stunned. Zhao Ziang, what do you mean? Let your elder protector go out and deliver the message.
Zhao Ziang said indifferently, I know, your elder specializes in speed. I could tell when he led you to escape earlier.
Dong Lianqing also nodded quickly, Brother Nan, you don't want us all to die here, right? If we let those Tianjiao go out, who can compete with Chen Chang'an? Only your elder, with his speed, can definitely get outside quickly. He also looked at the elder protector of the southern Ning kingdom. The elder was a small, slender figure, with eyes like lightning, and faint flashes of thunder seemed to dance around him as he walked. Nan Hong was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed, as this was indeed the only way. He then looked at the elder. The elder slowly nodded and vanished from the spot. At the entrance of the secret realm. Although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as inside the secret realm, the energy spilling out from the teleportation vortex still made the spiritual energy here richer than anywhere else in the eastern state. In addition to the 5 major forces, there were countless people sitting cross-legged, cultivating here. At this moment, someone noticed a rumbling sound coming from the teleportation vortex, as if someone was about to come out. What's going on? Is someone coming out? It's only been half a month, could something big have happened inside? Impossible, that's the strongest Tianjiao in the eastern state, how could something big happen? People in the scene were talking in confusion.
But Dong Yinglai, Nan Zhan, and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances, and a barely noticeable glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes. They thought that Chen Chang'an and the others were probably already buried inside the secret realm.
The Great Zhou Kingdom, with Ji Wendian, Ji Xuangu, and Duan Mutsong leading, looked at the entrance vortex with confused expressions.
At this moment, a figure in a grey robe, with half of its face covered, appeared. Once he appeared, he immediately approached Nan Zhan and whispered something.
What? In just an instant, Nan Zhan's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant.
This caused everyone to look at them, confused.
Dong Yinglai squinted his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow.
Nan Zhan looked at him, then turned and entered the flying ship. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances and quickly flew over, entering the ship's cabin.
Soon, there were waves of what seemed to be anger coming from inside.
Not long after, the 3 of them emerged together. They all respectfully saluted Mo Hai, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck of another flying ship. Among them, Dong Yinglai, with a dark face, loudly said, Swordmaster, our 3 forces Tianjiao encountered a king-level spirit beast's nest in the secret realm, and the Tianjiao were ambushed, suffering heavy casualties. So, we request to enter. Take the injured person out. Nan Hong also had a worried look on his face. I implore the Swordmaster for your mercy. Swordmaster, we know that entering like this goes against the rules. But, that is our human race's future talent, that is an incalculable loss. Zhao Tianwei also spoke anxiously. Wow. As the words of the 3 echoed out, they instantly caused everyone present to exclaim in shock. A royal-level spirit beast? And it's a surprise attack? This is too terrifying. Between humans and spirit beasts, there has always been a physical gap. A powerful warrior at the king level may not be a match for a spirit beast at the same level. Moreover, from their words, it seems to be a spirit beast den, which might mean more than one. No wonder they were so anxious. Mo Haichao opened his eyes and exchanged a deep glance with Zhao Tianwei. He and this person were old friends, how could he not know that the other wished to make a move? However, he also found Chen Chang'an unpleasant, so he decided to turn a blind eye. Okay, we must ensure the safety of our human talent. And once inside, you must quickly bring the injured out for treatment. After some thought, Mo Haichao finally agreed. But he secretly warned them not to go too far. Wait a minute. At this moment, the Great Zhou Kingdom sensed something was wrong. But before Ji Wendian could continue speaking, Dong Yinglai interrupted him, saying, Swordmaster, for the sake of fairness, I suggest the Great Zhou Kingdom also send people in. If the Great Zhou Lord wishes to enter, I have no objections. His words completely shut down Ji Wendian's doubts. Great Zhou Lord, do you have any objections? Mo Haichao asked Ji Wendian lightly. I have no objections.
Ji Wentian replied.
Thus, the four forces, with the monarchs, ancestors, and 10 top-level protectors of the kingdom, entered the secret realm. Under the watchful eyes of Dong Yinglai, Nan Hong, and Zhao Tianwei, each harbored intense killing intent.
Chapter 62, The Source Lotus. The reason they didn't reveal the truth was simply too embarrassing. After all, they had cheated, sending 9 old men in, yet they were still ambushed? It would be a laughingstock if word got out. This also meant they actively broke the rules. It was likely even Mo Haichao wouldn't dare help them. So they concocted a lie, claiming they entered to save the talented youths. And not stopping there, they directly plotted to include the great Zhou Lord and others. They aimed to not only eliminate Chen Xiang'an and his group inside but also to annihilate all the top brass of the great Zhou kingdom. If their scheme were to be exposed, people would surely say they were ruthless. Too crazy. Meanwhile, once Dong Yinglai and the others entered the secret realm, they suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy of the realm began to stir violently. What is that? Everyone was stunned, all looking toward the core of the secret realm. There, amidst the thick mist, dazzling lights flickered. It was the blinding white light that stirred the entire secret realm's spiritual energy, causing these energies to form an astonishing storm, becoming agitated. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others were all shocked in such a frenzied storm of spiritual power. They quickly released their spiritual senses, trying to investigate what was happening deep within the secret realm. But as their spiritual senses spread, a surge of intense primordial energy strongly impacted everyone's minds. That primordial energy entered their bodies, making everyone's minds and senses suddenly much clearer. Even the long stagnant bottlenecks began to loosen at that moment. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but sharply inhale. Even Ji Xuangu and the other 3 ancestral elders widened their eyes in shock. As holy monarchs, they deeply understood what that energy represented. Oh my god, that is, an immense concentration of spiritual energy, solidified, that is, the source spirit crystal. The solidified source spirit crystal? How huge, how dense is this spiritual energy? And such pure source power must be able to help half-emperor realm cultivators successfully advance to the Saint Emperor realm. The one who exclaimed was Ji Xuangu. He immediately realized how terrifying his words were and quickly shut his mouth. But it was too late. As soon as the voice came out, all half-emperor realm cultivators present widened their eyes, and fiery light burst forth from their shaking pupils. Boom! Amidst this thunderous news, everyone's pupils expanded to their limits. Even the news of their country's genius being killed was forgotten. Everyone, follow me. Dong Yinglai shouted loudly and rushed toward the core area. Zhao Tianwei and the others were equally unwilling to fall behind. Ji Wentian was stunned for a moment, then woke up as if from a dream, let out a roar, and pulled along Don Mutsang, Ji Xuangu, and 10 national guardians, rushing straight to the secret core area. Suddenly, over 50 top-tier King Realm experts surged into the secret realm. 4 half-emperor realm experts and 4 Saint Emperor realm ancestors. With their addition, the spiritual energy in the air boiled once again. Because high-level cultivators absorb spiritual energy at a speed that those geniuses cannot compare. Meanwhile, at the core of the secret realm, Ning Tingyu was half kneeling on the ground with a silver long spear, gasping for breath. The silver long spear in her hand radiated faint golden light in circles, bursting with terrifying might. That was actually a royal-grade spear. At this moment, though her body was stained with blood and in a state of disarray, she still exuded fierce battle intent, glaring sharply ahead. In front of her, several dozen feet away, a black river dragon was roaring. Roar! The dragon, over 30 feet long, angrily roared at Ning Tingyu, its fierce fangs dripping with saliva as it charged at her, stirring a foul wind. Bang! Ning Tingyu leaped high and avoided the dragon's sweeping attack. In an instant, the ground cracked, and stones flew. Ha! Ning Tingyu, soaring high in the air, shouted fiercely as the spear in her hand thrusted repeatedly, shooting spears of light towards the dragon. Bang bang bang! Wha! The dragon emitted a piercing screech as its massive head continued to open its bloody mouth. The grim fangs radiated a horrifying light, swiftly biting at Ning. At that moment, Chen Xiang'an noticed a shocking fluctuation of combat coming from the core of the secret realm. At the same time, a familiar aura also reached him. Is that Ning Tingyu? No wonder I didn't see her earlier, so she's here to fight for resources. Good heavens! Chen Xiang'an's eyes flickered as he quickly made a decision. He hid his figure and waited for the right moment to move. If there are resources, seize them. If it's too dangerous to fight, run. So, Chen Xiang'an continued to move toward the core of the secret realm. At the same time, Dong Yinglai and the others also approached. In an instant, the scene at the core appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's pupils widened in unison, their eyes burning with intense heat. It was a lotus flower, blooming like crystal, exquisitely beautiful. It emitted a faint grayish-white light, with its root stem about half a zhang tall, the petals spanning about 3 feet wide,
and the flower had 9 petals, each sparkling like glazed crystal. It quietly grew in the center of a pond, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy storms. Or perhaps the flood dragon was originally a water snake beneath the pond, which, after being nourished by the origin Tao Lotus, underwent a transformation.
That is.
Ji Xuangu's eyes widened, his trembling voice coming out in shock. My god, that's not just a solidified origin spirit crystal, but it has transformed into the shape of a plant. This has a spirit.
Dong Yinglai couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
Hiss.
Everyone gasped. If it's a solidified origin spirit crystal, it's like water turning into ice.
While it's shocking, it's not as impactful as this entire thing transforming into a living spirit crystal. That spirit crystal in the shape of a lotus flower, it has a spirit now, it has become the Tao Lotus.
It can grow.
It will keep getting bigger, and the gathered origin spiritual power will keep increasing.
Chapter 63, The Treasure That Drives King-Level Experts Mad.
Dong Yinglai's short sentence caused everyone's emotions and desires to erupt like a volcano, boiling over in an instant. To put it bluntly, the Tao Lotus before them had already opened 9 petals. That would be enough to directly raise 9 half-emperor level experts to the Saint Emperor realm.
And by plucking a petal, it could regenerate.
One could say that as long as this Tao Lotus was nurtured, it would continuously produce Saint Emperor level experts.
Although there would be some time limits, at least it would eliminate the bottleneck, wouldn't it?
When they thought of how terrifying this was, no one spoke anymore. They gathered all their cultivation and power into their speed. The violet aura stirred the space around them into a whirlwind. They completely ignored Ningtingyu, who was still fighting with the flood dragon. But as the long spear in Ningtingyu's hand exploded with a mighty force, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward her.
A royal weapon. That's actually a royal level weapon. Which force does this person belong to? Someone exclaimed in shock. Soon, countless gazes turned toward Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei shook his head.
Although she was invited here by our Southeast Wind Alliance, I don't know her true origin. However, the one thing I'm certain of is that she must come from one of the 4 sacred sects of the Holy Land.
Everyone's hearts shuddered.
At this moment, with a piercing wail, the royal-level flood dragon was pierced through the skull by Ningtingyu's spear, dying on the spot.
Boom!
The flood dragon fell into the deep pond, creating violent waves of water. At the same time, it caused the crystal-like origin Tao Lotus to float up. Suddenly, a hand as white as refined jade reached toward the root stem of the Tao Lotus, as if trying to seize it.
Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others' eyes widened suddenly, their bodies releasing a terrifying aura. Stop. For Saint Emperor level experts, for half-emperor level powerhouses. 8 people shouted in unison. All the pressure and momentum instantly overlapped like a violent storm, rushing toward Ningtingyu, who was holding the origin Tao Lotus. But what infuriated them was that Ningtingyu completely ignored them, her hands emitting a soft glow, instantly enveloping the origin Tao Lotus and then placing it into a storage bag like a piece of brocade. And in the face of the 8 people's overwhelming pressure, she actually swept the silver spear with one motion, instantly releasing an imperial-level aura, causing all the oppressive force to collapse in an instant. She was also shot backward, landing dozens of yards away from the others. But the previous Saint Emperor-level pressure still caused a trace of crimson blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. The world was in turmoil, and the dense, almost intoxicating spiritual energy vanished in an instant, while the raging spiritual energy storm also stopped in an instant. Only Ningtingyu stood proudly, holding the spear in her right hand, facing the crowd. And hanging from her waist was a grey cloth bag, from which emanated a white light that made one's mouth water. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nan Zhan, and the many elders behind them all stopped moving, and a dark, ominous expression instantly covered their faces. In the shadows, Chen Xiangyan approached, taking everything into his eyes, his own eyes bursting with a flash of brilliance. Ah! Young friend Xiangyan, what are you doing here? Ji Xuangu suddenly noticed Chen Xiangyan. Ji Wendian and Duan Mutsang both looked over joyfully, quickly rushing to Chen Xiangyan's side. Chen Xiangyan was stunned. He never expected that even under the overwhelming spiritual storm, he could remain hidden. But now that the storm had dispersed, he was immediately discovered. Chen Xiangyan calmed himself and whispered, with such a commotion, of course, I had to come take a look. Then, he turned to Ji Wendian, Lord, how did you all get in? And them. Saying this, Chen Xiangyan pointed to Dong Yinglai and the others, his eyes filled with wariness. Ji Wendian quickly explained to Chen Xiangyan that Dong Yinglai and the others' young talents had encountered an attack from a king-level spiritual beast in the secret realm. Then, he anxiously asked, by the way, my dear nephew Xiangyan, what about my daughter Mingyue and the others? They are fine. Chen Xiangyan replied indifferently. Suddenly, his heart sank. The other party did not mention sending elders to sneak in and hunt the Great Zhou nation's young talents, but instead, they spoke of an accident. And they had brought in the main combat strength of the Great Zhou kingdom. This means, danger. Great danger. Their intentions are so malicious.
Chen Chang'an's heart cried out, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. And Chen Chang'an's appearance did not attract the attention of Dong Yinglai and the others. At this moment, all their eyes were firmly fixed on Ning Tingyu.
Seeing the tense atmosphere, Chen Chang'an quickly whispered, "Lord, we should leave." "How can we leave?"
Ji Wendian was stunned. That is the origin Dao Lotus. The first harvest could at least help 9 half-emperor level cultivators break through to Saint Emperor. Ji Wentian's eyes also filled with a fiery desire. Such a spiritual treasure, no one could resist.
But, will they give us, the Great Zhou Kingdom, a share?
Chen Chang'an whispered. To be honest, they had already infiltrated with 9 elders, planning to kill all of our Great Zhou nation's young talents. Later, I killed most of them. There was no spiritual beast attack, they just wanted to come in and wipe us all out. As for letting you in, they just wanted to leave no roots behind. If you die, Lord, the Great Zhou Kingdom will perish.
Chen Chang'an spoke quickly.
Ji Xuangu sucked in a cold breath. Ji Wentian's eyes widened in shock, and deep fear flashed in his eyes as his body began to tremble. But that spiritual treasure could help me break through to Saint Emperor.
Ji Wentian's face showed an expression of great pain, and if the other 2 countries get such a treasure and add more Saint Emperor experts, wouldn't our country be in even greater danger?
Ji Wendian, who was usually not very bold, unexpectedly gathered the courage to stay, and even said some very realistic words.
Ordinary interests are usually weighed against risks by most people. But when the temptation is great enough, desire will overcome reason. Moreover, the temptation in front of them was enough to drive every cultivator in the Heavenly King realm insane.
Not to mention, this was a secret realm covered by layers of formations. Whatever happened here could easily be blamed on spirit beasts or the turbulence of the secret realm, making it the perfect place for murder.
Miss Ning, this secret realm belongs to our eastern state. Taking the source Dao Lotus for yourself might not be appropriate. At this moment, Dong Yinglai finally spoke up. He thought for a moment and said with authority, "How about this?
You take 1 petal, and we will take care of the rest."
"What do you think?"
"That's right. As long as Miss Ning needs any treasures, if we have them in Eastern State, we will give them to you with both hands, to repay the great favor of Ning Xiaoyu." They thought of the best solution. That is, leave 1 petal for Ning Tingyu, then she can safely leave and also gain the friendship of Dong Yinglai and the others. In their view, this was definitely a profitable deal. After all, Ning Tingyu was alone right now, and could not possibly consume the entire Dao Lotus. But Ning Tingyu's words completely surprised Chen Chang'an. I discovered this, and I defeated the Jelong guarding here.
This Dao Lotus is naturally mine. Step aside. Her words made the atmosphere in the room suddenly tense. TSK, this woman is looking for death.
Chen Chang'an muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Ning Tingyu.
Chapter 64, He is a sword cultivator. Hearing Ning Tingyu's words, the faces of Dong Yinglai and the others grew even darker.
They certainly didn't want to let this peerless spiritual treasure slip away for nothing.
Miss Ning, you should just hand it over. Considering that you're invited by our Southeast Wind Alliance, I guarantee you won't suffer any loss. Zhao Tianwei also spoke in a low voice.
And nearly 40 people began surrounding Ning Tingyu.
Ning Tingyu snorted coldly, her voice even colder. You dare to steal the things of my 100 Flowers Immortal sect? Do you want to die? 100 Flowers Immortal sect?
Upon hearing these 4 words, the others narrowed their eyes, not surprised.
Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, is this girl out on her first journey? She's finished.
The 4 great holy sects of the sacred lands are the Taitsong Sword Sect, the Qingxian Sacred Sect, the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect, and the Sun Moon Star Island. Although the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect is a powerful holy sect, mentioning it here, under such a huge temptation, did not make people feel afraid. Instead, it stirred up their desire to kill and silence her. Dong Yinglai, Nan Zhan, and Zhao Tianwei all exchanged glances at the same moment and made their decision. Zhao Tianwei coldly said, 9 petals of the flower, just right for the 3 of us, each faction will take 3 petals, and as for the whole Dao Lotus, we will jointly cultivate it.
How about that?
Exactly, very fair.
Dong Yinglai nodded. All right.
Nan Zhan also spoke, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Hearing this, Ji Wentian's face changed drastically. Hey, you 3, did you forget about our Great Zhou Kingdom?
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, this guy.
Ji Zuanggu also looked at Ji Wendian with a bad expression, realizing that leaving now was the best option. Unexpectedly, he still wanted to get involved. Indeed, Dong Yinglai's gaze slowly turned to Ji Wendian. We didn't forget you. Don't worry, your lives will also stay here. Hee, Chen Chang'an, this is perfect, you're here too. You're dead.
Nan Zhan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Chen Chang'an and spoke in a low voice.
Chen Chang'an shrugged. The only thing to do now was to fight. Ji Zuanggu, ignoring the dazed Ji Wendian, also prepared for battle. You are bold.
Ning Tingyu's voice suddenly turned cold. A small country from eastern state, how dare you offend my holy land?
And you, Zhao Tianwei. Although you are from the Taizong sword sect, you are just a small outer elder. How dare you kill me?
I am the saintess of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. Ning Tingyu still tried to use her status to pressure everyone, wanting them to fear her.
Everyone was stunned.
They didn't expect that such a brainless woman was actually the saintess of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. Zhao Tianwei thought of those terrifying women, and his killing intent grew stronger instantly.
Humph, what a joke. We didn't kill you, you perished in the dangerous realm of the secret realm. That's right, we can all testify.
Moreover, Lord Swordmaster can also testify for us. Dong Yinglai sneered, his face full of grimness. We came in here to save the geniuses of various nations. Who knew that you and the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom were all eaten by those countless king-level spirit beasts?
He.
Ning Tingyu tightly gripped the silver spear in her hand, her pitch-black eyes cold and sharp. Kill. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai and the others stopped talking and charged straight at her. Zhao Tianwei and the others did the same, rushing towards Ning Tingyu.
To prevent any complications, they attacked together. Humph, you think you can kill me? Do you deserve it?
Ning Tingyu snorted coldly, her spear sweeping horizontally at the incoming attackers.
Boom!
Facing the full-force strike of a half-emperor realm expert, she chose to take it head-on. This made everyone frown slightly.
But soon, they sensed a terrifying aura from Ning Tingyu. Half-emperor realm. You're actually in the half-emperor realm. Dong Yinglai exclaimed in shock. Boom!
In an instant, everyone clashed in battle, dodging and weaving, their combat becoming more and more intense. Even Chen Chang'an was completely stunned. He didn't expect that the woman before him was actually a sleeper.
She had hidden her cultivation. So, when she was kicked by him on the fighting platform earlier, was that on purpose? Chen Chang'an was full of confusion.
But at this moment, there was no time for him to think further. Nan Zhan, leading his men, charged forward. In an instant, the powerful experts from Nanning Kingdom clashed with those from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chen Chang'an, you injured my son Nan Hong, and slaughtered the geniuses of Nanning Kingdom in the secret realm.
You will die today.
Nan Zhan's half-emperor realm aura exploded with a thunderous boom, instantly appearing before Chen Chang'an, slashing towards his neck with a single strike.
Explode!
Chen Chang'an shouted, activating the Demon Blood God technique, the Tyrant Emperor Mind method, the Tyrant Emperor bloodline, and the Martial Aperture realm all at once.
Boom! In the blink of an eye, Chen Chang'an's aura underwent a dramatic change. Ha!
Chen Chang'an shouted sharply, and a giant sword appeared in his hand, sweeping it fiercely across.
Boom!
The sword and heavy sword collided instantly, sending a violent surge of energy flying in all directions.
Tang 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 tang.
Both of them were forced back more than 10 meters.
How? How is this possible, 5th level King of Heaven? You.
Nan Zhan was full of shock, but before he could finish speaking, several terrifying sword cries rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind control, wind piercing, blaze wind, fierce wind, 4 long swords howled, heading straight for Nan Zhan's forehead, neck, heart, and dantian, stabbing fiercely.
King level armor, activate.
With Nan Zhan's shout, a yellow defensive shield appeared around him with a loud boom.
Bang bang bang.
The sword light frantically struck his shield, causing his face to change drastically. Whoosh. But the next moment, the 4 flying swords suddenly soared into the sky and then came crashing down. Swish, swish, swish.
Ah. In an instant, the heads of 4 elders from Nanning Kingdom were severed by the flying swords.
What? The older officials of Nanning Kingdom and Great Zhou Kingdom, who were engaged in battle, were stunned. They all looked in horror at the 4 flying swords. And Ji Xuangu, who was fighting the ancestors of Nanning Kingdom, had fiery light erupt in his eyes. Sword cultivator.
Chen Chang'an, you are actually a sword cultivator.
Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Nanning Kingdom's face darkened, and he shouted loudly, "Don't let Chen Chang'an escape, he is a sword cultivator. Also, be careful of his flying swords." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
But as soon as he spoke, several elders from Nanning Kingdom had their brows pierced.
Tragic death on the spot.
Damn.
Watching the scene unfold, Nan Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed at the direction of Dong Yinglai, ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom, "Come quickly and suppress Chen Chang'an, he's a sword cultivator."
What?
The ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom, who was surrounding Ning Tingyu, and the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance, both suddenly looked over.
Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei's faces changed dramatically.
Sword cultivator. That's a freakish cultivator capable of controlling a sword to kill from thousands of miles away, with immense explosive power and attack strength. Upon this thought, the ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom instantly lost his composure and rushed towards Chen Chang'an to suppress him.
Chapter 65, Eat it straight from your mouth. Protect Chang'an.
Seeing this, Ji Xuangu roared.
Ji Wendian also regretted, anxiously saying, Chang'an, dear nephew, you must be safe. Your Majesty, take care of yourself first. Duan Mutsang said helplessly.
If only they had listened to Chen Chang'an earlier and left first.
Sigh, it's all my fault, I was greedy. Ji Wendian said helplessly. But who could help Chen Chang'an now?
Ji Xuangu was still entangled with the ancestor of Nanning Kingdom.
The other elders were useless and could only guard Ji Wentian's side.
Thus, Chen Chang'an was left to face the ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom, the king of Nanning Kingdom, and Nanzhan alone. In an instant, he fell into a disadvantageous position. With the guardian sword in his hand, Chen Chang'an exuded an overwhelming aura. Four flying swords circled around him, poised to strike. From time to time, he launched sneak attacks, making the two opponents split their attention to deal with his flying swords. In this way, Chen Chang'an managed to hold his ground under the attacks of a Saint Emperor Realm Cultivator and a Half Emperor Realm Cultivator. Although at a disadvantage, killing him wasn't that easy. Meanwhile, Ning Tingyu, despite her exceptional talent and deep foundation, was also being overwhelmed by the attack of a Saint Emperor Realm Cultivator, 2 Half Emperor Realm Cultivators, and more than 20 level 10 Heavenly Kings. She was repeatedly vomiting blood and being sent flying, her veil fluttering in the wind, her robe soaked in blood.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Dong Yinglai and the others attacked without holding back. When Ning Tingyu made a mistake, they swarmed in and beat her until blood sprayed wildly, her body like a withered leaf, flying far away.
Sizzle! Her hat was torn off, revealing her full head of black hair.
A gust of wind blew, and her long hair danced in the wind, revealing her true face, the one she had always hidden. Hiss! Seeing her face, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others all gasped, their pupils momentarily losing focus. It was a face beyond description, stunningly beautiful, so enchanting that even the most beautiful of women in the world would pale in comparison. Even the battle-hardened Dong Yinglai, the ruler of the kingdom, showed a moment of shock and dazedness, muttering, as expected of the saintess of the 100 Flowers immortal sect, her beauty is truly extraordinary. That face, as if gifted by the heavens, was so exquisitely carved, it seemed like it had been crafted by an immortal master. Every inch of her skin was so enchanting, it could captivate and steal anyone's soul. Zhao Tianwei shuddered, deeply inhaling. Then, his face darkened with killing intent, and he said coldly, "What a pity, such a beautiful woman is about to wither and die. Kill her, take the origin Tao Lotus from her." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Yinglai snapped back to reality and, together with Zhao Tianwei, struck out simultaneously. In an instant, 2 palm lights materialized out of thin air, carrying an immense, terrifying aura, and slammed towards Ning Tingyu's forehead. Sizzle! Sizzle! At that moment, the sound of sword cries echoed, and 4 flying swords rapidly stabbed toward them. The 2 of them were shocked, their palm lights had no choice but to land on the 4 flying swords. Boom! The flying swords were sent flying, and their palm lights instantly collapsed and dissipated. Chen Chang'an's figure appeared beside Ning Tingyu, his voice unquestionable, "Give me the origin Tao Lotus. But this is mine, I fought hard to kill the flood dragon to get it, why should I give it to you?" At this point, Ning Tingyu still spoke with immense defiance. Despite being in a pitiful state, drenched in blood. But still, her face was full of defiance. Slap! Chen Chang'an slapped her face, coldly shouting, "You have no life left, and you still want the Tao Lotus to be of any use. Give it to me, and there will be a glimmer of hope." Chen Chang'an's slap instantly stunned her. "You." She stared fiercely at Chen Chang'an's cold face, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. She gritted her teeth and threw her close-fitting gray storage bag to Chen Chang'an. She also realized that Chen Chang'an was being chased by the enemy, and the so-called enemy's enemy is a friend. So, she could only temporarily entrust the Tao Lotus to Chen Chang'an. Seeing Chen Chang'an get the Tao Lotus, the people around them immediately wanted to rush forward. "Stop! If you take one more step, I will destroy it." Chen Chang'an held the storage bag and said coldly. Immediately, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and others dared not approach. "Chen Chang'an, how dare you?" Dong Yinglai glared at Chen Chang'an with wide eyes, roaring. "Oomph, let's see if I dare." Chen Chang'an said, and immediately took out the original Tao Lotus from the storage bag. In an instant, a dense spiritual energy surged and exploded, causing everyone around to be energized. "Chen Chang'an, don't be impulsive. If you destroy it, none of you will escape. And I guarantee you, it will make you wish you were dead." Zhao Tianwei spoke coldly. "Ha!" Chen Chang'an sneered and directly ripped off a petal from the original Tao Lotus. "What? What? Chen Chang'an, what are you doing? Stop!" Dong Yinglai and the others immediately screamed in rage. They all looked at the petal of the lotus that Chen Chang'an held in his hand, feeling intense pain in their hearts. Such a turn of events made everyone stop fighting. Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian, along with the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, gathered behind Chen Chang'an.
Beside Chen Chang'an stood the stunned Ning Tingyu. You evil little brat, that was my Tao Lotus, what are you trying to do? Shut up. Chen Chang'an angrily shouted at her. You dare to scold me? Ning Tingyu was stunned.
She was the saintess of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. No matter whether it was the young men from the other 3 great holy sects or the princes from the royal courts, who wasn't kind and respectful to her? Who wasn't polite and courteous to her? This guy in front of her not only kicked her in the butt during the martial arts contest but had also slapped her earlier.
Now, he was even scolding her like this. Damn it!
Thinking of this, even she, who had been fearless earlier, couldn't help but feel aggrieved.
Chen Chang'an couldn't care less about her feelings.
He grinned and shouted angrily at everyone, "Get lost!
Everyone, retreat 1,000 feet away.
Otherwise, no one will get this Tao Lotus. As long as you all retreat 1,000 feet, I will immediately put down the Tao Lotus, and then you can come and snatch it."
Dong Yinglai and the others froze. But they quickly guessed Chen Chang'an's plan.
He wanted to put down the original Tao Lotus and then escape with his people.
Chen Chang'an, you better do what you say and put down the Tao Lotus. Otherwise.
Humph.
Zhao Tianwei threatened coldly. Hurry, retreat.
Chen Chang'an didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and 4 flying swords immediately pointed at the Tao Lotus, which only had a stem left. At the same time, Chen Chang'an's hand, which was holding the 9 lotus petals, slightly tightened, unleashing destructive power.
Fine, Chen Chang'an, you're something. Dong Yinglai commanded the others and quickly retreated.
Seeing this, Ji Xuangu grabbed Chen Chang'an with one hand and Ji Wentian with the other, whispering, "Young friend Chang'an, I will take you to escape later." Duan Mutsang and the others also thought that Chen Chang'an was waiting for the enemy to retreat 1,000 feet, then he would drop the Tao Lotus and run. So, they all prepared to flee.
But Ning Tingyu made no move.
Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Chang'an. She felt that this little brat in front of her wouldn't be so willing to escape in such a cowardly manner. Sure enough, just when Dong Yinglai and the others retreated 1,000 feet, they coldly spoke.
Chen Chang'an, put down the Tao Lotus, and then quickly escape. But to their shock, Chen Chang'an actually. He directly shoved it into his mouth and quickly swallowed it. You. Chen Chang'an, are you crazy? You damn bastard.
They could only be powerless with rage. After all, from 1,000 feet away, there was no way to stop Chen Chang'an in time. Even the people beside him, Ning Tingyu, Ji Xuangu, and others, never expected that Chen Chang'an would directly swallow those Tao Lotus petals.
Boom! At that moment, the aura around Chen Chang'an erupted again, like a volcano. Chapter 66, Crazy Breakthrough. Instant kill of the Elder. Chen Chang'an felt every cell, every meridian, every pore of his body rapidly expanding. Then his dantian seemed to form a cosmic black hole, frantically devouring the 9 Tao Lotus petals. Boom boom boom.
The aura around Chen Chang'an rapidly boiled, and his dantian, acupoints, all martial arts barriers were crashing upwards in breakthroughs. Buzz. Ah. Chen Chang'an let out a low growl, and the people beside him were immediately pushed away. Even Ji Xuangu was the same. They all stared at Chen Chang'an in shock. And Chen Chang'an, holding his head, crouched down. He felt like his whole body was about to explode, as the spiritual energy inside him was boiling madly. Next to him was the Sword of Protection, and the 4 flying swords were rotating around him, guarding his surroundings. In front of him, the fallen Tao Lotus roots were grabbed by Ning Tingyu. She looked at Chen Chang'an, who had eaten the 9 petals raw, and scolded angrily. "Kid, you are crazy. This is the original Tao Lotus. Each petal carries massive spiritual energy. Your body can't handle it. You will explode and die." Ning Tingyu's face was full of complexity. She could feel the overwhelming spiritual power around Chen Chang'an, causing his entire body to redden, as if it was about to crack. Somehow, she secretly sighed. Such a genius, it would be a shame for him to die. At this moment, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nan Zhan, and others surrounded Chen Chang'an. They were all furious beyond measure. "Chen Chang'an, you bastard, you dare to eat the Tao Lotus. You are dead." Dong Yinglai shouted angrily. "Don't waste time talking with them, kill them all." Zhao Tianwei was also filled with fury. After his words, the people around wanted to charge forward. Boom! At that moment, an extremely violent aura exploded, forming an earth-shattering wave of energy, spreading in all directions. Buzz! Dong Yinglai and the others, who were about to charge forward, were immediately stopped as if a violent wind had blocked them, their bodies frozen in place. How is this possible? How could you possibly digest those 9 petals?
Dong Yinglai's pupils rapidly shrank, he spoke in shock.
Zhao Tianwei and the others were the same, their eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Chen Chang'an slowly stood up, and his aura was skyrocketing.
King Realm. Level 6. King Realm. Level 7. King Realm. Level 8. Buzz. He broke through 3 small realms in a row.
Hiss. Seeing how quickly Chen Chang'an digested the Tao Lotus and broke through 3 small realms, the people around him all sucked in a cold breath. Even Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu, who always knew Chen Chang'an was a genius, were completely stunned. Freak, this, he really is a freak. Even Ji Xuangu, who had experienced countless storms, seemed like he had lost his soul at this moment.
Ji Wentian and the others were the same. How much time had passed since Chen Chang'an returned from the burial demon abyss? No cultivation, and now he was at the King Realm, level 8?
Even Ning Tingyu, from the Holy Land, had never seen such a monstrous talent breaking through.
You, who are you? How can you directly digest the Tao Lotus?
Ning Tingyu's mouth opened, murmuring, in a way that could enchant souls. But at this moment, no one noticed her, as all eyes were on Chen Chang'an.
Kill him, we cannot let him live. Dong Yinglai shouted loudly.
Such an abnormal Chen Chang'an, if allowed to grow wildly, would become a nightmare for their 3 forces. 5 people reacted extremely fast, their figures rising in an instant, and the weapons in their hands erupted with a destructive cold light.
Ah! Young friend Chang'an, be careful.
Ji Xuangu and the others saw this and immediately rushed towards Chen Chang'an.
He.
Facing the 5 people lunging at him, Chen Chang'an sneered repeatedly, whoever seeks death, come on.
Bang!
He suddenly drew the guardian sword beside him, and the funeral world sword technique explosively erupted, instant kill. Swish! The majestic sword aura erupted at great speed, directly piercing through one person's chest. Swish 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 swish. The remaining 4 flying swords mercilessly soared. With Chen Chang'an's unparalleled mental power supporting, the wind control, wind piercing, fiery wind, and fierce wind swords let out ear-piercing roars.
Bang 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 bang.
In an instant, the other 4 level 10 elders of Dongshan Kingdom had their foreheads pierced, and in a blink, they were nailed to the ground.
5 pairs of eyes instantly went vacant, their rapidly fading pupils filled with disbelief. He.
Chen Chang'an's sneer was contemptuous, his voice deep and hoarse. I gave you a chance earlier, but you were useless.
Now, I will bury you all. Bang!
The guardian sword continued to slash down hard, the overwhelming sword aura viciously exploded, crashing down on the 5 elders, shattering their bodies into countless flying bones and fragments. All this happened in the blink of an eye, from when Dong Yinglai's order fell to when the 5 guardians attacked. The 5 guardians died tragically, their remains gone. The splattered blood mist blurred the vision of Dong Yinglai and the others, also striking Ji Xuangu and others right in their eyes and hearts, forcing them to stop their supportive steps, gazing at Chen Chang'an in complete shock.
Chen Chang'an, you. Ji Wentian's face twitched repeatedly. How did you become this strong? Ning Tingyu's beautiful eyes glimmered with a shimmering light. The man before them was definitely not a match for a level 10 king before.
Unexpectedly, after consuming the Tao Lotus, not only did he not explode and die, but instead his combat power surged violently.
So terrifying. Chen Chang'an. Dong Yinglai gritted his teeth and spoke. His 5 guardians had been instantly killed, he was caught completely off guard, unable to comprehend. Even if he could fight against higher levels, he believed it. But how could it turn into an instant kill? Chen Chang'an wore a faint smile. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, all of you, come, I will bury you all. As Chen Chang'an spoke, there was a loud bang, and beside him appeared a gigantic bronze ancient coffin, fully 5 or 6 shun long. Ka. The coffin lid on top of the bronze coffin was slowly opening, revealing a pitch-black coffin mouth like an abyss. Seeing such a strange coffin, the hearts of Dong Yinglai and the others jumped sharply. Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and the ancestors of their 3 forces could not manage to laugh anymore. Chen Chang'an had previously instantaneously killed 5 level 10 kings, and now this eerie bronze coffin appeared, making the hearts of these dominant leaders of Dongzhou suddenly feel uneasy. Chapter 67, They All Must Die. Playing ghost games. Dong Yinglai snorted coldly, and the long spear in his hand erupted with a devastating force, instantly stabbing towards Chen Chang'an's chest. A sneak attack. He was a half-emperor level, and still resorted to sneak attacks. The terrifying storm he stirred up was beyond description. It seemed that in an instant, the black spear in his hand would pierce through Chen Chang'an's chest. Die. Dong Yinglai's mouth twisted into a grimace as he increased the force in his hand. Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he swiftly raised the guardian sword, blocking it in front of his chest. Pu Hong. A tremendous thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a painful noise that pierced the eardrums. The space shook, and the ground cracked. Boom boom boom.
An invisible shockwave instantly radiated in all directions, making countless people's skin sting and clothes flutter.
Swish swish. Bang bang bang. Chen Chang'an gripped the guardian sword.
The continuous blocks of the long spear coming from Dong Yinglai are piercing. And his 4 flying swords also instantly formed a deadly momentum.
Put. Put.
Dong Yinglai dodged 3 of the flying swords, but the last one, the violent wind, directly pierced through his head.
From Chen Chang'an's direction, the hole inside Dong Yinglai's head in the scene behind him could clearly be seen. Thud. In Dong Yinglai's eyes, in his trembling pupils, it was obvious that he was unwilling to die and in disbelief. The Emperor of Dongxian Kingdom dead. The remaining people suddenly showed shocked expressions. Dong Yinglai is dead? SSSSSS. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords did not give them a chance to react. With a howling sound, 4 or 5 elders at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm had their heads pierced. Aha!
Someone screamed in horror, their face full of fear. The remaining Zhao Tianwei, Nan Zhan, and their ancestors all looked in utter shock at Chen Chang'an, holding the giant sword. What kind of background, what kind of talent, could create a freak that completely transcends their understanding, completely distorts common sense? Instantly killing Heavenly King realm at level 10. Killing a half-emperor realm in 3 moves. If given time to grow, wouldn't he be able to dominate the entire Eastern Zhou? Thinking this, a cold and murderous intent surged wildly in everyone's hearts, especially the ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom. The desire to kill Chen Chang'an was incredibly strong. Chen Chang'an, must die. Zhao Tianwei's voice involuntarily squeezed out from his clenched teeth. Boom! Kill! We cannot let Chen Chang'an leave here alive. Zhao Tianwei and the others roared, each like a hungry wolf pouncing toward Chen Chang'an. Swear to protect Chen Chang'an with our lives. Ji Xuangu roared. Ji Wendian, Duan Muzan, and the others also saw Chen Chang'an's huge potential and immediately ordered people to protect him. With Chen Chang'an, the Great Zhou Kingdom will surely rise. Boom! In an instant, both sides clashed again. And covered in blood, still severely injured, Ning Tingyu was frantically popping pills, suppressing her injuries, and resisting. The roar sounded again. SSSSS. More than a dozen elders at the Heavenly King realm had their heads cut off by Chen Chang'an, and then he kicked their bodies and heads into the coffin of the god of death. The ancestors of Dongxian Kingdom, the ancestors of Nanning Kingdom, the ancestors of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and Zhao Tianwei, Nan Zhan, and others, watching as Chen Chang'an, in the middle of battle, still kicked the corpses into the coffin, they couldn't help but feel fear. This guy, whether in battle experience or battle mentality, is incredibly outstanding. It was making them so jealous they were going crazy. SSSSS. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords were more like the Grim Reaper's scythe, causing their elders' heads to fly. You all retreat, stay around, don't let anyone escape. Chen Chang'an roared at Ji Xuangu and the others. Ji Xuangu was stunned. But he looked at the unstoppable Chen Chang'an, deeply shaken. Even he, a first Heaven Sane Emperor, couldn't be of any help. And, it was obvious that Chen Chang'an wanted to kill them all. Such a ruthless young man. Such a terrifying young man, never seen in all of history. Young friend Chang'an, stay safe, old man guarantees that not a single one will escape. Ji Xuangu's eyes flashed with cold light. At this point, they could only follow Chen Chang'an's lead. He then yelled at Duan Muzan and the remaining 5 elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom, surround the area. Yes. The elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom's hearts were stirred with waves of emotions. From being chased to now, they had to surround them, not letting them leave. This completely overturned their understanding of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Even Ning Tingyu was dumbfounded, staring at Chen Chang'an fiercely for a few moments before quietly leaving. She had already obtained the root of the original Tao Lotus. Although Chen Chang'an ate the petals, she got the root, and as long as she went back and cultivated it, it could still grow flowers. Chen Chang'an, I remember you. Ning Tingyu coldly snorted, and her figure disappeared from the spot. At this moment, no one cared about her anymore. The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom were all focused on the remaining 3 major forces in the arena, not letting them escape. And the people from the other 3 major forces also had a reason to kill Chen Chang'an. The Tyrant's Fury. Explode. Bloodbath Demon Light activate. In the arena, Chen Chang'an activated his Tyrant's Fury and Evil Blood God art. Instantly, golden light enveloped his body, surrounded by a blood-red aura, and in a moment, a shockwave rose within a radius of thousands of feet. Boom! The violet energy instantly suppressed the 3 Saint Emperor experts in front of him. They were the ancestors of the 3 major forces. Bang! 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 Chen Chang'an's combat power soared rapidly, and his sword of protection exploded in an instant, shattering all the weapons that rushed toward him. What? Ah! The arena erupted with exclamations, agonizing screams, and the mixed sounds of crashing explosions. The elders at the Heavenly King realm were all killed by Chen Chang'an, or turned into headless corpses. The elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom watching from the sides gasped sharply. They looked at Chen Chang'an with eyes gradually filled with intense fear. Boom! 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 At this moment, the only ones who could fight Chen Chang'an were Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, the two half-emperor realm experts. The two of them were extremely cautious, or they would have had their heads sliced off by Chen Chang'an. There were also three elders, the ancestors of their forces. Saint Emperor Realm, First Heaven. The three ancestors were growing more and more shocked as they fought, their eyes filled with residual light, which showed astonishment, disbelief, confusion, and a kind of inexplicable disorientation. Over 30 Heavenly King realm experts were killed by his hand, and the remaining 5, he seemed unwilling to spare them. What kind of monster is this? Nanzhan and the others were deeply shaken. Haha, you, all, are going to die. Chen Chang'an sneered coldly as he spoke, his body explosively shooting forward, once again activating the martial aperture realm's barrier. His speed suddenly increased. Puff boom. In an instant, he passed right beside Nanzhan. Nanzhan's entire spiritual energy collapsed and shattered in an instant, his body, along with the long sword in his hand, was severed at the waist by Chen Chang'an. The two halves of his body, along with the explosive demonic soul power from Chen Chang'an, shattered even further, and when it fell, it became a rain of blood mixed with sand and dirt. The ruler of the southern Ming Kingdom, Nanzhan, is dead. Chapter 68, All Killed. The remaining 3 ancestors, along with Zhao Tianwei, a total of 4 people, widened their pupils rapidly, then they contracted crazily. Half-Emperor Realm Power. Zhao Tianwei spoke with a tremor in his voice. His voice seemed to struggle out from his throat. After Chen Chang'an activated the martial aperture realm's barrier, his combat power skyrocketed. That was clearly the power of the Half-Emperor Realm. He stared at Chen Chang'an, for the first time in his life unable to believe his eyes, and even more unable to believe his spiritual perception. Ruler. The old ancestor of the southern Ming Kingdom's eyes widened, his pupils trembling with extreme horror. The old ancestor of the eastern Xin Kingdom looked the same. Because the ruler of the eastern Xin Kingdom, Dongning, had also died. This time, it was truly a case of losing everything, losing the chickens, losing the rice, and losing soldiers along with the woman. Zhao Tianwei's shock had not even turned into fear when that terrifying, demon-like pressure suddenly approached. Ah, Tianwei, run! The old ancestor of the Southeastern Wind Alliance shouted, he certainly didn't want his descendants to die right before his eyes. Boom! He instantly slashed his sword toward Chen Chang'an, blocking his way. The oppressive force of the Saint Emperor realm exploded to the extreme. With a 1-tier realm difference, he believed Chen Chang'an wouldn't be able to easily cross it. Anger Soul, open for me. Chen Chang'an grinned maliciously and shouted. Boom! His aura surged again. The first realm of the martial aperture was the Demon Soul, the second realm was the Anger Soul. With both realms activated, not only did Chen Chang'an's soul power increase, but his strength also grew. Mountain shaking, sea shaking. At the same time, Chen Chang'an continued to activate the second form of the evil blood god art. In an instant, his power erupted in a way that surpassed all understanding, booming with an overwhelming force. The guardian sword in his hand fiercely struck down on the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Boom! The explosive sound erupted in front of the ancestor, and the long sword in his hand shattered in his terrified gaze. Chen Chang'an's guardian sword continued to smash down with a force heavier than 1,000 mountains. Boom! His arms exploded into pieces, and his body crashed down from the air, sinking deep into the ground, buried along with his horrific screams by the collapsing earth. Soon, deep underground, the faint trace of life quickly faded away. The ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance, dead. The remaining ancestors of Dongxian Kingdom and Nanning Kingdom were finally filled with terror, and they wanted to escape. But they suddenly realized that Chen Chang'an had already lunged toward them. First was Zhao Tianwei, whose face was filled with terror as he looked at Chen Chang'an, who seemed like a killing god. Die! Chen Chang'an roared in anger, and the guardian sword in his hand slashed down directly. Chen Chang'an, stop, do you want the Zhou Kingdom to become an enemy of the 3 great forces? Boom! As soon as his words fell, it was accompanied by a strike from Chen Chang'an's sword hitting him directly. Zhao Tianwei's defensive shield and treasure armor shattered like thin paper. A deep gash was opened across his chest. Boom! As his body flew out, it could no longer withstand Chen Chang'an's violent sword intent and was torn into 2 halves. I am an outer sect elder of Taitsong Sword Sect. Those words came out from his stunned head, but after that, there was no more sound, and he died with his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 4 flying swords sealed off the escape routes of the remaining 2 ancestors. The 2 of them, with faces full of despair, stared at Chen Chang'an, still resisting frantically.
But both of them were already terrified to the core. How could they still have the will to fight? They were simply no match for the crazed Chen Chang'an. Two first-level Holy Emperor Realm cultivators were completely suppressed by Chen Chang'an, who was at the 8th level Heavenly King Realm. This was a nightmare they had never encountered in their lives. Earlier, they had wanted to kill all of Chen Chang'an's people, but that thought had already become their most ridiculous, saddest, and most foolish joke. Chen Chang'an, old man, I will fight you to the death. The ancestor of Nanning Kingdom howled in despair, and his spiritual energy erupted wildly. Countless sword lights surged with murderous intent, immediately enveloping Chen Chang'an. Burial World Sword Art, Sky Break. How could Chen Chang'an be afraid of him? The Thunder Extreme Phantom and powerful destructive sword arts approached suddenly, and they collided head-on. Boom! The surrounding space trembled violently, distorting the void. The violent heavy sword slammed down. The ancestor of Nanning Kingdom was like being struck by a divine hammer, his entire body violently shaking. Ugh! Ah! His face turned as pale as paper, blood poured out from his lungs, spraying up to his throat, but he swallowed it down with great effort. Ugh! He roared in fury, his blood energy, spiritual power, and soul all burning wildly. I will drag you down with me to death. The ancestor of Nanning Kingdom screamed, and the overwhelming sword light surged like a violent tsunami, crashing toward Chen Chang'an. Boom! 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 The heavy sword in Chen Chang'an's hand was like a towering mountain, firmly protecting him in front, becoming an indestructible shield. At the same time, two flying swords howled and continuously sliced at the body of the ancestor of Nanning Kingdom. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One sword after another, the sword chi buzzed, piercing the eardrums with a painful sound. In just an instant, the ancestor of Nanning Kingdom was torn into countless pieces, quickly dragged into the abyss of death. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. In the midst of the crazed sword chi, the ancestor of Nanning Kingdom was completely torn apart, becoming pieces of flesh scattered across the sky. Not far away, the other two ancestors from Dongxian Kingdom, entangled by the two remaining flying swords, watched this scene with their scalps tingling. The cold, bloodthirsty chill surged up their spines and even through every bone in their bodies. Sizzle. Now, all four flying swords had locked onto the surroundings of the ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom. They sealed off all of his escape routes. What kind of sword level is this? The ancestor of Dongxian Kingdom stared in astonishment. The sharpness and strength of this flying sword were simply abnormal, far beyond the king-level weapons in his hand. If he wasn't careful, it could slice off a piece of his flesh. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze meeting. What he saw in Chen Chang'an's eyes were enough to make his liver and guts shatter. Chen. Chang. His teeth, trembling in madness, struggled to spit out these three terrifying names. The world before his eyes had already turned into an endless darkness. His head had already disappeared from his body. The burial sword technique, instant kill. Chen Chang'an murmured softly, his figure already before his headless body. With a grab, he threw the body into the burial god Coffin. I've even prepared the coffin for you, isn't that thoughtful enough? He continued to command the flying swords, sucking in the scattered heads, bodies, and minced flesh into the burial god Coffin. To be refined by the burial god Coffin. At this point, all those who entered from the Dongxian Kingdom, Nanning Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance, their monarchs, elders, and ancestors, had all been killed by Chen Chang'an. Around him, Ji Xuangu, Ji Windian, Duan Mutsong, and the remaining 5 protectors of the nation were all stunned. They opened their mouths, their throats struggling to move, wanting to say something, but not a single sound came out. This young man before them, like a god of death, had done something today that felt like the sky itself was collapsing. Chapter 69, Complete Destruction, Half-Emperor Realm. Old Ancestor. Ji Wendian turned his head blankly, looking at the equally stunned Ji Xuangu. Chang'an, he killed the monarchs of 2 countries. What do we? He finally came to his senses, realizing that Chen Chang'an had killed the monarchs of 2 other countries, as well as the leader of a major alliance. Doesn't that mean the Great Zhou Kingdom would fall into war? Ji Xuangu was equally at a loss. He was just an ancestor, and had never dealt with national affairs. He didn't understand why such a monstrous figure would appear in the small eastern state, and moreover, this monster was from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Was this a blessing or a curse? Ancestor, Lord. At this moment, Duan Mutsong's voice was low, his eyes fixed on the 2 men. We and Chen Chang'an are already in the same boat. Don't even think about backstabbing him. Otherwise, he, or the Chen family will be more terrifying than the other 3 forces. Hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Ji Wendian looked at Duan Mutsong's grim and determined face, and both took a deep breath. Duan Mu is right. Ji Xuangu clenched his teeth secretly, holding a sword in his hand and suddenly leaping toward the remaining 5 elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Swish, swish, swish. Boom. The sudden eruption of Saint Emperor aura and overwhelming killing intent caught the 5 Great Zhou elders off guard. Their bodies were torn apart by Ji Xuangu, shredded into pieces. Ji Wentian took a deep breath. He knew the ancestor did this to prevent the news from leaking. Not just about Chen Chang'an killing people, but also that strange bronze ancient coffin. Just a glance at that bronze ancient coffin made their heads ache unbearably. That was definitely one of Chen Chang'an's hidden powers. Buzz. At this moment, the burial god Coffin absorbed so much spiritual energy, blood, and cultivation that it erupted with a thunderous roar, all feeding back into Chen Chang'an. Boom! Chen Chang'an's body erupted once more like a volcano. His cultivation skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. King Realm Level 9. King Realm Level 10. Buzz. It seemed that some shackles were broken, but not fully, causing Chen Chang'an's cultivation to break into the Half-Emperor realm. Hiss. Half-Emperor realm. Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duan Mutsong's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. What the hell? What kind of monstrous upgrade speed is this? Could it be because of that bronze ancient coffin? Ji Xuangu and the others exchanged looks, all feeling extreme shock. Huff. Chen Chang'an withdrew the 4 flying swords, clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power surging through his body. With a contraction of his 5 fingers, it seemed as if space itself had been torn apart. Such terrifying physical strength. Chen Chang'an felt excitement in his heart. He stored the god burial coffin, holding the massive guardian sword in his hand. Then his gaze, cold as ice, fell on the 3 from Jixian Valley. The 3 from Jixian Valley instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They saw Chen Chang'an's secret. Would he kill them to silence them? At this moment, the dignified lord of a nation, Ji Wentian, almost kneeled down. Chen Chang'an rested the massive sword on his shoulder and stepped forward, walking toward the 3 of them. Even Jixian Valley couldn't help but feel their heart skip a beat. With the current Chen Chang'an, he was no longer their match. Chang'an. Little. Young Master Chen, don't worry, we will definitely keep your secret. Jixian Valley spoke quickly. His throat rolled painfully, life and death now lay in Chen Chang'an's hands. That's right, young Master Chen, I am quite familiar with your second master. I promise, we 3 won't reveal anything. Duan Mutsong also quickly spoke up. Chang'an, my dear nephew, I have always regarded you as my son-in-law. Though I am a coward and fear death, I would never do anything to harm my daughter. Ji Wentian patted his chest, repeatedly reassuring. Bang! Chen Chang'an slammed the massive sword into the ground, startling Ji Wentian and the others. They all stared at Chen Chang'an, fear in their eyes, waiting for him to speak. My future world is certainly not a small place like the eastern province. Chen Chang'an looked at the 3 and spoke calmly, but I grew up in Chang'an City, and Chang'an City is my home. As long as you do not betray me, do not betray my Chen family, I will never do anything to harm the Great Zhou Kingdom. If the Great Zhou Kingdom is in trouble, my Chen family will never stand by and watch. After speaking, Chen Chang'an stored the sword again. Ah. Yes, yes. Chang'an, my dear nephew, you are right, the Great Zhou Kingdom will always be your home. Ji Wentian quickly responded. His heart was filled with relief. At the same time, he exhaled in relief. As long as the Zhou royal family treats the Chen family well, and if the Great Zhou Kingdom faces danger, the Chen family will not stand by. This made him feel much more at ease. At least the other countries wanting to wage war on the Great Zhou would find it hard, with the Chen family, with the terrifying Chen Chang'an. The Great Zhou was not necessarily afraid of them. Jixian Valley and Duan Mutsong also breathed a sigh of relief. Chang'an, my dear nephew, what should we do next? Ji Wentian asked anxiously. After all, the previous battle had already become a fact. They started it, so we will end it. Chen Chang'an sneered, we will wipe out the remaining forces of the other 3 factions in the secret realm. Kill them all. Every word from Chen Chang'an made Jixian Valley and Ji Wentian inhale sharply. They exchanged looks, both filled with an intense coldness and determination. Now, there was no other choice but this. At this moment, Chen Chang'an swept his gaze around. Where is Ning Tingyu? Ah, no, it's bad, she knows everything that happened. And, she even took the root of the original Dao Lotus. Ji Wentian spoke in annoyance and pain. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. That woman was the saintess of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. It would not be easy to silence her. Forget it, she found the Dao Lotus, I have the petals, she took the root, that's not a big deal. Chen Chang'an said, his gaze falling once again on the pool of water. There, an original Dao Lotus was growing, and a flood dragon, maybe things were not so simple. You 3, go to the camp of our Great Zhou Kingdom's top talents, find Mingyue and Chen Xian, then take them and go kill Dong Lianqing and the others. Chen Chang'an spoke to Ji Wentian. His words had lost all politeness. Instead, it was more like giving orders. But Ji Wentian was overjoyed, nodding eagerly without any complaints.
After all, with Chen Chang'an's monstrous talent and terrifying speed of advancement, he would soon grow to an immeasurable level. In the future, he would be a godly dragon soaring in the sky. Being able to assist Chen Chang'an now. This is the continuation of the cause and effect. Ji Xuangu nodded in agreement. So, after learning the direction, the three of them quickly left. They didn't ask what Chen Chang'an was going to do. After all, the current Chen Chang'an was no longer their junior. His strength spoke for itself. After they all left, Chen Chang'an arrived at the water pond. He looked at the pond, which was filled with extremely dense spiritual energy, and terrifying auras spreading within it. His eyes narrowed as he jumped in. Chapter 70, The Black Dragon God's Legacy. Gurgle. Gurgle. The chilling sound of water bubbles echoed in his ears, and Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. As his body slowly sank, the bubbling sounds disappeared, and a strange, terrifying silence enveloped the surroundings. The sounds no longer spread, and the water ripples stopped moving, as if the underwater world had suddenly frozen. Only the lights, like tiny fireflies, suddenly spread around, covering the seemingly endless waters. Chen Chang'an was stunned. This was no small pond at all. It was like entering an underwater world. Old Coffin, is there really treasure here? Chen Chang'an asked in his mind. It was the Coffin spirit inside the god burial coffin that had led him into the pond earlier. TSK, you kid, how ignorant can you be? A pond that can nurture the origin Tao Lotus, and transform a small water snake into a flood dragon, is simple? There is probably a terrifying existence here, one that the four great countries of Eastern State cannot deal with. That's why they made layers of sealing barriers to cover it, preventing others from discovering it, but allowing their descendants to enter and cultivate. Perhaps they were also hoping for someone fated. The forefathers of the four great countries were not simple, I'm sure. The words of the Coffin spirit echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind, greatly shaking him. He felt it made sense. At that moment, a massive, abyss-like aura suddenly overwhelmed Chen Chang'an's body, causing him to want to resist. But the voice of the Coffin spirit suddenly sounded. Don't resist, this pressure cannot harm you. Oh? Am I that powerful? Naturally. How could a creature from such a low-dimensional universe harm the body I've forged for 100 years? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. The god burial coffin had helped him reconstruct his body, and it was no ordinary body. The terrifying pressure that appeared in front of him could not shake his soul or body. The aura in front of him became chaotic for a moment, followed by shock and astonishment. Then, powerful spiritual senses swept toward Chen Chang'an, as if trying to figure out what kind of monster he was. Suddenly, a very light sound came out. Chen Chang'an quickly narrowed his eyes. There was another terrifying existence under the water. He glanced forward, and under the spreading firefly-like lights, there appeared a massive palace. There was a palace this huge under the water? Chen Chang'an was stunned. Buzz. Suddenly, the palace's large door emitted a buzzing sound as it opened, revealing a massive vortex that sucked Chen Chang'an in. Chen Chang'an couldn't resist at all, and soon he found himself inside the palace. As he entered, it felt like all the sounds, auras, and even light outside seemed to be completely isolated by the palace in front of him. Chen Chang'an tried to extend his spiritual sense outside the palace, but found nothing but emptiness. This eerie isolation sent a chill down his spine. Buzz. Suddenly, the space ahead twisted, blurred, and trembled. Then, a pair of enormous pupils appeared. They were unbelievably large eyes, narrow and with grayish whites. The pupils at their center radiated circles of yellow jade-like fluorescence, and green spots dotted the surrounding area. The enormous pupils were like endless abysses, clearly reflecting the image of Chen Chang'an in a white robe, looking quite disheveled. It seemed that Chen Chang'an's whole being was completely locked in by the gigantic pupils in front of him. Whoosh! At that moment, the enormous pupils seemed to tremble as if the massive body hidden in the darkness was moving. Along with the movement, it sounded like chains tugging and rolling with a rattling noise. A little human boy actually came. How interesting. A heavy and profound old voice suddenly resonated in Chen Chang'an's ear and deep within his soul. It seemed that his body leaned a bit closer, and the reflection of Chen Chang'an in the pupil grew larger. The old voice continued, since you have come here, then you are destined to meet me. Boy, do you wish to become my disciple? I shall bestow upon you all my teachings. Come, release your soul and accept my mark of inheritance. As long as you obtain my inheritance, you will become a lord, a saint, even the lofty holy emperor, or perhaps a celestial being among the mortal world. Or, you could even become the legendary, true quasi-immortal. The old voice echoed incessantly, filled with temptation, with a yearning that could ensnare anyone. Yet Chen Chang'an remained unmoved. His gaze landed on the walls and the ground around him. The area was adorned with complex patterns radiating a faint glow. Old Coffin, is this a great formation? Chen Chang'an had followed the second master since childhood. The second master was a formation master, so he naturally understood a bit. This palace before him was clearly a gathering spirit formation. It attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to converge here, then transformed into a torrential sea of liquid spiritual energy. This palace was a treasure.
Seeing Chen Chang'an silent, the old voice continued to tempt him. Boy, don't you want to obtain my inheritance?
As long as you become my disciple, this five elements gathering spirit palace will also belong to you. It can gather all the spiritual energy from the 8 directions and is perfect for cultivation. The old voice was soul-shaking, those enormous pupils slightly contracted, carrying a chilling pressure. Boy, secret realms, opportunities, inheritances, treasures, are what you humans yearn for the most.
Come, release your spirit and accept my inheritance. Who are you? Chen Chang'an finally spoke. He, a cautious little human boy. Not bad, not bad. You are qualified to become my disciple.
The old voice continued, I am from the divine realm of the Black Dragon God clan, the supreme ancient Black Dragon God. As it spoke with proud words, a terrifying and unparalleled dragon might erupted. It made Chen Chang'an's body feel as if it was crushed by a colossal stone weighing thousands of pounds.
Damn, what a boast, this boast is really grand.
The voice of old Coffin echoed beside Chen Chang'an's ear.
Chen Chang'an knew what was happening and remained calm.
The enormous pupil of the black dragon widened in surprise. In the reflection of the dragon's eye, Chen Chang'an still stood proudly, without the trembling of a body it had imagined, not even a hint of fear or shivering to be seen.
The inheritance of the Black Dragon clan? Good, I am willing to accept your inheritance.
Chen Chang'an said with a faintly meaningful smile. Clever boy, come, release your soul and let me grant you the Black Dragon inheritance. As these words fell, 2 beams of yellow light shot from those enormous pupils, instantly plunging into the center of Chen Chang'an's brow, entering his sea of souls.
Chapter 71, The Magic Dragon Burning World Technique.
At the same time, within the sea of souls of Chen Chang'an, a shocking black dragon appeared, stretching for thousands of feet. It was a dragon with 9 claws, 6 pairs of black wings, and its entire body covered in black scales. As it appeared, Chen Chang'an's sea of souls twisted wildly, as if on the verge of shattering.
Ha, foolish little human boy, I will devour your soul and claim your body.
I can finally escape this damned place and return to my dragon tribe in the eastern abyss sea.
Ha.
And you guys, that vile and despicable divine monkey, as well as that loathsome head of the academy, Yu Qianin, just you wait. The black giant dragon snarled fiercely, enraged, and suddenly roared loudly again.
Ooh.
The earth-shaking dragon's roar seemed to shake the very soul sea of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an's soul body clutched its head, rolling wildly on the ground, showing an excruciatingly painful state.
Aga!
Chen Chang'an's soul body let out a painful howl.
No, didn't you say you would bestow me with inheritance? Why are you devouring my soul? Chen Chang'an roared in unwillingness.
Wahahaha, this sovereign has been trapped in this 5 elements demon-suppressing palace for 80,000 years. Finally, a young boy with quite a good physique enters. Of course, I will seize his body and then leave.
Revenge, I still want to take revenge, Yu Qianin. Yu Qianin. Yu Qianin. And my daughter. TSK, you foolish human boy, do you think a lowly ant like you can become a disciple of this noble ancient demon dragon? You don't even take a piss and look at yourself.
Ah. That vast, spreading body, terrifying like the endless depths of the sea, made Chen Chang'an feel incredibly small before it. At this moment, the massive black dragon's soul looked down on Chen Chang'an as if he were an insignificant ant. But strangely, it was shouting out names unfamiliar to Chen Chang'an, as if it deeply resented those people. Suddenly, the black giant dragon sucked in a huge breath, and its dragon eyes trembled rapidly, emitting an astonishing fiery rage.
Damn you, this guy, you actually have the aura of those 9 people, and the aura of the academy people, wah.
You deserve to die. The black dragon seemed to sense the furious aura that filled it with rage, a deeply etched memory. It no longer wanted to waste words with Chen Chang'an and suddenly lunged toward him with a bite. What? Chen Chang'an didn't quite catch what the black dragon had said earlier. Seeing it lunging at him, he suddenly swung his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous giant coffin appeared beside him. The coffin of God's burial. At this moment, the coffin of God's burial appeared in Chen Chang'an's soul sea, becoming even larger than the black dragon's soul. The square coffin's entrance, like the black hole of the universe, emitted an incredibly terrifying devouring power. Ah, what the hell is this? The black giant dragon's enormous dragon eyes suddenly contracted, and it violently swung its massive dragon tail, flapping its huge wings, seemingly trying to escape the coffin's mouth. But clearly, it was of no use. Its entire dragon body was suddenly pulled into the coffin of God's burial, and then the coffin lid slammed shut with a loud bang. Ooh! Inside the coffin of God's burial, the black dragon's roars echoed,
and then it crazily slapped the coffin lid. Bang bang bang.
But the coffin lid remained tightly closed, showing no sign of opening.
No one knew how much time passed, but the frantic struggles, the soul-crushing dragon roars and howls, slowly weakened, and finally disappeared completely.
Then, strands of dragon soul power began to gather in Chen Chang'an's soul sea, becoming his subordinate soul spirits. It was a towering black dragon soul. It seemed to form a soul totem for Chen Chang'an. At the same time, there was also the inheritance carried by the dragon soul itself, a martial art from the demon dragon itself.
Demon Dragon World Burning Art.
Chen Chang'an was overjoyed in his heart and checked with his spiritual sense.
The first style, Wrathful Dragon's Fire Breath. The second style, Extinguishing Song Flame's Rain.
The third style, Dragon Flame Falling Stars.
The fourth style, Demon Fire Burning the Heavens. The fifth style, Demon Dragon Suppressing the Sky. The sixth style, Dragon Flame Domain Fire. Chen Chang'an's eyes burned with excitement.
Just by looking at it, this was a high-level technique. If combined with his burial world sword art and evil demon blood god art, it would be utterly devastating. He memorized these black demon dragon inheritances firmly, then withdrew his consciousness and returned to his main body. As the black dragon's dragon soul was devoured and refined by Chen Chang'an's coffin of God's burial, the huge pupils in the scene also lost their luster, slowly turning grayish-white, and finally turning to dust. TSK, luckily I have the god-burying coffin, which can melt the opponent's dragon soul. Otherwise, I would have been possessed. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, just about to figure out how to get out when his body was suddenly pushed out by some force. When he appeared in the water, the palace in front of him quickly shrank, emitting a deep yellow light, then slowly began to float, hovering in front of Chen Chang'an.
Chen Chang'an already understood everything.
The five elements demon-suppressing palace in front of him was clearly suppressing that evil dragon, but the evil dragon was dead. So, the five elements demon-suppressing palace had completed its task and had become a masterless object. Chen Chang'an stretched out his palm and caught the small palace in front of him. In an instant, it seemed as if countless spiritual energies from the heavens and earth rushed towards him, entering his own meridians, spreading through every cell and pore of his body. This caused Chen Chang'an's heart to shake violently. He. Feeling the uncontrollable excitement within Chen Chang'an, the coffin master let out a calm laugh. You little brat, your luck is quite deep. Not only have you become friends with me, but you've also received my protection. Now, you've even obtained the inheritance of the ancient ancestral dragon, the dark dragon after it was corrupted. Looks like your future will be unimaginably terrifying. Thank you, Coffin Master. If it weren't for you, I would have already been devoured by that dragon soul. Chen Chang'an cupped his fists and bowed to the space in front of him. He. I hope you won't regret meeting me in the future. The Coffin Master continued to send a meaningful laugh. Chen Chang'an straightened his back, slowly putting the five elements demon-suppressing palace into his chest. He didn't mind the Coffin Master's words. He smiled and said, the future can wait. As for now, I'll first take care of what's in front of me. Good boy. The Coffin Master laughed. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the entire world under the water started to violently churn. The evil dragon trapped here is dead, and the five elements demon-suppressing palace has been taken by you. There is no spiritual treasure controlling the spiritual force between heaven and earth anymore. This secret realm is about to collapse, hurry and leave. The Coffin Master's voice sounded hoarse. Chen Chang'an was stunned, about to speak with regret, but suddenly thought, since the five elements demon-suppressing palace was in his hand, wouldn't that mean he could establish a terrifying spiritual cultivation secret realm in the Chen family? Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an's breathing became rapid, and he quickly swam out of the water to the outside world. Boom boom boom, the entire secret realm trembled wildly, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to riot. These spiritual energies seemed to have been frightened, becoming incredibly chaotic, and then began to explode. Boom boom boom. Layer upon layer of defensive barriers collapsed violently, the entire space became blurred, twisted, and the sound of spiritual explosions rang out. Chen Chang'an chose the direction of Dong Lianqing's camp and rushed toward it at full speed. Chapter 72, A Sword Shatters. When he arrived not far from Dong Lianqing's camp, Ji Xuangu and Duan Mutsong, along with Chen Xian, led the Chen family members in fiercely attacking the defensive barrier of Dong Lianqing's camp. Countless terrifying energies fell into the defensive barrier but couldn't even make a dent. Ji Wentian, are you crazy? You dare to come and kill us? Dong Lianqing roared. Great Zhou Kingdom, prepare to be destroyed. When the Ji clan royal family falls, everyone, no matter who they are, will die. Nan Hong howled. He hated the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom to the extreme. Especially Chen Chang'an. And you, Ji Mingyue, when the time comes, I will make sure to ruin you. Let all the geniuses of the Eastern Xian Kingdom take their turns with you, so that Chen Chang'an will have green light on his head. Dong Lianqing continued to scream.
Zhao Ziyang had a dark face.
If it weren't for the combined defensive formations of their three forces, the situation would have been much worse. I'm afraid it will be shattered by Ji Xiangu. Especially the people of the Chen family, whom he hates deeply. The Chen family has so many hidden strengths, even bringing out spiritual energy. Could it be that the Chen family has masters who specialize in formations and crafting? But how could that be possible? Only the sacred grounds have such talents. Facing the insults and curses of Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong, Ji Mingyue, though angry, did not lose her rationality, and coldly snorted. Humph, who dies first is still uncertain. Saying that, she looked at the dozens of people inside. You two kings, the alliance leader, the ancestors, and all the national protectors have all been killed by my brother Chang'an.
Humph, and all of you will die as well. Ha, that's right, what are you so arrogant for? A bunch of trash. When my good son-in-law arrives, you all will be wiped out to the bone. Ji Wendian also spoke fiercely. For the first time, he felt bold, and even his voice became a bit louder. This feeling is so thrilling. Ha 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 ha. Dong Lianqing laughed loudly. He sneered at the words of Ji Mingyue and Ji Wendian. Could Chen Chang'an really kill their ancestors and kings? Kill all their elders? They would rather the sun rise in the west, or the old sow climbs a tree. Boom! The sky shook and the earth quivered. The rich spiritual energy in the entire world began to boil madly. The layers of secret realm barriers surrounding them began to break with a loud crash. Heavens, what's happening? What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Why is the spiritual energy in the world so violent? It seems like it's about to explode. What exactly is happening? Countless people screamed. Everyone, don't worry. Since the elder brother has ordered us to kill these people, we must break their barriers and kill them all. Chen Xian roared. Yes. The descendants of the Chen family roared one after another, filled with battle intent, attacking the defensive barrier of Dong Lianqing and others without regard for their lives. Ji Wendian and Ji Zuangu exchanged a look, both shocked by the battle intent of the Chen family's disciples. And they carried out their young master's orders without hesitation. We must strike hard too. Ji Zuangu roared. So, one after another, they unleashed earth-shattering killing moves towards the defensive barrier of Dong Lianqing and others. Boom 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 boom. It was as if countless brilliant fireworks exploded on the defensive barrier set by Dong Lianqing and others, only to vanish. This caused the entire barrier to tremble, like a transparent membrane with huge dents appearing. Buzz buzz buzz. But as Dong Lianqing and others continuously added spiritual stones, filling it with spiritual energy, the defense of the entire barrier was replenished. Ji Zuangu frowned as he saw this. Ji Mingyue was also shocked and spoke. This defensive barrier, although not as strong as the Chen family's earlier one, is still very solid. Where did they get it from? It must have been obtained by Zhao Tianwei from the Taizong sword sect. Duan Mutsang said gravely. His gaze landed on Zhao Ziyang's sword, the one used as the formation's core. But I don't know where Brother Chang'an has gone. The violent spiritual power in the world, I don't know what's causing it? Ji Mingyue said, her face full of worry. Buzz. At this moment, the heavens hummed, and 4 long swords whistled, stabbing directly into the barrier. Shoo shoo shoo. Instantly, the ability of the barrier began to collapse wildly. Bad. Those are Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords. Dong Lianqing, inside the barrier, his pupils shrank sharply, shouting urgently. Zhao Ziyang's pupils also trembled violently, the sword light reflected in his eyes, filled with terror for Chen Chang'an. It was these 4 flying swords of Chen Chang'an that killed over 400 people from their 3 factions earlier. Quick! 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 Everyone, inject your spiritual power into the defensive barrier. We must not let that demon Chen Chang'an break our barrier, or we will all die. Zhao Ziyang yelled anxiously. In their eyes, Ji Wendian and the others might not kill anyone. After all, they had to consider the impact between countries. But Chen Chang'an, that guy, was simply a madman. Everyone inside the barrier unleashed all their spiritual power without reserve, shooting towards the sky and flooding into the barrier. This caused the barrier to be pierced by the 4 swords, causing cracks to appear, but the energy flowing in seemed to fill those cracks as if someone was smoothing them out. Hum. Whoosh. 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 The 4 swords suddenly flew up to the sky again, then quickly descended, rotating around a young man who stood in midair, wearing a white robe, his long hair floating without wind. This scene left everyone from the Great Zhou country dumbfounded. The newcomer looked like an immortal banished to the mortal world, the sword lights whistling around, and his long hair flying in the air made him even more handsome and divine. Big brother. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Xian shouted in surprise. Young master! Young master! Chen family's younger generation shouted excitedly. Brother Chang'an!
Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Shagan walking through the air, her eyes filled with stars. Ji Xuangu and the other two old men couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Chen Chang'an had finally arrived. It seemed that once he arrived, they had a backbone.
The other outstanding figures of the Great Zhou looked at Chen Chang'an in the air with respect and awe. Chen Chang'an nodded to everyone, and then a massive, heavy sword of protection appeared in his right hand. As the sword of protection appeared, his aura surged once more with a tremendous power. Everyone suddenly found it hard to breathe. It felt like a giant mountain was pressing down on them, causing their souls to tremble. Even Ji Xuangu felt a massive wave inside. God, he has grown stronger again. Buried world sword technique, shatter the sky.
Mountains tremble, seas shake.
Chen Chang'an grunted, swinging the sword of protection fiercely toward the barrier in front of him.
Suddenly, it seemed as if a towering mountain appeared behind him, with the power to destroy the world, violently toppling downward. Boom!
The power unleashed by Chen Chang'an's strike was like 1,000 mountains crashing down, with an unprecedented terrifying force that instantly exploded between him and the barrier. The barrier shook rapidly, emitting a blinding purple light, then twisted wildly, like bubbles in a strong wind, appearing with dense spiderweb cracks. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of the ice breaking continued, flashing with terrifying spiritual energy explosions. Beneath the barrier, the eyes of Dong Lianqing and the others rapidly magnified, and the barrier shattered. That figure, like a god of death, slowly floated above their heads. A thick, soul-shattering killing intent suddenly erupted from this person, causing all of them to be paralyzed with fear. Ji Xuangu and the others had spent most of the day attacking the barrier, but it was shattered by a single strike from Chen Chang'an.
How terrifying! Chapter 73, Misfortune and Fortune depend on each other.
Ignoring the trembling, terrified eyes below, Chen Chang'an slightly lowered his gaze, slowly raising the heavy sword of protection, and then swiftly swung it down. Buried world sword technique, shatter the sky.
Boom!
The massive and heavy sword of protection erupted with dazzling sword light, carrying a destructive power that suddenly crashed down. The remaining young talents from the three forces felt like their bodies were crushed by 1,000 mountains. The terrifying sword power immediately compressed their bodies into blood mist.
Boom! 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 Each body exploded, scattering blood across the ground, a shocking sight.
Dong Lianqing opened his mouth with difficulty. He had never seen anyone so much younger than him unleash such terrifying power. His throat couldn't make a sound, and in his dazed eyes, there was no fear, no light of wanting to live, because the range of death covered by Chen Chang'an's sword light was simply impossible to escape from. In his last moments, there was only confusion. He didn't understand why Chen Chang'an's speed of advancement was so abnormal. Boom! Before his consciousness dissipated, his body exploded into countless pieces of flesh scattered across the sky.
Nan Hong was the same.
His body was torn apart by the terrifying sword force, and the pain made him let out a beastly scream. All the spiritual treasures and magic clothes on him flashed together, but still, under the sword force that transcended understanding by Chen Chang'an, they were crushed and destroyed, and then, his entire body was torn into pieces. Zhao Ziang's upper body rolled into the chaotic, messy soil, feeling the rapid loss of life force. His vision, growing increasingly blurry, stared fiercely at Chen Chang'an's figure. "You are a semi-emperor, how is this possible?" Dust rolled, the earth cracked, burying Zhao Ziang's final remains forever. And Zhao Ziang's last thought was endless regret. The Southeastern Wind Alliance had worked so hard to enter here, this damn secret realm. But they encountered such a demon. From now on, except for the Great Zhou Kingdom, everyone who entered the secret realm is dead. More than 500 geniuses, dozens of national elders, 3 ancestors, 2 monarchs, 1 alliance leader. None of them escaped. They all became the nourishment in Chen Chang'an's burial coffin for gods. What monarchs, what princes, what ancestors in the Saint Emperor realm, in Chen Chang'an's eyes, all enemies are like grass and weeds. Devil Dragon Burning World Art Angry Dragon Fire Breath. In the sky, Chen Chang'an slowly raised the heavy sword in his hand. He wanted to release once what he had inherited here, to test its power. Awah! As Chen Chang'an raised his giant sword, a black dragon-shaped phantom appeared, hundreds of feet long. Its dense black scales revealed a world-shaking fierceness, and its head, resembling that of a deer or crocodile, roared ferociously, exuding earth-shattering power. Boom! On Chen Chang'an's giant sword, black flames erupted. As he continued to swing it down, the flames transformed into a 100-foot flame sword light. Buzz! The 100-foot sword light slashed down fiercely, causing the already violent spiritual energy storm in the heavens and earth to make the surrounding space twist madly. Crash! A single strike caused the earth to shake for miles, and in the next moment, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Boom! 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 The violent turbulence caused countless spiritual energy explosions in the secret realm. Boom! 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 The berserk spiritual energy exploded wildly, and countless black flames devoured everything, burning with an eternal rage. Below, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wenian, Ji Mingyue, and Qin family's disciples, as well as all the geniuses of the Great Zhou Kingdom, stared blankly at the godlike figure in the sky. Everyone was struck hard in their souls by the immense destructive power released by Qin Chang'an.
How terrifying Qin Chang'an is!
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled as Qin Chang'an slowly walked through the air toward everyone. He glanced at Chen Xian and the Qin family disciples, confirming they were fine before shifting his gaze to Ji Mingyue and the others.
Chang'an, brother. Ji Mingyue's heart was deeply touched. What kind of parents could raise such a heaven-defying man? He is so strong.
Ji Xuangu was even more shaken, unable to regain his senses for a long time. He had been in the Saint Emperor realm for many years, and in his entire life, he had never seen anyone who could compare to Qin Chang'an's monstrous talent. At this moment, he knew that in Qin Chang'an's hands, he would probably fall in one move. You all need to hurt yourselves a bit, so people won't suspect if you leave in perfect condition.
Qin Chang'an spoke. Ah, yes, what Chang'an said is right.
Ji Wentian reacted quickly and hurriedly took up his sword, slashing at his own hand fiercely. Instantly, blood flowed out. The others, seeing this, immediately understood Qin Chang'an's meaning. So, one by one, they wounded themselves, making their bodies a bloody mess. It was as if they had just been pulled back from the edge of death. Once everyone was ready, Qin Chang'an led them out of the secret realm. Boom! The surroundings of the entrance to the secret realm. In a huge camp, Feng Mingho slammed the table in front of him to pieces. Damn Southeast Wind Alliance. Father! Feng Zhaofan hurried forward to comfort him. Father, do not be angry.
It is what it is. It can't be undone.
We will work even harder and won't let our people fall behind the other four major powers. He was the crown prince of Fengyu Kingdom. This time, in the competition with the Southeast Wind Alliance, they lost, something they hadn't anticipated. Watching others go into the secret realm to cultivate, each of them felt uncomfortable. Had they known today, they would never have agreed to let the Southeast Wind Alliance interfere. After all, who could have known that the Great Zhou Kingdom would win and even take first place? You don't understand. Feng Mingho sighed. Some things can't be made up for by hard work.
It's a huge opportunity.
Oh, what a pity. His face was full of frustration. At this moment, an old man beside him, the Grand National Master of Fengyu Kingdom, comforted him. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry too much. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Not entering the secret realm to cultivate might not be a bad thing. He looked at the spirited geniuses of Fengyu Kingdom and sighed. Look at our country's geniuses, when did they ever have such great cohesion?
And their unwillingness to give up, striving to improve?
Hearing the words of the Grand National Master, Feng Mingho looked at the determined faces of the people and his expression softened. That's right.
Grand National Master, you're right.
Report. At this moment, a guard rushed in a hurry. As he arrived in front of Feng Mingho, he immediately kneeled down, his face full of excitement. Report to your Majesty, something major has happened in the secret realm. Quickly, speak. Feng Mingho, whose heart had just calmed down, felt it rise again. He was afraid that other forces had gained huge resources in the secret realm, while Fengyu Kingdom could only watch helplessly.
Everyone turned their attention to the guard. Your Majesty, the secret realm collapsed.
It is said that, except for those from the Great Zhou Kingdom, everyone else who entered has died. The guard quickly said, his face filled with disbelief. The room instantly became quiet, and the silence was so deep that one could hear a pin drop.
Chapter 74, The Collapse of the Secret Realm. After a moment, Feng Mingho took a deep breath. What? What nonsense are you talking about? What's going on?
Feng Mingho's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Earlier, they had regretted not entering the secret realm.
Now, most of the people who entered the secret realm had died?
Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, their ancestors, country lords, crown princes, elders, and geniuses, all died in the secret realm. This time, the guard's voice trembled again as he spoke. And the swordbearer is leading the rest of the three major forces to block the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, questioning them about what happened. After the guard finished speaking, the room fell into a long, silent pause. Hiss. They stood stunned for dozens of breaths before they all sharply drew in a cold breath. They looked at each other, then turned their gazes back to the Grand National Master. The old man was also completely stunned. Earlier, he had said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and not entering the secret realm might be a good thing.
Did he really guess right? My God! Do I have such a sharp tongue?
Feng Mingho's face slowly returned to its normal color, his mouth slightly twitching into a smile that he couldn't suppress. Although it was wrong to take pleasure in others' misfortune. But the gloom in his heart vanished in an instant, and instead, he wanted to laugh out loud. But he still held it in. He can only make eye contact with the Grand National Master and let out a low, suppressed laugh. The others also realized it, and each of them, feeling a sense of relief, also let out low, muffled laughs. Thus, the room echoed with low, eerie laughter. The guard was horrified as he looked at the people in the room, his face filled with confusion. Feng Mingho never imagined that their crushing defeat in this competition, which kept them from entering the secret realm to cultivate, turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Let's go, we should check on our friendly nations. After all, so many of their people have died. Feng Mingho waved his hand grandly. He led everyone out of the camp and toward the entrance of the secret realm. The corners of his mouth were about to stretch back to the back of his head. At the same time, in front of the entrance to the secret realm, time rewound half an hour earlier. Looking at the spiritual energy inside the secret realm, boiling wildly, the earth shaking violently, Mo Haichao's heart trembled. What is happening? What happened inside the secret realm? As someone backed by the sword palace of the human race, he naturally knew what a spiritual energy secret realm represented. Generally speaking, a place capable of gathering vast amounts of heaven and earth's spiritual power would usually have a spirit-gathering formation. But as a sword-bearer, he had seen many holy places and high-level spiritual energy secret realms from the Yin Huan Great Region. So naturally, he wouldn't covet a secret realm from a small area, and in his view, the secret realm here would be very low level. But now, the chaos of spiritual energy, the raging and collapsing secret realm, it can only mean that the spirit-gathering array was either taken or destroyed. Master, what exactly happened? Zhao Tianli's face was full of shock. Inside the secret realm were his older brother, nephew, and all the powerful people of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and now he anxiously wanted to go inside, but slammed into the violent spatial vortex. Without the combined effort of the four great powers, it couldn't be opened. Something huge happened inside. Everyone thought this way, their eyes showing horror. Whir! Boom boom boom. At that moment, all the defensive barriers in the front shattered instantly one by one. Finally, a huge mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a desolate mountain range, the earth shattered, countless spiritual beasts turned into corpses, countless towering trees were uprooted. In the air, various explosions of spiritual energy flickered, black flames ravaged across the mountaintops, thick black smoke billowed, grey mist spread, and the scene was one of utter chaos. Boom! 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 Soon, a large group of people flew out from the rolling black smoke and grey mist in a disheveled manner. Seeing these people, Mo Haichao and Zhao Tianli quickly rushed forward. As they got closer, their pupils rapidly narrowed. They were all people from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Each one was covered in blood, their breath disordered, and their faces filled with terror. Seeing Mo Haichao approach, Chen Xiang'an, who had pretended to escape, and the others all showed looks of fear. Chen Xiang'an even shouted, "Swordmaster, run! The entire secret realm is collapsing. Run! There are many king-level spiritual beasts inside, crazily killing everyone, we've lost many people." Mo Haichao froze. Could it really be a king-level spiritual beast tide? Wasn't that a lie told by Dong Yinglai and others? Even Zhao Tianli was dumbfounded. He didn't have time to think too much and quickly shouted, "Where are they? How did you escape? What about them?" Chen Xiang'an took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "All around, there were sounds of barriers exploding, explosions of spiritual energy shaking the ground. The dense spiritual energy led to all kinds of massive explosions, and countless powerful spiritual beasts went berserk. They went mad, they went crazy." Chen Xiang'an's words, combined with the countless wounds on his body, and the terrified expressions of the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom, made Mo Haichao's heart freeze. "We were lucky to escape because we were near the exit of the secret realm. The Great Zhou Kingdom also lost many people." At this moment, Ji Wentian also spoke in misery. Indeed, the Great Zhou Kingdom had also lost many people, all 10 of their national protectors had died, and dozens of their elites had been killed. But compared to the other 3 great powers that were completely annihilated, this was a small loss. All of them stared with wide eyes, showing disbelief, because Chen Xiang'an was able to come up with such a lie off the top of his head. The elites of the Great Zhou Kingdom looked at Chen Xiang'an with awe, not daring to expose the truth of the matter. After all, their families were in the Great Zhou, and Ji Wentian had threatened them with the 9 families. Yes, it was terrifying. The spiritual storm seemed to have gone out of control, killing so many of us. Even more terrifying were those king-level spiritual beasts. They were all fighting madly, causing the sky and earth to shake. That's right. It seems that people from the other 3 countries moved closer to the core area. The storms there were even more terrifying, with hundreds of destructive storms. Fortunately, we were initially just cultivating near the entrance. You all know that our overall strength is weak, so we didn't dare get too close to the core area. In the crowd of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chen Xiang'an, Duan Muzong, Ji Xuangu, Ji Mingyue, and others each spoke out, panting and recounting what they saw inside. Every time they spoke, they had to take deep breaths, their faces full of fear and heart palpitations. Beside them, Zhao Tianli stood there, completely dumbfounded.
This was completely different from what he knew.
The information he got from the Southeast Wind Alliance elder clearly said that Chen Chanan backstabbed them, causing most of their talents to die inside.
But Mo Haichao had no idea about this.
Chen Chanan, you're talking nonsense, you're lying.
This sudden disaster must be your doing. Zhao Tianli finally couldn't hold back, yelling angrily at Chen Chanan. Chen Chanan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost and suddenly shouted, Zhao Tianli, what do you mean by that? Do you think I could have blown up the secret realm? You really overestimate me. Also, why don't you hurry and go in to save people? You're here wasting time, questioning me? Oh, I get it. You want your older brothers to be dead, so you can take their place, right? That's why you're stalling and coming up with such absurd excuses. You have bad intentions. Chen Chanan's words made the remaining people from the Southeast Wind Alliance look at Zhao Tianli in a strange way. The people stationed from Dongxian Kingdom and Nanning Kingdom also realized what was going on. At this moment, the various defense barriers of the secret realm had collapsed, so they could naturally enter. But when they tried to enter, they found that the violent spiritual storm was not something their physical bodies could resist. So tens of thousands of people were left helpless at the entrance of the secret realm. Mo Haichao stared at Chen Chanan fiercely. He always felt that Chen Chanan was behind this disaster. But what infuriated him the most was that Chen Chanan immediately began to shout at him rudely. Mo Haichao, why don't you hurry and rush in to save people? There are all the most talented human geniuses of Dongzhou in there. Upon hearing this, Mo Haichao said in a deep voice, such a terrifying spiritual storm, even I, the official, am helpless against it. But you're a sword-bearer of the human race, holding the sword of the human race and protecting the geniuses of the human race. Chen Chanan yelled, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. In all directions, people on floating ships looked at him, their faces showing strange expressions. The human race sword palace is responsible for protecting the geniuses of the human race. They don't intervene when geniuses kill each other, but if a genius is killed by an alien race or harmed by natural disasters, it is their duty as sword-bearers to save them. Chen Chanan had placed himself on the moral high ground and slapped his face hard. Countless people stared at Chen Chanan in astonishment. They were shocked that Chen Chanan was so bold, daring to confront the sword-bearer. That's a secret realm where even space collapses. If I could withstand the chaotic space currents and the slicing of the spiritual storms, do I need you to tell me? I would have rushed in long ago. Mo Haichao was furious. His official hat was blown off by the rage, and his hair stood on end. Although sword-bearers have a duty to protect the human race's geniuses, it must be done under the premise of their own safety. But look at Chen Chanan, he keeps piling on these high-sounding accusations. It really makes him hate him. Chen Chanan was so furious that he pointed at Mo Haichao's nose and cursed, you are a sane emperor, yet. Absolutely powerful strength. If it weren't for your supervision, none of us could possibly train inside here, at ease and without defenses. We all trust you so much. Look at what you've done. You actually shrink back, drag your feet, and dawdle? Is that all you can do? Do you even have any shame? Ha! And you are simply embarrassing the emperor. Everyone stared in shock at Chen Chang'an, who was spitting mad. Especially those from the Great Zhou Kingdom who knew the truth, they were astonished by Chen Chang'an's ability to turn the tables. When they came out, they were facing the questioning of Mo Haichao. They never expected that Chen Chang'an would throw the questions back at him, asking why he let these things happen. Hiss. The people around stared blankly at the fiercely scolding Chen Chang'an. It felt as if his family had died inside. A hint of mockery appeared in the corner of Chen Chang'an's eye. He had a grudge against Mo Haichao, and if it weren't for the other's powerful identity, he would have killed him. Facing the human race sword-holder palace, he also didn't dare to be certain if his family, those old guys, could hold on. Chen. Chang. Mo Haichao's hair seemed to stand on end. He glared with fury. I don't care who is behind you, if you disrespect this official again, this official. You'd better think about how to save the talents inside. Chen Chang'an interrupted him unceremoniously. Then, angrily turned to the shocked Ji Mingyue, winking at her, Mingyue, let's go. As he spoke, he took Ji Mingyue's small hand and called the Chen family members to quickly walk toward their camp's spaceship. Ji Wentian and Ji Xian exchanged glances, seeing deep complexity in each other's eyes. Then they called everyone, lowered their heads, stifling laughter, and followed Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an's words made Mo Haichao's mind explode. His gaze twisted in the secret realm, his hands and feet trembling violently. Then, suppressing the urge to spit blood, he charged in. No way, Chen Chang'an spoke so righteously, if he resisted going in, he would be embarrassing the sword holders. Even more so, he would be embarrassing the human race sword holder palace. Boom! 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 As Mo Haichao rushed in, earth-shattering explosions erupted from within the secret realm.
This commotion made Zhao Tianli, who also wanted to enter, twitch his mouth fiercely.
He was only in the half-emperor realm. Was he going in there to die?
At this moment, he remembered the words of that elder from the Southeast Wind Alliance.
Chen Chang'an used 4 flying swords to kill over 400 geniuses and 6 elders.
Something's wrong, Chen Chang'an is up to something. Zhao Tianli's face turned grim. He immediately led his people to chase after Chen Chang'an and the others.
In the sky, those onlookers displayed expressions full of glee.
They had no right to enter the secret realm, so they could only train around the entrance each time.
But what happened today completely surprised everyone.
The secret realm collapsed.
Countless people died inside.
Chen Chang'an from the Great Zhou Kingdom scolded the sword holder, saying he was inactive and afraid of death. He almost made the sword holder spit blood. This made countless people feel inexplicably delighted.
It was the joy of, if I can't have it, you can't either, and look, you lost face.
Among these people, the intact Fengyu Kingdom members had incredibly bizarre expressions.
Because they lost, they no longer had the qualification to enter the secret realm.
Instead, all the geniuses were preserved. Suddenly, the ruler of Fengyu Kingdom, Feng Mingho, became excited, tightly clenching his fists and swinging a punch. Great, all our geniuses survived, it won't be long before our Fengyu Kingdom's strength will surely surge. Hearing this, the other Fengyu Kingdom members had fiery gleams in their eyes.
Stop. In the sky.
Zhao Tianli, with over 20 spaceships, caught up to the more than 10 spaceships of Chen Chang'an and the others.
Then quickly surrounded them.
On the central dragon-shaped spaceship of the Great Zhou Fleet, Chen Chang'an, Ji Mingyue, Ji Wentian, and a large group of people came out from the cabin onto the deck. Seeing Chen Chang'an and the others appear, Zhao Tianli roared, "Chen Chang'an, tell me, what happened in the secret realm?
Did you kill my brothers?"
Zhao Tianli's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted. But the only response to Zhao Tianli was a cold word from Chen Chang'an. "Kill." As the words fell, Chen Xian led the Chen family disciples, charging forward first. Ji Xuangu, Duan Muzan, and others also led the generals of the Great Zhou nation, killing intent rising as they rushed out. Seeing this, Zhao Tianli's pupils suddenly shrank, and he roared, "Ji Wentian, have you all gone crazy? You all!" Swish! But in the next moment, a sword light shot up into the sky, directly piercing through his forehead. Ugh! Zhao Tianli, until his death, could not understand why the people of the Great Zhou nation dared to take action directly. And, damn it, why was Chen Chang'an's flying sword so terrifying? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords, Wind Rider, Wind Piercer, Blaze Wind, and Fierce Wind, were constantly speeding, reaping the heads of those at the Heavenly King 10th level.
Ugh, ah! The miserable screams rang out continuously.
With Ji Xuangu and Chen Chang'an, 2 Saint Emperor level powerhouses from the Great Zhou, Zhao Tianli, and the others were no match at all, and one by one they were killed. The officials of the Great Zhou, who were unaware of the truth, stood there dumbfounded. They were from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, and the one leading them this time was a tall elder with a solemn face. He hurriedly came to Ji Wentian's side and said in horror, "Your Majesty, what is going on here? Why are we killing them all? Isn't this going to lead our Great Zhou into a war? Ji Ba, I tell you, from now on, my Great Zhou nation will fear no one in the eastern state." Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an commanding the flying swords, his eyes blazing, and said, "Give the order, when we return to Chang'an City, immediately appoint Chen Chang'an as the protector of the nation. His status will surpass mine and the ancestors." Boom! His words made all the Great Zhou officials' heads ring, as if they had been exploded into mush.
Protector of the nation? What kind of title is that? And it's above the monarch?
The powerful elders before were usually referred to as the protectors of the nation. But Chen Chang'an was directly appointed as the protector of the nation.
Your Majesty!
All the officials were stunned for a moment, and as they were about to speak, they were coldly interrupted by Ji Wentian.
Don't think about opposing me.
Even if I want my good nephew Chang'an to accept this title of protector of the nation, he might not even be willing.
The officials instantly fell silent.
They looked at the figure in the front, commanding the 4 flying swords, slaughtering everything in its path, their hearts wavering. In the past half a year, whether it was Chen Chang'an or the Chen family, they had given them a sense of unfathomable power. If Chen Chang'an really became their protector of the nation, then Great Zhou would definitely rise.
Ji Ba.
Ji Wentian once again looked at him, as the head of the Foreign Affairs Bureau of Great Zhou. "If you can face other countries arrogantly, you will also feel very good." Ah! Ji Ba, the head of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, was completely stunned. Great Zhou's foreign relations had always been weak, and that was because their monarch was weak. But now, the monarch looked surrounded by killing intent, gazing arrogantly in all directions. This made them feel somewhat out of place. The other officials of the Foreign Affairs Bureau also looked towards that white-clad figure, who looked like an immortal, and for a moment, their hearts were surging. Then one by one, they respectfully responded. Their faces instantly became filled with excitement. No one wanted to face the diplomats of other countries and feel as lowly as a grandson. They didn't even dare to retort when insulted like dogs, so now they also wanted to feel powerful. But soon, they were troubled. The Great Zhou Kingdom became powerful, so the situation of the Zhou would likely not be optimistic. The Zhou Kingdom would face unknown storms. And no one knew whether that Chen Chang'an, this newly appointed protector of the country, could help Zhou withstand it. At the same time, while the officials were feeling complicated emotions, Chen Chang'an and his group had already wiped out Zhao Tianli and the others.
Chang'an, my good nephew, I wonder, do you have any objections to my earlier suggestion?
Seeing that Chen Chang'an had sheathed his killing intent and returned to the deck, Ji Wentian smiled and asked. Their conversation earlier wasn't quiet, and with Chen Chang'an's keen hearing, he naturally heard everything. Chen Xian and the others all looked at their young master.
Protector of the country? This title was quite imposing.
Especially since the power it carried was greater than that of the king. This made all the members of the Chun family look at Ji Wentian in surprise, not expecting him to have such boldness. But only Ji Wentian knew that even though Chen Chang'an's position was higher than his, if he became his son-in-law, he would be the father-in-law, so he was actually from a higher generation. Thinking of this, Ji Wentian felt as though he had eaten honey, and the smile on his face became even warmer. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an with joy, suddenly hugging his arm and saying, Chang'an brother, hurry up and agree. This is the protector of the country.
The resources and benefits you'll receive will definitely not disappoint you.
Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, about this matter, I still need to go back and discuss it with the elders of the Chun family. I dare not make a decision on my own.
That's good, that's good.
It's rare for Chang'an, my good nephew, to have such filial piety.
Ji Wentian hurriedly agreed.
If the elders of the Chen family also agreed, it would mean that the entire Chen family agreed.
Duan Mutsong and the others all smiled happily.
Then, the flying ship continued to rumble as it sped towards the great Zhou Chang'an city.
One day later,
when the Chen family and their group were half a day away from Chang'an city, a sudden distortion appeared in the void ahead.
Then, there were layers of muddy-like formations blocking their path.
Buzz. More than a dozen flying ships slowed down, then came to a stop with a series of rumblings.
Not good, an enemy attack.
Over 5,000 soldiers from the Zhou kingdom, under the command of a middle-aged man with the appearance of a general, stood on alert. The other geniuses and the Chun family members all appeared on the deck and looked ahead. Inside the flying ship, Chen Chang'an, Ji Wentian, Ji Mingyue, and the others were sitting together, enjoying tea. Upon hearing that someone was blocking them, they all looked at each other in confusion. Aside from Zhao Tianli, the eastern Xian kingdom, and the southern Ming kingdom, no one else has the power to stop us.
Who could it be? Ji Xuangu looked puzzled and spoke. Let's go take a look. Chen Chang'an straightened his clothes and calmly stood up.
Ji Wentian said with concern, Then be careful, Chang'an, my good nephew.
Chen Chang'an nodded.
Then, the 4 or 5 of them arrived on the deck. On the opposite side, there was only one flying ship. But the people standing on the deck were all at the initial stage of the Saint Emperor realm. The initial stage meant levels 1, 2, and 3, the middle stage meant levels 4, 5, and 6, the later stage meant levels 7, 8, and 9, and level 10 was the peak. There were at least a dozen of them. Seeing these dozen or so people, Chen Chang'an and the others were instantly stunned.
Where did so many Saint Emperor realm experts come from? Chapter 77, Taitsong Sword Sect, Li Tianyun. You are Chen Chang'an, right?
The leader among them, an old man in a gray robe with short hair, spoke coldly.
Who are you?
Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dozen or so people in front of him.
Did you kill Zhao Zihan?
The old man's gaze slowly grew colder.
Zhao Zihan?
Chen Chang'an's pupils contracted, and he stood with his hands behind his back, trying to recall who this person was.
But Ji Wentian suddenly remembered, Chang'an, my good nephew. Zhao Zihan is the son of that Zhao Tianwei.
The one who was rude to me in the palace last time, the one you kicked in the balls. His words fell, causing a murderous aura to suddenly rise in the air. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly.
Chang, and...
The short-haired old man's eyes were sharp, gritting his teeth as he shouted out the name Chen Chang'an, each word filled with bone-chilling hatred. You, so young, are so vicious. Today, I will make you understand, the methods you used on my grandson back then, I will return them to you tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The short-haired old man's words left the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom completely stunned.
Zhao Zihan was actually his grandson? This old man in front of them was Zhao Tianwei's father-in-law? Duan Mutsong's eyes moved, and he quickly figured something out. He whispered to Chen Chang'an, Master Gua, no wonder Zhao Tianwei could become an outer elder of the Taitsong Sword Sect. It must be because of this old man. Duan Mutsong even called him Master Gua.
But in his opinion, Chen Chang'an should agree to this position. But Chen Chang'an didn't react much, his eyes narrowing instead. That's right, this old man, look at their clothes and the insignia on their clothes, he should be an inner elder of the Taizong sword sect. Ji Zhuanggu also spoke seriously. His words made the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom suck in a cold breath in unison. They never expected that the strongest backing of the Southeast Wind Alliance was not Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, or even their Zhao family's ancestor. It was actually Zhao Tianwei's father-in-law, an elder from the Taizong sword sect. The short-haired old man exploded with killing intent, locking his gaze on Chen Chang'an and the others. In his eyes, Chen Chang'an and the others couldn't escape. He was thinking about how to torture Chen Chang'an to relieve the hatred in his heart. His daughter, Li Nianyan, was Zhao Tianwei's wife. Zhao Zihan was his most beloved grandson. And he was Li Tianyun, the ninth elder of the Taizong sword sect's inner sect. You are wrong. At this moment, Chen Chang'an spoke indifferently. Oh? Boy, do you still want to argue? Li Tianyun sneered. Everyone looked at him. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue nervously looked at Chen Chang'an and spoke. I didn't just kill one of your grandsons, I also killed your other grandson, Zhao Ziang. Chen Chang'an seemed to be talking about an ordinary matter. Since these people wouldn't let him go, he wouldn't back down either. He was ready to fight. But his words were a thunderclap to Li Tianyun. What? Boy, what did you say? Li Tianyun's pupils trembled rapidly, his heart suddenly hurt, and then an even greater rage began to explode in his chest. TCH. But just then, a flying sword suddenly expanded rapidly in his pupils. Damn it! Li Tianyun's palm burst with a powerful palm light, fiercely striking out. Boom! A flying sword was knocked away, but the sword chi that almost froze his blood still remained. After the sword blade was knocked away, another flying sword appeared. What, you vicious little bastard, humph! Li Tianyun sneered, his whole body's aura suddenly exploded, and a powerful spiritual energy shield appeared in front of him. Clang! Crack, crack! Boom! A loud sword cry rang out, and the shield in front of him suddenly collapsed, then cracked, turning into a sky full of spiritual energy fragments. But that flying sword was also knocked away. Thud, 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 thud. Li Tianyun stumbled back in terror, his face filled with fear as he retreated more than 10 steps. Whoosh! But what made him break out in a cold sweat was that another flying sword, like a poisonous snake, came up to him. Still aimed at his forehead. Humph! Li Tianyun, worthy of being a level 3 Saint Emperor, reacted extremely quickly in such a critical situation, thrusting out a long sword. SSHHH. The sword light exploded, and the flying sword collided with the tip of his long sword. In the midst of a harsh sound, Li Tianyun's long sword shattered piece by piece. What? How is this possible? This is a king-level weapon. Li Tianyun's head was buzzing, and he simply couldn't believe the reality before him. 3 flying swords, one was slapped away by him, one pierced through his defense shield, and one shattered his king-level sword. If there was one more. Thinking of this, Li Tianyun's soul trembled, feeling as if a poisonous snake was still staring at him. Sizzle. At that moment, another long sword whistled toward him. This time, Li Tianyun couldn't dodge. Puff. In an instant, it pierced through the center of his brow. Hiss hiss hiss. Fresh blood spurted from his brow, his eyes widened in disbelief. 4 flying swords. How could one person control 4 flying swords? How much mental power and spiritual sense was needed? How could this be possible? Thud. Li Tianyun fell onto the deck of their spaceship, instantly killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and no one reacted in time. When Chen Chang'an launched his flying sword, another one followed. Even though Li Tianyun had blocked the previous Windmaster, Wind-piercing, and fiery wind-flying swords, the last, most powerful fiery sword, still took his life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 flying swords flew back to float in front of Chen Chang'an, letting out sharp sword sounds. Chen Chang'an sneered mockingly, since you care so much about your grandson, I'll send you to the underworld so you can reunite with him. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining people finally reacted. The 10 or so Saint Emperor level experts were stunned, then they transformed their confusion into angry shouts. Kid, how dare you kill our elder? One long-haired elder roared, kill them all, avenge our elder. Hiss. But before he could finish his words, his brow was pierced. As he fell, his eyes remained wide open, unable to close even in death. Hiss, hiss. The flying swords hummed again, like the scythe of death, flying toward the others. Everyone, be careful. The remaining people shouted and quickly defended. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, explosions echoed above their spaceship. Others use long-range attacks, those above the 10th level of King Realm, surround them, don't let anyone escape. Chen Chang'an held the guardian sword, raised it high, and shouted before charging forward. Ji Xuangu's face was full of shock, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly, leading everyone from the Great Zhou to surround the area.
Chapter 78, Instant Kill of the Saint Emperor. The elders of the Taizong sword sect before them never imagined that they would be surrounded and killed after coming to this remote corner of East State. It was an unimaginable disgrace. This time, they had simply followed Elder 9 to East State to meet their grandson. But they never expected to encounter a personal guard team of Li Nianyan on the way. Li Tianyun, of course, recognized them, so they stopped them. Upon learning that his grandson had been killed, he rushed to Chang'an City. Upon reaching Chang'an City, they heard that Chen Chang'an had gone to the secret realm of East State. So they continued to head to the secret realm. By sheer coincidence, they met on the way. And so, this happened. At this moment, the elders of the Taizong sword sect in the middle of the battle all regretted it deeply. Li Tianyun had been avenging his grandson, but they were innocent. Moreover, the young man in front of them, named Chen Chang'an, was not only extraordinarily powerful, but his methods were also incredibly strong. It was feared that even the saints and saintesses of the Holy Land could not compare to him. Where did this freak come from? One elder said bitterly, while resisting Chen Chang'an's attack. He shouted loudly, "Young friend, you have a grudge with Li Tianyun, but there's no need to kill us all." Dragon Slayer's wrath, angry dragon's fire breath. Chen Chang'an didn't pay attention to him. The giant sword in his hand instantly erupted with black flames. Boom! 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 A violet black dragon condensed behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. What martial skill is this? The elder before him was stunned. That spirit beast phantom, is that a martial soul? Or a battle totem? Grave sword technique, sever the throat. Humph. But in the next moment, his throat was pierced directly by a sword. Pain and death filled him with endless terror. Chen Chang'an, do you really want to make a mortal enemy of the Taizong sword sect? Let us go, and this matter will end here. As another elder died under Chen Chang'an's sword, the remaining elders panicked and hurriedly shouted. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered coldly, do you think I'm a fool? Since the fight has already begun, killing them all is better than leaving hidden dangers. Chen Chang'an swung his sword again, the violent sword energy carrying terrifying black dragon fire, instantly smashing into the elder's body. Boom! Aya! The scorching heat burned so intensely that the surrounding space sizzled. The elder was reduced to ashes in a scream that was as tragic as it was inhumane. The remaining elders trembled in fear, retreating frantically. The Chen Chang'an before them was someone they could never defeat. Chen Chang'an! Another elder shouted angrily, your talent is extraordinary, don't ruin yourself. It's just that Li Tianyun had a grudge with you, we have no such issue. That's right, how about this, you join our Taizong sword sect. With your talent, our sect leader will definitely accept you as a direct disciple. Yes, if you do that, everything you've done, killing Li Tianyun, killing the 7 or 8 of us elders, will be forgotten. Otherwise, you can wait for the entire Great Zhou Kingdom to bury you. The remaining elders hurriedly spoke, some comforting, some trying to win him over, some threatening, doing everything they could to save themselves. Ha ha! Chen Chang'an sneered, his whole body shimmering with a layer of golden light, which was then covered with flashing lightning. Lightning mirage. Boom! His speed increased again, like a flash of lightning, flickering in the void. Swish! 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 Throat seal. Sky shatter. Zzzzz. In the blink of an eye, the remaining elders' heads flew off. Ah! Only one elder was left, fleeing in fear. Wind control sword, wind piercing sword, blaze wind sword, fierce wind sword. Kill. SSSS. For long swords flew out, turning into 4 streaks of light that instantly pierced into the back of the last elder's head, neck, back, and thigh. SSSS. Instantly, with his screams, the elder was split into 4 pieces. Whiz. 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 The 4 flying swords whistled back and were collected by Chen Chang'an. Everyone in the Great Zhou Kingdom was stunned, staring at Chen Chang'an's figure, each of them feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts, even from their souls. Killing someone at the Saint Emperor realm was like killing a chicken. Hiss. Chen Chang'an, so terrifying. In the crowd, Chen Xian's gaze grew even more intense as he secretly thought, as expected, my big brother. Your big brother, he's strange. His advancement speed is too fast, and his ability to learn and comprehend is beyond the norm. A woman's shocked voice came from the tower-shaped pendant on Chen Xian's chest. Master, that's my brother, of course he's amazing. He's had an extraordinary talent since he was a child. Chen Xian laughed foolishly. You little brat, don't you want to snatch the position of head of the Chen family? Aren't you afraid of your big brother overshadowing you? The woman's voice from the pendant came out with a teasing tone. What's the big deal?
Chen Xian said with great confidence, my brother is amazing, and he will protect me in the future.
I'm amazing, and I'll protect my brother. If we are both amazing, no one will dare to bully us.
Chen Xian said, clenching his fist tightly.
Foolish child.
The woman's voice in the pendant grew complex before fading away, no longer speaking. Chen Xian's gaze remained locked on Chen Chang'an. At this moment, someone suddenly thought of it, Chen Chang'an, he's their country's ruler, that.
In an instant, everyone's spirits lifted.
But soon, some became worried.
Chen Chang'an had offended the Taitsong sword sect. That's a saint sect. Listen. At this moment, Ji Wendian, who had noticed the complex expressions of the crowd, walked over and coldly spoke, I don't care what you all have heard or seen today, you cannot speak of it. Otherwise, even if the country's ruler doesn't act against you, I will exterminate your 9 clans. Everyone was terrified. Everyone responded respectfully. Yes, your majesty, we know nothing.
Indeed, the respect of the country is the respect of our great Zhou, whatever consequences arise from the respect's actions, we all are willing to bear. Some officials spoke reverently.
But Ji Wendian said nothing, merely scoffing coldly.
Yet deep down, he was worried. Thinking carefully, Chen Chang'an had offended the Ji family of the Holy Land.
Now adding the Taitsong sword sect, is this a blessing or a curse?
Ji Wendian felt helpless in his heart.
Let's take a gamble. Ji Xuangu whispered.
Ancestor, I understand, but this time the gamble involves the entire Great Zhou.
Ji Wendian sighed helplessly.
You think, with your previous behavior, how long the Great Zhou can still hold on? Ji Xuangu said coldly.
Ji
Wendian was stunned, his face flushed, he thought for a moment then looked toward Ji Mingyue, who was admiring Chen Chang'an, and his resolve strengthened.
Chen Chang'an swept his gaze across all the people of Great Zhou.
Whoever met his gaze, bowed their heads in reverence. Except for those of the Chen family and Ji Mingyue, their eyes were filled with heat and admiration. Truly the young master of the Chen family. Able to annihilate a Saint Emperor.
Amazing. This, Chang'an the virtuous nephew, Ji Wendian said with a flattering face. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say.
Let's go back first, the entire Great Zhou may not be peaceful from now on. Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wendian, his words carrying deep meaning, I hope you can bear it, country lord.
Ji Wendian looked bewildered, then smiled, yes, with the Chen family protecting our nation, my Great Zhou is unafraid. Chen Chang'an said no more and walked into the cabin. Ji Wendian warned everyone fiercely once more, if they didn't want their 9 clans eradicated, they should manage their mouths well.
Chen Xian and the other disciples of the Chen family then went to destroy the Taitsong sword sect's flying ship.
All resources and treasures were completely looted. Chapter 79 Resource Distribution. Then Chen Xian took the resources of those elders and went to find Chen Chang'an. In the cabin. Chen Chang'an sat by the table, leisurely sipping tea.
Beside him, a stunningly beautiful princess, Ji Mingyue, was helping brew tea. If this scene were seen by the people of Great Zhou, they would surely drop their jaws. A dignified princess of a country, actually serving tea like a maid. However, Ji Mingyue showed no displeasure, but rather was even happier. All of this made Chen Xian feel that was just the way it should be. His big brother is amazing, even if a princess helps him with tea, so what? Big brother, princess sister. Chen Xian respectfully bowed to both of them. Chen Xian, no need for such courtesy. Ji Mingyue beamed, then brewed him a cup of tea as well.
Sit down. Chen Chang'an looked at him and smiled.
Chen Xian sat down a bit awkwardly, then cautiously picked up the tea Ji Mingyue made for him and carefully took a sip. Right, big brother, here are the spatial rings from those more than 10 Saint Emperor strong ones. And some others are what you asked us to collect in the secret realm. As if recalling this mission, Chen Xian pulled out a large pile of spatial rings and placed them on the table. In an instant, rich spiritual energy waves emanated from these spatial rings. The storage space of Saint Emperor level strong ones is immeasurable in treasures, beyond calculation. Moreover, they come from the Holy Land's Saint Emperor strong ones. Even Ji Mingyue looked in surprise at the spatial rings on the table, displaying astonishment, yet without greed. Chen Chang'an took out 2 portions and returned them to Chen Xian, saying seriously, Chen Xian, you and the other family brothers should split these. No. Big brother, this is too much, we feel undeserving.
Chen Xian quickly waved his hands. I give it to you, so you take it. Chen Chang'an said sternly, the enemies we provoke are increasing, you are the ones I trust the most. Practice well, so you can help me in the future.
Hearing this, Chen Xian had no choice but to accept, nodding firmly, big brother, that I understand, I will definitely instruct those little rascals. You must work hard to cultivate yourself. And these 2 shares, take them back to the family, offer them to those elders.
Though they may not care for it, it is still our way of showing filial piety, isn't it?
Chen Chang'an continued, in the future, if anything happens, let them support us more. Chen Chang'an took out another 2 shares, saying they were an offering to the 9 elders and the family head. Hearing this, Chen Xian chuckled and accepted it. He thought this was a good plan. After all, having the elders back him was important, and showing filial piety was a must. Keeping 60% for himself should be enough to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Mingyue.
Ji Mingyue blinked. Brother Chang'an, what do you want to say? Chen Chang'an smiled. You are already the crown princess.
When you return to Chang'an City this time, I hope you learn how to win people's hearts.
Don't be too naive.
You must also learn to recruit soldiers and expand your own power. If anyone dares to speak ill of the Chen family, or me, that will be the time for you to strike hard and sweep everything away. Besides, I do not trust your father, but I trust you.
I hope you won't disappoint me.
Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and continued, I hope that in the near future, you will become the great Zhou Empress who shakes the world.
Ji Mingyue was someone he had known since childhood.
The little girl who used to follow behind him, calling him brother, had finally grown up. When the Chen family first moved to Chang'an City, their displayed strength made countless forces fearful. Especially the 9 elders, who dominated various fields and crushed other families. Back then, Ji Wendian had already wanted to win over the Chen family.
The Chen family's elders had taken Chen Chang'an to the imperial palace a few times. Ji Wendian had also brought Ji Mingyue to visit the Chen family.
Later, Chen Chang'an revealed his monstrous talent. To gain the Chen family's friendship, Ji Wendian granted him the name Chang'an after the city of Chang'an.
Chen Xianton thought the name suited him well. Thus, Chen Chang'an, who was originally named Chenan, was renamed Chen Chang'an.
Recalling the past, his gaze fell on Ji Mingyue, who looked innocent and adorable.
Chen Chang'an fell silent. His stage was a much wider world, the Holy Lands, the Yanhuang Grand Domain, the legendary Imperial Continent, the boundless starry sea that the Coffin elder spoke of. The girl before him had deep feelings for him, but that did not mean they would become Dao companions. He only hoped that everything in the future would be well. After all, she was his childhood friend and had always treated him kindly. To the point of blind admiration.
Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ji Mingyue was stunned for a moment before nodding dumbly.
I will definitely not disappoint Brother Chang'an's expectations. My father said he will train me well.
After saying that, she suddenly felt a little down, as if realizing that once Chen Chang'an left, they might never meet again. She sighed softly and secretly encouraged herself.
When the Great Zhou Kingdom's airship returned to Chang'an City, it immediately drew everyone's attention.
Because at this moment, they were supposed to still be cultivating in the secret realm.
Why had they returned?
Not long after, news spread that the secret realm had collapsed. The Eastern Xian Kingdom, the Southern Ming Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance had suffered a great catastrophe inside. Nearly all who entered were completely wiped out. The news was like a massive wave, shaking the entire Great Zhou. And it spread at an astonishing speed, sweeping across the entire eastern continent. Like a powerful earthquake, it left countless people in shock, their faces full of disbelief.
When Ji Wendian returned, Chang'an City was in an uproar.
All those who had entered the secret realm, including the prodigies, elders, and officials, were gathered by Ji Wendian in the imperial palace. He ordered them to stay and cultivate in the palace, fully supported with abundant resources. Such an act clearly showed that he had placed them under house arrest. But Ji Wendian's words were to help them heal. Each of them had suffered serious injuries, and the royal family had the responsibility to take full responsibility. Those who wanted to learn more about what happened in the secret realm were also turned away. But their family's prodigies were still alive and well, leaving them messages, which reassured those forces. The only ones not invited to the palace were the members of the Chen family. Chen Chang'an, leading Chen Xian and about 40 to 50 people, returned to the Chen family immediately. In the Chen family's discussion hall. At the top seat sat the family head, Chen Xiantong, along with 9 clan elders. Below, a row of young and energetic juniors stood, their presence awe-inspiring. Chen Xiantong was pleased as he scanned the crowd, finally setting his eyes on Chen Xian and Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, please tell us what happened inside the secret realm.
Chen Xiantong asked faintly, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness.
The other 9 clan elders also fixed their gazes on Chen Chang'an, their eyes filled with satisfaction and comfort.
Chapter 80, Heading to Zhongzhou. Chen Chang'an's mouth curled into a grin. These clan elders. Each of them was an old fox. He didn't believe they didn't know what he had done in the secret realm. But Chen Chang'an obediently laid out everything that happened. The key point was filial piety. Of course, he kept the matter of the demon dragon inheritance hidden. When Chen Chang'an finished speaking, everyone in the room widened their eyes, their heads tilted back, all showing signs of shock. What the hell, Chang'an, you little brat, you're at half-emperor realm now? Oh my.
Chen Zhou's eyes were wide open, rolling around, looking extremely shocked.
Chen Chang'an gave him a white glance and didn't reply. The others, though they had some inkling, were still truly stunned. After all, when Chen Chang'an went into the secret realm, he was only at the 3rd level of the king realm. Now, he was already at half-emperor realm. It had only been about a month. Such terrifying speed of advancement, even they, who had seen much in life, couldn't help but have their hearts thump in shock. Chen Xiantong narrowed his eyes, and exchanged glances with Chen Yi and Chen Er. They could see deep shock in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiantong turned his shock into a solemn expression. Chang'an. Family head. Chen Chang'an acted respectfully, as if he was listening attentively. He had completely lost the arrogance he had outside. This obedient appearance made even Chen Zhou, who was secretly protecting him, click his tongue. He even cursed under his breath, "This damn kid." Chen Xian and the others, one by one, imitated him, no longer the reckless fighters they had been in the secret realm. They looked like a bunch of well-behaved boys, returning home after making a mistake. So, you've offended the Taizong sword sect, and it's a deadly offense. This matter is quite big. Chen Xuantong's face grew incredibly serious. Moreover, that's one of the 4 great sacred sects, and in terms of strength, it's the strongest of the 4 great sects. After these words, except for the 9 clan elders who remained calm, the young members of the Chen family, who had followed Chen Chang'an, grew restless and anxious. After all, the sacred land must have experts at the Saint Sovereign realm. They weren't sure if their Chen family could stand up to them. They anxiously looked at the 9 clan elders. But, the 9 clan elders had always been rumored to only be at the 10th level of the king realm. Please punish me, family head. Chen Chang'an acted as if he had committed a great crime and respectfully said, if the Taizong sword sect sends someone and the family can't hold up, the family head can hand me over. The trouble I caused has nothing to do with Chen Xian and the others. As soon as Chen Chang'an finished speaking, Chen Xian and the others shouted in unison. Big brother, no. Chen Xian said anxiously, family head, if you hand Big Brother over to die, then I'm willing to follow Big Brother to death. I'm willing to follow the young master. That's right, I'm willing to, even though we weren't part of killing those elders of the sacred sect, we did take part in looting their treasures. You're right, if the people from Taizong sword sect come, we are willing to fight and die with the young master. Looking at the excited crowd, Chen Xiantong shot them a glance and laughed while scolding, enough, you little brats. As he spoke, he pointed at Chen Chang'an, what nonsense are you talking? Our Chen family has never had the habit of giving up our kin to survive in front of enemies. Thank you, family head. Chen Chang'an cupped his fists and bowed, showing utmost respect. Chang'an, do you have any plans for what comes next? At this moment, Chen Yisan asked. Please, family head and all elders, I will follow your lead. Chen Chang'an still respectfully cupped his fists and bowed, his attitude sincere. This kid. Kick the ball back to us. Chen Er, fanning a goosefeather fan, smiled gently. This kid is very clever. With gray hair, a long beard, and a warm smile, Chen Lu spoke up. Chen Chang'an said nothing, instead smiling and watching the elders' performance. Because he knew that these elders must have arranged his next steps. All right. Chen Xiantong nodded and smiled, we plan for you to go to Zhongzhou. Go to Zhongzhou? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. Even Chen Xian's and the others were curious and stopped talking, listening closely. Beyond the eastern region, there is a larger area collectively called Beihuang. Within Beihuang, there are 5 states. Chen Chang'an and others are in the eastern state. As for the 4 Holy Lands, those are in Zhongzhou. In Zhongzhou, both aura and talents are far stronger than in the eastern state. Family head, my brother offended Taizong sword sect, why are you still sending him to Zhongzhou? Isn't that? At this moment, Chen Xian looked worried. Chen Xian, don't speak recklessly. Chen Chang'an looked at him and comforted, although the family head is sending me to Zhongzhou, it definitely doesn't mean I'm going to die, or to throw myself into danger. The family head surely has his own arrangements. Xianer, don't be anxious. Sending your brother to Zhongzhou is naturally something I discussed with the elders. Chen Xiantong smiled. He was very pleased to see the good bond between the 2 brothers. Yes, I was reckless. Chen Xian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then everyone turned their attention to Chen Xiantong. Curious about what he wanted Chen Chang'an to do in Zhongzhou. I am sending you to Zhongzhou to participate in the sword bearer assessment, to become a sword bearer. As soon as Chen Xiantong finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Then, the eyes of the younger generation, including Chen Chang'an, all lit up. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chang'an instantly understood the family head's intentions. Dressed in a black dress, Chen Yisan spoke at this moment, exactly, we want you to become a sword bearer. There is also a sword bearer court in Zhongzhou. That is the resident branch of the human race sword palace in every major wasteland. If you become a sword bearer, 3 problems can be solved. First, it can resolve your conflict with Mo Haichao. Second, with the backing of the human race sword palace, Taizong sword sect won't dare to touch you. Third, as a sword-bearer, even if Dongxian Kingdom, South Ming Kingdom, etc., know that you killed their monarch, they won't dare to invade our great Zhou Kingdom. As Chen Yisan's words fell, everyone instantly understood. Even Chen Chang'an felt that the plans of the clan elders were simply perfect. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As for whether Chen Chang'an could pass the assessment, they directly ignored it. After all, Chen Chang'an's talent was evident. Yes, Chang'an will follow the family's and all elders' arrangements. Chen Chang'an nodded in agreement. As for you, Chen Xian, stay at home and practice diligently. Chen Xiantong continued. Ah. Father. Chen Xian was stunned. Family head, I want to go too.
Chang'an will face targeting from the Jun family, assassination from Taizong sword sect, as well as that trouble from Baihua Xinzong's Ningtingyu.
If he brings you along, you will be a burden.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xian and the others turned embarrassed. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. If Chen Chang'an couldn't win, wouldn't it be good to run away? So, Chen Xian and the others could only silently vow. At home, diligently cultivate yourself. Chapter 81, The Gifts of the Elders. Next, Chen Chang'an went to the imperial palace. He informed Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Ji Mingyue about his plans. Ji Wentian was shocked. But he also thought that Chen Chang'an participating in the sword-bearer assessment was a very good idea. As long as Chen Chang'an becomes a sword-bearer, all the problems of the Great Zhou Kingdom will be easily solved. Although Ji Mingyue was reluctant, she also thought that becoming a sword-bearer would be a very good thing for Chen Chang'an. So, she could only wish him all the best in her heart. 3 days later. In front of the Chen family's gate. Many people had gathered here. A magnificent flying ship was also parked in front of the gate. Today was the day Chen Chang'an was heading to Zhongzhou to take the sword-bearer assessment. Ji Wentian, Ji Mingyue, and all the members of the Chen family were there to see him off. There were also countless students from the Great Zhou Academy. They all looked at the handsome and elegant Chen Chang'an with envy. Now, Chen Chang'an was a legend in the Great Zhou Kingdom. At 21 years old, he was a half-step Saint Emperor. If this was announced, it would absolutely shock the world. But even without announcing it, just the fact that he helped the Great Zhou Kingdom win first place in the competition among the 4 kingdoms had already secured an irreplaceable position for him. He was also a protector of the nation. And now, he was about to take the sword-bearer assessment. If Chen Chang'an becomes a sword-bearer, not only will he bring glory to the Great Zhou Kingdom, but also to the entire Eastern continent. Because no human sword-bearer had yet appeared in the Eastern continent. At this moment, Lord Duanmu came out, first bowing respectfully to the elders of the Chen family. Then, he turned to the students of the Great Zhou Academy and loudly said, "You must diligently cultivate, and I hope that in the future, you will follow the path of the national protector. I hope that in the future, when you go to the Holy Land or the Yanhuang Great Domain, you will be able to see the back of the national protector." Below, the students of the Great Zhou Academy were all excited and filled with passion. Even if they could only see the back of the national protector, they would feel content. On the other side, Chen Xiantong smiled and looked at Chen Chang'an. "Chang'an, be careful on the road." "I know, head of the family." Chen Chang'an bowed respectfully. Then, he went to bid farewell to the other elders. "Gentlemen, I'm leaving." Chen Chang'an said reluctantly. Go. The 9 elders all nodded with a smile. "Gentlemen, but I'm all alone, so weak and helpless. Oh, my life is tough." Chen Chang'an put on a pitiful expression. 8th elder, 9th elder, and the others immediately rolled their eyes. This brat is actually crying for sympathy. "Gentlemen." Chen Chang'an shouted again, "I'm so pitiful, I've been alone since childhood, my father doesn't care for me, my mother doesn't love me, they abandoned me here. I've never been far from home." Seeing that the 9 elders didn't respond, Chen Chang'an continued, "Gentlemen, my pockets are empty, I feel insecure. Big brother, I still have the spiritual stones you gave me." At this moment, Chen Xian took out a space ring and eagerly handed it to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes at him. "Get lost, I don't want your spiritual stones." Chen Xian was stunned. "Gentlemen." Chen Chang'an continued to look at the 9 elders with a tragic expression on his face. All right. Chen Xiantong rolled his eyes at Chen Chang'an and waved his hand, "They all have something for you." "Really? Thank you, 9 good gentlemen." Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. The things left by the 9 elders must be treasures. So he quickly rubbed his hands and walked up to the elders. He. The elders? Chen Chang'an took the gift given by the eldest elder and found that the eldest elder had given him a black bead. "At the critical moment, you'll know its use," Chen Yi said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, eldest elder."
Chen Chang'an bowed respectfully, then walked to the second elder.
The second elder gave him 3 silk pouches, still saying that they should be opened in critical moments or life-threatening situations. The third elder gave him a musical score, saying it was to be delivered to someone, and that person would help Chen Chang'an protect his path for a while.
Chen Chang'an glanced around and found something written. Phoenix's roar to the world.
Fourth lord gave him a black heavy sword, ancient and plain, but it was heavy and strong. He instructed Chen Chang'an to wait until his guardian sword could no longer be used, then switch. Fifth lord gave Chen Chang'an a book on alchemy, saying that if they were fated, it could be handed to his eldest disciple.
Eldest disciple?
Fifth lord had an eldest disciple, which made Chen Chang'an curious.
But he didn't ask too much information.
Fifth lord could only give him a jade slip, putting what he wanted to say inside.
Sixth lord gave Chen Chang'an a chessboard and a set of go pieces. Chen Chang'an didn't know what use it had, but since it was from sixth lord, he could only accept it.
Seventh lord was a woman of heroic bearing, and also someone who trained the body. She patted Chen Chang'an's shoulder, so hard that his shoulder hurt and he gritted his teeth in pain.
Ha, Shaoan, you're getting stronger and stronger.
By the way, I have a good friend in the Holy Land.
If you ever need help, they can assist you.
After saying this, seventh lord gave Chen Chang'an a copper hammer. If you meet my useless disciple, give him this and tell him it was promised by the master long ago.
I won't break my word. Chen Chang'an was confused.
He didn't know who seventh lord's friend was, and he had never heard of seventh lord's disciple. When he reached eighth lord, Chen Chang'an expressed his gratitude. Eighth lord, thank you for the broken army's 16 swords.
As long as you can use it well.
Eighth lord smiled gently, then formed a sword chi into a thread of memory, touching it to Chen Chang'an's forehead, saying, Chang'an, this is my swordsmanship experience from practicing the broken army's 16 swords. I hope you can comprehend it soon, and control all 16 flying swords at once.
Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. Thank you, eighth lord. Then, smiling widely, Chen Chang'an went to ninth lord. Ninth lord. You rascal.
Ninth lord laughed, then took out a knife wrapped in cloth. Old ninth has nothing to give you, but I found a good helper for you. In the Holy Land, my little disciple, who is also your little junior sister, when the time comes, you can give this knife to her. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was speechless. These 9 lords had all asked him to help find people.
And why were all these clan elders collecting disciples outside?
After seeing no more gifts to receive, Chen Chang'an bid farewell to Ji Mingyue.
Then, under her pitiful, helpless, reluctant gaze, Chen Chang'an boarded the spaceship.
Besides him, there was one other person.
That was Ji Xuangu. He was the guide.
After all, Chen Chang'an wasn't familiar with the place.
Everyone watched as Chen Chang'an's spaceship flew into the clouds, and they couldn't help but sigh.
Ji Wendian suddenly said, this time, I have a feeling. Our great Zhou kingdom will not only produce a sword-bearer, but also someone who might shake the holy martial continent.
Indeed.
Lord Duanmu glanced complexly at the elders of the Chen family and continued, the eastern province has not had a genius pass the sword-bearer test for 100 years.
But this Chen Chang'an will definitely bring us unimaginable surprises. Ji Wendian fell silent, his gaze landing on Ji Mingyue.
He whispered, Mingyue's temperament seems to need a little change. Otherwise, if the position of ruler is given to her in the future, she won't be able to control it.
Lord Duanmu nodded. He understood that Ji Wendian wanted to tie Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an together, thus linking the entire Chen family. Even if they didn't become a couple, the bond would already be formed. Chapter 82, Creating and Burying Gods.
Above the clouds. The spaceship was flying rapidly. The mountains and rivers below were blurring and rapidly retreating.
Chen Chang'an stood at the bow, watching below, watching the people grow smaller and smaller in his sight. Until the entire Chang'an city became incredibly tiny, then vanished from view.
This departure was different from when he went to the eastern province's secret realm last time. This time, he didn't know how long it would take to return. Chang'an City, the place where he had lived for 20 years. Chen family, the home he lived in for 20 years.
If Chen Xiantong is really my real uncle, then who is my father? Chen Chang'an felt confused inside.
Every time he asked Chen Xiantong or the elders, they would never give a clear answer. They would say that all these things would be clear when he grew up, and he should find the answers himself.
I've finally grown up. Chen Chang'an whispered.
His gaze swept once more toward the direction of the burial abyss. I will go back in and investigate again, to see what secrets lie inside. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly began to think about the things he would have to face next.
The Jun family.
The Taitsong sword sect.
Although he wasn't sure if the family's elders would secretly protect him.
But he agreed to leave Dezhou to strengthen himself. He couldn't rely entirely on the family. A man must grow on his own.
Chang'an, what are you thinking about?
At this moment, Ji Xuangu walked over. His voice couldn't help but become gentle.
Before him was still just a young man in his 20s. Looking at the direction of Dezhou, he looked like a child who was leaving home, filled with reluctance. Gone was the ruthless, decisive, and unfeeling look from when he was in the Eastern State's secret realm. Senior Ji, do you know about Zhengzhou? Chen Chang'an didn't respond, instead, he asked back. I know a little. Ji Xuangu's eyes became murky, as though he was reminiscing. Then he sat beside Chen Chang'an, took out a pot of wine, and asked with a smile, want to have a drink? Chen Chang'an thought for a moment, then took it and drank a mouthful. The wine was spicy at first, but afterward, it was rich and thick, the fragrance lingering in the nose, the aftertaste endless. No wonder you're the ancestor of Dezhou, this is truly good wine. No wonder my second uncle always goes to find you and Lord Duanmu. Chen Chang'an laughed. He. Ji Xuangu shook his head and said, your second uncle's wine is the best, it's just that I can't drink it. Oh? Why? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. He doesn't give it to me, and I can't beat him. Ha ha ha. The two laughed together. The old and the young looked up at the vast clouds in the sky, drinking wine and chatting. In Zhengzhou, there are 4 great sacred places, namely the Taicang Sword Sect, Qingxian Sword Sect, Baihui Immortal Sect, and the Sun Moon Star Island. The places where these 4 forces are located are called sacred places. Because there are 4 great spiritual energy secret realms there. There are also the best spiritual stone mines, the best resources, so they built their sects there. Therefore, the locations of their sects are sacred places for cultivation. In addition to the 4 great sacred places, there are also 4 great families, namely the Jun family, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the Lin family. These 4 families are also very powerful, and naturally, there are spiritual energy secret realms in their family lands. Besides the 4 great sacred sects and the 4 great families, there is also the sword-holding court of the human race. This sword-holding court is a branch of the sword-holding palace under the Yanhuan Great Domain, but its strength is not to be underestimated. Just look at the position of the Mo Hai dynasty to know. So, the only ones who can rival the 4 great sacred places and 4 great families are the sword-holding court. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an's gaze burned with fervor, his fighting spirit boiling. Good. Chen Chang'an took a big gulp of wine. Ha, Zhengzhou, here I come, let's see how the storm rises. Swish. 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 Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords shot out rapidly. In an instant, Chen Chang'an stepped onto the flying swords and kept speeding through the sky, letting out a hearty laugh. Ji Xuangu watched him, his eyes filled with appreciation. He's still a child, yet he has such achievements. Truly admirable. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family in Dezhou, Chen Xiantong and the 9 clan elders were in a secret room, discussing something. Suddenly, everyone instantly fell into a daze, as if time had been frozen. After a while, their eyes suddenly changed, as if some memories had been awakened, causing their gazes and aura to undergo earth-shattering changes. Just the aura they gave off caused the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch, an incredibly terrifying force. At this moment, everyone snapped back to their senses, and the 8th elder, with a solemn expression, spoke up, Old 10th, are you sure the bronze coffin that appeared next to Little N is really the legendary burial god Coffin? The others also turned to look at him. Chen Xiantong slightly shook his head, I don't know. If it's not the burial god Coffin, wouldn't we have to go through the great reincarnation divine technique again? Saying this, he looked at 6th master, 6th brother, your divination skills, unparalleled throughout the ages, can you tell if that's the burial god Coffin? It is indeed the burial god Coffin. 6th master nodded, smiling, and said meaningfully, that burial god Coffin is the core source of the universe's calamity, a great disaster that can bury all living beings, even the immortal lands, and the 3 sacred grounds, if they knew, would be thrown into great turmoil. This time, we have finally used our Changxing Divine Mansion's calculations to plan it out. The others breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces quickly turned angry. This anger made the very heavens and earth tremble. The eldest brother's gaze turned cold, the son of Little 11, the one we are protecting in the Changxing Divine Mansion, anyone who dares to touch him is seeking death. Let's not talk about matters of the divine realm for now. 2nd master reminded. The eldest brother fell silent, his entire body wrapped in demonic energy, terrifying beyond measure. This time, we are using the burial god Coffin to create a true god of innate origin. Chang'an is our hope, we just hope that the strange Coffin spirit on him doesn't block our god-making plan. 2nd master's goosefeather fan stopped moving, his gaze narrowing, but, we are making a god, while the burial god Coffin is for burying gods. So? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with complexity. The others looked again at 6th master, who was sitting at the table, staring at the chess pieces in front of him. 6th master's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, as if the chessboard represented the starry universe, with the pieces representing all living beings in the world. Old 6th, do you see anything? 2nd master asked in confusion. No. 6th master's face gradually turned pale, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Even sixth brother cannot calculate the heavenly secrets? Eighth master was astonished. It's not that I can't calculate it. Sixth master said gravely, it's that there's nothing to calculate. He looked at the black and white chessboard in front of him, which was filled with complex Tao patterns, and pulses of profound great Tao energy were hidden within. Chang'an's fate is protected by our Changxing divine mansion, but with the terrifying burial god Coffin attached to him, he is not within the Tao. Similarly, there are no heavenly secrets to explore. Sixth master's expression was complicated as he said, so, from now on, we should intervene as little as possible in Chang'an's growth. As long as he doesn't fall, that's enough. Otherwise, it will only backfire. Everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, seventh master said with worry, sixth brother, if Chang'an grows up with the burial god Coffin accompanying him, he will become a terrifying monster, one that could destroy the world. Will he become the great demon who ends the world? When the words fell, everyone's eyes froze. No. At this moment, Chen Xiantong spoke, we all know this child Chang'an's temperament. He is only ruthless when dealing with enemies. And you all saw it, his cultivation is advancing very quickly. If it really is because of the burial god Coffin, it should affect his mind, making him crazily kill people, but he hasn't indiscriminately killed those unrelated to him. That's right. The ones he killed in the Eastern State secret realm were all people with whom he had grudges. Ninth master nodded. Then let's just let things take their course. We just need to guide him properly. At this point, second master spoke, and his goosefeather fan started moving again, his gaze narrowing. I hope our main body can quickly find the villains from 100,000 years ago who harmed our little Chang'an in the myriad worlds. Chapter 83, Worry, Zhongzhou City. The power and mystery of the Chen family far exceeded what he had imagined. The masters were setting up a shocking chessboard. But all of this, Chen Chang'an could not know. At this moment, he was on a flying ship. The flying ship was roaring rapidly in the sky, with countless clouds blurring behind it. Half a month passed. In the vast sky, Chen Chang'an was flying the sword in the clouds, enjoying himself immensely. Just then, a huge rumble came from the distant horizon, countless clouds were swept away, and then a flying ship came rushing at great speed. Chen Chang'an immediately flew back to his spaceship and stood guard with Ji Xuangu. Looking at the distant spaceship and sensing the furious aura, Ji Xuangu complexly said, it's okay, if they came to find me, we shouldn't be in danger. Oh? Chen Chang'an looked at him in confusion. Ji Xuangu, you finally dared to leave the Eastern State. As the spaceship approached, a middle-aged woman appeared at the bow, angrily shouting at Ji Xuangu. Ji Xuangu clearly feared this person, his eyes showing signs of evasion. The middle-aged woman also had a powerful aura, clearly at the late stage of the sacred emperor realm. But she obviously meant no harm, her gaze towards Ji Xuangu was filled with intense complexity. It seemed to hide deep love, yet was also laced with profound hatred. Humph, you once said you would return to become the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom and never leave the Eastern State. You refused my courtship on the grounds of protecting the Ji family. You drove me crazy. I'll smash you. This middle-aged woman, still charming, had a voluptuous figure, resembling a ripe peach. In her furious shouting, she suddenly struck out. Boom! Ji Xuangu did not resist, nor could he was instantly knocked down. His hat flew off, and a large chunk of his beard fell out. Chen Chang'an grinned, bared his teeth, and took out Ji Xuangu's treasured wine to drink. In this half-month, Ji Xuangu had led him astray, and he learned how to drink. Moreover, Chen Chang'an also noticed that this woman seemed to have a story with this old man Ji Xuangu. He just stood by and enjoyed the show. Oh, you old thing, you've gotten better. You don't contact me anymore and yet expect me to help you with such nonsense, younger generations? The middle-aged woman walked in front of Ji Xuangu and twisted his ear, scolding him. Ouch, that hurts, give me a break, there's a kid here. Ji Xuangu's ear was being pulled as he tilted his head helplessly. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart moved. It turned out this middle-aged woman was invited by Ji Xuangu for protection. The middle-aged woman also saw Chen Chang'an, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Pa. Not some nonsense, young one, why didn't you say so earlier? So good-looking, so well-behaved. Her expression changed dramatically as she immediately slapped Ji Xuangu away again. Boom! Ji Xuangu smashed heavily against the far wall of the spaceship. He was stuck against it like a character in a character format. Hiss! Chen Chang'an gasped, thinking how could this middle-aged woman treat the old man like that? It's simply violence. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Ha, not bad, a real talent, much better than that nasty old man. The middle-aged woman circled around Chen Chang'an, sizing him up as she spoke. I've met you, senior. Chen Chang'an stood up and gave a slight bow. Ah, good, very good. The middle-aged woman laughed heartily. My name is Fei Xinc, what's yours? Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an replied. Fei Xinc, this name is a bit interesting.
Haha, first meeting, here, a gift from older sister.
Fei Xinc smiled with satisfaction, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Chen Chang'an.
Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations inside, Chen Chang'an inhaled sharply.
Wow!
With his sensitivity to spiritual stones, he realized there were at least 100,000 spiritual stones inside.
Take it, you're Xiao Xuanzu's junior, so you're also my junior. Fei Xinc said with a smile. Then, thank you, Sister Fei.
Chen Chang'an smiled and accepted it.
Ha ha ha.
Hearing Chen Chang'an call her sister made Fei Xinc even happier, nodding repeatedly, good, don't hang out with that Xiao Xuanzu, or you'll end up like him.
Xiao Xuanzu? Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Xuangu, his face full of curiosity.
Ji Xuangu wished he could find a hole to hide in. His dignified status as the ancestor of the Great Zhou Kingdom was already completely lost. And so, it continued. On the journey to Zhengzhou, there was one more person. There was also more liveliness. Chen Chang'an occasionally put in effort, wanting to hear the stories of those two's past romance. It was just that Ji Xuangu was afraid he couldn't match Fei Xinshi, so he slipped back to the Great Zhou Kingdom. And Fei Xinshi was also trapped by her family, not allowed to leave Zhengzhou. After Ji Xuangu returned, he never went to Zhengzhou again to find her. So the two of them just passed each other by for most of their lives. Chen Chang'an's enthusiastic appearance made Ji Xuangu feel quite helpless. Time passed quickly, and drinking became two old folks and one young one. Another half a month passed. After changing to Fei Xinshi's spaceship, the speed increased a lot. One day, they stopped in front of a breathtaking giant city. This giant city was incredibly magnificent, with walls towering 100 feet high. Inside the walls, the houses were densely packed, and one could not see an end even from far away. The city gate was also very huge, with a constant flow of people coming and going, bustling with activity. This is Zhengzhou City, Fei Xinshi said. Look over there. She pointed to the clouds above. That floating giant city is the residence of the human race's swordbearer court. Chen Chang'an looked at the magnificent giant city in the sky and exclaimed, Sister Fei, why doesn't such a big city fall down? Because if it fell, it would crush the people on the ground, Fei Xinshi said seriously.
Chen Chang'an. Damn, you made such a good point, I can't refute it.
You are probably the only one from East State to participate in the swordbearer assessment. Unlike other places, like North State, South State, West State, and even local families in Zhengzhou, there may be thousands of participants.
Fei Xinshi continued. So many.
Chen Chang'an was surprised. He looked at the awkward Ji Xuangu beside him. So our East State really is lacking, and I'm the only one coming? Yep. Ji Xuangu nodded. You saw it too. Even those from East Xiangua like Dong Lianqing are only mid-stage celestial kings. If they come to participate in the swordbearer assessment, that would just be embarrassing.
Chen Chang'an nodded. Sure enough, it's all about fate. Being born is a skill.
Kid Chang'an, if you become first in the swordbearer assessment, you'll be famous in North Wilderness. Fei Xinshi laughed, her heart full of hope. Over the past half-month, she learned about Chen Chang'an through Ji Xuangu. She was amazed by his talent. 21 years old, a half-step Saint Emperor. Although there are some here, but this is incomparable to East State. After all, there are many spirit energy secret realms here, East State only has one. Then the three of them got off the spaceship and walked towards the city gate of Zhengzhou City. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came from a distance.
Oh, isn't this the timid turtle Ji Xuangu? How dare you come to Zhengzhou?
Hearing this, Ji Xuangu's gaze immediately turned cold. Chen Chang'an looked over in response to the voice, and saw a middle-aged man and woman walking over. There was also a young woman with a proud face. Fei Xinshi's eyes showed killing intent upon seeing the middle-aged woman. Ji Xuangu's eyes reflected hatred upon seeing the middle-aged man.
This surprised Chen Chang'an. What a complex relationship.
Ji Xuangu gently tugged at Fei Xinshi's sleeve. It's all old business, stay calm.
Do you still like her? Fei Xinshi shot Ji Xuangu a glare. Ji Xuangu's old face grew embarrassed. She glared back. How could it be?
At this moment, the three of them had also arrived in front of Chen Chang'an's group. The middle-aged man looked gentle, greedily gazing at Fei Xinshi. Little junior sister, why are you still thinking about this waste?
Don't you know my feelings for you?
The middle-aged woman beside him also laughed scornfully. That's right, back then Ji Xuangu admired me, not you, junior sister. Later I helped you get rid of him, and ended up with senior brother. As she spoke, she displayed a smug smile. Sister, come join me as senior brother's partner. In the future, the three of us will have a threesome. As for the young woman, she coldly snorted and turned her head to the side. This sentence left Chen Chang'an confused.
What's going on? Fei Xinc's gaze turned cold. You two dogs, go away and have your threesome.
Ji Xuangu's face also turned extremely ugly.
Chen Chang'an was deep in thought. It seems these two middle-aged people are a couple. When they heard Fei Xinc's words, they didn't even get angry. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Chen Chang'an. Yo, Ji Xuangu, I heard that you came here with a junior to participate in the sword-bearer assessment? TSK, a genius from that corner of the East State? Isn't that just asking for humiliation?
Saying this, he looked at Chen Chang'an. Kid, I advise you to hurry back, or else you'll wet your pants from fear. That would be so embarrassing, ha ha ha. His voice was loud, so countless people around turned to look, showing strange expressions. My god, someone from the East State actually came to participate in the sword-bearer assessment? Isn't that something that hasn't happened in 100 years? That's really strange. Where do they get the courage? Yeah, I heard the young people from the East State are considered very impressive if they reach the king level. TSK, the king level? Here, we have a lot of them, and those famous geniuses from Central State are all at the early Saint Emperor level. Ha ha ha, of course, if someone at the Saint Emperor level went to the East State, they'd become an ancestor level figure. TSK, it really is weak over there. Countless people were discussing. The middle-aged couple in front of Chen Chang'an, along with the proud young woman, had faces full of arrogance and disdain. Fei Xinc stared at the middle-aged man, a murderous intent lingering in her eyes. They may not care, but insulting Chen Chang'an, the junior she liked, was not going to be allowed. Don't make a move, they want us to embarrass ourselves here and prevent Chang'an from entering Central State. Ji Xuangu's gaze turned cold as he grabbed Fei Xinc's hand. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. From the moment they arrived, they were targeted. Could it be that someone is behind this? The Jun family? The Taizong sword sect? Or perhaps Mo Haichao? Fei Xinc was silent for a moment, then turned and said, let's go. But at that moment, the middle-aged couple's daughter suddenly sneered, Humph, is this the genius of the Fei family from back in the day? To be able to be my father's concubine, it's your honor, what a piece of trash. And still so proud. Fei Xinc suddenly became furious. She was about to speak, but at that moment, a figure rushed forward. It was none other than Chen Chang'an. His speed was incredibly fast, and since the distance was so close, even the couple didn't have time to react. Chen Chang'an slapped the woman's face. Smack! The woman immediately flew backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. The ground cracked, her hair was messy, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chen Chang'an actually dared to strike. The middle-aged man was shocked and hurried to help. Daughter, are you all right? How dare you, brat, you dare strike my daughter? The middle-aged woman's gaze was sharp as she angrily scolded. Just as she was about to make a move on Chen Chang'an, a figure appeared in front of her. Smack! Another heavy slap, and the middle-aged woman was sent spinning 360 degrees, flying out and landing hard next to her daughter. Fei Xinc, what are you doing? Seeing his daughter and wife being hit, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said to Fei Xinc. No matter what, my daughter cannot be insulted by you. Fei Xinc coldly snorted, also, let their juniors handle it themselves. I'm going to kill you. At that moment, the young woman lying on the ground twisted her face in rage, and with a clang, a long sword appeared in her hand, charging toward Chen Chang'an. Level 8 of the King Realm. This level, if it were in the East State, would easily kill all the young people. But in front of Chen Chang'an, it wasn't enough to even be seen. Humph. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly and punched her long sword away. Then, with a twist of his body, he suddenly grabbed her by the hair. He dragged her to Fei Xinche's side, apologized to Sister Fei. The young woman roared fiercely, you little brat. Slap. Chen Chang'an slapped her left cheek. I am from the 4 great families of the Holy Land, the Lin family. How dare you hit me? Slap. Chen Chang'an slapped her right cheek, coldly saying, apologize. The young woman screamed in rage, you dare to hit someone from the Lin family, you're dead, you're dead. Chen Chang'an took out the sword of protection. The heavy and large sword rested on her neck, instantly forcing her to kneel down. Chen Chang'an squinted, speaking calmly in her ear, do you believe? I will cut off your head? As he spoke, the heavy sword slowly cut into her. Instantly, blood splattered. The onlookers were completely stunned. They never expected Chen Chang'an to be this ruthless. And not even afraid of the Lin family. You little brat, you dare. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot, and the middle-aged woman was the same. The two of them were about to rush over to stop him. But they were stopped by Fei Xinche, and the powerful aura of a late-stage Saint Emperor erupted, forming a terrifying pressure, suppressing them both. Come, if you want to fight, then fight. Today, either you die, or I die. Seeing Fei Xinche ready to risk her life, the middle-aged couple were completely stunned. Based on their understanding of Fei Xinche, they knew she could really do it. Ji Xuangu sighed and also prepared for a life-or-death battle. At this moment, the woman in front of Chen Chang'an finally became afraid. If a fight broke out, no matter the outcome for Chen Chang'an and the others, she would be the first to die.
I apologize, I'm sorry. Master Fei, I'm sorry.
After all, you're my father's junior sister, please forgive me. She quickly apologized, her face full of fear.
She was scared. Slap. Chen Chang'an slapped her head again, instantly stunning her. I already apologized, why are you still hitting me? You knew she was your master's junior sister, and you still mocked her? Do you have any upbringing? Ha? Chen Chang'an scolded. Ah, yes, the Lin family has no upbringing, Master Fei, forgive me.
The young woman begged for mercy repeatedly. Little did she know, by saying this, she had completely humiliated the Lin family. The surrounding people became utterly silent.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 85, The Scholar in Plain Clothes.
Chen Chang'an finally let go of her and walked to the front of Fei Xinshi, who was releasing all her energy. Sister Fei, she already apologized.
Chen Chang'an then looked at the middle-aged man from the Lin family. That guy, not even worthy of carrying your shoes, and he wants you to be his concubine? Humph. Upon hearing this, Fei Xinshi was overjoyed. You're right.
She then withdrew her energy, but still stood firmly in front of Chen Chang'an. Lin Han, Guro, control your daughter's filthy mouth.
If there's a next time, I'll break it.
The middle-aged couple ignored Fei Xinshi's words and quickly embraced their bloodied daughter, their eyes locked on Chen Chang'an.
You little brat, you've got guts. Lin Han roared. Chen Chang'an didn't speak, calmly facing him. Guro held her daughter in her arms with a heartbroken expression. Changro, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Her daughter's name was Lin Changro, and she was trembling all over, her face full of fear. She had never experienced something like this before. Her neck had been cut an inch deep, and if it had been any later, her head would have fallen off.
At this moment, dozens of powerful auras suddenly surged from afar.
Seeing this, the countless onlookers immediately scattered.
The Lin family had arrived.
Among them were 3 late-stage Saint Emperor experts. The leader was an old man with short hair, his aura even more profound than Fei Xinshi's. Fei Xinshi was at the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm. The old man might be at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. The grey-robed old man arrived at the scene, his eyes falling on the bloodied Lin Changro, his tone dark. Who did this?
Grandpa.
Seeing the arrival of the old man, Lin Changro's pale lips slightly moved, revealing a look of grievance.
Father, it was that bastard who did it. Guro pointed at Chen Chang'an with a face full of rage.
Upon hearing this, he threw a punch straight at Chen Chang'an's head. The aura of the 9th level Saint King erupted with a deafening boom, pressuring the surroundings. Seeing him strike, everyone's faces changed drastically, and they quickly stepped back. Chen Chang'an was about to resist when Fei Xinshi rushed in front of him. You old immortal, dare to strike at the younger generation.
Fei Xinshi also threw a punch.
In an instant, 2 massive fists, several meters in size, formed in front of them, violently clashing together.
Boom!
The ear-piercing explosion rang out, and both sides were forced back by more than 10 meters. The grey-robed elder looked at Fei Xinshi, his face dark with fury. Fei family, well done, you've actually trained such a talent. The Lin family is also well done, using strength to bully the weak.
Fei Xinshi sneered. Grandfather, kill him. Kill him for me.
At this moment, Lin Qingru glared at Chen Chang'an with a face full of hatred, screaming.
Seeing his granddaughter like this, the grey-robed elder's heart twisted in pain.
Killing intent erupted in his eyes. Fei Xinshi, this kid, I will definitely kill him today.
Even if your Fei family head arrives, he won't be able to save him.
Fei Xinshi coldly snorted, then you will have to step over my corpse first. Ji Xuangu did not speak but stood beside Fei Xinshi, a sea of battle intent in his eyes.
Good, very good. The grey-robed elder gritted his teeth and sneered, even if I kill you, the Fei family wouldn't dare to say a word, do you believe it?
With his words, the Lin family's experts quickly surrounded Chen Chang'an and the other 2. Chen Chang'an looked at Fei Xinshi, confused. Fei Jia, why are you protecting me like this?
Just because you called me sister, today I will definitely protect you.
Fei Xinshi said firmly. At this moment, another group of people quickly arrived. Seeing this group, everyone revealed mocking expressions.
Fei family. The Fei family was just a second-rate family, they could never resist one of the 4 great families, the Lin family. And the person coming was the head of the Fei family, Fei Chai. Fei Chai, are you going to step forward for your daughter today? The grey-robed elder mocked. Ah, Lin elder, it's a misunderstanding. Fei Chai rushed forward, loudly saying, I am here to announce something to everyone.
Half a month ago, Fei Xinshi left the family, which means she is no longer a member of the Fei family. he said, then turned to Lin Tong, the grey-robed elder, with a flattering face. Lin clan head, she offended you, it's her own problem, please don't drag the entire Fei family into it. At that moment, countless people sighed in surprise. No one expected the Fei family head would not come to support, but to kick Fei Xinshi out of the family. Fei Xinshi's eyes were cold, her expression emotionless. She had long been completely disappointed in this father. Hee, Fei Chai, you are wise. Lin Tong narrowed his eyes, then looked at Chen Chang'an and the others. Kill. In an instant, the killing intent from the Lin family members surged. Chang'an, brother, wait. Sister and little Xuangu will block them, you quickly escape. Fei Xinshi said in a deep voice. If I die with you, I will have no regrets. Ji Xuangu instead had a calm expression. Then his aura began to rise rapidly. The two of them were ready to burn their blood and unleash everything in a deadly fight. Chen Chang'an did not speak but gripped the guardian sword tightly, his eyes locked onto Lin Han, Gu Rou, and Lin Qingru, the three culprits. If a fight broke out, these three were the ones he most wanted to kill. Four flying swords hovered behind him, ready to strike. Buzz. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a sword cry suddenly pierced the heavens. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears, looking up at the sky in shock. Boom! A wooden sword suddenly pierced between the three factions of Chen Chang'an, Lin family, and Fei family. Boom! Everyone was instantly shaken and thrown back. The killing intent in the arena was immediately suppressed. Yo, so lively, did you all ask me before bullying my disciple? Everyone looked toward the voice. A middle-aged man slowly walked over. He wore a simple robe, which was clean and tidy, but had turned white from frequent washing. His face was refined, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. As he walked forward, he was holding a gourd-shaped wine flask in his hand. From time to time, he took a sip, the wine spilling from the corner of his mouth, showing a satisfied expression. Seeing this person, Lin Tong squinted his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. A scholar in a simple robe, it's you. Hee, I didn't expect someone would still remember me. The scholar in a simple robe gave a wry smile, then walked over to the wooden sword stuck in the ground and leaned on the sword with one hand. He looked at Fei Xinshi and said, my good disciple, you haven't visited your teacher for a long time. I'd become so poor I can't even afford wine. I had to sell my sword, and now only have this peachwood sword your wife left me. As he spoke, he turned to Ji Xuangu and said with a look of disdain, TSK, this old fool is the one you always thought about back then? He looks so unappealing. Guliolu. The place fell into complete silence. Ji Xuangu's face was full of bitterness, he struggled to swallow, staring blankly at Fei Xinshi. He is your master? His words made everyone in the area realize. What? Fei Xinshi's master, he's actually the scholar in a simple robe? Hiss. Countless people gasped in shock. Because, the scholar in a simple robe was a sword lord. The sword cultivators and martial cultivators follow the same realms. But it starts from Sword King, corresponding to the King of Heaven realm. Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Lord, Sword Venerable, Sword Emperor. So it's the scholar from the Eternal Life Academy. Lin Tong spoke lightly, but his face darkened. He never expected that behind Fei Xinshi, there was a scholar in a simple robe. The people of the Fei family turned even more pale, as if they had swallowed a fly, feeling uncomfortable. But that was a sword lord. A scholar in a simple robe, known as the King of Swords, the Gentleman of Swords. He actually didn't die? How could that be? But the scholar in a simple robe ignored the astonished gazes around him and coldly said, get lost. Lin Tong's face turned black instantly. But he dared not act out. A sword lord could easily kill him, as easily as squashing an ant. Unless he called upon his family's ancestors. But even if the ancestors were saints, how would they risk offending a sword lord for no reason? At this time, an elder beside him whispered, Elder Lin, no need to rush, he's dead for sure. Upon hearing this, Lin Tong seemed to think of something. After a moment of thought, he unwillingly decided not to confront the scholar in a simple robe. He snorted coldly and led the Lin family members away. Lin Han, Gu Rou, and Lin Qingru, although they gritted their teeth in hatred toward Chen Chang'an, could only leave in disgrace at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The scene had taken such a twist. Wow, this is unbelievable. Fei Xinshi, who has been locked up by the Fei family for years, is actually at the 7th level of Saint Emperor realm. She comes back, only to meet her former rival, leading to conflict, and then that boy she brought, is actually so brave. Exactly, that boy is from Eastern State, and there's such a powerhouse in Eastern State. TSK, if it weren't for the scholar in a simple robe, those three would probably have been done for today. Right, even though the Eternal Life Academy has fallen, with only a few people left, a sword lord is still quite intimidating. Yes, after all, he is a sword cultivator. Everyone was discussing in low voices. In the middle of the scene, Fei Xinxi's face became serious, and she quickly stepped forward to respectfully bow. "Greetings, master." You still know I'm your master," the scholar in a simple robe grunted from his nose, then turned his gaze to Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu.
"Greetings, senior."
Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu both cupped their fists and bowed. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives," Ji Xuangu said with great respect. But the scholar in a simple robe ignored him and instead looked meaningfully at Chen Chang'an.
"Let's go."
Then he turned around and walked away, hands behind his back, whistling.
"Chang'an, younger brother, let's go."
Fei Xinxi pulled out the wooden sword stuck in the ground.
Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu followed quickly. Along the way, Chen Chang'an had a curious look on his face. "Old Ji, what kind of place is the Changxing Academy?" Chen Chang'an asked curiously.
That was a major force in Zhengzhou 1,000 years ago, but for some reason, it suddenly fell into decline, and Ji Xuangu said with a deep sigh, according to some ancient records, the Changxing Academy was once a terrifying force 100,000 years ago. It is said that at its peak, the Changxing Academy could rival the sword palace of the human race, even surpassing it. But beyond that, I don't know much more.
So powerful. Chen Chang'an gasped in awe. Naturally.
Ji Xuangu said excitedly, I didn't expect Miss Xian to become a disciple of this scholar in plain clothes. I heard he's been missing for countless years, and no one knows where he went. Some rumors say he went to the Yenuan domain, or to the human emperor's capital domain.
As Ji Xuangu spoke, Chen Chang'an was filled with curiosity.
There were many places he had never even heard of.
Walking along, the group quickly arrived in front of a tavern in the city. Get 4 top-class rooms.
The scholar in plain clothes told the tavern boy, then pointed at Ji Xuangu and Chen Chang'an, they will pay.
I'll do it, I'll do it.
Ji Xuangu suddenly jumped, quickly jogging over to pay the spirit stones.
The ancestor of a nation, now reduced to a little follower. This old fellow.
Chen Chang'an found it quite amusing.
Now bring all your best wines and dishes up here.
I haven't eaten in 300 years, and my mouth is so bland it could taste a bird. The scholar in plain clothes continued instructing the tavern boy, then walked up to the second floor. Soon, the tavern boy prepared a feast of food and wine. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the scholar in plain clothes looked at Chen Chang'an.
You are Chen Chang'an, right? Yes, senior.
Chen Chang'an replied respectfully. I noticed you had 4 flying swords at the city gate. Are you also a sword cultivator?
Yes. Did you want to make a move then?
Yes.
How confident were you?
90% sure I could kill that family of 3, and 60% sure I could slip away without a trace.
Chen Chang'an answered seriously.
Fei Xinshi, knowing the genius in front of her, was shocked at his confidence.
Young lad, you are too impulsive. Sometimes, you need to endure temporarily, do you understand? Otherwise, you'll suffer.
Fei Xinshi suddenly said, then her face softened with gratitude.
But thank you for standing up for my sister.
She glanced at Ji Xuangu, unlike some old fools who were so scared back then. I was even willing to humble myself, but he didn't dare to take off my pants.
Humph.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an froze. This big sister Fei is quite the character.
Ji Xuangu's face turned bright red.
The scholar in plain clothes simply continued drinking, his cold gaze landing on Ji Xuangu, increasing the pressure on him.
Some things can be endured, but some things cannot. For example, standing up for a beloved girl, even if it means death, no regrets.
At this moment, Chen Chang'an said solemnly.
That's the spirit, Longan.
Fei Xinshi laughed, pleased, from now on, anyone who bullies you, I'll fight them. Then the group chatted for a while and went to rest. After all, it was Chen Chang'an's first time in Zhengzhou City, and he still felt amazed. This Zhengzhou City is even bigger than Chang'an City. After returning to his room, Chen Chang'an began to sit cross-legged and meditate.
Late at night, Chen Chang'an quietly slipped out of the window.
At this moment, he had changed into night-walking clothes and instantly disappeared into the night sky. In the room next door, the scholar in plain clothes was gently wiping a wooden sword. His actions paused for a moment, then he smiled with appreciation and continued wiping. It seemed that the peachwood sword in his hand was a precious treasure. There were also people from the Lin family who wanted to participate in the sword-bearer examination. After all, becoming a sword-bearer represented entering the greatest force of the human race. That was the sword palace of the human race.
Still, the Holy Family cannot be compared.
At this moment, there were thousands of young talents of the human race in the city, preparing to participate in the sword-bearer exam. Moreover, there were quite a few people from the Lin family this time. It was easy to find out where they were gathering. After all, they did not hide their whereabouts. The Sword-Bearer Tower. This was the place where the Lin family stayed.
In the dark of night, the voice of the Coffin Master rang in Chen Chang'an's mind. TSK, boy, didn't your big-chested sister tell you to bear with it? Bear with it? Bullshit. Chen Chang'an muttered.
You can bear with it, after all, that Lin Tong is at the 9th stage of the Holy Emperor.
You can't beat him.
The Coffin Master advised. You're right, I can bear with him.
Chen Chang'an said. Huh? What do you mean?
The Coffin Master was confused.
But I can't bear that family of 3. Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth.
A small tolerance prevents big chaos. The Coffin Master advised.
Coffin Master, that family of 3 is threatening me.
If they dare to threaten me, I'll bury them with you.
Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth. Otherwise, why would you be called the God-burying coffin?
Now I want to bury people, and later I will bury immortals, gods, and the entire world.
Chen Chang'an's bold words made the Coffin Master overjoyed. Such ruthlessness, the mindset to destroy worlds, this is what he wanted. Chapter 87, The Green-Robed Swordbearer.
Good.
Well said.
The Coffin Master said excitedly.
Coffin Master, can you help me hide my presence?
I don't want to be chased by that old man at the 9th stage of the Holy Emperor.
Chen Chang'an continued.
The Coffin Master. Such a good boy, so you were waiting for me here.
I can only do it for half an hour.
The Coffin Master said helplessly.
That's enough. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. Soon, Chen Chang'an arrived outside the room of Lin Han and Gu Rou. Chen Chang'an quietly peeked through the window gap and looked inside. He found that Lin Han and Gu Rou were.
At this moment, the two of them were calmly facing each other, in the middle of a fight. Not long after, the two began to kiss each other. While kissing, Lin Han was still calling out, "You troublemaker, you." Soon, strange and not so harmonious sounds came from inside, as if it was uncomfortable.
Coffin Master, what are they doing? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. They should be playing landlord.
The Coffin Master replied.
Landlord? What's that? Chen Chang'an was full of curiosity.
In the past, I went to a place called the Milky Way with my former master.
People there like to play a 2-person game. This game is called Landlord.
Normally, Landlord is played with 3 people, but this one can be played with 2.
The loser has to kneel on the ground.
The Coffin Master said seriously.
Damn it! Is the Coffin Master bullying me, Chen Chang'an, because I don't understand? Chen Chang'an thought to himself, Coffin Master, you old pervert, do you think I don't understand? Then why did you ask? I just wanted to know, do you, a spirit tool, understand these things? Do you want a female spirit tool?
Chen Chang'an grinned, his eyes locked on the two inside, then he said. The Coffin Master.
You little rascal, really?
Get ready, that old guy can't hold on much longer. The Coffin Master said seriously.
How do you know, Coffin Master?
Chen Chang'an was puzzled. Look, his movements are speeding up. If he doesn't stop, it will be very dangerous. The Coffin Master said seriously.
What's stopping? I told you, you wouldn't understand.
I'll take you to the Milky Way in the future, and you'll know.
People there are all experienced drivers.
Especially the ones who like to read novels.
They're all good-looking and make a lot of money. Chen Chang'an nodded slightly. He became interested in the Milky Way.
If he became stronger in the future, he might go there to have a look.
Get ready, that guy is speeding up.
The Coffin Master reminded.
Chen Chang'an nodded.
4 flying swords hovered to one side, ready to strike. At this moment, inside, Lin Han suddenly seemed to be in great pain and then screamed.
Die! Chen Chang'an seized the moment and 4 flying swords shot in. Without warning, the 4 flying swords. The speed was extremely terrifying.
2 swords stabbed into Lin Han's backside while he was lying down, and the other 2 stabbed into Gu Rou's thighs from below. The 2 swords pierced them both through and through.
In an instant, the 2 died.
Neither of them expected that someone would dare to assassinate them.
And at such a critical moment.
Anyone who has done such a thing knows that during those critical seconds, the body is completely relaxed, making it impossible to sense the danger outside. Damn, kid, your way of killing is a bit improper.
Elder Guan exclaimed. Chen Chang'an ignored him.
After killing Lin Han and the others, he started looting the treasures in the room. Then he went to the next room, and in her sleep, he took out Lin Xingrou's kidney, then left with ease. In the darkness, Chen Chang'an ran wildly. Killing people and stealing treasures, it feels so good. Who told you all to say I wet my pants in fear?
At this moment, Elder Guan suddenly said, someone is following you. Chen Chang'an's heart tightened. Where? 100 feet to the left. Whoosh! Chen Chang'an shot 4 flying swords directly towards that direction. Clang.
The 4 flying swords reached the spot and made a sound of metal clashing.
At the same time, huge sparks exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The 4 flying swords flew back, trembling violently. And at that moment, a woman dressed in a green Taoist robe, with a graceful figure and exquisite features, slowly walked out of the darkness. When Chen Chang'an saw her clothes, his eyes narrowed. Especially on her large chest, which swayed with each step. At this moment, right at the sharp point, 2 crossed swords were resting on a shield, the symbol of the sword-bearer. The sword-bearer. Chen Chang'an was about to speak, but her figure quickly blurred in his sight. Whoosh! Her hand reached for Chen Chang'an's face.
Thunder Phantom. Zzzzz.
Chen Chang'an's body erupted with crackling flashes of lightning, his figure quickly shifting away.
Oh, such fast speed.
The woman in the green robe sneered, "You dared to kill someone in Zhengzhou City, you don't even take us sword-bearers seriously." As she spoke, a powerful aura erupted from her body, and the terrifying pressure of the Holy Emperor covered the sky, pressing down on Chen Chang'an. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords were actually controlled in midair, making rapid sword sounds. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice, "Break the void, break the shadow, break the enemy, break the formation." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, 4 flying swords appeared. It was the Void Breaksword, Shadow Breaksword, Enemy Breaksword, and Formation Breaksword. These 4 flying swords were even more powerful than the previous ones, capable of breaking through points to attack areas, dealing high explosive damage in a small range.
During his time in Zhengzhou, Chen Chang'an hadn't done nothing.
He had absorbed most of the swordsmanship insights given by 8th Master. Now, he finally controlled 4 more flying swords on top of the previous 4.
SSS, SSS, SSS.
The 4 flying swords erupted with unparalleled sword power, instantly tearing through the Holy Emperor's pressure on the green-robed woman. Then, the 8 flying swords surrounded Chen Chang'an, spinning around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was as if a powerful sword aura formed, shattering the Holy Emperor's pressure that had been enveloping Chen Chang'an. Seeing this scene, the green-robed woman's eyes flashed with surprise. "Such powerful mental strength, your swordsmanship is also terrifying." But Chen Chang'an didn't respond to her, instead directly stepping onto the flying sword. Rise. Whoosh. Chen Chang'an's figure turned into a long rainbow, shooting directly into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. The noise caused a few old men to appear in front of the green-robed woman. They all bent over and saluted. "Court leader." "No need to chase him." The green-robed woman waved her hand. "But he killed Lin Han of the Lin family, Gu Rou of the Gu family, and the genius Lin Qingru." A few old men coldly spoke. "He is a sword cultivator, perhaps he came to participate in our sword-bearer test." The green-robed woman said. The old men's expressions froze, and one of them said, "But, the Lin family, the Gu family, after all, are families with holy monarchs, we
saw nothing, didn't we?" The green-robed woman smiled, "Our human race sword-bearers never lie. Unless the other party is a genius, that's what Lord Fan taught." The several elders fell silent. Lord Fan. He was a terrifying existence. The elders were helpless and spoke together. "Yes, we didn't see anything." Chapter 88, Either Leave or Die. When Chen Chang'an quietly returned to his room, he closed the door and, as he turned around, suddenly froze. In his room, it was dark, and 3 people were sitting there. A scholar in plain clothes, Ji Xuangu, and Fei Xinshi. "You 3, what's going on? Playing landlord?" Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Then, as if nothing happened, he casually took off his nightwear. "Landlord? What's that?" The scholar in plain clothes asked curiously. "A 3-player game, it's a joke for improper people, often used for unhealthy activities." Chen Chang'an casually explained. "Gravekeeper. Who is the improper person here? I am not even human." Gravekeeper muttered. Fei Xinshi didn't care about landlord, but stared at Chen Chang'an and asked, "Did you go to kill Lin Han and Gu Rou?" Hearing this, Ji Xuangu's eyelids twitched. Chen Chang'an glanced at him and said, "And their daughter." These words instantly made Fei Xinshi and Ji Xuangu fall silent. This isn't the Great Zhou Kingdom. You can't do whatever you want. You must pay attention to safety. Fei Xinshi said helplessly. But he was also happy. After all, Lin Han and Gu Rou, who were so annoying, were better off dead. "I know." Chen Chang'an nodded, not refuting. The other side was also doing it for his own good. Fei Xinshi helplessly rubbed his temples and asked, "This is Zhengzhou City. Have the sword bearers found out?" "Yes." Chen Chang'an's answer stunned both Fei Xinshi and Ji Xuangu. The two's expressions changed. "What's all this fuss for?"
At this point, the scholar in plain clothes spoke up, this kid came back just fine, which proves the sword bearers couldn't catch him. Fei Xinshi and Ji Xuangu both breathed a sigh of relief.
You little brat, if the Lin family or the sword bearers come asking tomorrow, you must never admit it, understand? Fei Xinshi warned. I understand. Chen Chang'an nodded. If they suspect him, let them present their evidence.
Besides, with the scholar in plain clothes here, if they want to force an interrogation, they need to see if the scholar is willing.
You little brat, just like what that old man said, you can't be taken advantage of.
Fei Xinshi said helplessly. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, I'll make them afraid, or directly stop the threat by killing.
This is what my family taught me. Chen Chang'an said seriously.
Hearing this, even the scholar in plain clothes looked at Chen Chang'an with curiosity.
Your family taught you this? Chen Chang'an looked at him in confusion. Senior, do you know my family?
The scholar in plain clothes froze, then took a sip of wine and smiled, I don't know.
Chen Chang'an became suspicious.
Seeing this, the scholar in plain clothes waved his hand, alright, this kid has returned.
You all go back and rest.
Fei Xinshi and Ji Xuangu nodded. After they left, Chen Chang'an lay down on the bed and slowly began to reflect. He thought to himself, Gravekeeper, there are so many strong people here.
So what?
Gravekeeper replied. In addition to controlling 4 more breaking sky swords, breaking shadow sword, breaking enemy sword, and breaking formation sword, I also need to become more proficient in the last few moves of the burial world sword art.
Chen Chang'an said.
You don't have the cultivation level, you can't unleash the full power of those later moves.
Gravekeeper said. Chen Chang'an nodded, then let me enter your world and try.
Having said that, Chen Chang'an disappeared from his original spot.
Above the bed, a palm-sized ancient bronze coffin floated.
The burial world sword art consists of instant kill, throat seal, sky shatter, earth annihilation, star slash, moonfall, sunbreak, immortal slaughter, and god shatter. Chen Chang'an had been stuck at the sky shatter move for a long time. Now, he began to try to use earth annihilation and star slash.
The night passed. Chen Chang'an emerged from the burial god coffin. As he sat on the bed, he said with some disappointment, Gravekeeper, there wasn't enough time.
If only you could open the time 1,000-layer realm. After practicing inside for 100 years, only 1 year has passed outside.
This is a very terrifying thing.
Of course, Chen Chang'an wanted to continue practicing inside.
Then you must find the Wheel of Time.
Grave Elder said, however, this world may not have it, because the Wheel of Time is something that can only be created by gods who have mastered the laws of time and cultivated the divine power of time. I don't know if there are any powerful beings who cultivated the divine power of time and fell in this world. You should go find their caves or places of demise. Grave Elder knew what Chen Chang'an was about to ask and spoke it all out.
Chen Chang'an nodded.
At that moment, a commotion came from outside.
Chen Chang'an hurriedly walked out.
He found that Fei Xinshi and Ji Xuangu were blocking a group of people. It was Lin Tong. At this moment, Lin Tong's eyes were bloodshot, as if he was going to eat people. After all, his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter were all dead. Fei Xinshi, my son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, they are all dead.
Chen Chang'an heard Lin Tong's cold words, which seemed to contain overwhelming killing intent and hatred. Oh? They're dead?
Fei Xinshi and Ji Xuangu made shocked expressions.
Then congratulations to you, your son and granddaughter are dead. I heard you only have one son, oh no. You're going to be extinct.
Fei Xinshi said with a laugh. Lin Tong stared at Fei Xinshi fiercely. You and Lin Han were once people of the Qingxian holy sect, why are you so cruel?
Old fool, what do you mean?
Fei Xinshi said indifferently.
Did you do it?
Lin Tong gritted his teeth and asked.
Where's the evidence?
Fei Xinshi shrugged. The reason they suspected Fei Xinshi was that they thought Chen Chang'an simply didn't have that strength.
Only Fei Xinshi had it. Fei Xinshi. From now on, we will never die, never rest.
Lin Tong almost gritted his teeth and spat out each word.
I'm so scared.
Fei Xinshi rolled his eyes at him and said indifferently. At that moment, someone else walked out of the nearby room. It was the scholar in plain clothes. As he walked out, everyone from the Lin family took a step back. The scholar in plain clothes yawned, then his gaze fell on Lin Tong and the others, and he said indifferently.
What the hell is all this noise? Either roll, or I'll kill you all right now and send you down to reunite with that damn Lin Han. Lin Tong's face instantly turned extremely ugly.
He respectfully said to the scholar in plain clothes, Senior.
Roll.
Before he could say more, the scholar in plain clothes spoke coldly.
Lin Tong's face stiffened.
He glared at Fei Xinshi with venomous eyes, then glanced at Chen Chang'an's face. Then, he could only leave in a disheartened manner. Faced with a powerful sword monarch, unless their ancestor came to talk, there was no other choice. But their ancestor would never offend a sword monarch for a less important junior. Let's go, take me to eat something, I'm starving. The scholar in plain clothes finished speaking and walked toward the first floor. Ah, yes, yes. Ji Xuangu breathed a sigh of relief, then joyfully went to lead the way. With this strong backing, everyone could be temporarily safe. At the same time, in the Jun family. The third elder of the Jun family finally waited for the guard he sent to investigate the cause of Jun Wujian's death to return to the Jun family.
At the same time, the third elder of the Jun family also learned that Chen Chang'an had appeared in Zhengzhou City and had a conflict with the Lin family. The scholar in plain clothes? Could it be him? The third elder of the Jun family, named Jun Yihan, looked at the information in his hand, his face full of shock. When he was in Chang'an City, he wanted to make a move on Chen Chang'an, but secretly, there was a powerful sword cultivator protecting him. At this moment, he suspected that person was the scholar in plain clothes. Chapter 89, either talk about feelings, or fight. Looking at Jun Yihan's gloomy face, the kneeling guard below continued, all of this was caused by a woman named Gu Qingcheng. Then he explained the cause of the conflict between Chen Chang'an and Jun Wujian, as well as Chen Chang'an's background. These things weren't secrets in Chang'an City and were easy to find out. After hearing this, Jun Yihan's face grew even colder. They all said that Chen Chang'an had entered the burial demon abyss? This may not be the case. Jun Yihan quickly filled in the gaps in his mind. Soon, he came to a conclusion. His eyes lit up, yes. That's it. It must be this way. The year Chen Chang'an disappeared, I fear he was taken by the humble scholar. This caused his strength to grow greatly, and the one protecting him behind the scenes is the humble scholar. And as soon as Chen Chang'an arrived in Zhengzhou City, the humble scholar appeared as a careful and thoughtful master. This must be to deceive others. His true disciple is Chen Chang'an. The guards below, upon hearing Jun Yihan's words, immediately filled in the gaps in their minds. Then their eyes brightened, and they clasped their fists, saying, Third elder is wise, I admire you. Such a small trick, do you think it can fool my eyes? Jun Yihan said proudly. Suddenly, he thought of something else and coldly asked, Where is that Gu Qingcheng? She went to the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. The guard continued. When he found out that everything was related to a woman named Gu Qingcheng, he specifically checked her movements. In the end, he found out that the woman had also come to the Holy Land. She even went to the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Ha! Jun Yihan sneered, didn't she say she is the woman of our Jun family's Jun Wujian? Come up with a way to see if we can capture her back without alerting the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Yes. The guard responded. Also, continue to monitor Chen Chang'an and the others, but don't provoke them. After speaking, Jun Yihan stood up and left, I must inform the clan master. Chen Chang'an, for now, cannot be provoked. The matter of Chen Chang'an and the Lin family causing trouble in Zhengzhou City was known to almost everyone in Dongzhou City. It even spread to all directions. After all, this involved the humble scholar, who was a sword king. At the same time, in an inn, a tall and graceful woman stood still by the window, silent for a long time. Are you sure the young man following Fei Xin is called Chen Chang'an? After a moment, the white veil covering half of her face slightly parted, revealing her red lips. Saintess, yes, that Fei Xin is called Chen Chang'an. A few women behind her looked puzzled. They didn't understand why their saintess was so interested in a young man named Chen Chang'an. The person in front of them was Ning Tingyu, the saintess of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Upon hearing this, her eyes trembled, waves of complex and rippling emotions flashing within. Chen Chang'an, back then in the Eastern State's secret realm, you kicked my bottom and slapped my face. Now you've come here, I will make you pay. She angrily thought to herself, then waved her hand, signaling the women behind her to leave. In an instant, she changed into a black tight outfit, looking heroic and ready to find someone to settle the score. Suddenly, she hesitated. Forget it, since you helped me escape danger, I'll just give you a small lesson. Her lips lightly murmured, then she changed into a pure white long dress, put on a white conical hat to cover her stunning face, and flew out the window, disappearing into the night sky. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky, stars sparkling. The whole of Zhengzhou City was bustling, with various lights decorating the place, making the bustling night market look incredibly beautiful. Chen Chang'an was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating and comprehending the sword path insights given by the 8th master. Suddenly, he noticed some movement by the window. Who? Chen Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes, 8 flying swords hovering in front of him, emitting a buzzing sound. If anything unusual happened, they would immediately rush out, to kill and drink blood. Chen Chang'an. At this moment, a slender white figure slipped in, accompanied by a charming floral fragrance, which made Chen Chang'an even more alert. A woman. A beautiful woman. Fei Xianxue had said that the more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she would be. Must be careful. Is it you?
When he saw the person, Chen Chang'an froze. The person in front of him was Ning Tingyu, whom he had met in the Eastern State's secret realm. Seeing 8 flying swords aimed at her, it was as if 8 poisonous snakes were staring at her, making her hair stand on end. This kid, his advancement speed is so freakishly fast. But the next moment, she became furious. Humph, is this how you face an old friend with a sword? As she spoke, she crossed her arms, her white dress pressed down, and her chest rose slightly with an angry motion. Seeing that the visitor had no hostile intent, Chen Chang'an withdrew his flying swords. But he still wore a face full of caution. What are you here for? Also, I don't think we are friends, are we? Ning Tingyu ignored him and walked familiarly to the table in the middle of the room and sat down. She poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, "You came here to participate in the swordbearer assessment, right?" Chen Chang'an looked at her, silent. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Ji Xuangu and Fei Xinxi pressed their ears against the wall, seemingly trying to hear what the others were saying. That woman has no killing intent, she won't harm Chang'an. The scholar in plain clothes said. TSK, this little brother of mine, not bad, even a saintess came to find him. Fei Xinxi said proudly. Saintess? Which sect's saintess? Ji Xuangu was shocked, and how do you know this? TSK, that distinct floral scent, it's a woman from the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Fei Xinxi said proudly, as for who it is, do I need to guess? Isn't it that Ning Tingyu you mentioned, the one who has interacted with Chang'an? Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu's face changed in shock. Then why did Ning Tingyu come to find Chang'an? TSK, what else? A woman meets a man at night, either they fight, or they talk about feelings. Fei Xinxi said with a smirk. Ji Xuangu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? They've only met a few times, and they also have enmity. Seems like you don't understand women. When a woman is curious about a man, that's the beginning of a nightmare. Fei Xinxi rolled his eyes at Ji Xuangu and said. Then the two continued to eavesdrop. The scholar in plain clothes immediately fell silent. Inside Chen Chang'an's room. So, team up with me. Ning Tingyu smiled. Even she didn't know why, originally planning to fight Chen Chang'an, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. During their casual chat, she guessed Chen Chang'an's goal. We can team up? Chen Chang'an asked in confusion. Of course, the first step in teaming up is to defeat the enemy. This is how other top powers geniuses do it. Ning Tingyu smiled, so, if you team up with me, you won't lose. It's better than fighting alone. After all, we cooperated during the Eastern State's secret realm, didn't we? Chen Chang'an carefully observed Ning Tingyu, and from her star-like eyes, he saw a slight evasion of the starlight, and even some expectation and nervousness. Also, when she lifted half of her veil to drink tea, she did so cautiously. All right, I agree. Chen Chang'an nodded. Chapter 90, The most hated are men more handsome than yourself. Oh? Hearing Chen Chang'an agree, a flash of surprise, even one she herself didn't notice, appeared in Ning Tingyu's eyes. So, why did you agree? Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you? Ning Tingyu asked curiously. Because you're a local, when you go to an unfamiliar place, it's best to find a local person who is familiar with the local opponents, know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Chen Chang'an said seriously. So that's how it is. But isn't there anything else? Ning Tingyu asked with a hint of disappointment. No. Chen Chang'an replied. TCH. Ning Tingyu's face became serious, and with a small fist, she said, fine, but when it comes time for the final fight between us, I won't hold back. I won't either. Chen Chang'an said seriously. Ning Tingyu paused, took a deep breath, and suddenly said, all right, if you want to gather more information on the opponents, then you need to listen to me. Chen Chang'an looked at her calmly, without speaking. First, come with me to have a look around. Right now, it's the Fire Phoenix Festival, it's held once a year and it's very lively. Ning Tingyu's eyes twinkled, and she suddenly said. Fire Phoenix Festival? Chen Chang'an didn't understand, but it seemed like a local festival. He thought for a moment and decided to go along with the woman's request first. Then let's go. So the two of them jumped straight out of the window. The two who were eavesdropping next door were instantly stunned. Oh no, this kid was asked out by that saintess. Fei Xinxi exclaimed in surprise, hee, not bad. Being good-looking really attracts girls. As she said this, she looked at the plainclothed scholar. Master, I'll go out and secretly protect that kid. The plainclothed scholar nodded. So Fei Xinxi dragged Ji Xuangu out as well. The plainclothed scholar shook his head slightly, took a wooden sword next to him, and continued to gently wipe a handkerchief. Tonight, the whole city was adorned with red lanterns, and paper in the shape of phoenixes was pasted everywhere. Flowery lamps decorated the surroundings, and from time to time, fireworks exploded in the night sky. It was truly beautiful. The bustling streets were lively, with shouts, sounds of trade, and haggling echoing everywhere. This gave the whole city a layer of festive atmosphere. Chen Chang'an was very interested, looking this way and that. Even in Chang'an City, it had never been this prosperous. It was so delightful here. Ning Tingyu felt the same way. Without the nobility and coldness of a saintess, she walked around like a little girl. I love the festive atmosphere here, not just practicing every day, sometimes, people just need to enjoy life. Ning Tingyu said with complex eyes, in the sect, my master always forbids me from wandering around, saying that as a cultivator, I should focus on cultivation, and I seem to often forget some things. I sense that there are gaps in my childhood memories. Chen Chang'an looked at her in surprise, didn't pay much attention, and nodded perfunctorily, your master is right. Ning Tingyu. The two slowly walked forward, passing through bustling streets. Ning Tingyu looked at Chen Chang'an, kid, I knew that you wouldn't be stuck in East State for long, I didn't expect you to come to Central State so quickly. Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and said, to become stronger, one must go to a larger stage. Exactly. Ning Tingyu raised her head proudly, I'm already at the second level of the Saint Emperor realm, kid, you need to work hard. Is it because of that root stem of the origin Tao Lotus? Chen Chang'an felt inexplicably pained, that stem was a treasure too, and this girl had taken it away. That's right. Ning Tingyu smiled proudly, you got the petal of the lotus flower, and I got the root stem. So, we didn't lose out back then. Chen Chang'an pursed his lips. He also had a 5 elements demon subduing palace, that was also a great treasure for gathering spiritual energy. Seeing Chen Chang'an's pained expression, Ning Tingyu felt even more pleased. At that moment, a young man in a blue shirt suddenly walked up to Ning Tingyu. He bowed slightly and smiled, this young lady, I am Gu Hongxing from the Gu family. At first sight of you, I thought you were a celestial being descended to earth, and I can't help but feel love in my heart. May I ask? Ning Tingyu frowned and then pulled Chen Chang'an's hand, are you blind? Can't you see there's a male companion beside me? Chen Chang'an. He knew that having a stunning beauty by his side would definitely attract some flies. Causing trouble was a woman's specialty. Sure enough. The young man, Gu Hongxing, also froze in place. The Gu family was one of the 4 great families of this holy land. Ordinary people would certainly be joyful to hear the name Gu family. And he was the young master of the Gu family. The woman he wanted, apart from those saintesses of the sacred sect, had he ever failed to win over anyone? Besides, no one could refuse him. Because the Gu family was rich, powerful, and had connections. Tonight was the Fire Phoenix Festival, a day to honor the Phoenix deity he had come out to hunt. Just now, he had set his sights on Ning Tingyu. Although Ning Tingyu was covering half her face with a veil, her graceful figure, waist-length hair, and arms as white as jade were already enough for this experienced man to see that she was definitely a stunning beauty. However, at this moment, Ning Tingyu's fiery personality only made him more interested. The hotter the temper, the more fun it is when he plays with it. Conquering it will give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Gu Hongxing smiled slightly, Miss, I have no other intentions, I simply wish to get to know you. And I am the young master of the Gu family. Knowing me, you will definitely not suffer. What he meant was, by knowing him, the young master of the Gu family, you can gain many resources. At this moment, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Although Ning Tingyu wasn't his woman, he was still her teammate. Was he really being ignored like this? And was he blind? Didn't he recognize the saintess of the Baihua immortal sect? With this thought, Chen Chang'an sneered, get lost, she's not interested in getting to know you. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongxing finally turned his gaze to Chen Chang'an, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't paid attention to Chen Chang'an earlier, but now that he looked. Damn, this guy is handsome. He's even more handsome than me. He hated seeing other men who were more handsome than himself. But he wouldn't randomly make enemies with someone without knowing their background. May I ask, what's your name, young sir? Which great family are you from? Gu Hongxing asked, still wearing a warm smile. It was as if nothing mattered to him, as if the world was light and breezy. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, why should I tell you? Get lost, a good dog doesn't block the road. Saying that, Chen Chang'an walked forward, directly shoulder barging into his body. Caught off guard, Gu Hongxing nearly fell. Instantly, his face became extremely ugly. This guy is so domineering. Damn it. Oh, you're really weak. Ning Tingyu smiled and then quickly caught up with Chen Chang'an. In an instant, Gu Hongxing's face turned pale with anger. You can say anything about him, but not that he's weak. That's his sore spot. Ever since that woman had said he was weak after their night together, he had already killed her. Her grave had grass a yard tall now. Damn. Now, another woman says he's weak.
Crack, crack, crack.
Looking at the backs of Chen Qianyan and Ning Tingyu, he clenched his fists tightly.
These two are so arrogant.
Gu Hongxing's right hand clenched into a fist, while his left hand touched his sword chest, his eyes turning cold and vicious. Young master, that man is called Chen Qianyan.
He's the one who had a conflict with the Lin family a few days ago.
At this moment, two elders appeared beside Gu Hongxing and whispered.
Oh? Chen Qianyan? So he's the bumpkin from the corner of Dongzhou.
Hearing this, Gu Hongxing's eyes flashed with disdain, which quickly turned into a cold murderous intent. Young master, he has a humble scholar behind him. One of the elders reminded him.
Humble scholar?
Gu Hongxing narrowed his eyes. Just a poor scholar, there are more people who want him dead. Don't underestimate him, young master. After all, he's a sword lord.
The elder continued to warn.
Don't worry.
Gu Hongxing sneered, if it doesn't work openly, we can stab him in the back. He's already offended so many people. Who knows whose big hand is behind him?
Saying that, he angrily turned and left.
Chapter 91, The Heaven-Slaying Demon Sword.
In the capital of the Great Zhou, Chang'an City.
Inside the Chen family's cultivation grounds.
Chen Xian finished another round of cultivation, and his breath had reached an astonishing level.
He had already reached the Heavenly King Realm. Level 1 of the Heavenly King Realm. Chen Xian's eyes burned with excitement in his heart.
With your talent, you're not inferior to your older brother at all. A gentle voice from a mysterious woman came from the pendant in the shape of a tower. Older brother. Hearing these words, Chen Xian showed a look of longing. My older brother has been in Zhengzhou for more than a month now. I wonder how he's doing. TSK, you really do care about your older brother. The mysterious woman said. Of course. Chen Xian said, his eyes full of admiration. Why don't you go out and train as well? Now you have the ability to go out and experience the world. The mysterious woman continued. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian became interested. Buzz. At that moment, a streak of light shot out from the pendant on Chen Xian's chest. Buzz.
The space trembled.
This is... Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. When the light in front of him faded, a pitch-black, ancient long knife appeared. The knife was covered with layers of scales, and an astonishing murderous intent emanated from it, as if countless vengeful souls were roaring. Although there was no sound, it seemed to shake Chen Xian's soul, causing his head to throb with pain. Ugh! Ah!
Chen Xian clutched his head, letting out a painful wail.
Buzz! The pendant emitted a soft white light, enveloping Chen Xian's body, making the sharp pain in his soul vanish. He suddenly felt much lighter. Your older brother practices the sword, so you should practice the knife. The mysterious woman's voice echoed, this knife is called the Heaven's Calamity Demon Slayer Knife.
After a pause, the mysterious woman continued, did you see the groove on the hilt of the knife?
Hearing this, Chen Xian looked over. He noticed 9 thumb-sized grooves below the hilt.
Master, what are these for? Chen Xian asked curiously. These are to hold 9 origin law beads, which are the essence beads of laws. In the future, you must travel across the myriad worlds and gather all 9 law beads. When that happens, your knife will reach an unimaginable level of power. The mysterious woman's voice continued, also, every dragon scale on this Heaven's Calamity Demon Slayer knife is a small world, containing countless demon souls. As you grow stronger, it will be useful. I see. Chen Xian's eyes brightened. He felt that this knife was too amazing. It was so awesome.
By the way, there is also a knife manual. The mysterious woman's voice faded, and another stream of light shot out, embedding itself into the center of Chen Xian's forehead.
Chen Xian was overjoyed and immediately began to check it out.
As he read, he began to cultivate.
Inside the tower-shaped pendant.
It was an incredibly vast space, gray and endless, with no visible end. At the heart of this vast space stood a towering, cloud-reaching giant tower. This tower had 108 levels. Each level exuded an endless, boundless murderous intent, and the sound of heartbeats thumping exploded like thunder. From time to time, the faint roar of a ferocious beast could also be heard. At the very top of the 108th floor, a woman stood by a window, gazing into the endless void. Her face was not visible, but around her body, the great Tao swirled, the stars flowed, and time covered her. Countless forces of rules and laws formed and destroyed around her, as if creating and destroying cycles over and over again. Buzz. At that moment, a giant pupil suddenly opened on the dark wall behind her. The pupil, surrounded by green spots, seemed to squirm, and an ancient voice, as if from the depths of an endless cosmic abyss, echoed. Divine Lord, is it true that the so-called burial god Coffin is really the legendary coffin of the gods from Chen Qianyan? As this voice buzzed out, the space around them shattered, revealing the endless starry sky.
I don't know.
The mysterious woman's cold voice rang out, but it carried a trace of fear. But if that really is the world-destroying coffin that annihilated the gods millions of years ago, we must prepare in advance. The giant pupil trembled and continued speaking, all things in the world grow endlessly, consuming the essence of the universe, going against the heavens, which causes the universe to bear too much load. Therefore, the spirit of the universe's essence has condensed a world-destroying coffin. Every few million years, it appears to bury all life. But to deal with the world-destroying coffin, relying on the power of our gods is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Divine Lord, do you have any plans to prepare? If we kill Chen Chang'an now, would it be feasible? His words fell, and the entire space fell into a dead silence. The mysterious woman remained silent for a long time. No one knew how much time passed, but suddenly, the mysterious woman spoke again. Killing Chen Chang'an is not the way. If we do that, the burial god Coffin will choose a new master, and it will be difficult for us to find it again. We must either destroy its origin, or maybe find a middle ground, one that doesn't burden the universe too much, yet allows life to survive. At this point, the mysterious woman paused for a long while before continuing. So we must give our all to make Chen Xian grow into a true god, a god born with the power of the heavens. A true god who can rival the creator god. We want him to be the savior child of this world. The huge pupils widened. So, if this child, Chen Xian, grows up, he will either stop his older brother from destroying the world, or he and his older brother together will stop the burial of the gods and the world's destruction. After the old voice finished speaking, there was no sound left in the entire space. At the same time, in Chen Xian's training ground, a sky-splitting blade aura suddenly erupted. Humming. The blade aura above the Chen family formed a terrifying shadow of a heavenly sword. This scene shocked everyone in Chang'an City and alarmed the elders of the Chen family. Soon, a series of powerful divine senses swept toward Chen Xian's training ground. Blade Cultivator. He has become a Blade King. Hiss. What terrifying talent, this kid, Chen Xian, is only 15 years old, right? Exclamations rang out. Then, Chen Xiantong and the 9 family elders appeared in the air above Chen Xian's house. Other ordinary elders also turned their gazes to the scene in shock. Ah, the young master is a genius. I didn't expect young Master Xian to be a freak too. Our Chen family is really impressive. Another prodigy with such shocking talent has appeared. Some members of the Chen family couldn't help but show excited expressions, their eyes gleaming. High in the air, looking at the enormous heavenly sword phantom, it seemed like it could cut through all terrifying blade forces. Even the 9th elder, a blade cultivator himself, showed a satisfied expression. This kid is actually a blade cultivator. Ha 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 ha. The 9th elder laughed heartily. Chen Chang'an was a sword cultivator, and even with the help of the 8th elder, he was not convinced and wanted Chen Chang'an to practice both sword and blade, but Chen Chang'an didn't seem very interested in blades. He had no choice but to give up. But unexpectedly, the family head's son turned out to be a genius in blade arts. This made him overjoyed. The 6th elder quickly began calculating the heavenly secrets. Everyone looked at him. A compass appeared in front of him, along with the black turtle shell. Tao laws circled around it. Chen Xiantong and the other elders fell silent as they looked at him. The 2nd elder waved his feather fan, and layers of barriers appeared, enveloping the entire space. After a while, surprise appeared in the 6th elder's eyes. How is it? Chen Xiantong narrowed his eyes and asked. He appeared calm, but in reality, he was very nervous. After all, Chen Xian was his son. This kid, Chen Xian, his fate, is not even within the Tao laws, it's been erased by someone. TSK, there's a powerful expert behind him daring to meddle with the matters of my Chongqing divine mansion? The 6th elder spoke with deep meaning. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. So, does this mean that Chen Xian carries the spirit of a great god from one of the 3 divine lands? Chen Xiantong narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. Could it be my younger brother's plan again? Master, it could be. Your younger brother is the only existence of his kind throughout eternity. The elder spoke with deep meaning. I entered the demonic path with my own body to see what the difference was between a demon and a righteous cultivator. But from the aura I sense from Chen Xian, he won't become a demon. Instead, there's a powerful presence guiding his cultivation. Hearing this, Chen Xiantong let out a sigh of relief. That's right. At this moment, the 3rd elder, holding an ancient guqin, spoke up. As long as that powerful presence does not harm Chen Xian, it's fine. This is his opportunity, and we don't need to interfere too much. Moreover, this might be the arrangement of Xiaowen's father. All the family elders nodded in agreement. Strange. At this moment, the 6th elder spoke again. The more I look at it, the more I believe Chen Xian is the destined one, while Chang'an seems to be the great villain of destiny. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the room had a complex expression. Let it be, then. Chen Xiantong sighed helplessly. He turned around, his face full of surprise. My brother's son is a genius, and my son is not bad either. Truly, we are from the Longxing Divine Mansion, the bloodline of the Chen family.
Longxing Divine Mansion. Hearing these 4 words, the 9 clan elders nodded in agreement, their faces showing pride. At this moment, Qin Xiantong looked at Old Nine. Old Nine, from now on, you will be responsible for teaching some knife technique knowledge to Xiao Xian.
Okay. Old Nine was overjoyed, grinning widely. I want to see if the knife technique behind Qin Xian is stronger or if my Old Nine's knife technique is better.
Everyone nodded, their faces revealing anticipation.
Good, if Qin Xian can integrate Old Nine's knife technique with that mysterious existence's knife technique, perhaps he can forge a new path.
Second elder nodded and said.
Everyone agreed, their faces filled with relief. Not long after, when Chen Xian emerged from his retreat, he proposed to go out and train.
Chen Xiantong agreed.
The clan elders also provided him with some protective measures. Among these, there was a huge black flying ship that looked like a dragon. This flying ship was also something Chen Chang'an envied later on.
In fact, 6th elder even gave him a large sum of money.
Thus, Chen Xian embarked on his journey of training. Meanwhile, in the eastern Zhou's Dongxian Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance, a mysterious force emerged among the higher-ups. Through investigation and evidence collection, this force quickly uncovered the truth about the deaths of the ancestors and rulers of Dongxian Kingdom and others. When they learned that the killer of their ancestors and rulers was actually Chen Chang'an, they were instantly filled with raging fury. Then the 3 parties discussed how to seek revenge. Even though the Chen family was powerful, after witnessing the strength of that mysterious force, they decisively agreed to a resolution with their support. That was to declare war on the Great Zhou Kingdom. In an instant, the entire eastern Zhou was filled with turmoil. If Ji Sanghai were still alive and saw the one supporting the Dongxian Kingdom and other forces, he would be shocked to find out that it was his former master. The one who pushed him to compete for the crown prince position, that master. As for what happened in eastern Zhou, Chen Chang'an, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away, naturally had no idea. At this moment, he had been cultivating for a few more days. And during these days, Ning Tingyu shamelessly appeared beside him. As a teammate, she had every reason to stay. Naturally, facing the scholar dressed in plain clothes, she was very respectful. One day, Chen Chang'an reluctantly stopped his practice.
Because he wanted to break through to the Saint Emperor realm.
But no matter what, relying solely on his own cultivation, he couldn't break through at once. After all, becoming a Saint Emperor was equivalent to entering the realm of saints. From mortal to saint was not that simple. In the future, realms like Saint Emperor, Saint Lord, Saint Venerable, and Saint Sovereign were all extremely powerful levels. Entering the saint realm was like stepping into the latter half of this world's cultivation. Long and kid, closing the door and working alone won't help you comprehend the saint realm. At that moment, a voice came from the window.
Chen Chang'an looked over.
Ning Tingyu was sitting by the window, her 2 incredibly enticing long legs swinging back and forth.
Chen Chang'an deadpanned, why do you always climb in through the window?
I like it.
Ning Tingyu snorted, then asked with anticipation, want to go out for a stroll?
The moonlight tonight is especially beautiful, and it may help you comprehend the saint realm.
Chen Chang'an fell silent.
At that moment, he heard the voice of the Coffin grandfather in his mind, kid, she is right, go out and kill more people. Especially those strong at the Saint Emperor realm. Later, it will turn into imperial level spiritual energy, or even the legendary level, the emperor level spiritual energy.
Granny Coffin clicked her tongue and said, this is the difference between each realm.
Generally speaking, 10 half-step Saint Emperor realm cultivators cannot defeat even one cultivator at the first level of the Saint Emperor realm. But you are a sword cultivator, and the sword energy you unleash is not suppressed by these emperor level spiritual energies.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an finally understood.
No wonder no matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't transform the king level spiritual energy inside his body into emperor level.
He must be missing something. Hey, brat, are you going or not?
Seeing that Chen Chang'an was silent, Ning Tingyu was speechless. She was the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect, a beautiful woman, and she asked him out for a stroll, but he was just standing there in a daze. Thinking of this, Ning Tingyu pouted, her cheeks puffing up.
Fine, let's go then. Chen Chang'an nodded.
You're sensible. Ning Tingyu smiled, then turned and flew out the door, kid, let's have a race.
The destination is the forest outside the city.
If you can catch up with me, I'll give you a piece of the Origin Dao Lotus, a newly grown petal.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up.
Then his interest was piqued. So he accelerated and started chasing after Ning Tingyu. Seeing this, Ning Tingyu smiled slyly, this brat gets excited when there's treasure.
Let's see how fast you are.
She whispered, and her speed exploded once again, like a long rainbow streaking across the sky. Chen Chang'an was even faster, like lightning, chasing after her at extreme speed. The two of them were chasing each other. Soon, they left the city of Zhengzhou and arrived at the mountains outside the city. Wind control, wind cutting, blazing wind, fierce wind.
Chen Chang'an shouted.
Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, 4 flying swords appeared, hovering beneath Chen Chang'an's feet.
Buzz. The 4 flying swords emitted a trembling sound, and Chen Chang'an's speed increased again, almost leaving after images. Swish. In just a few breaths, Chen Chang'an surpassed Ning Tingyu.
Humph, you brat, you're cheating, you're using flying swords.
Ning Tingyu's delicate voice shouted, and petals burst from her body. The petals carried a floral fragrance, exploding with a boom, speeding her up as well. But when she reached the destination, Chen Chang'an was already there, waiting with a smile. The origin Tao Lotus. Chen Chang'an said with a half-smile, extending his palm.
Humph.
Ning Tingyu crossed her arms and snorted coldly, but still tossed him a petal of the origin Tao Lotus. She had planned to give it to him all along.
But she just used the competition as an excuse.
Chen Chang'an received the lotus petal, and now reaching the Saint Emperor realm seemed possible. At this moment, rustling sounds came from the cold forest nearby.
Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu instantly became alert.
They held their breath, concealed their auras, and gradually moved closer. Soon, a woman's voice came over. She was constantly saying things like, "Come here quickly, this place doesn't work, that place doesn't work," and then saying "it's fine now," and then saying "hurry up," and so on.
This confused Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu. What exactly did she want? Was it fine, or not fine? Oh dear.
At this moment, Chen Chang'an heard the lecherous voice of Granny Coffin in his mind. "TSK TSK, on such a dark and windy night, someone is actually doing it here."
Granny Coffin, what is doing it? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. This Granny Coffin seemed to know a lot of things. But Chen Chang'an still didn't understand. You two should move forward a bit and you'll understand. He.
Suddenly, Granny Coffin sent out a lecherous laugh, which made Chen Chang'an fall into silence.
Granny Coffin had gone mad.
However, when he and Ning Tingyu saw the scene before them, they were immediately stunned. Ning Tingyu's face turned bright red, and she spat secretly, quickly turning her head away. "TCH, men's bodies are truly ugly."
Chen Chang'an? Wow, you people are sick.
At this moment, the two people noticed Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu sneaking around, and were immediately frightened and scolded loudly.
Isn't it okay to have fun on your own? Why do you have to watch us?